Chapter 1 System Activation. I stared at the bustling traffic outside the window, then turned to look at the woman lying on the bed, utterly confused. What was happening? Just as I was contemplating this, the woman on the bed woke up. Ah, she screamed the moment she regained consciousness, immediately pulling the blanket up to her fair neck, her face full of panic. I turned around and froze. She was an astonishing beauty. She possessed expressive eyes, a straight nose, and cherry-like lips. Her long, flaxen curly hair lent her an air of elegance. If there was any flaw, it was that her demeanor carried a certain chill. Turn around. Her icy voice pierced my ears. I shook my head and continued to gaze out the window, puzzled. Yesterday, she was clearly the instigator, so why does it now feel like I forced her? After some rustling sounds, she finished dressing. Just forget about what happened yesterday, she said, followed by the sound of a closing door. My head began to ache as scenes flashed through my mind. I had traveled through time. At the moment when my company was about to go public, a car accident brought me here. Now this body belongs to a fresh graduate who drank himself unconscious at a bar to celebrate graduation, and then I crossed over. After merging with his memories, I learned this is a parallel world quite similar to the Blue Star world I came from. This body's an orphan with hardly any close relatives. Exam stress got to him, so he went to the bar to unwind after the finals, and that led to last night's incident. I shook my head and prepared to leave. During the upcoming holiday break, I needed to work hard for my tuition fees. While others could rely on their fathers to pave the way, I had no such support. I had to find a job first to survive and avoid going hungry. After calming my emotions, I straightened my clothes. I'd once been a successful businessman who always wore formal suits, but now this trendy casual outfit felt surprisingly good on me. As I was about to leave, I noticed a stack of cash on the bedside table. Though exasperated, I couldn't just leave money in the hotel room. After pocketing the cash, I spotted a business card on the floor. Shanghai Group, Su Qingyan. That must be the woman's name, quite elegant sounding. I was also familiar with Shanghai Group. It's a formidable company with considerable influence. Turning my head, I was shocked to see a crimson stain on the bed. What was this about? After puzzling over it, I left the hotel to start job hunting. Under the scorching summer sun, I went from one interview to another, but with my lack of formal education, only part-time jobs were available, yet no one was willing to hire me. Shoo, we don't take in young masters here. Kicked out once again, my frustration grew. Shouldn't work be about ability? Why was education so damn important? All I wanted was a part-time job. Just then, a voice echoed in my ears. Asterisk life winner system asterisk activated. Asterisk life winner system asterisk binding in progress. System? Could this be that legendary tool that every reincarnated protagonist in novels possesses? System, what functions do you have? I asked aloud. To assist the host in becoming a winner at life. This system primarily serves as support. Real success depends on the host's own efforts. Initial funding, $2 million. I let out a sigh of relief. With a system and startup capital, the road ahead wouldn't be so tough. I was once a successful businessman. Just give me the funds, and I'll live comfortably again. As I exhaled, a sharp screech of brakes sounded, followed by an electric scooter collapsing right in front of me. A food delivery rider also fell in front of me, clutching his leg with a look of pain. Are you okay? Let's get you to the hospital first. I stepped forward to help him up. The rider took a few steps and shook his head. It's nothing, just some minor scrapes, but I won't be able to deliver this order on time now. I'll probably get a bad rating. Tell you what, I'll deliver this meal for you. Here's my ID card, and I'll transfer you some money. Please go get checked at the hospital first. I took out my interview folder, pulled out my ID card, scanned the QR code to transfer 10,000 yuan to the delivery guy from my phone, and noted down his phone number. After transferring the money, I took the delivery guy's jacket and helmet, asked for the address, and immediately set off. A random task has been issued. What kind of man doesn't have a ride? Successfully deliver this order and be rewarded with a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. The system's voice echoed in my ear. Successfully deliver the order. The word successfully was crucial. Failure meant no reward. I sped off on the electric scooter towards the delivery address. 6 minutes later, I arrived at an upscale villa district. Just as I was about to enter, a security guard stopped me. No food delivery personnel allowed in the villa area. Isn't this just being difficult? If delivery workers can't enter, won't single folks and those who don't cook starve to death? Cut me some slack, I'll be out in no time, I pleaded helplessly. I had to get in, or the penalty for failing the mission would be devastating. You think rules bend just because you say so? You really don't know how things work. The guard pulled out a cigarette pack, took one, and kept compulsively crushing the empty box. This was a blatant hint to extract a bribe. I happened to have a premium pack of cigarettes on me, originally prepared for job hunting and still unopened. With no other choice, I handed it to the security guard. Right now, my top priority was successfully delivering this takeout order. Hurry up and get inside, finish the delivery and leave quickly. The guard who took my cigarettes let me through. I jogged around the villa district before finally locating the destination. After ringing the doorbell and waiting briefly, the door opened to reveal a young woman in pajamas. The young lady was a bit unhappy because my gaze had landed on her chest. "Miss, here's your delivery. There was a bit of an accident on the way, so it's a little late, please don't mind." As I spoke, I handed over the food, then took off my helmet. I'd been rushing to complete the task and was now dripping with sweat. "So you admit it's late, huh? Well, accidents happen, I guess." The young lady blushed, probably thinking my sweaty, tousled hair looked both handsome and full of energy. "Then could this lovely lady possibly give me a 5-star rating?" I asked. The delivery was complete, but the notification for finishing the task hadn't sounded yet. The beautiful young lady holding her phone blushed as she gave a 5-star rating. Just then, a notification sounded, "Mission complete, reward issued. It's waiting in the Villa District parking lot." "Thank you." I nodded at the young lady and turned to leave. Reaching into my pocket, I found a Lamborghini key. After delivering the takeout, I locked the delivery guy's electric scooter and headed toward the parking lot. Arriving at the lot, I spotted a gleaming yellow Lamborghini. Pressing the key fob, I watched as its scissor doors arrogantly lifted skyward. "Hey there, handsome, you look really hot. Here's a bottle of water for you, you were walking way too fast." As I was studying the rewards, the young woman's voice rang out at the edge of the parking lot, followed by her gasp of surprise. Chapter 2, The Supercar. This lovely lady was probably shocked by my handsome looks. Feeling sorry for me sweating profusely, she intended to offer me a bottle of ice water until she saw me press the Lamborghini key fob, followed by the audacious scissor doors rising up. "But what's wrong with the delivery?" I turned and asked. The reward was already secured, but if there were any issues with the order, I'd still resolve them, though now without any worry in my heart. "No problem. Just saw you sweating and wanted to give you some water." The young woman handed me the bottled water. I smiled as I took it. "Thank you, miss." I waved and climbed into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, starting the engine as I left the villa compound. When I reached the villa gate, I rolled down the window and gestured to the security guard. The security guard rushed over, then his expression changed when he recognized me. "Just moments ago, I was a food delivery guy, how am I driving a Lamborghini now?" Working as a guard, he'd seen plenty of luxury cars and clearly knew this ride of mine was top tier, worth nearly 10 million. I fixed my gaze on the guard and stretched out my hand. "What for?" Of course, to take back the cigarettes he'd strong-armed from me earlier. I had tolerated it while in a hurry, but now? No need to hold back. I shot the guard a question before he could speak. "There are some things you shouldn't have taken. Or do I need to take this up with property management?" The security guard immediately understood my meaning, his forehead breaking out in sweat as he handed me back the cigarettes he'd just received that hadn't even warmed his palm yet. I took the cigarettes, stomped on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini shot forward like a bullet. As I drove out of the Villa District and spotted traffic police, my anxiety spiked. Before my time travel, I'd had a driver's license and skills rivaling professional racers, but now I was technically unlicensed. Just as my worries peaked, the system's voice echoed in my mind, "Host need not worry. Both driver's license and vehicle registration documents are in the storage compartment." Hearing this put my mind at ease, and I thought the system seemed quite reliable. I then asked, "Are the assets under my name secure? They shouldn't raise any red flags during scrutiny." The system explained, "Rest assured, host. Overseas, there's an offshore company holding assets on your behalf. All the funds and properties you acquire are transferred through legal channels and can withstand any scrutiny." Feeling reassured, I took out my phone to contact the delivery rider, confirmed the hospital he was in, and rushed over. After all, he had fallen and gotten injured because of me, I couldn't just walk away. Of course, he also bore some responsibility for riding so fast. Arriving at the hospital, I parked my car under the watchful eyes of the crowd, found the delivery driver, and asked him, "How's the injury?" He shook his head and said, "No bone damage, just soft tissue contusion. It's nothing serious." I continued, "The delivery has been completed, and the customer gave a good review. Did you receive it?" He said he had and thanked me, then immediately offered to refund the money. I transferred him 10,000 yuan. His injuries were just superficial and didn't cost much to treat. I told him, "Although it's not serious, it did cause trouble for your work. Keep the money, no need to return it. As for your scooter, I've locked it up at the delivery location where the accident happened. You can go retrieve it yourself later." I handed him the electric scooter key and showed him the photo on my phone of where I'd locked it. With the matter settled, I left. It wasn't a big issue, something that could be resolved privately without wasting public resources. Leaving the hospital, I drove home. My place is an old house in the historic district where traffic isn't great, but whether it's cars or scooters, they all make way when they see my Lamborghini coming through. After all, even a minor scrape would be unaffordable to compensate, even if they were only partially at fault. Returning home, I felt nothing in particular. After all, I had crossed over to this world, so this house held no sense of belonging for me, it was just a place to shelter. Gazing at the college admission letter on the table, I sank into thought. In my past life, I wasn't just a college graduate, I had degrees, and after succeeding in business, I was even hired as an honorary professor at a prestigious business school. But no matter what the past had been, I had to attend this university now. Today, I interviewed with several companies, only to realize that without qualifications, I couldn't even get a foot in the door. Academic credentials were the key to opportunity. Lying in bed, I drifted off into a comfortable sleep. Managing a massive corporation in my previous life meant endless responsibilities every day. Such ease was rare. I thought to myself, since I've been given a rare second chance at life, I should live it well. And with dreams in mind, I fell asleep. That night, I dreamed of many things. After waking up, I got ready and decided to continue figuring out how to make a living. Unlike yesterday, when I was busy with job interviews, today I plan to look for investment projects. With $2 million in startup capital at my disposal, I could explore some decent ventures. The $10,000 I lost to the delivery guy could just be chalked up as his previous life's living expenses. When I reached the ground floor, I noticed a crowd gathered around my Lamborghini, taking pictures. I lit a cigarette and waited, letting them snap away. Right then, a woman in a white sundress approached me, holding a phone tripod. She asked, "Hey there, are you planning to take pictures too?" I turned to look at her and felt a jolt in my heart. This woman was tall and slender, brimming with youthful vitality. She said, "I'm live streaming. I wanted to show my viewers this car, but they squeezed me out. I don't want to squeeze in. If you want to take photos, just use my phone and show it to the viewers in the live stream." I asked her, "Checking out cars? Are you into cars, or car modeling?" Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, because I guessed right. She worked part-time as a car model, knew a thing or two about automobiles, and often live-streamed luxury cars. Just as I was wondering how to handle it, a heavily made-up woman started leaning on the car hood about to sit on it. I couldn't tolerate that, so I took out my keys and pressed a button. As I pressed the key, the Lamborghini's lights flashed along with several beeps. The crowd taking photos stepped back, and the heavily made-up woman was startled, quickly retreating. I waved my hand in front of the stunned woman beside me and said, "Weren't you going to take photos? Let's go." She replied, so this is your car." Blushing, she felt a little awkward since she just asked me to help photograph the car earlier, plus, her heartbeat quickened in my presence. I smiled and led her to the car, letting her take the passenger seat while I settled into the driver's seat to fasten her seatbelt. With a press of the accelerator, the car shot forward. The Lamborghini Aventador SV's outstanding performance, combined with my professional driving skills, allowed the car to weave smoothly through the bustling streets. She asked, "Can I keep streaming?" Her phone's live chat was exploding. Some viewers wanted details about the Lamborghini, while others were leaving less than friendly comments. I said, "You can stream, just don't film me. The rest is up to you." After getting my permission, she removed her hand from covering the camera and began introducing my Lamborghini. For parts she wasn't clear about, she asked me, and since I had all the data on the Lamborghini Aventador SV in my mind, I could answer all her questions. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, "Random task initiated, get the beauty's contact information. Reward, $5 million in cash and 1 investment card." Using the investment card would allow me to see the stock market trends for the next 2 weeks. $5 million in cash was tempting, but I knew what was genuinely powerful was the investment card. Used wisely, it could yield returns several times, tens of times, or even 100 times higher. This is doable. Getting her contact info shouldn't be a problem, but I shouldn't come on too strong and scare the girl. I can tell she's quite shy. She blushes when speaking and hesitates to join group photos. Definitely not that kind of girl. Since I'm free today anyway, I figured I'd take my time with her. Looking at her, I asked, "What should I call you, beautiful?" She replied, "My live stream name is Nan Nan." Then I asked Xiao Qingyin directly, "And your real name?" Because clearly I wasn't asking about her screen name. She pointed at her phone and shook her head. I understood, she didn't want the live stream audience to know her real name. I took out my phone, opened the WeChat interface, and gestured for her to type. After hesitating briefly, she entered her name on my screen. Seeing her name, I smiled and said, "I want to buy some clothes but need a second opinion. Could you help me out?" "Well," she seemed hesitant. Just then, a colorful comment flashed across the livestream. "Sweetheart, get out of that car and don't get involved with the driver, or you can forget about advancing in this PK tournament." I was driving when I noticed she looked unwell, so I slowed down and glanced at her phone, catching sight of the live stream chat messages. Just as I was thinking, the system's voice chimed in, "Host being provoked is intolerable, must retaliate. Random task, invite the streamer to a meal. Reward upon success, 5 million fish coins." I turned to her and asked, "Are you streaming on Shark TV?" "Yes," she replied hesitantly. She juggled part-time jobs as a car model and streamer, both to pay for her university tuition and to help her family financially. But now, her top supporter in the stream wasn't happy. I said, "I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's grab a bite together, and then I'll help you with the PK battle." Once I confirmed she was a shark streamer, I felt reassured. After all, the system rewarded with super chats. It would have been awkward if the platforms didn't match. She hesitated because if she didn't get off and leave, the top contributor might stop supporting her. Seeing her hesitate, I asked, "How many fish fins did you gift to be the top donor?" 800,000 fish fins, she replied. Pulling up in front of a breakfast diner, I asked again, "So how much is that in yuan?" She hesitated for a moment, then said the ratio between cash and shark fins was 1:1, meaning the top donor had spent 800,000 yuan. I got out of the car and headed toward the breakfast shop, saying, "Let's go. After breakfast, I'll be your top patron." At this moment, I felt I had to take the initiative and be assertive. As long as she stepped into the breakfast shop, my task would be complete, equivalent to 5 million yuan worth of shark fin instantly credited to my account. In the livestream, her top donor said, "Go ahead. I'd love to see how he becomes your top supporter." He was getting annoyed. Having been her top gifter for a long time, he'd asked to meet several times, but she always refused. This time, he saw an opportunity to pressure her. Perhaps she'd finally give in. She thought for a moment and followed me into the breakfast diner. She was also fed up with her live stream room's top gifter. Before showering her with gifts, he'd played the role of a sentimental big brother, but afterward, he kept pushing for an in-person meeting. Naturally, she understood his intentions, which was why she resisted. Once inside the diner, I asked about her preferences. Learning she had no special requests, I ordered a simple meal, just rice porridge and a few steamers of buns. As she began eating, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Mission accomplished, dining with the streamer, 5 million shark coins rewarded. After registering a Shark TV account, the system would complete the top-up, all legitimate and verifiable. I took out my phone, downloaded Shark, registered an account with the username Prince Xian. "I'll be waiting for you to claim the top spot." Her top-ranked fan sent a bullet comment in the livestream. After registering, I refreshed my account dashboard to confirm the 5 million shark coins had been deposited, then asked her, "What's your room number?" She shook her head at me. She didn't want me to face humiliation after entering the livestream. After all, the top-ranked fan had already spent 800,000, and my presence would undoubtedly provoke mockery. And if I send gifts and make demands, it would be really awkward if she refused. Seeing her hesitate, I grabbed her wrist and glanced at the room number on her phone, then immediately entered the livestream. This mission isn't particularly meaningful to me. I have no use for virtual gifts, but it could serve past missions. If I splurge on them, getting her contact info wouldn't be a problem, right? After checking out the livestream, I pulled up the nobility rank system and started by topping up my status. Topping up for nobility status consumes currency, but there's also a rebate, pretty similar to the live streaming platforms back before my time travel. Opening Emperor status for the first month costs 120,000 units, with the platform gifting 100,000, effectively spending 20,000. Subsequent renewals cost 100,000 monthly, but the system matches it with another 100,000 gift. I wanted to get Emperor status mainly for the ease of speaking. Her livestream's VIPs have colored chat texts, and I couldn't just talk to them as a plain user, could I? After activating Emperor status, I went all out and renewed for a full year. Both the initial upgrade and renewal triggered platform-wide broadcasts, with massive banners floating above the stream. Many viewers from Shark Live clicked in, causing her stream's popularity to skyrocket. Some high-ranking VIPs also joined, curious about who I was and what kind of stunt I was pulling with such a grand move. Even during major competitions, such extravagant gestures were rare. First purchase, Emperor status for 120,000 fish fins. Renewing for a year costs 1.2 million fish fins, with one fish fin equaling 1 yuan, meaning I just spent 1.32 million in the blink of an eye. After activating the noble title, the platform refunded me 1.3 million fish fins. I chose the most expensive gift, the super rocket, and started tapping each rocket costing 2,000 fish fins. My finger kept jabbing at the screen. Lord Xian sends Super Rocket X1. Lord Xian sends Super Rocket X2. Lord Xian sends Super Rocket X99. Lord Xian sends Super Rocket X200. Lord Xian sends Super Rocket X500. I kept poking the screen with my finger and asked, "Why does pressing this take so much effort? Can't your platform set bigger gift options? Am I number one on the leaderboard yet?" "You're already number one," she replied, her face flushed with a mix of shyness and excitement. My flurry of actions had just earned her 1 million in gifts. I said, "Couldn't type properly until I was top donor, now I can." After stopping the gift spree, I started typing, "What's wrong with having breakfast with me, streamer? What's the problem with just asking about breakfast? You're making me get off the car and demanding no involvement. Your requests are a bit excessive, don't you think?" My colorful barrage comment floated across the screen, its font size significantly larger than the previous top donors, such as the dominance of an Emperor account. I typed again, "If you're the top donor, then I'll shut up." Naturally, I had to clap back when challenged. The viewers flooding into the livestream were getting hyped. This was a battle between the rich, a showdown between the new and old top donors. The original top donor was furious and ready to recharge, even beyond his means, determined to challenge me. However, a newly entered marquee in the livestream noticed my car and started dropping knowledge bombs in the comments. This car guru clearly knew his stuff, mentioning that my ride was the latest Lamborghini Aventador SV, with a base price of 9.2 million yuan. Being the newest model, it required a premium, pushing the on-road price to at least 12 million yuan. This revelation instantly deflated the former top donor's competitive spirit. Faced with someone driving a 12 million yuan supercar, he knew any further battle would be futile. The science guru advised LAMBORGHINI, buddy, don't go head-to-head with him. You've been soaking in this platform for years, spending just over $1 million. This guy's a brand new account registered today, just casually messing with you for fun. Many viewers took popular science pros advice and clicked on my profile, only to find it was a freshly registered account less than 20 minutes old. Seeing the old top donor go quiet, I immediately logged out. I only came in to counter the provocation, not to stick around. The viewers in the live stream were baffled, gifting and then immediately leaving. What kind of move was this? Recharging like an emperor, making all those flashy moves, wasn't it just to show off? How come you quit already? In the breakfast diner, I slurped congee and gnawed on steamed buns, leaving her utterly perplexed about what I planned to do next. After wiping my mouth, I said to Xiao Qingyin, scan my WeChat a little later. If the top donor gets replaced, give me a shout. She let out a sigh, hesitating as she said, I only do live streams about science popularization cars, nothing else. I knew she was worried I might have other intentions, so I explained with a laugh, haha, you're overthinking it. I'm just annoyed because someone provoked me, nothing more to it. There's not much shark fin in the account, just a few million left. Besides, I don't know any other streamers, so if I need to spend, you're the one I'll send it to. My words left her slightly embarrassed, since I'd laid everything out openly. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded with reactions. New viewers were stunned that my account had deposited several million sharkfin within 20 minutes of registration, while regulars flooded the screen joking that Xiao Qingyin had been rejected, with zero ulterior motives on anyone's part. After breakfast, I drove my Lamborghini and took Xiao Qingyin to a nearby mall to shop for new clothes. I've always been particular about my attire. My business experience before the time travel taught me that proper dressing not only makes one feel comfortable but also shows respect for others. After entering the shopping mall, I picked out clothes while Xiao Qingyin gave me advice. I only visited high-end boutiques of premium brands, giving her livestream audience a glimpse of luxury stores. After purchasing the clothes, I didn't let her assistance go unrewarded. I gifted her a handbag. Exchanging contact details afterward came naturally. After I left, her livestream viewers probably became convinced I had no ulterior motives. They were likely worried that after giving the bag, I might have other intentions meant to make Xiao Qingyin unable to walk away. After obtaining Xiao Qingyin's contact information, my reward arrived. 5 million in cash was deposited, along with an investment card I highly valued. The 5 million in cash was a fixed reward, but no one could predict the returns from the investment card. However, I didn't plan to use it right away. With limited funds on hand, a small initial investment would affect the potential profits. I was a bit reluctant to sell my car, but doing so could build up capital. With the investment card, I could earn even more, but I'd think about that later. I strolled around the streets in good spirits. Things were off to a decent start. Eventually, I stopped by a coffee shop, ordered a cup, and sipped it while mulling over how to invest my starting capital. The system's rewards weren't fixed. I couldn't just wait around. I needed to take the initiative and figure things out. Deep in thought, I glanced up to see the woman sitting across from me frowning. It was none other than Su Qingyan, the woman who had given me my service fee. I went to the counter to scan the code and withdraw 10,000 in cash, then settled the bill for both of us. After settling the bill, I walked over to her and placed 10,000 in cash on the table. With a cold expression, she asked, "What do you mean by this?" I replied, "What did you mean by leaving money that day? You looked down on yourself and on me." She stared at me and said, "State your demands." I shook my head, stood up, and walked away. She really did look down on people. "Stop right there," she shouted. At that moment, the system issued a random task: make her understand I currently had no ulterior motives toward her, make her apologize, and have her voluntarily invite me to dinner. The reward? 8 million in cash and a villa in Zhonghai's Bund district. This task is challenging. She has a bad impression of me and keeps pushing me away. She stood up and said, "Come outside with me, we need to talk." Then she went to the counter to pay the bill. I knew she was a strong-willed woman, used to giving orders. When she realized I had already paid, she got even more annoyed. Outside the cafe, she got into her Maserati and told me to catch a cab on my own. I was speechless after everything that day, and now she wouldn't even let me ride with her. She drove out of the parking lot and waited for me. I pulled up beside her in the Lamborghini, tilting my chin to signal she could go. Seeing me in such a fancy car, she probably thought I wouldn't be easy to deal with. She drove to a tea house in the Bund area, parked, and waited for me. Earlier, she chose a coffee shop close to her office, worried about gossip. Locking my car, I walked over to her and noticed her tall figure, her flaxen, slightly wavy hair giving off an elegant vibe. She studied me carefully too, then led the way inside the tea house. She requested a private booth by the window, ordered tea, and specifically instructed that no one was to disturb us. She poured herself a cup of tea and said, "Out with it. Be direct, what do you want? How much money will it take to bury this matter?" I poured myself a cup of tea and replied, "No need for money. Burying this isn't hard. 2 conditions. First, tell me exactly what happened that night when I was drunk. Second, since you left money that day and humiliated me, you'll need to treat me to dinner and apologize." She glanced at me and said, "These 2 demands aren't appropriate. Change them. Just tell me how much you need. I know you might not lack money, but I'm willing to pay more." I was a bit angry. "You've misunderstood me. Throwing money at me that day was unfair in your judgment of me. Today at the cafe was a coincidence, yet you instinctively assumed I was harassing you, talking about letting me make demands. When have I ever made any demands? If this isn't resolved properly, then I might actually start showing up tomorrow, and maybe then it really would be harassment." Not wanting to be harassed by me, she explained, "I wasn't in a good mood that day and just wanted to unwind. I ran into you at the bar, thought you were a host, someone who hangs around bars, and that's how it ended up." I felt Su Qingyan shouldn't have acted that way and shook my head, saying, "Being in a bad mood doesn't mean you should lose self-respect. That's being irresponsible to yourself." Su Qingyan looked at me and asked, "My company had some issues that day, and I also faced betrayal in my personal life. That's why I acted that way. Here, I want to sincerely apologize to you. I wouldn't mind treating you to a meal as well. Could we just put this matter behind us?" I smiled, having a fairly good impression of Su Qingyan. I didn't want to make things difficult for her. If it weren't for the task, I wouldn't even have asked for an apology. So I replied, "Sure, as long as I know you didn't mean to humiliate me, then it's all good." Chapter 6, I misjudged you. After leaving the tea house, Su Qingyan took me to a private kitchen restaurant. Once we were seated in a private room, she handed me the menu and said, "I've been here a few times, it's excellent. You go ahead and order." I waved my hand and said, "Since Miss Su has been here several times, she must be quite familiar with the place. Just order a few of your usual favorites." She thought for a moment, then asked if I had any dietary restrictions. After getting my answer, she ordered several dishes she considered good without even glancing at the menu. After ordering, she looked at me and asked, "Would you like some wine?" I shook my head. We both drove here, so maybe not. After the waiter left, there was a bit of awkwardness between us. It was me who broke the silence first. "Earlier today, I misunderstood something and ended up with a not-so-great attitude. You apologized for the misunderstanding, so I should also apologize for my behavior toward you." As I spoke, I picked up the teapot and poured her a cup of tea. She said, "Don't blame yourself. It's just that there's been a lot going on lately, making me a bit paranoid." I asked, "Could you tell me what's troubling you?" She shook her head. "It's a bit embarrassing, not really convenient to share." I smiled. Since she said it wasn't convenient, I didn't press further. We simply began eating our meal. After we finished, Su Qingyan called the waiter to pay the bill. I said, "Since this is your apology for misunderstanding me, I won't fight you for the bill. I'll treat you next time." After speaking, I took out my phone and extended my WeChat QR code toward her. She hesitated slightly before scanning it, and we exchanged contacts. Leaving the private kitchen restaurant, I waved as she got into her car. Just then, she rolled down the window and said, "That day was an accident. I'm not that kind of person." With those words, she drove off. After watching her leave, I leaned against my Lamborghini, lit a cigarette, and checked my rewards. 8 million yuan in cash had already been deposited. My bank balance now stood at 15 million. Through the car window, I spotted a document folder on the passenger seat. It was the property deed. With a car, a house, and savings now under my belt, I felt this was indeed the first step toward being a winner in life, just as the system had claimed. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in my mind, "Host has completed the 10 million wealth achievement. Inspect skill unlocked, can now examine target status and limitations. Note, inspected targets must remain within 5 meters of the host." I queried the system, and a status panel materialized in my mind. Host * Tang Xian. Funds, 15,010,063 yuan. System startup funds, 2 million. First task, obtaining the contact information of anchor Xiao Qingyin, reward, 5 million. Just completed a task related to Su Qingyan, reward, 8 million. The remaining 10,063 yuan was savings from the previous unlucky fellow. Vehicle, Lamborghini. Real estate, 1 villa in Zhonghai Bund. Skill, inspection technique. I understand the funds, vehicle, and real estate, but this inspection technique, I need to try it out. I cast the inspection technique on a woman passing by. Miao Yun, 28 years old. Favorability, 20. Occupation, accountant. Quality, 87. Favorability ratings from 0 to 20 are strangers, 20 to 50 indicate slight fondness, 50 to 70 are friends, 70 to 80 are close friends, 80 to 90 for men means sworn brothers and for women means confidants, equivalent to chastity and quality. 90 to 100 represents purity. Below 90, 1 flaw equals 1 strike. Below 80, 1 flaw equals 10 strikes. Negative favorability means hostility and hatred. I glanced again at Mia Yun walking by and knew she was a woman with 3 strikes. But being 28 years old, 3 strikes is normal. It doesn't mean she's promiscuous. A favorability of 20 probably means I find her somewhat agreeable. I got in the car and drove toward the Zhonghai Bund Villa district. This area is one of Zhonghai's high-end residential developments, specializing in sea view properties. Close to the bustling district yet peaceful, the prices are outrageously high, beyond the reach of anyone without substantial wealth. When I reached the villa district's gate, a security guard approached, saluted, and stepped to the front left side of the car. "Good day, sir," he said. "Your license plate isn't in our system. If you're a visitor, we'll need you to register, or you can have the homeowner call our gatehouse to confirm." I opened the document folder in the passenger seat, took out the property deed, and handed it to him. "I'm not a visitor." After checking the property deed, he saluted again. "Once we register your information, our security system will automatically grant your vehicle access. Have a pleasant day." This security guard certainly had good manners. I offered him a cigarette before driving into the community. The Bund Villa district doesn't just feature villas, it also has exquisite high-rises, though the villa area boasts the best views. I located Villa number 9, which the system had rewarded me. At this moment, the security guard who had accepted the cigarette told the others to pay attention to my car when they see it again. One guard asked, "Captain, don't we have residents in our villa area who drive top-tier supercars too?" The captain replied, "That was a brand new Lamborghini just now, and the owner lives in Villa number 9. Villa number 9 is the largest, best equipped, and most luxurious property in our entire Bundside residential community. Lots of people covet it. Whoever bought that villa is definitely no ordinary person, so stay sharp." At this moment, I had already arrived at the villa's main gate. After retrieving the original password from the property deed folder and registering my facial recognition and fingerprint scans, I drove into the villa. After parking the car, I began to survey the villa, a 3-story building with strong classical influences, complete with pavilions, water terraces, and a fountain in the courtyard. The lawn was well maintained, thanks to the property management. Entering the villa's grand hall, I was met with an atmosphere of understated luxury, solid wood decor that was both elegant and refined. A spiral staircase stood to the side. The second floor housed a home theater, game room, and art studio, while the third floor contained the bedrooms, including the master suite and guest rooms. The fourth floor was an observation deck with a stunning view of the ocean at night. I was thoroughly satisfied. From now on, I was the owner of this place. The apartment in the old city district had never given me any sense of belonging. As I was inspecting the villa, the doorbell rang. I went downstairs and opened the door to find a woman wearing a black tailored suit standing there with a file folder in hand. She spoke first. "Hello, Mr. Tang. I'm the villa housekeeper. Since you hadn't moved in before, you can entrust me with any issues in your daily life from now on." I turned and walked into the villa's grand hall, picking up the high-end purple clay teapot to brew some tea as I said, "Come inside and talk. Tell me what services you offer." Chapter 7, Filling in the Pit. Entering the villa's lobby, Tang Xian took out a tea set and brewed a pot of tea. "How should I address you? Please, have a seat." "Hello, Mr. Tang. My name is Su Wan. You can call me Xiao Su." Su Wan sat down across from Tang Xian, her legs elegantly crossed. "Have some tea and tell me about your business scope." After pouring Su Wan a cup of tea, Tang Xian cast an appraisal skill toward her. Su Wan, 24 years old, occupation, Bund property manager, quality score 92. The villa district handles landscaping maintenance, hygiene management, as well as in-house domestic services. We can accommodate any reasonable requests from Mr. Tang. Please feel free to mention any preferences or taboos you have, along with your requirements, and I'll take note of them. As she spoke, Su-won opened her folder, ready to jot down Tang Xian's specifications. "Just follow the standard procedure will do. Also, I'd like to prepay the property management fees," Tang Xian said to Su-won. "Mr. Tang, you've already prepaid property fees for 10 years, there's no need for additional prepayment." Su-won looked at Tang Xian in surprise. The records for Villa number 9 showed a decade's worth of fees had been paid in advance. Was he so flush with cash it was burning a hole in his pocket? Hearing Su-won's reply, Tang Xian realized the system had already taken care of everything. Then Tang Xian said that everything should be handled normally, and left a copy of the villa keys with Su-won. "Thank you for your support and trust, Mr. Tang. Our property staff have undergone rigorous training, whether in professionalism or character. There will be no issues," Su-won said to Tang Xian. "I don't know much about your staff, but right now, I'm trusting you. Have some tea first." Tang Xian poured a cup of tea for Su-won and slid it over. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su-won nodded and promised she wouldn't let down his trust. After seeing Su-won off, Tang Xian familiarized himself with his new home and gradually settled his emotions. Several days had passed since his time travel, and many things had happened. Next, he still needed to focus on accumulating capital. Initial funds determine future returns, and he didn't want to waste his precious investment opportunity. Previously, Tang Xian had planned to do part-time jobs, but now he needed to think about the right investment choices. As Tang Xian was deep in thought, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat voice call. Picking it up, he saw it was from Su Qingyan. They hadn't been apart for long. Why was she calling? Could it be that she wanted him to take responsibility? He didn't think Su Qingyan was that kind of person. Earlier, she had asked him to name a price, clearly wanting to sever any ties between them. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Xian answered the call. Could you do me a favor? Su Qingyan's voice came through the phone, delicate and pleasant. If it's within my capabilities, no problem. But if it's beyond me, then I apologize in advance. Tang Xian wasn't some impulsive young fool who'd agree to things without thinking. After some hesitation, Su Qingyan explained the situation. Due to family pressures, she'd been set up on a blind date with the child of her parents' friends. They'd gotten along fairly well initially, until she discovered he was two-timing. Furious, she decided to retaliate, hence the scene at the bar. My parents found out about this mess, and now they're worried about me. They've arranged another blind date. I was hoping you could step in for me. Su Qingyan laid out her plan. She wanted Tang Xian to pose as her boyfriend to placate her family, taking the blame. Tang Xian was somewhat unwilling to do such a thing, but if he refused, he had already taken advantage of Su Qingyan. Random task, agree to Su Qingyan's request. Reward, master-level calligraphy skills. Just as Tang Xian was deliberating, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Agreeing would bring rewards, master-level calligraphy skills, a definite boon. After all, elegant handwriting is like a second face. Alright, I'll do it for you, Tang Xian agreed aloud. When Tang Xian remained silent, Su Qingyan initially thought the matter wouldn't work out, but unexpectedly there came a turn of events. Alright, let's find time to meet tomorrow and discuss the details. My parents aren't easily fooled, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. Deal. I'll wait for your message tomorrow, Tang Xian responded. Having accepted the task and promised Su Qingyan, he naturally wouldn't look for excuses to back out. After hanging up, Tang Xian leaned back on the sofa in thought. He hadn't even researched the investment matter yet, and now he had to help with Su Qingyan's situation. After resting for a while, Tang Xian went to the study and began practicing his master-level calligraphy. When he agreed to Su Qingyan's request, some calligraphy knowledge had already surfaced in his mind. Now, his brushstrokes flowed effortlessly, and after trying several fonts in succession, he found he could perfectly control each one. While Tang Xian was writing, his phone rang again, another WeChat call. Glancing at it, he saw it was Xiao Qingyin. He answered, putting it on speaker before asking if something was the matter, or if his top fan ranking had changed. No, you're still the top ranking fan, and since you're not a bad guy, I wanted to treat you to a meal, Xiao Qingyin said to Tang Xian. Sure, I've already had lunch, how about dinner? Tang Xian replied as he continued writing. He felt he needed to stay active, knowing that movement was the key to triggering system tasks. After arranging the meeting spot and ending the call, Tang Xian took a short break. By evening, he received a message from Xiao Qingyin saying she had arrived near the Bund and mentioned there was a delicious local cuisine restaurant there. Driving out of the villa area, Tang Xian arrived at the designated location and spotted Xiao Qingyin dressed in a pale blue gown. Get in. Pushing open the passenger door, Tang Xian waved at her. Settling into the passenger seat, Xiao Qingyin fastened her seatbelt. I'm not familiar with it. How about you guide me? Tang Xian said to Xiao Qingyin, then casually cast an identification skill in her direction. Xiao Qingyin, a professional student, part-time car model and live streamer, quality score 94. After investigating, Tang Xian realized that Xiao Qingyin had never lied and was a girl who cherished her self-respect. Xiao Qingyin followed the navigation directions, having only heard about this place from classmates but never actually been there herself. By the way, did that top-ranking fan of yours cause any trouble? Tang Xian asked while driving. Well, he left the fan group and went elsewhere, but left a message saying whoever challenges me in PK battles, he'll help them defeat me. Xiao Qingyin's expression turned slightly awkward. What a sore loser. That's just petty. Don't worry, this partly concerns me too. When you have a PK battle, message me on WeChat. I'll help whenever I can. Can't stand people with such vulgar mentality. Tang Xian spoke up, having sized up the situation. That guy was just some small-time rich kid throwing money around. Truly wealthy people don't play such low-class games. You've already supported me so much. Xiao Qingyin shook her head. Chapter 8 Clearing the path like a rocket. Don't mention it. The shark fin's already been accounted for, and it's of no use to me anyway. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a meal when you're free, Tang Xian said with a smile. Having helped Xiao Qingyin last time, he'd received 5 million in cash and a precious investment card, so he was more than willing to assist her again. After dining at the restaurant Xiao Qingyin's friend had recommended, Tang Xian found the meal quite satisfying. He then left together with Xiao Qingyin. Where do you live? I'll drive you home. Standing beside the Lamborghini, Tang Xian inquired. We're actually neighbors. I live in the same complex as you, though I share the apartment with roommates. I was coming back from my part-time job today, which is why I arranged to meet at the Bund, Xiao Qingyin said with a smile. Tang Xian understood now. Xiao Qingyin rented in the old district where he used to live, but from now on, he wouldn't need to stay there anymore. With a villa to live in, who would choose the old district? That would just be self-torture. After dropping Xiao Qingyin off in the old district, Tang Xian stopped by the supermarket to pick up some groceries and daily necessities before heading back to the Bund villa. Upon returning to the villa, he unpacked his purchases, brewed a pot of tea, and then turned on his computer to catch up on the latest news and stay informed about current events. Eventually, he settled into bed and opened Shark Live to browse. Opening Shark Live, Tang Xian's account showed Xiao Qingyin was currently streaming. Entering the live stream, Tang Xian saw Xiao Qingyin introducing the delicious food they had eaten today and making some recommendations. When an emperor enters the stream, there's an announcement. Seeing Tang Xian's ID appear, Xiao Qingyin's face lit up with joy. At that moment, some surprising messages popped up in the bullet comments. Before he joined, Xiao Qingyin had been in a PK battle with someone else. Once the PK began, Xiaofeng Feiyang, the previous top contributor on Xiao Qingyin's stream, supported the opposing side and helped them beat Xiao Qingyin badly. The viewers in Xiao Qingyin's livestream wanted to help her win against the opponent, but Xiaofeng Feiyang proved too strong a contender. Her fans simply couldn't muster enough strength to turn the tide. Anyone's welcome to connect for a voice chat, and PK battles are open to all challengers, Tang Xian typed, his colored bullet comments floating across the live stream screen. No, thanks. If I can't afford to provoke them, I can at least avoid them. I won't be doing any PKs for a while. Xiao Qingyin hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Go ahead and connect. Some people need to be taught a lesson, taught until they're too ashamed to show their faces. Tang Xian typed again, followed by other viewers urging Xiao Qingyin to connect for a voice chat. Xiao Qingyin's livestream was somewhat different from others. She was more laid back, sometimes streaming about cars and other times doing outdoor broadcasts. She didn't have a large fan base. Encouraged by Tang Xian and the livestream viewers, Xiao Qingyin successfully connected for the voice chat, and the PK page appeared. The battle had begun. At that moment, Great Wind Flying appeared in the opposing livestream and started sending super rockets, 3 in a row, 6,000 fish fins, which meant a consumption of 6,000 yuan. Random mission initiated, help streamer Nan Nan win 5 consecutive PK battles. Reward, 5 million in cash, 5 million in virtual currency. As gifts began flooding the opponent's livestream, Tang Xian heard the system's voice echo in his mind. He smirked at the announcement. Virtual currency meant nothing to him, but cold hard cash? That was vital. With enough funds saved up, he could finally use that investment card for a massive payday. After listening, Tang Xian tapped open the gift panel and launched 10 super rockets without hesitation, obliterating the opponent's progress bar in an instant. In the opponent's live stream, Strong Wind Flying sent 7 more super rockets, then posted a bullet comment rallying the host's fans to strike back. This host's stream had several times more viewers than Xiao Qingyin's, and there were quite a few high-ranking nobles on the leaderboard as well. Amid the fervent cheers stirred by the gale-like momentum, the streamer's fans began showering gifts, super rockets and rockets soaring one after another. In an instant, they surpassed Nanan's livestream donation bar and left it far behind. Young Master Xian sent out Super Rocket X1. Young Master Xian sent out Super Rockets X2. Young Master Xian sends Super Rockets X99. Seeing the other side start attacking, Tang Xian directly launched a set of super rockets at them. With Tang Xian's set of super rockets, the opponent's livestream blood bar was crushed until only a sliver remained, almost disappearing. The opposing host let out a bitter smile before conceding defeat. After all, even for top-tier streamers, such aggressive gifting was unheard of, especially for just a minor PK battle. But Tang Xian went all out without hesitation. As the streamer conceded defeat, Defeng Fei Yang was extremely unhappy. He had wanted to humiliate Tang Xian and force Xiao Qingyin to beg him to come back, but the outcome was the opposite. He spent money only to end up losing face. Should he continue? Just one set of super rockets from Tang Xian was worth 200,000, which made him feel terrible. He could afford to splurge 200,000, but the problem was, even spending that much didn't guarantee a win. Amid Defeng Fei Yang's torment and embarrassment, the PK battle ended. After the PK concluded, Tang Xian visited the opponent's livestream and sent 2 super rockets. Before arriving in this world, he had also watched livestreams and knew about the unwritten rule where the winner of a PK would send medical fees to avoid humiliating the opponent. Personally, he didn't care, but he didn't want to make enemies for Xiao Qingyin. Seeing Tang Xian's super rockets, the previously disgruntled host quickly thanked him and expressed hopes that Big Bro would visit often. After sending the gifts, Tang Xian returned to Xiao Qingyin's livestream. Seeing Tang Xian's return, the live chat exploded with messages, all praising Lord Xian 666. What was that PK challenge that guy mentioned during the last stream? Tang Xian typed his question. It's an event. Once you accept the PK mission, you need to win 3 consecutive matches to advance after completing the task. Today I didn't actually take the mission, I just tried it casually, then got crushed. Xiao Qingyin replied somewhat awkwardly. Accept the mission and fight. After we're done, I'm going to rest. Tang Xian typed. Xiao Qingyin had a mission, and so did he. 5 million virtual gifts were irrelevant, but he couldn't pass up 5 million in real cash. Except? Xiao Qingyin asked hesitantly, mainly because PK battles meant spending on virtual gifts, essentially throwing money. She didn't really want to drag Tang Xian into this pit. Accept. Let's finish the mission quickly, then I'll listen to you sing a song before I go rest. Tang Xian said firmly. Seeing Tang Xian's resolute comment, Xiao Qingyin accepted the PK battle mission, clicked the PK button, and randomly connected with another streamer. Nanan's luck isn't great. This is a streamer with 3 million followers, not top tier, but their fanbase is way beyond what our Nan has. True, while the other side doesn't have any emperors, they've got multiple nobles. It's an old-time streamer with deep roots. Meanwhile, over at the rival stream, Big Windsoaring kicked things off by launching 5 super rockets, basically setting the tone right away. It's that bastard Big Windsoaring. He probably has a burner account in Nanan's chat and switched to his main to shower gifts after seeing her join this PK duel. A viewer explained the situation. Tang Xian shook his head. Petty schemes were useless against overwhelming firepower. The shark fins he was using were all gifted by the system. How could those who had to spend their own money compare? His fingers tapped the phone screen as super rockets flew out like they cost nothing. Lord Xian sends Super Rocket X1. Lord Xian sends Super Rocket X2. Young Master Xian sent out Super Rockets X99. Chapter 9, not even as good as me. Launching a whole set of rockets right off the bat completely stunned the opposing streamer. That opponent over there is an Emperor ranked account, freshly registered, this is only their second login. Damn, that's brutal. Straight up blasted with a rocket barrage right in the face. Streamer, don't even try to fight back, that dude's an absolute beast. Fans who went to Xiao Qingyin's livestream to gather information brought back Tang Xian's details to the baffled streamer. What's going on here? The stunned streamer managed to ask through his daze. At that moment, a viewer from Xiao Qingyin's livestream came to explain, stating the reason for the beating was due to Defeng Fei Yang. Upon hearing the news, the streamer realized there was a hidden reason behind being slammed by the super rockets, but since he had already accepted Defeng Fei Yang's super rockets, he couldn't say much. All he could do was laugh it off awkwardly. Once the time was up, the PK ended with Xiao Qingyin achieving a runaway victory. Jumping over to the opposing streamer's channel, Tang Xian sent 2 super rockets as medical fees, then promptly returned to Xiao Qingyin's livestream without saying another word. Keep the duet going. Keep the hype alive. Tang Xian typed in Xiao Qingyin's chat room after returning. Xiao Qingyin could tell that Tang Xian was genuinely feeling no pressure, so she continued the live stream connection. With absolutely no pressure in the next 2 rounds, no matter how much Defeng Fei Yang riled up the opposing side, Tang Xian directly launched a barrage of super rockets right in their face. After 3 matches, Xiao Qingyin's PK mission was completed. Thank you, young Master Xian. You've worked hard. What song would you like to hear? I'll sing one for you, though I'm not much of a singer. With the PK mission accomplished, Xiao Qingyin was in excellent spirits. Whatever, sing whichever one you think works. Tang Xian typed. Just as Tang Qingyin was about to sing, a PK duet request appeared in the livestream. Accept. Tang Xian typed out a single word. After the connection succeeded, a woman in a black dress appeared in the livestream. The Demon King, he's actually connected with the Demon King. Little streamer, you're about to get wrecked this time. That guy is top tier popularity. Shark Platform's brightest headlights of a streamer. The brightest headlights? Feeling a bit puzzled, Tang Xian typed to ask what was meant by brightest headlights, and then he understood apparently Brother Bear and Little Bear were quite impressive. Some even joked that after getting married in the future, as long as she didn't let the Demon King go hungry, she could not only feed the kids but also easily support a husband on the side. When Xiao Qingyin and the Demon King successfully connected for the duet, Defeng Fei Yan laughed. Helping the small streamer couldn't beat Tang Xian, but the Demon King was different. The Demon King's livestream had emperors, top-tier patrons, and more than one at that. As soon as the duet PK began, gifts started flooding the Demon King's livestream. She didn't even need to rally for votes. Her massive fan base meant the natural influx of gifts was already terrifying. Come on, let's see how cocky you can be now. Let's see if you're gonna get beaten up. The ID Great Windsoaring appeared in Xiao Qingyin's livestream, followed by a taunting barrage of comments. After posting the comments, Great Windsoaring headed to the Demon King's livestream to stir things up, spamming super rockets to set the tone. Brother Xian, don't take this match. The opponent is a top streaming host from Shark TV. There's no shame in backing down this time. The viewers in Xiao Qingyin's livestream recognized who the opposing streamer was and began sending messages trying to persuade her. Master Xian, let's not fight this round. Xiao Qingyin also spoke up. Why not? We're fighting. Tang Xian had been silent earlier because he was checking the system's rewards, his cash had been deposited, and the fish scale currency rewards were also in place. By the time Tang Xian finished typing, the gifts in Demon King's live stream had already surpassed 200,000, showcasing the dominance of a top-tier streamer. Opening the gift section, Tang Xian started tapping on his phone screen. Lord Xian sent Super Rocket X1. Lord Xian sent Super Rocket X2. Lord Xian sent Super Rocket X99. Young Master Xian sent out Super Rockets X200. Young Master Xian sent out Super Rockets X500. Young Master Xian sent out Super Rockets X999. Stopping his fingers, Tang Xian saw the PK health bar had completely crushed the opponent. 999 Super Rockets, that's nearly 2 million. How could that not be crushing? Even top streamers fans have to spend big on gifts. My fingers are sore, need a break. After sending out a barrage comment, Tang Xian shook his hands. In the Demon King's livestream, the Demon King straightened his back and asked, which streamer is on the other side? Are they any good? The streamer is small, but her fanbase is insane, one person taking on an entire army. A newly registered account, recharged for Emperor status for a whole year on first login. This is the second login now. Demon King, I advise you to cherish your last drops of luck. What are you all looking at? What are you all looking at? Hit him, beat him up, the Demon King shouted. As the Demon King shouted, banner notifications started popping up across the livestream. Lord Xian renewed Emperor status for 1 year in Nanan's livestream X1. Lord Xian renewed Emperor status for 1 year in Nanan's livestream X2. Lord Xian renewed Emperor status for 1 year in Nanan's livestream X3. Damn it all. Devil King slammed the table, her agitated headlights bouncing wildly. Renewing the Emperor title for 1 year costs 1.2 million, and renewing for 3 years is 3.6 million. Currently, not to mention how much remaining money Tang Xian has in his account for top-up credits, just the credits gifted from activating the Emperor status amounted to 3.6 million, that's 3.6 million in cash. Tang Xian felt it was unwise to spend the credits directly on gifts this way. Now, he had not only renewed his noble title but also received platform feedback in the form of credits. After activating the Emperor status, Tang Xian continued tapping his phone screen, with the PK meter ruthlessly surging toward his opponent. This time, we surrender, the streamer Devil spoke up. Since the battle was unwinnable, there was no point in forcing it. At her level of streaming, she no longer needed to exploit her fans. Many times, PK fights were left to fate, and even then, she usually won. But today, she'd hit an immovable wall after a small PK battle where someone spent 2 million. They were now prepared to spend another 3 or 4 million just to crush her. What kind of monster was this? Don't back down now, he's just bluffing. If we all work together, we can take him on. Hearing the Demon King show hesitation, Strong Wind Soaring wouldn't have it, rallying the big spenders in Demon King's livestream room. Only then could they stand a chance against Tang Xian. Alone, there was no hope. Who is this? Demon King frowned. She recognized most of the top contributors in her livestream, but the username Strong Wind Soaring was completely unfamiliar. Ha, this guy used to be the top donor on an opposing streamer's channel. He tried to pressure her into meeting him, but when she refused, he threatened her, ended up getting dethroned by her anonymous supporter and got chased out of the rankings. So he's just stirring trouble? Give him the boot. Then, Strong Wind and Flying Dust was kicked out of the livestream. The PK ended, and Xiao Qingyin's live broadcast screen displayed the word victory. Tang Xian entered the Demon King's livestream, opened the gift section, and started spamming super rockets. Since the opponent was a top streamer concerned about reputation, to prevent Xiao Qingyin from facing hostility in the future, Tang Xian sent 50 super rockets. Thanks for the medical fee, young Master Xian. This bruised and swollen face was totally worth it. The Demon King laughed. Tang Xian's barrage of super rockets had effectively salvaged his pride. After settling the medical bill, Tang Xian returned to Xiao Qingyin's livestream. Still fighting? If yes, let's continue. If not, sing us a song. Back in Xiao Qingyin's stream, Tang Xian typed these words. After testing her mic, Xiao Qingyin began singing. Tang Xian found it passable, nothing extraordinary but decent enough. Are you satisfied, young Master Xian? Not satisfied. Worse than mine, Tang Xian typed back. Chapter 10 ready for takeoff. Worse than yours? Xiao Qingyin froze in surprise. The bullet comments started flying at this moment. The little streamer got dissed. No talent, barefaced live streaming, you won't keep any sugar daddies this way. This small streamer's about to get iced. Come on, you sing. If it's passable, I'll support your little streamer with 50 super rockets. A colorful barrage message floated across the screen. It was Demon King, who often reciprocates by gifting other streamers and had leveled up to Emperor status herself through such generosity. How can I possibly sing this? Tang Xian froze. Was he actually supposed to sing? It's simple, just duet with the streamer, then you're all set. Before Xiao Qingyin could speak, Demon King typed and sent another barrage message. How can a winner at life let himself be looked down upon? Host, sing a song to shock the livestream viewers. Reward, master level singing skills, cash amount unknown. Note, you may first claim the master level vocal performance reward, then receive cash rewards based on task completion. The specifics are unknown. As Tang Xian was momentarily stunned, the system's voice arrived. Claim the reward first, then get to work. Now this was something he could get behind. At that moment, Tang Xian's mind was suddenly filled with vocal techniques, as professional-level singing skills became ingrained in his consciousness. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian recalled that the villa's home theater was fully equipped with a piano and guitar among other instruments. He got up and went to the entertainment room. Tang Xian placed his phone on the piano music stand, pulled over a chair, sat down with his guitar, and then clicked to connect the mic. Who knows if you're really singing or lip-syncing? Turn on the video, flashed the colorful barrage from the Devil King. Tang Xian felt a bit frustrated. If it weren't for the system mission, he would simply log off, but this was a task he had to complete. Make do with listening for now. This new account doesn't have video permissions, Tang Xian replied aloud, as the mic connection allowed for speaking. Ha! New accounts don't have video privileges, but the Emperor does. Hurry up and turn on the camera, no lip-syncing tricks. The Demon King's barrage of comments came flying across the screen. After some thought, Tang Xian decided to reveal a different side of himself. He pulled open the floor-to-ceiling window curtains, brightening the room slightly. After propping his phone on the drum set, testing the piano, and adjusting the microphone in front of it, Tang Xian turned on the video, though the camera only captured his profile. Damn! What's all this? A piano, a guitar, a projector screen, this room is next level classy. To think this guy renewed his Emperor membership for 3 straight years, his family background must be ridiculously strong. That profile could slaughter hearts, absolutely lethal side profile. Fingers gliding across the piano keys, Tang Xian tentatively found the melody before beginning to play and sing simultaneously. Whenever I hear that melancholic tune, it pulls at the scars of memory. Whenever I see the white moonlight, I remember your face. Knowing I shouldn't think, can't think, yet lost in thoughts so deep. Who makes my heart ache, who pulls my heartstrings? It's you. So many regrets I bear, so many hopes I cherish, do you know? I love you, how clear, how steadfast this belief. I love you, what a warm and courageous power it is. No matter how broken my heart is, no matter how frantic love makes me, no matter what others think, love is a kind of faith that brings me to your side. The barrage of comments in the live stream stopped, everyone quieted down to listen to the song. Some searched online but couldn't find it, begging for Lord Xian to debut immediately. If Lord Xian starts live streaming, I'll send a super rocket gift. Unbeknownst to Tang Xian, his follower count was skyrocketing at that very moment. Xiao Qingyin's livestream had indeed been sparsely attended before, but after several PK battles, her viewership had surpassed 10,000. During her match with the Demon King, the room's audience exceeded 50,000. When the Demon King came to inspect her stream, all his fans followed suit, pushing the room's numbers past 100,000. Just as everyone was waiting for Tang Xian to say something, he abruptly ended the livestream call and logged off without another word. Hey, Demon King, why the sudden sign-off? That's totally your style, blazing fast. Xiao Qingyin's livestream chat exploded, with a flurry of messages taking flight. In Zhonghai's Bund Villa district, a woman in a black dress sat before her computer, scrolling through her phone. Then, she sent out 50 super rockets before logging off. Another day I'll invite our top fan to sing again, I'm signing off now. Xiao Qingyin also ended her livestream. After closing the livestream, Xiao Qingyin felt everything was like a dream. Tang Xian was just someone she randomly encountered during her broadcast, yet this one person had already gifted her several million and renewed his Emperor membership for 3 years in her channel. With the high commission rates for Emperor memberships, this meant Tang Xian had helped her earn a considerable sum. After exiting the streaming platform, Tang Xian also received a system notification when the host sang. The live stream's viewership exceeded 100,000, rewarding 10 million in cash. As the system announced this, his phone chimed with the sound of the bank transfer notification. The previous mission of helping Xiao Qingyin win 3 consecutive PK battles had rewarded 5 million, and now another 10 million was deposited. His bank balance reached 30 million yuan, along with some special skills, master-level calligraphy and master-level singing ability. After showering, Tang Xian lay down on bed, feeling quite satisfied with his gains. While Tang Xian was resting, the internet exploded with excitement. Someone had recorded his song and posted it online, attracting immense popularity. Even professional musicians gave high praise, noting that not only were the lyrics and composition top tier, but his vocal performance was also at a master level. After a night's rest, Tang Xian drove to the bank early in the morning to open a stock trading account. After learning the details of stock investment in this world, he returned home. Back at his villa on the Bund, Tang Xian turned on his computer, downloaded a stock trading app, and projected it onto the screen. When the stock market opened, he activated his investment card. After using the investment card, stocks with indicators appeared in Tang Xian's vision, showing their price trends for the next 2 weeks. After reviewing them, Tang Xian identified 2 volatile stocks, one currently undervalued, destined to reach its peak right before the midday market close. Each stock couldn't drop more than 10% or rise more than 10% in a single day. Buying at the lowest and selling at the highest meant a guaranteed 20% profit. Without hesitation, Tang Xian poured all 3 million of his funds into the stocks. He bought at their lowest point, then waited patiently for the peak to sell, securing that 20% gain. After making tea, Tang Xian turned on the television. While watching TV, he kept his eyes fixed on the projection screen. Even the slightest deviation could lead to a huge mistake, so he had to stay vigilant. With only a short time left before the morning market closed, the volatile stock reached its peak. Without hesitation, Tang Xian immediately sold his shares. With an investment of 30 million, a 20% profit translated to 6 million in earnings. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xian poured all 36 million into another volatile stock, buying at its lowest point of the day. According to the investment card's prediction, it would peak right before the afternoon market closed. Chapter 11, You'll Run Out of Money. Sipping tea, Tang Xian waited for the stock to peak. He could have held onto it long-term since the stock would continue to rise, but long-term holdings wouldn't maximize profits. He planned to push his limits with high-frequency trading. Today was just about getting a feel for it, without multiple stock swaps. As Tang Xian researched other stocks, his phone rang. A glance told him it was Su Qingyan. After answering, Su Qingyan asked to meet up. She wanted to prepare before introducing him to her parents. Can it be later? I still have some things to finish, Tang Xian said. You promised me, Su Qingyan replied unhappily upon hearing his words. Is it urgent? Noticing the displeasure in Su Qingyan's voice, Tang Xian asked resignedly. Yes, I made an appointment with my parents. If this causes you any loss, I'll compensate you, Su Qingyan said. I need to sell some stocks before the market closes today, but I'm not used to operating on my phone yet. Tang Xian told the truth. Come on, I know how to do it. Let me help you handle it. If there's any loss, it'll be on me. Su Qingyan responded to Tang Xian's words. Helpless, Tang Xian let Su Qingyan send her location and drove there. Operating on the phone was inconvenient, though not impossible. Following the location, Tang Xian drove to the famous Oriental shopping plaza in Zhonghai City. After parking the car, Tang Xian spotted Su Qingyan wearing black sunglasses at the entrance of the shopping plaza. My father enjoys tea, so let's buy some good quality tea. And we should get some cosmetics for my mother. Also, you might want to change your outfit. Your current look is energetic but not quite formal enough, Su Qingyan said as soon as she saw Tang Xian. Since I agreed to help you with this, I'll cooperate fully. Tang Xian nodded before following Su Qingyan into the Orient shopping plaza. Once inside the shopping plaza, Tang Xian mainly accompanied her, occasionally helping carry the items she purchased. After buying the items, Yi Xian and Su Qingyan carried the tea leaves and cosmetics to the car. You seem a bit distracted. Something about the stocks, right? It's almost closing time. Let me handle it. Give me your phone. Noticing Tang Xian was glued to his phone, Su Qingyan spoke up. I'll do it myself. Tang Xian had already figured it out, but hadn't pulled the trigger yet because he didn't know the stock's peak price. Hand it over. The market is about to close. Don't mess this up and then make me compensate for your mistakes. Su Qingyan snatched Tang Xian's phone from his hand. Mainly, she wanted to see how many stocks he had bought, check his past trading records, and get a look at what kind of amateur she was dealing with. The current increase is 8%. There are still 10 minutes before the market closes. It will rise to 10%, hitting the limit up before the closing bell. Sell when it peaks. With her phone taken by Su Qingyan, Tang Xian could only offer advice. That accurate? Su Qingyan was astonished. A 2% rise in just 10 minutes? That would require incredible foresight. Just do as I say. I'll take responsibility for the outcome myself. Tang Xian lit a cigarette. With 10 minutes left, Su Qingyan began reviewing Tang Xian's stock transactions. Upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in surprise. His investment volume was enormous, a heavy bet. Still with time to spare, she tapped on his trading history to examine his capital input and returns. After reading it, Su Qingyan's expression shifted from astonishment to shock. Tang Xian had invested 30 million in the market this morning, with his first trade yielding a 20% profit, full returns. The second stock was the one currently in play. Purchased at rock bottom, it had climbed from a 10% decline to an 8% surge and 18% gain. Did you sell? Tang Xian asked as Su Qingyan studied the transaction records. Right away. Hearing Tang Xian's voice, Su Qingyan began operating, but she was too late. Trading had already halted for the day. Unable to sell, Su Qingyan turned to look at Tang Xian. Don't tell me you didn't sell it? Tang Xian's initial agitation gradually calmed, realizing it wasn't a major issue. The stock would still rise by 6% tomorrow morning, allowing for similar operations then. I didn't sell. After you execute the trade tomorrow, I'll compensate you for any losses. Su Qingyan's fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Handing my phone to you was unwise on my part. I'll bear the consequences myself. So, what should we buy next? Tang Xian reached out to retrieve his phone. Let's get you a proper suit. Su Qingyan smoothed her hair in an attempt to ease the awkwardness. Watching Su Qingyan sweep her hair aside, Tang Xian found himself momentarily spellbound. This woman was truly goddess tier. In his astonishment, Tang Xian instinctively cast an inspection skill toward Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, age 25, favorability 49, occupation, CEO of Shanghai Group, quality 89. The CEO of Shanghai Group? So young for such a position. A favorability of 49, that's quite good already, just shy of friendship level. Quality 89, a first kill? Meaning that time she picked him up drunk was indeed her first time. No wonder there'd been that trace of crimson on the sheets. What are you looking at? Who doesn't make mistakes sometimes? But your judgment was spot on. It really did peak before the market closed. How did you figure that out? Su Qingyan asked Tang Xian, studying him closely. This is a pharmaceutical company that was recently embroiled in a scandal, causing its stock to plummet. Then they announced a new drug, so it went from hitting the daily limit down to reaching the daily limit up, Tang Xian explained. This information had been revealed by the investment card. What's the situation with this stock tomorrow? Su Qingyan asked as she walked into the mall. Today I'm just here to fill in for you, not to provide business consulting, Tang Xian replied to Su Qingyan. Alright, you win. Su Qingyan sounded somewhat helpless. This was the first time she'd encountered a man who ignored her requests. Previously, every man she knew had been exceedingly attentive even without her asking anything of them. Entering the shopping mall, Su Qingyan led Tang Xian to the menswear section. She picked out a navy blue suit and helped him select a pair of shoes, then urged him to try them on. When Tang Xian stepped out of the fitting room, the two sales associates' eyes sparkled like little stars. Earlier, in his casual attire, he had exuded youthful vigor, but now in this outfit, his handsomeness carried an edge of lethal charm. Don't really like it. Casual clothes are more comfortable, Tang Xian said, looking at Su Qingyan. Casual wear for everyday use, we'll take this outfit. No need to change, just pack up his original clothes. Put it on my card. Su Qingyan spoke without even asking the price. I'll pay for it myself. Actually, you go ahead. I'm short on cash right now, I'll pay you back later. Tang Xian started to insist on paying but suddenly hesitated mid-sentence. All his savings were tied up in stocks, leaving him with just over 10,000 in pocket money, nowhere near enough to cover the bill. You poured tens of millions into the stock market, yet you're telling me you're broke? Since when are you short on money? Su Qingyan shot Tang Xian a disbelieving glare. Chapter 12, Unpresentable Behavior. I don't lie, I've sunk all my savings into stocks. And right now I only have a little over 10,000 on hand. There's definitely not enough to cover the bill, Tang Xian spoke up. After handing the card to the waiter, Su Qingyan glanced at Tang Xian with her beautiful eyes. Originally, since you're helping me this time, I should be the one paying. But since you spoke up, to spare your pitiful self-esteem, I've decided to let you handle it yourself. I'll cover the bill for you this time, but you'll have to pay me back later. I'll pay you back in half a month, Tang Xian promised. If you sell your stocks tomorrow, won't you have the money? Su Qingyan said, looking at Tang Xian. Over the past 2 weeks, my funds have been tied up in the stock market. Surely you can't even wait half a month, can you? Tang Xian grew serious. If Su Qingyan was being unreasonable, then perhaps it was better to cut ties altogether. Seeing Tang Xian's serious demeanor, Su Qingyan shook her head. Half a month is nothing, I'd wait half a year, even a full year if needed. I'm happy to remain your creditor for as long as necessary. Ha ha, then it's settled. Tang Xian laughed. Su Qingyan truly had a sensible grasp of things. With their purchases complete, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan returned to the parking lot. Tang Xian unlocked the car, and Su Qingyan placed the fine tea and cosmetics she had purchased inside. This house visit bearing gifts was ostensibly made in Tang Xian's name. Su Qingyan drove ahead leading the way while Yi Xian followed behind in his car, until the two arrived at an estate on the eastern outskirts of the city. Tang Xian was somewhat awestruck. Living in a manner like this, now that was truly a wealthy man's way of life, wasn't it? My parents enjoy the pastoral lifestyle, so they bought this estate, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian as they stepped out of the car onto the estate grounds. I understand perfectly. As he spoke, Tang Xian took the gift in his hand. Then, Tang Xian followed Su Qingyan into the villa's grand hall. Inside the hall, Tang Xian saw a middle-aged couple. The man was reading a newspaper but stood up upon noticing Tang Xian, saying, "You're here, have a seat." Greetings, uncle, greetings, aunt. After giving a slight bow to the middle-aged man, Tang Xian also greeted the elegant middle-aged woman who entered carrying a fruit tray. Luo Qingyan mentioned your name is Tang Xian, so we'll call you Little Tang. Please, have a seat, the elegant middle-aged woman said. Nodding again, Tang Xian took his seat. You've got excellent vigor, Little Tang. What field do you work in? The middle-aged man inquired while observing Tang Xian. Currently dabbling in some financial investments, Tang Xian replied. Doing financial investments means you have a deep understanding of the market. What's your take on the current market economy? Hearing Tang Xian's words, the middle-aged man became intrigued. The market competition is fierce. To establish a foothold and achieve good economic benefits, foresight is essential. At present and in the coming period, the development space for ordinary industries is limited. To break through, we need to advance in scientific and technological fields, particularly high-end, precision, and cutting-edge industries. Additionally, the medical and pharmaceutical sectors should have promising prospects. After a brief hesitation, Tang Xian shared his thoughts. Very insightful. After decades of development in our market economy, ordinary industries are becoming saturated. To carve out a path in the market, it's necessary to pursue high-end, precision, and cutting-edge directions. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. His name was Su Haijun, former helmsman of Shanghai Group, who was well-versed in the market economy and thus endorsed Tang Xian's views. As the conversation continued, Su Haijun grew increasingly impressed with Tang Xian, as some of the points aligned with his own understanding while others were insights he had yet to fully grasp. Old Su, you're still chatting away. Tang Xian is here as a guest, yet you've got him cornered. The elegant middle-aged woman spoke up. She was Qin Xiang, Su Qingyin's mother. Ha ha, got carried away in the excitement. Su Haijun laughed heartily. He was overjoyed. Earlier, noticing Tang Xian's striking looks, he'd worried he might be all style and no substance, but those concerns had melted away, replaced by complete satisfaction. Qin Xiang dragged Su Haijun away to help with the dishes, mainly to give Su Qingyan and Tang Xian some space. How'd I do? Tang Xian moved closer to Su Qingyan and asked quietly. That's enough already. You're just here as a temporary replacement. If you perform too well, what am I supposed to do later? Su Qingyan shot Tang Xian a displeased look. If I promised you, I'd naturally take it seriously. Is that wrong now? Should I just run away? Tang Xian muttered under his breath. Dare you? Su Qingyan reached out and pinched the tender flesh at Tang Xian's waist. Gritting his teeth with a sharp inhale, Tang Xian didn't dare make a sound, but right then, Qin Xiang appeared and swatted Su Qingyan's hand away. What are you doing? Have some decency. Su Qingyan didn't dare to speak. In the Su family, the decision-maker was Qin Xiang, followed by Su Haijun, with her being last in line. To avoid awkwardness, Tang Xian wandered around the living room. After all, the Su family's parlor was spacious enough. Soon, Tang Xian noticed several calligraphy scrolls hanging on one side of the room. Xiao Tang, do you also enjoy calligraphy? Su Haijun approached as Tang Xian was admiring them. Yes, studying calligraphy can settle the mind and nourish one's spirit. I truly enjoy it, Tang Xian nodded. Uncle also enjoys calligraphy. Come, let's go to the study. Su Haijun perked up with enthusiasm. Old Su, what are you doing? We're about to eat. Finish your meal and I'll make tea for you guys, then you can go to the study. Qin Xiang glared at Su Haijun. This meal left Tang Xian feeling a bit uneasy, mainly because the Su family was being overly courteous. After the meal, Tang Xian was pulled by Su Haijun to the study, where he was asked to view Su's calligraphy works. Tang Xian could tell that Su Haijun had profound calligraphy skills, but there was a hint of deliberate effort in his strokes. Qin Xiang and Su Qingyan also entered the study. Qin Xiang intended to learn more about Tang Xian, while Su Qingyan was worried that Tang might stir up trouble. Little Tang, since you enjoy calligraphy, why not show us your skills? Su Haijun vacated the main seat in the study for him. This junior wouldn't dare embarrass himself. Tang Xian shook his head. He was only here today to fill in for someone else and had no intention of showing off. Come, let uncle see which style you lean towards. Su Haijun was in high spirits. If you can write, then write. If not, just scribble a bit casually, Su Qingyan interjected. Left with no choice, Tang Xian took the main seat at the desk. After grinding the ink, he picked up the brush, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and began to write. He adopted the semi-cursive style of running script, and in no time, 2 lines gracefully appeared on the paper. As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman unceasingly strives for self-improvement. As earth's condition is receptive devotion, a gentleman nurtures virtue to carry all things. Excellent! Splendid! Su Haijun exclaimed excitedly, pulling Tang Xian aside as he took the main seat to study the calligraphy closely. Feeling that it was about time, Tang Xian prepared to take his leave. After Qin Xiang saw him out of the main hall, she had Su Qingyan accompany him further, mainly to give the two some space. As for Su Haijun, he hadn't even stepped out of the study, engrossed in the calligraphy Tang Xian had written. I think I performed decently today. Your parents probably won't pressure you again for a while, Tang Xian said as they walked side by side to his car. Yes, they probably won't. Thank you for today. Su Qingyan nodded at Tang Xian. I'll transfer the money to you later. After saying goodbye to Su Qingyan, Tang Xian started his car and drove off. Chapter 13. You should be grateful. Seeing Tang Xian hastily slip away, Su Qingyan felt a surge of irritation. Did he really think she was some kind of plague? This was beyond awkward. Her mother had sent her out to see Tang Xian off, hoping they'd have a moment alone, but now he'd bolted, leaving her standing there like a fool in the wind. When had she ever been brushed off like this? Never, that's when. After driving back to his villa on the Bund, Tang Xian took a shower and prepared to rest. He had stock market business tomorrow, high-stakes maneuvers awaited. Just as he was about to turn off the lights and go to bed, his phone rang. It was a video call from Su Qingyan. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian answered, "So what else do you need?" "What? Can't I call you if I've got nothing to say?" Hearing Tang Xian's bluntness without any polite phrases, Su Qingyan on the other end of the line felt irritated. "If you're not calling about anything, then why call? Didn't we settle today's matter already? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "I need to rest," Tang Xian said bluntly. "Rest? At this hour?" Su Qingyan was baffled. Nowadays, young people either hit nightclubs or bars this early. Who actually sleeps? Though she didn't frequent such places, she was well aware of modern lifestyles. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy. As he spoke, Tang Xian turned the camera to show Su Qingyan his bedroom, letting her confirm that he genuinely intended to rest. Seeing Tang Xian's bedroom, Su Qingyan was surprised because he truly was preparing to sleep, not deceiving or brushing her off. "You see, I really am going to rest," Tang Xian said plainly. "Wait a minute. Your analysis and control of the stock market are impressive. I have some spare liquidity, could you help me earn a little pocket money?" Su Qingyan finally asked. Having some funds to earn a bit of pocket money. Tang Xian got up from the bed, lit a cigarette, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and pulled open the curtains. "Tell me your ideas and requirements." For Tang Xian, the current situation meant considerable profits over the next 14 days. A larger investment would yield even higher returns. "Let's collaborate. You take a commission based on the profits, even a higher percentage is fine," Su Qingyan suggested. "Sorry, I'm a bit sleepy," Tang Xian said after taking a drag from his cigarette. Seriously, was he some kind of commission seeker? "Cut the crap, don't even try the sleepy excuse. Tell me straight what kind of cooperation you want," Su Qingyan snapped through the phone, grinding her teeth in frustration. How dare this bastard reject her so bluntly? A bit sleepy? That excuse wouldn't fool a ghost. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian cleared his throat. "Fine, I'll give Miss Su an opportunity to profit. Invest whatever you want now, and in half a month, you'll get a 10% return." "You're too greedy." Your two stocks today netted almost 40%. Su Qingyan was speechless because Tang Xian really was pulling a fast one on her. "The stock market is risky. You're getting a 10% return in just half a month while I'm bearing all the risks. Besides, even professional fund managers consider 10% annual returns excellent. You're hitting that in just 2 weeks, count yourself lucky." Tang Xian retorted. "Fine, I'll transfer it to you." Su Qingyan reluctantly agreed. She had no choice. Tang Xian showed no regard for her pride, completely unlike the simpering admirers she'd known before. "No need. Come early tomorrow with the money and contract." Tang Xian hung up without waiting for a reply. Staring at her phone, Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She'd actually been hung up on. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyan thought about what had just happened. She also noticed the view outside Tang Xian's floor-to-ceiling window, the scenery of a waterfront luxury apartment that seemed exclusive to the Bund Villa district. Could Tang Xian possibly be living in the Bund Villa area? After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyan picked up her phone and dialed her best friend. "Qingyan, you haven't reached out since that night at the bar. Did you let loose and get carried away?" A woman's voice came through the phone. "Xiao Yao, I need to tell you something. I recently met this guy, and he's way too arrogant. Do you have any ideas on how to teach him a lesson?" After a brief hesitation, Su Qingyan explained the situation to her best friend. "Simps don't deserve happiness. This guy really grasped the essence. Instead of simping, he caught your attention. Are you sure this guy's qualifications are good?" On the phone, Xiao Yao asked after listening to Su Qingyan's account. "He drives the latest Lamborghini model, and he seems to live in a villa on the Bund," Su Qingyan replied. "Damn. Is this guy some kind of rich playboy?" Xiao Yao exclaimed. "Probably not. He's genuinely capable himself. What I'm asking is how to teach him a lesson." Su Qingyan emphasized her purpose. "No man can resist the allure of beauty, it's just a matter of varying levels of self-control. Give him a chance to experience your charm and temptation, then keep him guessing, close yet untouchable. By the way, did anything come of that promising guy you mentioned last time? With your looks, you could easily wrap him around." Xiao Yao's words were abruptly cut off as the call ended. Could she actually be keeping him? Xiao Yao mumbled to herself. After a good night's rest and a homemade breakfast, Tang Xian decided against going out. He planned to stay home, monitoring the stock market for extreme maneuvers. Just as Tang Xian finished breakfast, his phone rang. Su Qingyan calling. "Where are you? I've brought the money and contract." Su Qingyan's voice came through the phone as the call connected. "Come to the Bund, I'll pick you up." After a moment's thought, and seeing there was still some time before the stock market opened, Tang Xian decided to settle this matter. More capital meant greater returns. "I'm already at the Bund, right at the entrance of the Villa district. Are you far from here?" Su Qingyan asked. "Not far, wait for me there." Hanging up, Tang Xian grabbed a jacket and headed downstairs. At the entrance area of the Bund Villa, Tang Xian spotted Su Qingyan. Over here. Tang Xian waved at Su Qingyan and greeted her. You live here? Su Qingyan asked. Although she had observed yesterday, she wasn't certain Tang Xian resided here. Yes. Should we find a tea house or someplace to sign the contract? Tang Xian asked. It wasn't that he minded Su Qingyan coming to his home, but inviting a woman there so abruptly felt somewhat inappropriate. Can we go to your place instead? Su Qingyan asked. Of course. I was just worried you might not be comfortable with that. Tang Xian smiled, then led Su Qingyan to the villa where he lived and served her tea. Su Qingyan glanced at the bag in her hand. Actually, we don't really need a contract. I trust you. I believe you when you say you trust me, but I should still give you some peace of mind, shouldn't I? Tang Xian chuckled, then silently cast an appraisal skill toward Su Qingyan. He wanted to check just how high her favorability toward him was. Su Qingyan, age 25, affection level 67, occupation, CEO of Shanghai Group, quality score, 89, with 65 affection points being the threshold for friendship. The 67 affection rating already signifies a quite good friendship level. Just a few more points beyond 70 would elevate it to bosom friendship. Chapter 14, A Small Fortune. After serving tea to receive Su Qingyan, Tang Xian took the contract from her hands. Your bank account number. Having handed the contract to Tang Xian, Su Qingyan spoke up. Originally, Tang Xian thought Su Qingyan would just invest 10 or 20 million, making some pocket money, but the contract stated 100 million. So this is what you meant by a little capital and making some pocket money? Tang Xian looked up at Su Qingyan and asked. Exactly. I spend quite a bit buying clothes, cosmetics, and picking out bags now and then. The expenses add up. Su Qingyan nodded. Alright, then. Your idea of pocket money is downright terrifying. Honestly, it's a good thing you were born into privilege. How else would you survive? Better not get a boyfriend, you'd ruin anyone you dated. After signing, Tang Xian sent his bank account number to Su Qingyan. After calling the bank manager to complete the transfer, Su Qingyan turned to Tang Xian. What do you mean by saying I look for people to rip off? I can support myself just fine, you know? I misspoke. With your family's wealth, whoever you choose will have decades of hard work cut short. As he spoke, Tang Xian poured all the funds Su Qingyan had transferred into his stock account. While Tang Xian fiddled with his phone, Su Qingyan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing at the waterfront view of the Bund. Make yourself at home. There's fruit in the fridge. I'll be busy in the theater room for a bit. Noticing Su Qingyan admiring the sea view, Tang Xian called out to her. Alright, I'll look around myself. Su Qingyan nodded, then began strolling leisurely around Tang Xian's villa. After wandering through both floors and checking out the observation deck, Su Qingyan made a point to inspect Tang Xian's bedroom particularly. After surveying the place, Su Qingyan concluded one thing: the villa bore traces of only Tang Xian's presence, primarily showing no signs of a woman ever living there. After washing some fruits, Su Qingyan headed to the home theater and placed the fruit bowl on the coffee table. The market is about to open, make yourself at home. I won't see you off when you leave, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. After hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan took out her phone and sent a voice message to her secretary, postponing all meetings and schedules for the day. After bidding farewell to Su Qingyan, Tang Xian adjusted his computer and projector screen, then brewed a pot of tea for himself. Once the stock market opened, Tang Xian sold all his shares and began extreme trading maneuvers. What constitutes limit-breaking operations? It's about buying at the lowest price and selling at the highest within a specific time frame to achieve returns that far exceed those of other stocks. This time, Tang Xian was operating with over 100 million yuan in capital. Following the system-provided intel, he bought whichever stock showed the highest short-term surge and sold at the most opportune moment before moving on to the next trade. Standing behind Tang Xian, Su Qingyan watched his rapid-fire operations with dazed fascination. As she cross-referenced his trades with the real-time movements on her stock app, she made a startling discovery: every single one of Tang Xian's buy-sell timings was impeccably precise, maximizing profits while minimizing time invested. Have some tea. After watching for an hour, Su Qingyan poured Tang Xian a cup. Thank you. Oh, you're still here? Tang Xian turned to glance at Su Qingyan. Not yet. I invested 100 million here. Of course I want to see how you're playing this. Su Qingyan felt a bit irritated inside. What was this? Trying to shoo her away? I'm quite busy now and can't properly host you. Make yourself at home, and I'll treat you to lunch after the midday market closes, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan felt slightly better because he clearly wasn't trying to drive her away. Before the midday market close, Tang Xian made his final investment, then stretched his back. 53% return in just one morning? This is robbery. Su Qingyan's pretty face was full of astonishment as she looked at Tang Xian, shocked by how aggressive his trading had been. Thank you for making tea and topping up my water. Let me treat you to lunch. You pick the place, though I should warn you, I'm a bit strapped for cash right now. so let's keep it under 10,000. Mid-sentence, Tang Xian awkwardly trailed off, realizing his available balance was exactly 10,000 yuan, or actually slightly less, after yesterday's gasoline fill up. I believe you. We can just have something simple for lunch. I spotted some groceries in the fridge, Su Qingyan replied amiably, having no extravagant expectations. After some thought, Tang Xian put on his jacket. You rest at home. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. I'll go with you, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. Tang Xian didn't refuse. The two didn't drive, heading out from the Bund Villa area to the supermarket. Tang Xian grabbed a shopping cart and started picking out groceries and daily necessities. Su Qingyan even bought herself a set of knitted loungewear. When it came time to check out, Su Qingyan was the one who paid. Miss Su, I somehow feel like I'm being kept, Tang Xian remarked as he watched Su Qingyan settle the bill. Ha! Would you really mind? If you're willing, I might actually consider it. Su Qingyan shot Tang Xian a dismissive glance. Would Tang Xian ever agree to be someone's kept man? She had seen the property deed in his bedroom, and his stock market portfolio was worth tens of millions, hardly the profile of someone who needed financial support. In Zhonghai City, the Bund Villa district was one of the most exclusive residential areas. A villa like Tang Xian's, with its private courtyard and dedicated viewing deck, cost upwards of 100 million. Not to mention, Tang Xian had the uncanny ability to manipulate the stock market at will, hardly the type to ever entertain the idea of being kept. Ha ha, Tang Xian chuckled before heading back to the villa with Su Qingyan. Back inside the villa, Su Qingyan first washed the new knit loungewear she had just bought and hung it out to dry. Uncomfortable informal wear, huh? I've got a cotton t-shirt, just bought it new. Would you mind? Tang Xian called out from the kitchen while busy cooking. Then bring it to me. Su Qingyan nodded. She had dressed in a fitted blazer today, which was feeling a bit constricting. After handing Su Qingyan one of his plain cotton t-shirts, Tang Xian returned to cooking. Half an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were ready. Just eat whatever you like. I'm not sure if it suits your taste, Tang Xian called Su Qingyan over. Su Qingyan walked over. Even wearing Tang Xian's oversized t-shirt couldn't hide her proud figure, giving her a unique charm. Then I'll give your cooking a try, Su Qingyan said as she sat across from Tang Xian and began to eat. After taking a bite of the shredded pork with garlic sauce, Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xian and asked, "What's this dish called? I've never had it before, but it tastes amazing. These are some home-style dishes from my hometown. Please try them." Tang Xian added some more kung pao chicken to Su Qingyan's plate. These were all his favorite everyday dishes. Seeing Tang Xian serve her food, Su Qingyan blushed. He was the first man besides her father who had ever served her this way. Chapter 15, Turning the Tide. After the meal, Su Qingyan took the initiative to clear the table, washing all the dishes and utensils clean. Tang Xian continued studying the stock market. Though the system's information was potent, he still needed to personally understand the market. Would he really stop trading after just half a month? Before arriving in this world, he had been a successful businessman with a solid grasp of economics and considerable expertise. While Tang Xian immersed himself in stock research, Su Qingyan browsed her phone, scrolling through short videos, something she never used to watch. She didn't feel like leaving yet, but Tang Xian was too busy to keep her company. Scrolling idly, Su Qingyan stumbled upon a trending video. Careful not to disturb Tang Xian's stock analysis, she took out earphones from her purse, put them on, and tapped play. All these regrets I have, all these longings, do you even know? I love you, such a clear and steadfast faith. I love you, such warmth and courage it gives. No matter how wounded the heart, no matter how frantic the love, no matter what others may think, love is a faith that brings me to your side. As the video played, the melodious and penetrating voice reached Su Qingyan's ears. This was a song she hadn't heard before, making her straighten up in surprise before listening intently. After finishing the song, Su Qingyan opened the music player app and started searching for the track, but neither of the two music apps she tried had it. Clicking on the comments below the short video, Su Qingyan realized that the video was a screen recording from a livestream where someone called Xian Gongzi had performed the song. Glancing at Xian Gongzi's profile in the video, Su Qingyan thought he somewhat resembled Tang Xian, but didn't dwell on it. The singing in the video was nothing short of professional, truly masterful. Could Tang Xian even compare? While Su Qingyan was immersed in replaying the short video and the song on loop, the stock market opened, and Tang Xian dove right in, starting a fresh round of trading. Su Qingyan held her phone, remotely directing some company matters, then chatted with her close friend before brewing tea and bringing it to the home theater, watching Tang Xian continuously operating at the computer. Aside from bathroom breaks, Tang Xian stayed in the home theater all afternoon until the stock market closed. In just one day, you've achieved a 103% return, directly making you wealthy, Su Qingyan remarked as Tang Xian finally took a break. The stock market is risky, one must tread cautiously. You've had quite a leisurely day. Standing up, Tang Xian walked to the villa's main hall. The home theater's lighting was still somewhat dim. Today's a special occasion, so I thought I'd drop by your place. Su Qingyan sized up Tang Xian with admiration. Earning over 100 million in a single day yet remaining so composed, that was truly rare. They lounged in the living room, chatting casually as the sun dipped below the horizon. Eventually, Tang Xian retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After the meal, Su Qingyan rose to leave, feeling the day had been remarkably fulfilling. She'd not only relaxed but also gained a glimpse into a world where certain individuals could truly manipulate the stock market at will. After seeing Su Qingyan out of the Bund Villa district, Tang Xian lingered for a stroll along the waterfront before finally returning home. Tang Xian felt the results today were quite good, with a 103% return on investment. When he entered the stock market, his capital was around 100 million, and now it had grown to nearly 300 million. Of course, 100 million of that belonged to Su Qingyan, but he had used that sum quite comfortably. After some thought, Tang Xian sent a message to Su Qingyan, telling her to drive safely and that in half a month, he would appropriately increase her returns. Driving back to the estate, Su Qingyan received the message. Glancing at Tang Xian's words, she murmured, "Not too foolish after all. Qingyan, you're back. Why are you a little later today?" Seeing her daughter return, Qin Shuang greeted her. "I had dinner with a friend," Su Qingyan said to her mother. "Male or female? You have a boyfriend now, you need to be mindful of Xiao Tang's feelings," Qin Shuang said to her daughter. "Mom, it was Tang Xian whom I had dinner with," Su Qingyan replied, her face flushing crimson. After returning to her room, Su Qingyan's mind was filled with thoughts of what had happened today. It was her first time being in such close contact with a man. At the Bund Villa, Tang Xian sat reclined on a deck chair on the viewing platform, enjoying the ocean view with a cup of tea when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at it, he saw it was Xiao Qingyin calling. "No live stream today?" Tang Xian asked as soon as the call connected. "I'm actually streaming right now. There are many viewers in the chat who want to hear you sing, so I wanted to ask if you might be available?" Xiao Qingyin's voice carried a hint of nervousness. After all, Tang Xian was her top patron in the livestream room, and she felt somewhat intrusive calling him like this. Just as Tang Xian was debating whether to accept or decline, the system's voice chimed in. "Accept the mission, help Xiao Qingyin complete a live stream session. Reward, 3 million in cash." 3 million, Tang Xian needed it desperately. Although he was now a wealthy man, all his money was tied up in the stock market, leaving him without even pocket cash. "Sure, since I don't have anything else to do right now, I'll just sing a song in your livestream," Tang Xian agreed. Tang Xian made his way to the media room and, after a brief preparation, connected with Xiao Qingyin, who was already live streaming. Tang Xian's figure appeared on the screen, still in profile. Tang Xian made his appearance, and Xiao Qingyin's live stream chat exploded with comments as gifs flooded in non-stop. "Since everyone seems interested, let me play a song for you all." After testing the guitar's tuning, Tang Xian began to sing. "If those two words hadn't trembled, I wouldn't have realized my sorrow. No matter how you say it, it's just a breakup. If there are no expectations for tomorrow, holding hands is like a trip. Among thousands of doors, someone must be the first to leave. Since we can't stay in each other's embrace, why not enjoy the moment as we leave, even through tears? 10 years ago, I didn't know you, you didn't belong to me, yet here we were, walking familiar streets beside a stranger. 10 years later, now we're friends who still greet one another, but that tenderness can no longer justify an embrace. In the end, lovers inevitably become just friends. This song 10 years is dedicated to all of you from a decade ago, and to all of us a decade from now." As the song ended, Tang Xian muted the guitar strings. The live stream was eerily quiet, with nothing but the occasional gift effects flickering across the screen, not a single comment in sight. Unbeknownst to Tang Xian, his follower count was skyrocketing in real time, already nearing the 2 million mark. For a brand new account with 0 live streams to its name, this was unheard of. All he had done was sing 2 songs in Xiao Qingyin's livestream. As the song faded, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Tang Xian's mind once more. "So when are you going to the studio? You can't expect people to rely on screen recordings and stream replays whenever they want to hear your songs," wrote the Demon King in a dazzling rainbow-hued comment across the chat. "I'm not very good at this, let's talk about it later." Tang Xian reached out to turn off the video. He didn't want to be on camera, only showing his side profile to avoid giving the impression he was lip-syncing. Chapter 16, Going for a Free Meal. Did he just turn off the video and log out like that? Xiao Qingyin's livestream had hundreds of thousands of viewers. Just a few words from Tang Xian could have drawn massive engagement, yet he simply disappeared. After sending the barrage, the Demon King saw the notification that Tang Xian had closed the video and hung up the mic. That damn man! Sitting on the sofa, phone in hand, the Demon King hesitated over whether to send the message she typed. Send it? But Tang Xian had already left the stream. Not send it? Then the words would have been typed for nothing. Damn man, I refuse to believe you won't come back online. After exiting the stream, Tang Xian checked his bank account. There was already 3 million deposited. Now he wouldn't have to worry about running out of money for meals or shopping. After washing up, Tang Xian went to bed. He had a habit of turning in early. After a night's sleep and freshening up, Tang Xian prepared breakfast. Just then, the doorbell rang. After checking, Tang Xian let the visitor in. It was Su Wan, the property manager of the Bund Villa district, who had come today with a cleaning crew. Mr. Tang, any special requests? Su Wan asked upon seeing him. Not really. Do you know where I can buy some greenery? The home theater and study feel a bit too plain. Tang Xian replied after a moment's thought. We have suppliers. I'll have them send sample pictures later, Su Wan said to Tang Xian. Tang Xian nodded, then told Su Wan and the others to tidy up casually. He wanted some greenery to adjust the atmosphere of the home theater. Actually, he could have operated his stocks in the study, but he stayed in the theater room because he needed the projector screen. Using the projector screen made the room feel a bit oppressive. After chatting with Su Wan, Tang Xian set up his computer, connected it to the projector screen, and began his stock market operations. Upon entering the stock market, Tang Xian realized today's operations were trickier than yesterday's. Yesterday, the amount of capital he controlled had some impact on the stocks, but not significantly. Now, however, the scale of funds he was handling was much larger. Trying to buy at the bottom would cause the stock to rebound. Fortunately, with the system's prompts, he knew when to stop. In this situation, Tang Xian had no choice but to simultaneously operate several stocks, striving to increase the capital amount while minimizing any potential adverse effects. By midday when the market closed, Tang Xian took a break. Su Wan brought over a sketchbook filled with pictures of green plants. After browsing through them, Tang Xian made his selection. After seeing Su Wan off, Tang Xian started preparing lunch when his phone rang. Taking a glance, Tang Xian noticed it was a voice call from Xiao Qingyin. You helped me yesterday, so today I'm treating you to a big meal. Xiao Qingyin's voice came through the phone as the call connected. It was nothing, just a small favor, Tang Xian replied. How could it be just a small matter? I received so many gifts yesterday. I'll be waiting for you at our usual spot by the Bund. Not giving Tang Xian a chance to refuse, Xiao Qingyin hung up right after finishing her sentence. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian put on his jacket, got into his car, and headed out. Arriving at their usual meeting spot, Tang Xian spotted Xiao Qingyin. Today, she was dressed in a denim skirt paired with a white t-shirt, radiating youthful charm. Hop in. Pushing open the passenger door, Tang Xian called out to Xiao Qingyin. After getting into the car, Xiao Qingyin felt slightly nervous, as this was only her second time meeting Tang Xian. You're treating me to a meal, so pick a place and pull up the GPS, Tang Xian said while driving. I haven't seen your car in the neighborhood these past couple of days. Have you not been coming home? Having calmed her emotions and activated the navigation, Xiao Qingyin asked. I've been staying outside recently, haven't returned to the neighborhood, Tang Xian replied. You haven't been back? I might not be staying there much longer either, Xiao Qingyin sighed. Why's that? Tang Xian inquired. The landlord returned from abroad and stopped renting out the property. My roommate also found a new place, and apparently, the neighborhood is slated for demolition, so no one's renting out their homes anymore. Xiao Qingyin shook her head. In that case, how about this? I have an empty apartment, you can move in and help me look after the place, Tang Xian said to Xiao Qingyin. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Xiao Qingyin blushed. That wouldn't be appropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Though it's in the old part of town, the apartment has been renovated and is quite nice. After dinner, I'll take you there. Tang Xian thought it was a suitable decision, helping someone out while also solving his own problem of keeping the apartment vacant without the hassle of renting it out. Arriving at their destination, a hot pot restaurant, Xiao Qingyin began her live stream after getting Tang Xian's approval. Xiao Qingyin introduced the specialties of the hot pot restaurant, though its value for money would only be determined after trying the food. After the meal, Xiao Qingyin concluded her review, stating the restaurant's reputation matched its quality, and recommended others to give it a try. That Lamborghini belongs to our top supporter, young Master Xian. As they exited the restaurant, sharp-eyed viewers instantly noticed Tang Xian's Lamborghini. To thank yesterday's top contributor for singing in my live stream, today I'm treating him to a meal, Xiao Qingyin revealed without hesitation, having previously discussed with Tang Xian, who didn't object to her live streaming just as long as he didn't appear on camera. Alright, time to head home now. For the streamer's safety, I won't be sharing the home address. Xiao Qingyin waved at the live stream audience before ending the broadcast. Driving to the old district, Tang Xian parked the car and brought Xiao Qingyin to his home. The innermost room is mine, the others are all empty. There are 2 keys, but I won't keep one. If I ever need to come over, I'll message you. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian handed his key to Xiao Qingyin. After all, since she'd be living here, it would make her uneasy if he kept a spare. No need, just give me this spare key. Xiao Qingyin shook her head. She understood what Tang Xian meant, but she trusted him and didn't want to do anything that might make him uncomfortable. Alright, if I need to come over, I'll let you know in advance. You can stay here without worries. Also, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't help you move. You can call a moving company. Checking the time and noticing it was almost the afternoon stock market opening, Tang Xian prepared to leave. Okay, drive safely. Don't worry about this place, I won't cause any trouble, Xiao Qingyin said to Tang Xian. Shanghai Tower was the headquarters of the Shanghai Group. In the luxurious office on the top floor, Su Qingyan was reading the company briefings, but her mind couldn't settle. Even lunch seemed unpalatable, nowhere near as good as the side dishes Tang Xian used to make. I wonder what that guy is doing now. Staring at her phone, Su Qingyan felt annoyed. The whole day had passed without a single message from him. Was he ignoring her? After some thought, Su Qingyan made up her mind to go crash Tang Xian's place for dinner. Chapter 17, kind of heartbreaking. After a busy afternoon dealing with the stock market's closing bell, Tang Xian finally relaxed. Extreme maneuvers were mentally exhausting, and with such substantial capital involved, they significantly impacted stock trends. The profits weren't as high as yesterday's either. After tidying up, Tang Xian went to the supermarket, bought some groceries and fruits, stored them in the refrigerator, then headed to the viewing terrace to brew a pot of tea while enjoying the seaside view across the way. Just as Tang Xian was relaxing, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a video call from Su Qingyan. Answering the call, Tang Xian asked, "What's up? Come out and meet me." Su Qingyan appeared on the screen, her face flushed and forehead glistening with sweat as soon as the call connected. "What's going on?" Tang Xian was somewhat confused. "I'm at the entrance of the residential area but can't get in," Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. "The entrance to my residential area?" Tang Xian was puzzled. Why had she come here on her own? After confirming, Tang Xian put on his jacket and went to the entrance of the residential area. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Tang Xian frowned upon seeing Su Qingyan. "Carrying so many things, where's your car?" he asked. "I left it in the underground parking lot of that supermarket. Besides, your neighborhood won't let me in anyway." Su Qingyan shot an annoyed glance at the security guard on duty. "He's just doing his job, nothing wrong with that." Tang Xian smiled and walked up to the security guard, handing him a cigarette. "She's a friend of mine, next time she comes, just let her through." The security guard nodded. "If Mr. Tang says so, then of course there's no problem." After greeting the security guard and registering Su Qingyan's license plate, Tang Xian let her into his villa. "You cook, I'm going to take a shower." Finding the knit loungewear she'd left at the villa and grabbing the newly purchased towel, Su Qingyan headed straight to the shower. Shaking his head, Tang Xian went to the kitchen to prepare dinner anyway. He had to eat too, so cooking for one more person made little difference. After showering, blow-drying her hair, and changing into comfortable loungewear, Su Qingyan walked into the kitchen. "Hungry? Just a moment," Tang Xian spoke after glancing at Su Qingyan. Soon enough, Tang Xian had prepared 4 side dishes and the rice was perfectly steamed. After washing his hands, Tang Xian arranged the dishes on the table. "How did it go in the stock market today?" Sitting across from Tang Xian, Su Qingyan asked while scooping rice into bowls. Tang Xian nodded. "It's going fairly well, though with the increased capital amount, the difficulty has risen too. It's not as easy anymore, and the returns have decreased somewhat." "That's normal. Otherwise, you'd practically be robbing money," Su Qingyan remarked. "Well, no need to worry. If you incur losses, I'll cover them. But if things go smoothly, I can give you a bit more in dividends in 2 weeks, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan glared at Tang Xian with disdain. She had asked out of concern, yet he made it seem like she was only worried about her money. Sure, 100 million wasn't a small sum, but it wasn't enough to make Su Qingyan personally come and monitor things. "You have red wine here, don't you? Shall we have a drink?" Su Qingyan suggested, glancing at Tang Xian. She wanted to shift the atmosphere. It felt a bit crass to keep talking about money. Hearing Su Qingyan's words, Tang Xian's expression immediately changed. No drinking. Something happened the last time he drank. Although his alcohol tolerance used to be quite good, he wasn't sure now. Moreover, he was worried about Su Qingyan's drinking habits. What if something went wrong again, leaving him behind with just a stack of cash? Noticing the shift in Tang Xian's complexion, Su Qingyan guessed he might be recalling that incident. She felt a little helpless. That day, she had deliberately drunk too much because she was in a bad mood. "Tang Xian, I've already told you before," Su Qingyan said. "That day was an exception. I was upset and drank on purpose. Normally, I don't act like that, and my alcohol tolerance is decent. Back then, I was unhappy, but today is different." Glancing at Su Qingyan, Tang Xian found it hard to refuse outright now that she had explained herself clearly. Turning her down again would only hurt her pride. Standing up, Tang Xian opened the wine and went to the kitchen to fetch a decanter and glasses. "Let's just drink a little," Tang Xian said after sitting down again. "Don't all you men want women to drink more?" Su Qingyan couldn't quite figure Tang Xian out. Was he uninterested in her, or in women altogether? It wasn't unreasonable for Su Qingyan to think this way. Tang Xian lived alone in such a large villa, a single man without any traces of women around. It wasn't like Tang Xian lacked money either. Even before he invested in stocks, didn't he have the villa and luxury cars? That kind of wealth usually attracted women, so his solitary state suggested he might have no interest in them. Yet that didn't seem right either. She still held a vague memory of that night. "It's not what you think." Tang Xian glanced at Su Qingyan. Seeing Su Qingyan's embarrassment, Tang Xian didn't press further. He poured half a glass of wine for her and himself, then smoothly changed the subject. This put Su Qingyan at ease. Her greatest worry had been Tang Xian persisting with that topic, which would have left her too uncomfortable to stay. After finishing a bottle of wine and some snacks, their conversation flowed more casually. Both maintained proper boundaries, carefully avoiding any potentially awkward subjects. Where do you plan to go next? Su Qingyan asked Tang Xian. I'm thinking of going to Kyoto, but it's not completely settled yet, Tang Xian replied. Kyoto? Why not stay in Shanghai? If there's anything troubling you, maybe I can help figure something out, Su Qingyan suggested. No, I really want to go out and explore, Tang Xian shook his head. Deep down, he still felt nostalgic for the past. He wanted to see if that place remained as he remembered it. Are your parents okay with you going to Kyoto? Su Qingyan still wanted to persuade him. Parents? I'm an orphan. I don't have parents. Tang Xian shook his head. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes filled with shock. An orphan? Tang Xian was actually an orphan. This was something she had never expected. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, Su Qingyan said apologetically. Tang Xian shook his head. So for me, it doesn't matter where I go. It's also a chance to see Kyoto. It doesn't matter where. These words stabbed Su Qingyan's heart. Chapter 18, He isn't short of money. After a moment of silence, realizing it was equally convenient to drive or fly from Shanghai to Kyoto, Su Qingyan let it go. After tidying up the leftovers, Tang Xian washed some fruit for Su Qingyan, then picked up a book on market economics to browse. The book had originally been mere decoration in the study, but Tang Xian found it quite engaging. Did you buy this villa yourself? Su Qingyan asked while eating some fruit and turning on the TV. Back in the early days, I made some money doing investments and bought this villa. Even a beggar needs a stick to lean on, right? Tang Xian said with a chuckle. Su Qingyan nodded. Clothes, food, housing, and transportation. Housing was also an investment. She thought Tang Xian had made the right move. In a place like Shanghai, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the value of real estate wouldn't depreciate. While chatting with Su Qingyan, Tang Xian's phone rang. It was a voice call from Xiao Qingyin. He stepped into the media room before answering. Tang Xian, I've started a live stream, and everyone wants to hear you sing a song. I really can't turn them down. Xiao Qingyin's voice carried a hint of pleading, mixed with helplessness. She was the one hosting the stream, yet her audience insisted on seeing Tang Xian. Alright, but I've got things to do today. I'll sing one song and then log off. Tang Xian didn't refuse. Truth be told, Xiao Qingyin's live streaming journey wasn't easy. If he left abruptly now, her channel could easily lose momentum. He turned on the lights, pulled open the curtains of the home theater, switched on the sound system, then entered Xiao Qingyin's livestream before placing his phone on the piano stand. Seeing young Master Xian's colorful username enter the livestream, the chat room erupted in excitement, and gifts started flooding in. I've got quite a lot going on in my life. I'll be starting university soon, so I can only occasionally sing for everyone. Please don't make things difficult for the streamer. She reached out to me hesitantly, afraid I might refuse. I don't want this to disrupt the rhythm of my daily life. After connecting via voice chat, Tang Xian spoke up. The camera angle remained unchanged, showing only his profile, just enough to prove he wasn't lip-syncing. He still preferred not to appear on screen. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Xiao Qingyin's livestream fell silent. No one had expected that Tang Xian, who drove a Lamborghini, hadn't even stepped foot into university yet, still a high school graduate. After tuning the guitar, Tang Xian straightened his posture. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan, who had heard the guitar notes, arrived at the media room but remained near the doorway, out of the camera's view. After glancing at Su Qingyan, Tang Xian remained silent, then turned and began to sing. The plain porcelain traced with blue and white hues shifts from dense to light. The peony painted on the vase resembles your first makeup. The wafting sandalwood scent passes through the window, revealing my thoughts. The brush strokes on rice paper pause here. The glaze conceals the charm of the maiden painting. Sky blue waits for misty rain. While I wait for you, wisps of smoke rise, across the river thousands of miles away. Holding the guitar, Tang Xian sang Jay Chou's Blue and White Porcelain from the Blue Star era. The live stream room fell silent. No bullet comments appeared, only virtual rockets soaring across the screen. When the song ended, Tang Xian pressed his hand against the guitar strings. I'll come when I have time. Please don't give the small streamer a hard time. After speaking, Tang Xian ended the video call and exited the live stream before turning to Su Qingyan. Did I disturb your show? And no. What song were you singing just now? I've never heard it before, Su Qingyan said, looking at Tang Xian. This is a song from my hometown that hasn't spread widely, so naturally you wouldn't have heard of it. It's called Blue and White Porcelain, Tang Xian said with a smile. Su Qingyan was utterly astonished. A lover of music who had attended concerts by musical royalty, she felt Tang Xian's singing was every bit as good as those superstars. There was another song called Faith before, and one without a name. Those were yours too, weren't they? Su Qingyan opened her phone and started playing a recorded track of 10 years. Tang Xian nodded. Just sang for fun, mainly to help a streamer out. Today she asked for my help again. Host, help. Su Qingyan sensed there was more to the story and decided to investigate later. However, Tang Xian also left her utterly astonished. His calligraphy, so masterful that it won her father's highest praise, had already been sent to the Shanghai Calligraphers Association for study. Her father, the association's vice president, wanted more people to admire Tang Xian's work. Beyond calligraphy, Tang Xian's singing today was nothing short of extraordinary. Excellence in one field is rare enough, yet he effortlessly displayed talent across multiple disciplines. As night fell, Su Qingyan couldn't stay and had to leave. It's getting late. Let me drive you home. 2 hours have passed since that half bottle of wine, so you should be fine now, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. I was originally thinking of calling a taxi, but since you're offering to drive me, we can rest a little longer. Even a small amount of alcohol is still alcohol, Su Qingyan replied. After chatting for a while longer, Tang Xian finally saw Su Qingyan off. Tang Xian had initially planned to drive Su Qingyan's car home, but that would mean taking a taxi back afterward. Su Qingyan suggested driving his car instead. She could take another family car to work tomorrow, and they could arrange for a driver to bring this car back later. The daughter of the wealthy family owned more than one car. After realizing this, Tang Xian drove his own car to escort Su Qingyan back to the estate. Originally prepared to scold her daughter for returning late, Qin Xiang changed her expression the moment she saw Tang Xian accompanying Su Qingyan through the door. Qingyan, if you ever want to stay out late, just give us a call. With Xiao Tang by your side, we're completely at ease. Auntie, since I brought Qingyan home safely, I'll be on my way now, Tang Xian said courteously to Qin Xiang. Playing the role of Su Qingyan's boyfriend required maintaining the right attitude, otherwise, the ruse would be exposed. Oh, don't rush off. Xiao Tang, come inside and stay for a while. Qingyan's father was just talking about you, Qin Xiang insisted warmly. It's too late today. I'll come another day to visit your parents. Tang Xian gave a slight bow before returning to his car and driving away. What a polite young man, he must come from a prominent family, Qin Xiang remarked. Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Qingyan shook her head. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, mother. Tang Xian isn't from an influential family, both his parents are gone. He's an orphan, so he doesn't meet your and father's expectations. What? Xiao Tang is an orphan? How can that be? But it doesn't matter, our family doesn't lack money. As long as he treats you well, that's what counts. He seems like a fine young man to me. If you need a house in the future, we have one. If it's not suitable, no problem, we'll buy whatever fits. Upon hearing Su Qingyan's explanation, Qin Xiang abruptly changed her stance. She hoped her daughter would find a young man of good breeding, not out of worldly prejudice, but because she believed family education would make him cultured and refined, ensuring he would treat Su Qingyan well. Now that Tang Xian met this expectation and could cherish her daughter, his background no longer mattered. Mother, it's true that Tang Xian is an orphan, but he's not lacking in money, Su Qingyan shook her head. Chapter 19, I'll take care of everything. Silly child, men care about their pride. How could he possibly show you he's short on money? As a woman, you must be more attentive and considerate toward him. Qin Xiang scolded her daughter, seeing this as a rare chance, a young man who passed both appearance and character. She hoped her daughter wouldn't let him slip away. Mom, he drives a car worth tens of millions and lives in a villa, Su Qingyan said somewhat helplessly. She was certain Tang Xian wasn't short of money, fake credentials. In his study, she'd seen the property deeds under his name. As for the car, that top-tier Lamborghini couldn't possibly be rented. A villa, that boy's an orphan. Can someone so young really have that kind of money? Qin Xiang was momentarily stunned. He started investing very early, bought his own car and house, Su Qingyan explained to her mother. That's how a man should be. He understands market economics well, making money isn't hard for him. Besides, just writing a few calligraphy pieces casually could earn him a decent car, said Su Haijun, stepping out while wearing a cardigan. Dad, someone actually wants to buy his calligraphy? Su Qingyan asked. Su Haijun nodded. He had taken Tang Xian's calligraphy piece to the Calligraphy Association, where many people expressed interest and made offers, the highest bid reaching 600,000 yuan. He's an orphan, so you should bring him home more often. Give him more warmth of a family. It's not easy for a child to live alone, and he might easily be led astray, Qin Xiang said to her daughter. Right now, she viewed Tang Xian through the lens of a mother-in-law. Everything about him seemed perfect. I will. But Tang Xian plans to attend university in the capital, so bringing him home often might be difficult, Su Qingyan sighed. Tang Xian was just a fake boyfriend, but now that her parents approved, it was becoming hard to back out. Even if she tried to break up with him, her parents would never agree. Studying at Kyoto University. Su Qingyan's words shocked Su Haijun and Qin Shanglei quite a bit. They had never asked about Tang Xian's age, and last time he visited, Tang Xian wore formal attire, which made him appear more mature. Su Qingyan, you have good taste, knowing to start young. Age isn't an issue at all. If you want, you can hold the wedding first, and postpone getting the marriage certificate and having children for later. Qin Xiang praised her daughter. Su Qingyan was at a loss for words. This fabricated matter simply had to carry on. After returning to her room, Su Qingyan began researching the small streamer matter. It wouldn't be difficult for her to figure it out. She could find Xiao Qinian's live broadcast room simply by tracing the origin of the recorded songs. Having finished her research, Su Qingyan picked up the phone and called her best friend to consult on behalf of her friend about relationship issues, only to be mercilessly teased, of course. Su Qingyan, you're such a genius. Tell your friend that only losers make the first move. Quality men tend to be passive. If she has her eye on someone, she should seize the opportunity and not play too hard to get. In today's world, all the good men are getting snatched up by women who don't hold back, Xiaoyao said from the other end of the line. But wouldn't being too forward be awkward? Su Qingyan asked hesitantly. I've told you, it's foolproof. When are you treating me to a big meal? Always asking for free advice? Xiaoyao said with a smirk. After Su Qingyan agreed and hung up the phone, she sank into thought. Raised in a very traditional household, she truly wished, if possible, to devote herself to one man faithfully till the end. Yet her current romantic relationship was just a sham, and since she had never been in love before, she felt somewhat lost. Fortunately, Tang Xian didn't seem to have a bad impression of her. But now, out of nowhere, a streamer had appeared. Tang Xian was quite willing to help this streamer, and Su Qingyan wondered if there was something going on she didn't know about. As Tang Xian drove from the estate back into the city, he was stopped at an intersection. A woman in police uniform approached his car and began pounding forcefully on the window. Frowning, Tang Xian thought, since when do cops handle things so aggressively? After lowering the window, he turned his gaze toward the policewoman. Someone violently attacked a police officer and fled ahead. My vehicle is damaged, so I'm commandeering yours, the female officer said, looking at Tang Xian. You've got great taste, but if this multi-million-dollar sports car gets damaged, the compensation process would be quite troublesome. Tang Xian unfastened his seatbelt. Administrative law enforcement, especially when police commandeer vehicles, requires unconditional cooperation. He couldn't refuse. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lan Shi froze. While she had the authority to commandeer vehicles, seizing a multi-million-dollar car would create complications if damaged. Even reporting the compensation would be problematic, despite her rank as squad leader. You drive, take me to pursue them. Instead of letting Tang Xian exit the vehicle, Lan Shi came up with an alternative solution. If the owner drove himself, fewer issues would arise. It wouldn't count as a formal commandeering, and any damages would be his problem to fix. As for the pampered young master driving a sports car, if she could take advantage, she would. Tang Xian hesitated. Under these circumstances, he could refuse. Just as Tang Xian was about to decline, the system's voice chimed in. Assist the police in apprehending the criminals. As long as you catch up, you'll be rewarded with top-tier combat skills. A reward just for catching up. This task had to be accepted. Damaging the car was merely a matter of money, but skills, those were incomparable. Get in. Tang Xian pushed open the passenger side door. Lan Shi got into the car and pointed forward. Tang Xian started the car and began moving. Can't you go faster? Where's all that reckless driving energy you usually have? As soon as the car started moving, Lan Shi spoke up. She harbored no goodwill for rich kids who race sports cars. Drunk driving, speeding, was there anything this crowd wouldn't do? Is speeding allowed? Tang Xian asked hesitantly. He wasn't afraid of penalty points for speeding, but he didn't want his license revoked. Whatever speed you hit today, I'll cover it all, Lan Shi declared. Now that she was officially pursuing criminals with police authority, Tang Xian's speeding really wasn't an issue. This reassurance settled Tang Xian's mind. He slammed the accelerator, making the Lamborghini roar like a beast before launching forward. Navigate, Tang Xian said to Lan Shi once the car reached high speed. Lan Shi turned on her radio to consult the command center, then began directing Tang Xian through the streets. With Lan Shi serving as the human navigation system and no need to adhere to rigid traffic rules, Tang Xian's speed kept increasing. Lan Shi began to feel scared. This was the city. His speed had already reached 180 kilometers per hour and was still accelerating. 200 kilometers per hour. With so many cars still on the street, hitting 200 kilometers per hour was terrifying. Lan Shi started to regret her decision. If anything went wrong, they wouldn't even need to go to the hospital. Their families could just host the funeral banquet directly. Tang Xian's driving skills were professional grade, and the car obeyed his every command like an extension of his body, overtaking one vehicle after another. At that moment, a high-speed train appeared, running parallel to the Lamborghini on the road, but it was gradually overtaken by the supercar. Don't zone out, keep navigating, Tang Xian shouted at Lan Shi while driving. He needed to catch the criminals to get the reward of top-tier combat skills. If he failed, all would be for nothing, not even a single feather to show for it. Chapter 20, Too Heavy-Handed. Lan Shi froze in disbelief. Tang Xian actually dared to shout at her? She was the squadron leader of the criminal police team, usually the one lecturing the youngsters, yet now she was being yelled at. You dare shout at me? I'll deal with you later. After pointing a threatening finger at Tang Xian, Lan Shi grabbed her radio to contact the command center and continued the pursuit of the fleeing criminals. Under Lan Shi's direction, Tang Xian's car sped rapidly through the streets, not even slowing down for curves but drifting around them instead. The residential area. The suspect's car has entered the residential area. Lan Shi's expression darkened. It would have been easier to handle if they had gone somewhere less populated, but now the criminals had entered a residential zone. Soon after, Tang Xian's Lamborghini also entered the residential area. The suspect's vehicle had come to a stop in the small square within the compound, and they had taken a hostage. After parking the car, Tang Xian and Lan Shi got out and made their way to the small square as well. You bitch, won't you stop chasing me? Drop your gun on the ground, or I'll kill her. The thug held a knife against a little girl's throat, while an elderly woman in her 60s stood nearby, her face twisted with anxiety. With just one glance, Tang Xian understood it must be a grandmother and her granddaughter enjoying the cool evening downstairs. As Tang Xian pondered the situation, the system's voice chimed in, mission complete. Host rewarded with top-tier combat skills. Following the system's announcement, a surge of warmth flooded through Tang Xian's body, filling him with newfound strength. A wealth of combat techniques also flowed into his mind, as though he had trained relentlessly for countless years. With hostages present, Lan Shi didn't dare act recklessly and could only toss the pistol from her waist onto the ground. The moment Lan Shi's pistol hit the ground, the robbers sprang into action. Four criminals moved, one kept holding the hostage while the other three rushed toward Lan Shi. Don't move! If you move, this little girl dies, the hostage-taker shouted as Lan Shi prepared to counterattack. Bang! Lan Shi, unable to fight back, was punched in the abdomen by one of the thugs and doubled over in pain. Just as the thug reached out to grab Lan Shi's hair, Tang Xian intervened. His left hand shot out, seizing the thug's wrist, and with a swift twist, crack! A bone-snapping sound echoed as Tang Xian mercilessly broke the thug's wrist mid-grab. Everyone dropped dead. At that moment, the knife-wielding thug moved to harm the child, just as Tang Xian forcefully flung his right hand outward. A black shadow flashed past, smashing directly into the face of the knife-wielding assailant, followed by the sound of an airburst. Tang Xian had thrown the lighter from his pocket like a hidden weapon, hitting the attacker square in the face. The disposable lighter shattered on impact. After hurling the lighter, Tang Xian lunged forward in 2 strides, his left hand seizing the thug's arm and twisting it backward with force, while his right fist hammered down on the assailant's elbow. Another crisp crack sounded as the knife-wielding thug's arm was broken, twisted at an unnatural angle. Tang Xian then swiftly subdued the remaining 2 assailants with a few more decisive strikes. In the blink of an eye, all 4 attackers lay defeated, some with broken arms, others with shattered legs. Tang Xian realized he might have overdone it momentarily. Having just acquired top-tier combat skills, he hadn't yet adjusted to controlling his strength. With the fight concluded, Tang Xian turned to comfort the frightened child. Lan Shi, who had taken a heavy punch earlier, gradually recovered and looked at the thugs lying on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. 4 armed men with knives had been subdued in mere moments. Brutally incapacitated, she herself couldn't have done it, and even her instructor probably wouldn't have managed it. Police sirens blared as more officers arrived, securing the 4 thugs and stabilizing the scene. However, seeing the severe condition of the injured men, their eyes widened in shock. The perpetrator had been merciless. Miss, may I leave now? Take note of my license plate and report it to the traffic police. I don't want any points deducted or worse, my license revoked. With the situation resolved, Tang Xian prepared to go. No, you can't leave yet. We need to take your statement for today's incident. Your methods were far too brutal. Lan Shi blocked Tang Xian's path. They were armed with knives and attacking officers, already injuring people. Do you think I overreacted? Tang Xian frowned, wanting to avoid further entanglement with the police. Don't get worked up. It's just taking a statement so I can handle things properly here. As for the traffic police, I'll put in a word for you, Lan Shi said. Helpless, Tang Xian drove while Lan Shi remained seated in the passenger seat as they hurried toward the police station. In the car, Lan Shi kept probing, trying to ask Tang Xian about his circumstances. However, Tang Xian avoided answering each time. He was a man who particularly disliked trouble. At the police station, Lan Shi went through the paperwork. Knowing the routine procedures, she simply followed protocol and also recorded Tang Xian's phone number and residential address. Upon hearing that Tang Xian lived in Zhonghai Villa, Lan Shi was somewhat surprised. With luxury cars and a mansion, his wealth was clearly substantial. All done. Today's speeding and traffic violations will be cleared. After making a call to the traffic police department, Lan Shi informed Tang Xian. Good. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave then. Nodding at Lan Shi, Tang Xian left the police station. For him, this was just a minor episode, albeit one with excellent results, as he had gained top-tier combat skills. In a world where firearms were restricted, such skills proved highly effective for self-defense. Watching Tang Xian leave, Lan Shi rubbed his stomach. The punch still hurt quite a bit. "Captain, that handsome guy just now was driving a top-tier luxury car. Did you get his number?" One of the officers came closer to Lan Shi. "None of your business. Speaking of which, pull up the records, find me the file on this guy named Tang Xian." After scolding impatiently, Lan Shi had an idea. Once he logged into the police internal network, Lan Shi found Tang Xian's file. Both parents deceased, owns a Lamborghini in Villa number 9 in Zhonghai Villa District. After reviewing Tang Xian's file, Lan Shi frowned. Lan Shi then checked Tang Xian's parents' background, ordinary factory workers. This left her even more puzzled. With both parents being ordinary workers and already passed away, where did Tang Xian's immense wealth come from? Personally, Lan Shi didn't want to investigate Tang Xian, but as a police officer, she felt obligated to look into it. After some deliberation, Lan Shi went to the Economic Crime Division at the police station and sought out a familiar colleague to begin investigating Tang Xian's financial circumstances. I have to say, the police department operates with high efficiency and quickly uncovered some leads. Regarding this Tang Xian, he has offshore companies under his name, details we can't access due to jurisdictional limits. However, his stock account has recently seen extraordinarily large profits, earning over 100 million yuan in just a few days. The colleague from the Economic Crime Division briefed Lan Shi on Tang Xian's situation. "So, you're saying all of Tang Xian's assets are completely lawful and compliant, correct?" Lan Shi spoke up. "That's right. As far as we can tell, everything is fully lawful and compliant. I tell you, Officer Lan, he's not the spoiled rich second-generation type you despise," the colleague said with a laugh. Chapter 21 Clueless in Matters of the Heart. Tang Xian was driving when his phone rang. It was Su Qingyan calling. After answering, Tang Xian placed the phone next to the central control screen. "Why haven't you gotten home yet?" Noticing Tang Xian was still driving, Su Qingyan sounded puzzled. By her calculation, he should have arrived home by now. "I ran into something on the road, helped the police catch some criminals," Tang Xian explained. "Were you hurt?" Su Qingyan, who had been lying in bed, sat up suddenly. "No injuries. After catching the guy, giving my statement took some time, but I'm on my way home now," Tang Xian replied with a smile. Was Su Qingyan actually worried about him? Su Qingyan didn't hang up until Tang Xian had parked his car, only then ending the call. After returning home and taking a shower, Tang Xian went to bed. Unbeknownst to him, the events of that night had caused quite a stir. His act of overtaking a high-speed train in his car was captured on video. Though the interior of the vehicle wasn't visible, the license plate was clearly recorded. Additionally, his subduing of the armed assailant in the square was also filmed. On a sweltering summer night, many people were out trying to cool off, and someone had captured the scene in a short video. The two videos ignited very different public reactions. Driving past a high-speed train in an urban area, what kind of speed was that? Close to 300 kilometers per hour. Even if it wasn't quite 300 kilometers per hour, Tang Xian's car had overtaken the train, meaning his speed had to have been nearing that mark. This was reckless driving, a criminal offense, and the public demanded strict action from the traffic police, insisting that this lawless individual be apprehended and punished. The other video, however, was a beacon of positive energy, a courageous citizen assisting the police by subduing a knife-wielding criminal, the very image of a model citizen. After the public opinion storm erupted, the Zhonghai Traffic Police Department issued an announcement, clarifying that it was a civic-minded citizen who had assisted the police in pursuing the criminals. They later released a second video showing Tang Xian's Lamborghini parked in the small plaza, confirming it was indeed the same vehicle involved. At this point, public opinion had shifted, with praise now directed at driving skills. Tang Xian, whose name remained undisclosed, was crowned as the driving god. Additionally, the police department issued a public notice describing the major case that occurred tonight, mentioning there were helpful citizens who provided vehicles for officers and assisted in subduing the criminals. In the video, Tang Xian's figure wasn't very clear, but there was a side profile shot of him. Observant viewers quickly noticed that the side profile in the video matched the one from recently viral singing clips. At the police station, a gossipy female officer spotted this similarity and began discussing it. Lan Shi soon learned about it too, when forensic tech colleagues confirmed it was indeed the same person. This revelation shocked Lan Shi. She'd grown particularly fond of the three recently trending songs even though they were screen recordings with poorer audio quality. She never imagined they were sung by Tang Xian. Wealthy and talented too? After resting overnight and having breakfast, Tang Xian waited for the stock market to open. This period represented his money-making window, an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. With substantial capital, he could invest in high-tech projects. At noon, Su Qingyan came by, mainly to check if Tang Xian was injured. Tang Xian prepared lunch and ate it together with Su Qingyan. Don't take risks like this in the future. If they commandeer the car, just let them have it. You can always buy another car, but you can't replace a person if they get hurt, Su Qingyan reminded Tang Xian after they finished eating. I understand. Should I drive you to work? Tang Xian asked, looking at Su Qingyan. No need, just one more thing, don't drive so fast from now on. After giving Tang Xian this final reminder, Su Qingyan left for work. She really didn't want to go, but there were some matters at Shanghai Group that required her attention. Watching Su Qingyan depart, Tang Xian felt a warmth rise in his heart. She genuinely cared about him now. But what exactly was their relationship at this point? Were they still pretending to be a couple? While Tang Xian was fully immersed in the stock market that afternoon, Lan Qi arrived. She came to deliver him an honorable banner and a bonus reward recognition for his bravery in assisting the police to capture criminals. After answering the door for Lan Qi's call, Tang Xian immediately returned to the media room to resume his work. With the system's assistance, every moment the stock market was open meant money flowing in for him. Entering the villa and following Tang Xian into the home theater, Lan Qi witnessed Tang Xian's dazzling stock trading maneuvers, which made him realize that Tang Xian genuinely earned his wealth through his own skills. I'm quite busy right now, so please make yourself at home, Tang Xian said to Lan Qi after purchasing a particular stock. After glancing at the theater's screen filled with red and green fluctuating stock lines, Lan Qi quietly stepped out. Leaving the theater, Lan Qi wandered around Tang Xian's villa and noticed Su Qingyan's set of knitted loungewear. Women's? As a criminal investigator, deduction was Lan Qi's strong suit. Just a glance at the knitted loungewear hanging there allowed her to make a judgment. She could even confirm the owner of this set had a tall, slender figure. Since Tang Xian was still busy, Lan Qi brewed a pot of tea. She couldn't leave yet anyway, the commendation banner and bonus hadn't been awarded. After the stock market closed, Tang Xian stretched lazily and emerged from the home theater room. Is there something else the officer needs to discuss? Nothing major. Since you acted bravely yesterday, our department has decided to award you with an honorary banner and a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. As for the certificate of bravery, that still needs to go through the submission and approval process. Lan Qi explained her purpose to Tang Xian. It's nothing, really. As a responsible young man, acting bravely is what one ought to do. The banner and monetary reward aren't necessary. I didn't do it for recognition or money. Tang Xian shook his head. He truly didn't care about such things. That's not acceptable. Our nation has systems in place. Those who commit crimes must be punished, and those who perform meritorious deeds must be rewarded. Please take it. Lan Qi unfurled the rolled-up banner in her hand, showed it to Tang Xian, then placed it aside before setting the 10,000 yuan in cash on the table as well. Well then, thank you, Officer Lan. Tang Xian expressed his gratitude. Is gratitude just empty words? Shouldn't you follow the proper procedure by treating me to dinner or something? Lan Qi said with a smile as she looked at Tang Xian. She noticed he wasn't particularly responsive to her, and she had to take the initiative in conversation. Mainly, she wanted to ask where Tang Xian had learned his combat skills. She wanted to improve her own fighting techniques as well. My gratitude was just politeness, okay? If anyone should be grateful, it's you. If I hadn't helped you yesterday, you'd have dropped your gun, been captured, and the police would have hesitated to act. The criminals could have taken you hostage to escape. If things went badly for them, the police might have forced them into a corner, and you'd have ended up dead alongside them. If things went well for the criminals, they'd have escaped with you as their hostage, maybe even made you their mountain stronghold wife, possibly shared among several of them. After hearing Lan Qi's words, Tang Xian bluntly analyzed the possible outcomes of yesterday's incident for her. You? Lan Qi pointed at Tang Xian, at a loss for words. Couldn't he be a little more romantic? Would it kill him to take her out to dinner? Chapter 22, Together. Anyway, I just want to eat. Unable to argue with Tang Xian any longer, Lan Qi plopped down on the sofa. Glancing at Lan Qi, Tang Xian went to cook. Regardless of Lan Qi's situation, he needed to eat too. Casually whipping up a few simple dishes, Tang Xian set the table. Let's eat together. The thing is, I have a busy afternoon, so time's tight. We'll have that proper meal I owe you later. Fine, but you said it yourself. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lan Qi's mood lifted slightly. After eating, Lan Qi took the initiative to help Tang Xian clean up the dishes and chopsticks, though washing them was still Tang Xian's job. Once Tang Xian finished tidying up, Lan Qi had brewed a pot of tea. Let's add each other as friends. When the certificate for righteous deeds arrives, I'll let you know, Lan Qi said to Tang Xian. Nodding, Tang Xian took out his phone and added Lan Qi as a friend. Tang Xian, can you sing? After adding him as a friend, Lan Qi asked. Tang Xian nodded and took a proper look at Lan Qi. This woman of action truly had an enviable figure, slender yet voluptuous, her clothes barely containing the curves. What stood out most were her misty, captivating eyes that seemed to beckon temptation, all wrapped in a uniform. May I ask you an indiscreet question? Where did you learn your combat skills? Lan Qi inquired after taking a sip of water. Self-taught from instruction books, Tang Xian replied evasively. Where did he learn combat skills? He couldn't very well say they were a reward from the system. After giving Tang Xian a disdainful glance, Lan Qi left. She still had to work in the afternoon. Seeing Lan Qi off, Tang Xian took a short rest before diving into his afternoon stock trading session. After a busy afternoon, he checked his stock account and was pleased to see his balance had already reached 500 million. Aside from Su Qingyin's 100 million, he now possessed 400 million in pure liquid assets. After tidying up, Tang Xian changed into casual clothes and walked to the Bund area. He stopped at a barbecue stall, ordered some skewers, and grabbed 2 bottles of beer. Back on Blue Star, he always enjoyed having a few barbecued skewers with a couple of beers alone, though after achieving success, his status no longer permitted such casual indulgence. But now, he could do so freely again. Eating skewers and sipping chilled beer, Tang Xian felt utterly content. As Tang Xian enjoyed himself, a group of people arrived at the barbecue stall, high school graduates discussing their future university plans after the college entrance exams. With a glance, Tang Xian retrieved their impressions from his memory, high school classmates, including the former school beauty. But the old Tang Xian had been too awkward to ever interact much with them. Tang Xian didn't greet them. There hadn't been any friendship to speak of, and soon they'd all be going their separate ways anyway. Tang Xian, you're here too. After ordering, the campus belle noticed Tang Xian and greeted him. Her name was Fan Jin. Yeah, just grabbing a bite. You guys out relaxing too? Tang Xian raised his hand in acknowledgement. They were going out and dragged me along, Fan Jin said with a laugh, pointing at the others. Glancing at the others, Tang Xian nodded. His former self had been somewhat reclusive, with little interaction beyond polite nods. Tang Xian, the class monitor organized a gathering, but you never responded, another girl chimed in. The class monitor she mentioned was Fan Jin. I've been quite busy lately and haven't paid attention to these matters. My apologies, Tang Xian said apologetically. Before graduation, Fan Jin had treated him fairly well. Busy? Probably busy earning your college tuition, huh? Another young man spoke up. His name was Zhou Chang, one of Fan Jin's suitors. This time, he had enlisted other classmates and sent red envelopes to help arrange this meeting with Fan Jin. Tang Xian shook his head. Such petty provocations weren't worth his time. After draining his glass, he stood up, scanned the QR code to settle the bill, and prepared to leave. They weren't cut from the same cloth, there was no need for further interaction. Zhou Chang, Yun Kai, you two continue your meal. I have something to ask Tang Xian. Seeing Tang Xian about to leave, Fan Jin hurried after him. She utterly detested Zhou Chang and had been looking for an excuse to slip away ever since Yun Kai had arranged this meeting. Now was her chance to leave without causing anyone to lose face. After leaving the barbecue stall, Tang Xian looked at Fan Jin and asked, Class monitor, do you have anything you'd like to ask? Since you have good grades, have you decided where you want to go for university? Walking beside Tang Xian, Fan Jin inquired. If my scores allow it, I plan to go to the capital and attend Tsinghua University, Tang Xian replied to Fan Jin. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Fan Jin was momentarily stunned. I also want to go to Tsinghua. I want to see what our country's top university is like. A while ago, I saw an old photo, a class from Tsinghua where every student achieved extraordinary success in their fields. I really admire them. You're also going to Huaqing. Tang Xian turned to Fan Jin. Same as you. Once the results come out and my scores allow it, I'll choose Huaqing. Fan Jin nodded. Ha! In that case, Huaqing's campus belle will have to change, Tang Xian chuckled. Fan Jin was truly beautiful, with delicate features and the refreshing charm of the girl next door. Don't talk nonsense. I hope we can continue being classmates. Fan Jin extended her hand to Tang Xian. Stretching out his hand, Tang Xian shook hands with Fan Jin. Don't mind what Zhou Chang said, we just need to focus on ourselves. Fan Jin said to Tang Xian, mainly because Zhou Chang's earlier words had been humiliating. I didn't pay much attention, and we probably won't cross paths in the future anyway. Where else do you need to go? Be careful by yourself. Do you want me to walk you home? Tang Xian asked Fan Jin. Sure. By the way, are you busy this summer? Let's sign up for driving school together, Fan Jin said to Tang Xian. Hearing Fan Jin's words, Tang Xian was taken aback for a moment. I actually already have a driver's license. You already have a license. I was thinking of finding a companion so I wouldn't be alone there afterward. I heard the instructors are really strict. Fan Jin's mood seemed a bit down. How about this? When you sign up, I'll accompany you. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian said with a smile. That's wonderful. Then when we get to the capital, I'll buy a car, and it'll be easier for us to get around. Fan Jin's spirits lifted, a flush appearing on her cheeks. After strolling along the Bund, Tang Xian didn't drive his own car but instead took a taxi to send Fan Jin home. Fan Jin's family was well off. Though from a single-parent household, her mother ran a small company, ensuring a comfortable life. Upon seeing Tang Xian, Fan Jin's mother gave him a once-over and invited him inside, but he declined, feeling it wasn't quite appropriate. Tang Xian, let's stay in touch via messages to discuss the registration details. Fan Jin waved at him cheerfully, visibly happy about the day's events. Tang Xian laughed. Fan Jin's mother turned to her daughter. What's the deal with this classmate of yours? His clothes look casual, but though they bear no logo, they're clearly top-tier craftsmanship. Chapter 23, Becoming Real. How could that be? Tang Xian is an orphan. He's been scraping by on what little money his parents left, and during every holiday break, he's always taken on part-time work. Fan Jin responded to her mother's words. Could I have been mistaken? Fan Jin's mother shook her head. After taking a taxi back to the villa area and handing a cigarette to the gate guard, Tang Xian returned to his residence. Normally, living alone in a large villa would be quite lonely, but Tang Xian was fine with it. He was someone who preferred tranquility. As Tang Xian was reading, his phone rang. It was Su Qingyan. Done with work, are you home yet? Tang Xian asked as he picked up the phone. Just got back, finished eating. Have you eaten yet? Su Qingyan was dressed in simple loungewear that couldn't conceal her delicate and beautiful figure. Tang Xian mentioned he had gone out for some barbecue. Dinner wasn't satisfying today. Can I come over to eat at your place tomorrow? I'll bring the groceries myself. Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Sure, no need to bring groceries. I'll get up early tomorrow to buy everything, Tang Xian responded. After chatting for a few more words, Tang Xian finally hung up the phone. Were you talking with Xiao Tang? You could bring him back, he's not living easy on his own, Xin Xiang said to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan nodded. Bringing Tang Xian back, that would be awkward to suggest. After resting for the night and having breakfast, Tang Xian went to the supermarket early, buying some fresh vegetables and fruits. On his second trip, he grabbed some meat as well. After completing these tasks, Tang Xian contacted the villa manager again to order some fitness equipment and set up a workout area in the yard on the first floor. Once everything was settled, Tang Xian entered the home theater and began his stock market operations. At noon, Su Qingyan arrived. Due to the hot weather, she took a quick shower and changed into homeware before chatting with Tang Xian. Your college entrance exam results will be out soon, right? How about I help you celebrate when they're released? Su Qingyan said while standing in the kitchen, keeping Tang Xian company as he cooked. Just a few more days. If the results are good, we'll celebrate. Tang Xian nodded. I'd actually prefer you do poorly, so you won't have to go to the capital, Su Qingyan said, looking at Tang Xian. Tang Xian was taken aback. Ha ha, that's quite the straightforward wish. Can't you hope for the best for me? Even if I go to the capital, I'll still help you out when you need it. I know. My mother actually invited you over again yesterday, Su Qingyan replied to Tang Xian. I'll take it easy after I'm done with this busy period. Let me know if you need me, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan nodded with a smile, thinking he was quite approachable. After preparing the dishes, Tang Xian set the table, and the two began eating together. Tang Xian, I told the company I won't be going in this afternoon. After the stock market closes, why don't we go for a walk downtown? Su Qingyan asked between bites. Nodding in agreement, Tang Xian consented. The stock market closed early, so he had time to go out for a stroll. He also needed to buy a few pairs of shoes and some new clothes. After taking a short break and telling Su Qingyan not to worry too much about him, Tang Xian entered the home theater. The stock market was about to open, and he couldn't afford to miss it. As Tang Xian got busy, Su Qingyan brewed a pot of tea for him and brought it to the theater, then sliced some fruit before standing quietly behind him. Aren't you going to rest? You could take a nap, the guest room is already cleaned up, Tang Xian said, glancing at Su Qingyan. I won't talk, so I won't disturb you. Su Qingyan shook her head. It's not that I'm afraid you'll disturb me. If you don't mind being bored, you can watch right here. As she spoke, Tang Xian began operating because the stock market had opened. Under Su Qingyan's watchful gaze, Tang Xian would buy and sell stocks every now and then. Because the large amount of capital affected stock trends, he needed to handle multiple stocks simultaneously, making the operations quite complex. When the tea ran low, Su Qingyan would replenish it. 3 hours later, the stock market closed, and Tang Xian stood up, stretching his waist. The profits aren't bad. Your 100 million is secure, no worries about repayment, Tang Xian said. I'm not afraid at all. If you can't pay me back, I'll just move into your villa, it's way more comfortable, Su Qingyan said with a laugh. You've got ulterior motives. I cook delicious meals for you every day, and now you're scheming to kick me out? Tang Xian shook his head. I'm not trying to kick you out. Won't I still let you live here later? I'll just keep you in this big villa to cook for me properly, Su Qingyan said with a laugh. Tang Xian smiled. Don't I already cook for you every day now? After tidying up, Tang Xian drove Su Qingyan into town where, under her guidance, they arrived at the Orient Shopping Mall in Zhonghai City. Inside the mall, Su Qingyan first took Tang Xian to pick out clothes and shoes, then helped him choose a belt. Su Qingyan's spending habits were quite lavish after all. She had hundreds of millions in pocket money, so when it came time to pay, the bill came to over 200,000 yuan. After finishing picking out the items, Su Qingyan prepared to check out. She knew Tang Xian didn't have much money on hand, at least not at this stage. I'll do it myself, Tang Xian said. That's not right. Didn't you say before that you were out of money? Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xian suspiciously. Had he lied to her? She didn't think so last time. He genuinely attempted to pay the bill. He wouldn't lie over something as trivial as clothing expenses. A recent small investment paid off, so I've got funds now, Tang Xian explained briefly. In truth, his 3 million yuan had come as a reward for helping Xiao Qingyin with her live streaming session. However, Su Qingyan didn't let Tang Xian pay, insisting it was her gift to him. If Tang Xian felt uncomfortable about it, he could help her pick out some clothes later instead. After that casual shopping spree, it was Tang Xian who settled the bills. Su Qingyan only picked high-quality items, even sleepwear wasn't chosen carelessly. Tang Xian simply followed behind and paid up. Fortunately, the stores here offered home delivery service. Otherwise, Tang Xian wouldn't just be carrying bags in both hands, his neck would probably be draped with them too. When she spotted stylish men's clothing, Su Qingyan also picked them out for Tang Xian. On these occasions, she wouldn't let him pay. Miss Su, your few meals are turning out to be quite expensive, Tang Xian remarked after Su Qingyan bought him another casual robe worth over 30,000. Different matter altogether. I think this suits you, it's as if it was designed for you, so it had to be bought, Su Qingyan replied. I'm just filling in as a pretend boyfriend. If you treat me like this, when I stop filling in someday, I might not adapt well, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan froze. If you're afraid of not adapting, then keep filling in forever. That way, I won't need blind dates either. Not only was Su Qingyan stunned, but Tang Xian was too. What exactly did this exchange mean now? Was it about turning something fake into something real? Stop spacing out, let's keep walking. Seeing Tang Xian lost in thought, Su Qingyan tugged at his arm, she didn't want him to think too deeply about it. Chapter 24, Even Cats Succumb to Temptation. After purchasing clothes and shoes, Tang Xian went to buy some premium tea, and he bought quite a lot. Can you finish all that by yourself? Seeing Tang Xian buy the tea, Su Qingyan couldn't help but comment. One portion is for myself, and the other is for your father, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Hearing Tang Xian's words, a smile appeared on Su Qingyan's pretty face, because what Tang Xian did was to build relationships even if it was to fill a hole, he was serious about it. After a delightful shopping spree with their purchases nearly complete, Su Qingyan took Tang Xian into a milk tea shop to rest. What would you like to eat? I'll treat you later, Tang Xian asked Su Qingyan as they sipped their milk tea. Not eating out, we'll go back home to eat. Su Qingyan shook her head. After hearing Su Qingyan's remarks, Tang Xian smiled. I can manage some simple home-cooked dishes, but if you're craving a feast, it's better to leave it to professionals at restaurants. Then we'll have our feast another day. Tonight, let's eat at home, Su Qingyan said, still preferring a home-cooked meal. Having shopped to their satisfaction, they left the mall. Tang Xian drove to a supermarket to buy a fish before finally returning to the villa. Back at the villa, Su Qingyan changed into comfortable homeware. Tang Xian, would you like me to help you with the cooking? She asked. No need, just wait to eat. The mall delivery is here, could you get it? Tang Xian responded to Su Qingyan while wearing an apron. After answering Tang Xian, Su Qingyan picked up her phone and started chatting with her best friend Xiao Yao. Su Qingyan still pretended to ask about things under the guise of a friend. Su Qingyan, if you want to ask something, just say it straight. Do you even have friends? Don't think I don't know, Xiao Yao bluntly called her out over the phone. Alright then, I'll ask directly. I want to give Tang Xian a gift, what do you think would be good? After glancing at the chat box and hesitating for a moment, Su Qingyan finally sent the message. So his name is Tang Xian, you're actually giving a man a gift? Now that's a rare sight. Belts, bags, men need bags too when they go out. A formal briefcase for documents and files, or a casual one for phones and cigarettes, Xiaoyao replied. That's so tasteless. Gifts should be more luxurious, something memorable, okay? Su Qingyan was dissatisfied with Xiaoyao's suggestion. If you want something luxurious, then give him a car. That bastard will think of you every time he drives. Xiaoyao cursed Tang Xian, annoyed that Su Qingyan hadn't treated her to dinner since he came into the picture. He has a car, and it's not a bad one either, more expensive than both of ours, Su Qingyan replied to Xiaoyao. This guy's got nice cars, so a ring isn't the right choice. Watches then, you can pick from high, mid, or low-end brands, Xiaoyao typed. Alright, then let's give him a watch. Su Qingyan thought this was a good suggestion. With the idea in mind, Su Qingyan reached out to Patek Philippe's official customer service manager. As a VIP guest of the brand, she had direct contact information for their designated manager. After getting in touch, Su Qingyan mentioned she wanted to customize the most profound and meaningful men's watch. While inquiring, she browsed through the official website and soon became unhappy because the model she chose was unavailable. She had selected the Watch King, the 6002G Celestial Twin Turbo with astronomical tourbillon, which was currently out of stock due to extremely limited production. Fortunately, the customer service manager recommended another model, the Celestial Moon Phase, priced at 2.3 million. After taking a look, Su Qingyan found it quite satisfactory and decided to proceed with the order. After preparing the dishes, Tang Xian set the table. Today, he had made boiled fish in chili oil along with a few home-style side dishes. Sitting across from Tang Xian, Su Qingyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "Later, I'll give you a small gift. You can't refuse it, and you can't dislike it either. I'd never turn down a little gift." Tang Xian opened a can of beer and pushed it towards Su Qingyan. As Tang Xian spoke, the system's voice chimed in, "It's impolite not to reciprocate a gift. Present Su Qingyan with a gift. If she's satisfied, you'll be rewarded with a Patek Philippe Celestial Moon Tourbillon watch. I'm glad you don't mind. Is the food today too spicy?" Su Qingyan asked, glancing at the dishes on the table. "The boiled fish is quite spicy, but the others aren't. My bad for forgetting to ask about your preferences." Tang Xian smacked his forehead. "I usually avoid spicy food because books say it causes breakouts, but I'll try what you've made," Su Qingyan said. What followed was quite a spectacle. With each bite of fish, Su Qingyan would turn her head, fan her mouth with her left hand, then take a sip of beer. "Let's not eat this anymore. There are other side dishes available. I won't make this kind of dish in the future either," Tang Xian said somewhat apologetically, feeling like he'd tricked her. "No, it's delicious. Though a bit spicy, the aftertaste is wonderfully fragrant," Su Qingyan replied, beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead, her feminine charm radiating even more intensely. The meal was eaten with great passion, spicy to the point of discomfort, yet Su Qingyan still wanted more. After finishing the food and cleaning up, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan settled on the sofa. Su Qingyan turned on the TV, though the volume was kept low, while Tang Xian read a book. "Tang Xian, will you walk me home later?" Su Qingyan's eyes were on the TV, but her thoughts were elsewhere. "Of course. I'll take you later, just in time to deliver the tea leaves your father asked for, and that silk scarf for your mother. Though I wonder if they'll like them." Tang Xian glanced at Su Qingyan. "They'll definitely like it." Hearing that Tang Xian would accompany her, Su Qingyan perked up happily. Just then, the phone rang. It was Tang Xian's. Glancing at the screen and seeing it was Fanjin's voice call, Tang Xian answered without avoiding Su Qingyan's presence, though naturally without putting it on speaker. Fanjin mentioned she planned to register at the driving school tomorrow and asked if Tang Xian was free. Tang Xian confirmed he was and promised to pick her up the next day. "Busy tomorrow?" Su Qingyan asked as she watched Tang Xian hang up the phone. "Not exactly. A classmate signed up for driving school and isn't very familiar with it, so she wants me to accompany her," Tang Xian explained. Su Qingyan didn't press further, but she had a gut feeling it was a girl. Of course, she wouldn't ask or voice this thought, though it did slightly affect her mood. After watching TV and chatting for a while longer, Tang Xian took the gift box containing tea and a silk scarf, placed it in the car, and then drove Su Qingyan home. This time Tang Xian entered the manor and presented the tea and silk scarves to Su Qingyan's parents. Seeing Tang Xian and receiving his gifts made Su Haijun and Qin Xiang extremely happy. Su Haijun wanted to pull Tang Xian into the study, but Qin Xiang stopped him. "He just arrived and you're already dragging him off to write calligraphy? How boring is that?" After sitting for a while, Tang Xian left. At this point, Su Qingyan called Xiaoyao and shared her suspicions. "There's no cat that doesn't crave fish, just focus on being the proper main wife." The little imp gave Su Qingyan an utterly frustrating reply. Chapter 25, Daring Not to Approach. "Get lost," Su Qingyan cursed before abruptly hanging up the phone. Su Qingyan felt unsettled. At that moment, Qin Xiang approached carrying a bowl of silver ear mushroom soup. "I know you've already eaten with Xiao Tang, but the air outside isn't good. You should have a bowl of this soup before resting." "Thank you, Mom." Su Qingyan took the tremella soup. After handing the tremella soup to Su Qingyan, Qin Xiang didn't leave but instead sat down beside her. "Tell me, how are things progressing with young Tang lately?" Su Qingyan lowered her head, silently drinking the tremella soup without responding to Qin Xiang's question. "Silly girl, why can't you talk to your mother about this? You've never been in a relationship before. If there's anything you're unsure about, you can always ask me." Watching her daughter drink the tremella soup, Qin Xiang spoke gently. "Mom, today he took a call, and I think it was from a girl." Sipping her snow fungus soup, Su Qingyan spoke up. "What's the big deal? He can't possibly know only you as a woman, can he? Don't be too narrow-minded. Just make sure he knows you're the best. As long as he doesn't cross the line, you shouldn't overthink it," Qin Xiang said to her daughter, realizing Su Qingyan was serious, something she'd never been like before. "Thanks, Mom. I understand." Su Qingyan nodded. Qin Xiang smiled and left, delighted to see her daughter changing in this way. After Qin Xiang left, Su Qingyan thought for a moment and realized her mother was right. It was just accompanying a classmate to sign up for driving school. What was she overthinking for? Picking up her phone, she hesitated repeatedly before finally making a video call. At this moment, Tang Xian was inside the Oriental Plaza Mall. "Where are you?" Su Qingyan asked upon connecting the video call, noticing Tang Xian wasn't at home. "Just buying some things outside. I'll be back soon," Tang Xian replied with a smile, surprised that Su Qingyan had initiated the video call. "Oh, I see." Su Qingyan nodded, feeling somewhat puzzled. She and Tang Xian had bought plenty of daily necessities earlier that day, so he shouldn't be lacking anything. Could it be underwear? She realized they hadn't purchased any, perhaps she'd been careless. In reality, Tang Xian had come to the mall to pick out a gift for Su Qingyan. Firstly, since Su Qingyan had planned to give him a present, he needed to prepare something in return. Secondly, the system had rewarded him with a Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon, an extremely famous and prestigious timepiece, known as the King of Watches. Back on Earth, he had worn Patek Philippe too, though he had never managed to acquire this particular model. Arriving at the Bulgari counter, Tang Xian selected a necklace. Since money was no issue, he chose the most luxurious one available, spending nearly 2 million yuan on it. Normally, the Bulgari counter didn't stock such expensive necklaces, but this time, a sapphire necklace was on display, and Tang Xian took a liking to it. The price didn't matter. What mattered was that he felt the sapphire would perfectly complement Su Qingyan. After purchasing the necklace, Tang Xian went to the men's section to buy some underwear, briefs, and socks. Finally, he bought a high-performance tablet before returning to the villa. He couldn't stay at home all the time. With the tablet, he could trade stocks on the go. After a night's rest, he had breakfast in the morning, installed the necessary software on his tablet, and changed into a casual long-sleeved shirt. Then, Tang Xian drove to Fenjin's family's apartment building. Shortly after Tang Xian arrived, he received a message from Fenjin asking where they should meet. Tang Xian replied, telling her he was waiting downstairs. Before long, Fenjin appeared dressed in sportswear with her hair tied in a ponytail, but she was looking around because she didn't see Tang Xian. At that moment, Tang Xian rolled down the car window, called out to Fenjin, and waved at her. Fenjin walked over, glanced at Tang Xian, then at the car. Your car? And a sports car at that? Let's go. Hop in and set the navigation. I'll accompany you to register. Tang Xian opened the passenger door and let Fenjin get in. After getting in the car and glancing at Tang Xian, Fenjin fastened her seatbelt. Shouldn't we stop by the supermarket to buy some cigarettes and water? I've heard you're supposed to give the driving instructor cigarettes during lessons, otherwise they'll make things difficult for you. I'm ready, Tang Xian said, starting the car and driving out of the residential area. Fenjin turned on the navigation, and Tang Xian followed its directions. The morning traffic was heavy, but all the vehicles kept a noticeable distance from Tang Xian's car. Tang Xian, why are they staying so far away from us? Afraid of scratches? Don't they all have insurance anyway? Fenjin asked curiously, looking out the car window. There is insurance, but policies have coverage limits. Once those limits are exceeded, the insurance company won't cover it. Moreover, filing a claim would increase next year's premiums based on the compensation amount, Tang Xian explained to Fenjin. So what you're saying is if they scrape our car, their insurance coverage might not be enough. Fenjin, being a top student, could deduce the implications effortlessly. Exactly. After an incident, traffic police determine liability, assigning full, primary, or secondary responsibility. Since we follow traffic rules, if the other party causes a scrape, they'd at least bear secondary liability. Compensation is inevitable. You'll understand gradually, Tang Xian patiently clarified. Half an hour later, as they chatted, Tang Xian drove to the driving school located at the city's outskirts. The sight of Tang Xian's Lamborghini roaring like a wild beast left the driving school's instructors and students utterly stunned. It was simply too overwhelming. After getting out of the car, Tang Xian took Fenjin to register, where the reception staff treated them with utmost courtesy. While Fenjin went through the enrollment formalities, someone also came to attend to Tang Xian. Anyone driving a supercar worth millions was a young master to be handled carefully, lest any trouble arise. The one assigned to receive Tang Xian was one of the driving school's vice principals. Tang Xian requested a patient female instructor to teach Fenjin. The deputy principal of the driving school readily agreed and gave his assurance that there would be no unnecessary hurdles. Su Jin would graduate smoothly and in the fastest possible manner. Nowadays, everyone fears female drivers. You should teach more thoroughly when it comes to driving skills. If she genuinely can't pass the test, then there's nothing to be done. Compensating for accidents with money is one thing, but being irresponsible to society is another. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian voiced his concerns. He didn't want Su Jin to simply scrape by with a license. She needed proper skills, otherwise, the consequences could be grave. Mr. Tang makes a fair point. Your awareness is commendable. I understand now. The driving school principal paused briefly before acknowledging his words. Tang Xian didn't ask for favors without reciprocation either. He discreetly handed over a carton of cigarettes as a customary gesture. Since they showed him respect, it was only right to return the courtesy. After Fan Jin completed the enrollment procedures, the vice principal personally arranged for a female coach, one who could start training immediately. While Fan Jin practiced driving, Tang Xian opened his tablet and began manipulating the stock market. In the top-floor office of Shanghai Group, Su Qingyan and Xiaoyao chatted away. Chapter 26. This dog of a man. Hey sis, can you stop making video calls to him in the future? It feels like you're checking up on him. That'll just make a man resistant, Xiaoyao said to Su Qingyan. Really? Su Qingyan was taken aback. Xiaoyao nodded firmly, explaining that men all need their space. If they're constantly being monitored, the psychological pressure builds up, and eventually they'll start resisting. I get it now. I'll just text from now on. If it's urgent, I'll make a voice call instead of video, Su Qingyan conceded, finding Xiaoyao's reasoning sound. Qingyan, when are you going to bring him out to meet your girls? We'll help you vet him and see what kind of scoundrel he is to have you so head over heels. Xiaoyao was quite curious about her best friend's new boyfriend. Instead of answering Xiaoyao, Su Qingyan hung up the phone. Meet him? At the moment, strictly speaking, she and Tang Xian were just friends, they hadn't defined their relationship yet. If she introduced him to Xiaoyao now, she might give herself away, and that would be humiliating. During the lunch break, Su Qingyan told her secretary she wouldn't be back in the afternoon and to contact her by phone if anything urgent came up. Then she drove off, stopping first at a mall to buy Tang Xian some underwear and socks, along with a few things for herself, before heading to the waterfront villa district. Since her car's license plate was registered, the villa security didn't stop her, and Su Qingyan drove smoothly up to Tang Xian's villa. She knew the gate code but felt it wouldn't be proper to enter unannounced, so she sent him a message instead. Upon receiving Su Qingyan's message, Tang Xian was momentarily stunned, then sent her the entry code before informing her he could return in the afternoon. He suggested ordering takeout for lunch and promised to cook something delicious for dinner. After getting the message, Su Qingyan entered Tang Xian's villa. This felt different from entering on her own, at the very least. She'd notified him properly this time. Tang Xian's villa was impeccably clean, requiring no tidying from Su Qingyan. She washed the newly purchased underwear she'd bought him and hung it to dry. Being somewhat particular about hygiene, she preferred to wash intimate garments, even brand new ones, before wearing them. After finishing the laundry, while resting on the sofa, Su Qingyan noticed several boxes stored in the compartment beneath the coffee table. After opening and taking a look, Su Qingyan smiled because it was indeed underwear and socks. Checking the date on the receipt inside the bag, she saw it was from last night. In other words, Tang Xian had gone out to buy underwear last night. He must have been too shy to do so while they were together, and it hadn't occurred to her either. After all, she'd never bought clothes for anyone before. As she prepared to wash Tang Xian's clothes, Su Qingyan spotted an exquisite box. Glancing at the logo, she froze. Wasn't Bulgari a luxury jewelry brand? Opening the box, Su Qingyan discovered a delicate necklace nestled inside. Seeing the sapphire necklace, Su Qingyan liked it very much. But who was Tang Xian giving it to? If it was for her, he would have said so. While Su Qingyan was lost in thought, her phone rang. It was a call from her best friend, Xiaoyao. No time to treat you to dinner today, Su Qingyan said bluntly after answering the call. She was waiting for Tang Xian and had no intention of going out to meet Xiaoyao. I wasn't calling about dinner. I'm in a bad mood and just wanted to vent for a bit, Xiaoyao said, her voice tinged with frustration. What's got our little demon princess so upset? Su Qingyan asked. Xiaoyao was usually carefree and rarely this angry. A few days ago I saw a Bulgari necklace at their Oriental Plaza boutique. I hesitated because it cost 2 million, but today when I decided to buy it, some bastard had already snatched it up. Xiaoyao's angry curses came through the phone. A Bulgari necklace. Can't you just buy another one? Why so furious? Su Qingyan laughed at Xiaoyao's unusual rage. You don't understand, it was the display piece, a limited edition. No amount of money can buy it now. Xiaoyao sighed. At this moment, Su Qingyan looked at the necklace in the box and asked, you said the necklace is worth 2 million, is it a sapphire necklace? Yes, it's a luxurious yet elegant necklace. After being discontinued, the value of this necklace will skyrocket. I asked around, some jerk bought it. As for the details, Bulgari refused to disclose anything. There's no way to buy it back. After cursing a few times, Xiaoyao hung up the phone. Staring at the necklace in the box, Su Qingyan realized that this must be the one that drove Xiaoyao into a rage worth over 2 million. Tang Xian actually bought a necklace worth more than 2 million. Who was it for? After pondering for a while, Su Qingyan carefully put the box away, washed all of Tang Xian's underwear, hung them out to dry, and then leaned back on the sofa to rest. Funjin had a smooth driving practice session that lasted till the afternoon. Tang Xian, having finished his tasks related to the stock market, then drove her home. Tang Xian, that instructor, was very patient. He said my driving skills are good enough, and I shouldn't have any trouble getting my license, Funjin said excitedly from the passenger seat. Take your time with practice. You'll need these skills when you actually hit the road. Solid fundamentals now will make driving feel effortless later, Tang Xian replied with a smile. After returning to the city center, Funjin wanted to treat Tang Xian to dinner. However, since Su Qingyan was still at the villa, Tang Xian excused himself by saying he had other matters to attend to. After dropping Funjin off at her home, he drove back to the Bund Villa area. Seeing Su Qingyan's car parked in the yard, Tang Xian knew she was still home. Entering the villa, Tang Xian found Su Qingyan curled up asleep on the sofa. He draped a blanket over her before heading to the kitchen, where he took ingredients from the fridge and began cooking. The untouched state of everything told him Su Qingyan hadn't eaten. By the time Tang Xian finished preparing a few simple dishes, Su Qingyan had woken up. Tang Xian, you're back. Why didn't you wake me? Su Qingyan folded the blanket as she sat up. You were sleeping so soundly I didn't want to wake you. Go wash your hands, then we'll eat, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. This time Tang Xian didn't make anything spicy, just 4 simple home-style dishes and a soup. When there was nothing special going on, he didn't drink alcohol. You accommodated me by not making it spicy this time. Su Qingyan spoke up, having noticed during yesterday's meal that Tang Xian preferred spicy food, yet today's dishes were mild. Ha ha, I'm pretty easygoing when it comes to food, Tang Xian replied. After the meal, Tang Xian cleared the dishes while Su Qingyan fetched the dried undergarments from the clothesline and began folding them. Skin-tight undergarments should be washed before wearing to avoid potential skin irritation from fabric dyes, Su Qingyan advised as she neatly folded Tang Xian's underwear. Don't interfere with these matters in the future. I'll handle them myself, it's too embarrassing, Tang Xian said somewhat sheepishly. After tidying up, the two sat on the sofa, Su Qingyan watching TV while Tang Xian read a book. Su Qingyan's thoughts lingered on the necklace. Though she wasn't lacking in accessories, this particular piece inexplicably tugged at her heartstrings. She wanted to know who Tang Xian had bought it for. Chapter 27. I like it very much. After sitting up, Su Qingyan went to wash some fruit while Tang Xian continued reading market economics, thinking he should buy a few more books later. As they ate the fruit, Su Qingyan and Tang Xian had a simple conversation, mainly with Su Qingyan asking what major Tang Xian wanted to pursue after entering university. Tang Xian replied that he wanted to study business, as well as law. That's good too. Su Qingyan fully supported Tang Xian. What he studied wasn't really important, what mattered was having the ability. After chatting for a while, Tang Xian bent down and pulled out a necklace box from under the coffee table. Thank you for accompanying me all this time, helping me buy clothes and everything. This is for you. Looking at the box in Tang Xian's hand, Su Qingyan froze for a moment. She had previously assumed that the necklace wasn't meant for her. This was an unexpected delight. Su Qingyan opened the box and examined it carefully, this time openly admiring it. Before, she hadn't dared to look because she feared she'd fall in love with it, only to discover it wasn't hers. Do you like it? Tang Xian asked. I do, I love it. Su Qingyan nodded enthusiastically. Not only was the necklace exquisite and expensive, but even if it had been worthless, she would still have adored it. At this moment, Tang Xian also received a system notification, gift delivered. Su Qingyan is satisfied. Reward, Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon watch, currently in transit. The boutique will contact the host later for pickup. Glad you like it. As he spoke, Tang Xian tossed the wrapping paper and receipt into the trash bin. This scene left Su Qingyan stunned. The necklace cost 2 million yuan, shouldn't he at least inform her? What kind of behavior was this? Don't throw away the receipt, Su Qingyan spoke up. I'm glad you like it. I never thought about returning or exchanging it, Tang Xian said. If there are any quality issues, you can still reach out to them. Su Qingyan picked up the receipt from the trash can but didn't look at it before tossing it into the box. As she gazed at the necklace, Su Qingyan found herself liking it more and more. If you like it, go ahead and wear it. I think it suits your temperament quite well. Tang Xian could tell Su Qingyan genuinely loved the necklace. Alright, then help me put it on. Su Qingyan looked at Yi Xian and asked. Nodding, Tang Xian stood up, unfastened the necklace clasp, and moved behind Su Qingyan. As she gathered her hair, he carefully placed the necklace around her neck. Thank you, Tang Xian. Su Qingyan spoke softly to him. I'm glad you like it, I was most afraid you wouldn't. Tang Xian replied with a smile. As dusk fell, Su Qingyan decided to leave. This time, she didn't intend to have Tang Xian escort her. She planned to visit her best friend and show off her necklace after all. That little witch had been insisting it was some playboy who bought the necklace. Tang Xian walked Su Qingyan to her car. Drive carefully, he said. I understand, you should rest early. I'll visit when I have time. Looking at Tang Xian, Su Qingyan's face was flushed crimson, her heart brimming with sweetness. Watching Su Qingyan get into the car, Tang Xian cast an appraisal skill. Su Qingyan, age 25, affection level 80, occupation, CEO of Shanghai Group, quality 89. An affection level of 80 is a critical threshold. It could signify a close confidant or perhaps a soulmate. At this level, Su Qingyan might even consider staying overnight if Tang Xian were to ask. Had they truly reached the intimacy of soulmates without ever crossing the boundaries of friendship? After some thought, Tang Xian realized that since they'd already been through so much together, Su Qingyan's affection toward him would naturally deepen as long as she acknowledged his worth. Back in his room, Tang Xian leaned back on the sofa. At that moment, he remembered Xiao Qingyin. It had been 2 days since he last visited her livestream. He wondered if the little streamer was doing well and whether she might be facing any difficulties. Opening his phone app, Tang Xian found Shark Live and navigated to Xiao Qingyin's livestream channel, where she was currently broadcasting. Clicking into Xiao Qingyin's livestream, Tang Xian joined. His account was loaded with plenty of virtual currency, shark fins, which he could use to help boost Xiao Qingyin's popularity. The moment Tang Xian's rainbow-colored username appeared in the stream chat, the barrage of viewer messages in Xiao Qingyin's livestream immediately paused, before flooding the screen in unison. Welcome, Emperor Xian. In the livestream room, Xiao Qingyin, who had been casually chatting and joking with her viewers, was also stunned. She hadn't expected Tang Xian to show up. After Tang Xian's last visit, when he mentioned having his own affairs to attend to and expressed hope that she wouldn't be harassed, her audience had indeed stopped pestering her. Instead, they simply enjoyed her food recommendations and casual conversations, keeping her viewership reasonably high. Even during PK battles nowadays, other big spenders would step in to help Xiao Qingyin, ensuring she didn't lose too disastrously. Entering the live stream, Tang Xian first sent 100 super rockets. Xiao Qingyin was thrilled, not because she cared about the monetary value of the gifts, but because Tang Xian had willingly come to her of his own accord. She knew that before meeting her, Tang Xian had never used Shark TV. He had created his account specifically for her. Lord Xian, give us a song. Seeing Tang Xian finish gifting, the barrage in the live stream unified once more, and the viewership soared straight upward. Tang Xian had no idea that after his performance of Blue and White Porcelain, the number of followers on his account had skyrocketed. His fan count had now surpassed 6 million, nearing 7 million, far exceeding Xiao Qingyin's numbers. What's more, Tang Xian's followers were all real, highly active accounts, unlike some influencers with millions of followers, many of whom were inactive or simply there to inflate numbers. As soon as Tang Xian went online, many received notifications and, discovering he was in Xiao Qingyin's livestream, flocked over to join. Another song? Sure, let's do it. Tang Xian was in particularly good spirits today. Seeing Su Qingyan happy with the gifts had cheered him up, and soon he would finally own the Celestial Moon Astronomical Tourbillon watch, a timepiece he had longed for in his past life but could never obtain. Once in the home theater, Tang Xian turned on the sound system, drew back the floor-to-ceiling curtains, and switched on the lights before connecting his microphone. After seeing Tang Xian's profile, gifts in the live stream started pouring in. Thank you all for the gifts. On behalf of the small streamer, I'd like to express my gratitude, Tang Xian said after tuning his guitar. Little did Tang Xian know, Su Qingyan was also in the livestream at that moment. She didn't comment, just came to watch. She didn't mind Tang Xian having some fun either, as she was extremely happy today she had received a necklace she particularly liked. Additionally, she had thoroughly annoyed Xiao Yao, who had wanted to buy the same necklace but couldn't get it, while it was given to her as a gift. The sound of the guitar rose, and Tang Xian's voice rang out through the livestream. Gently wake the slumbering spirit, slowly open your eyes. Look at the busy world, still spinning in lonely solitude. The spring breeze knows not the feelings it stirs, yet sets the young heart astir. As Tang Xian's voice filled the air, Xiao Qingyin's livestream fell into silence, no more bullet comments, only continuous gift animations soaring across the screen. The viewership surged rapidly, surpassing 1 million, then 2 million, while the number of followers on Tang Xian's account skyrocketed. It wasn't just by dozens or hundreds, it increased by thousands upon thousands. Chapter 28 Silence is Golden. Mr. Xian, could you please record the song? Having to listen to the live stream recordings every time just doesn't feel the same. After Tang Xian finished singing, bullet comments flooded the live stream, not just one or two, but many music enthusiasts shared this same sentiment. Among them were even well-known music critics and producers. Reading these comments, Tang Xian hesitated. Should he really go record the song properly? I'll think about this, but I've been quite busy with things recently. I'll consider it after this busy period. Tang Xian spoke up. Tang Xian casually chatted with the viewers in the live stream. The Shark platform staff were now busy, continuously increasing bandwidth for Xiao Qingyin's livestream and giving her channel the strongest front page recommendation. Are you thinking about going back to school? Xiao Qingyin asked. Yeah, the college entrance exam results are coming out soon, and next I'll need to fill out my university applications. Tang Xian nodded. Which university in Shanghai? Someone in the live stream chat asked. Many regular viewers in the stream knew Xiao Qingyin was from Shanghai. She often featured Shanghai's local cuisine during her outdoor broadcasts. Since Tang Xian was someone Xiao Qingyin knew in real life, it naturally followed that he was also from Shanghai. I'm planning to go to the capital. If my scores allow it, I want to attend Huaqing University. It's not that Shanghai's universities aren't good, it's just that I've always had a personal attachment to Huaqing. Tang Xian explained his plans, making sure not to sound dismissive of Shanghai's institutions, many of which were top-tier universities. When Tang Xian spoke, the live stream fell silent again. What place was Huaqing University? It was the nation's top institution of higher learning. Not just anyone could go there. The admission scores were terrifyingly high, and unless you were a top student, you shouldn't even think about it. Why go to the capital? Isn't Shanghai good enough? Won't your family be worried? The top streamer on Shark TV, Demon King, sent a message in the chat. My family, sigh, there's not much family left. It's the same wherever I go. I'm someone who goes with the flow, living according to my heart's desires. Tang Xian shook his head. Mentioning family touched a chord within him. Back on Blue Star in his previous life, his parents had passed away early too. The thought of family brought a pang of pain. The atmosphere in the live stream suddenly shifted. No one had expected that Tang Xian had virtually no family left. The live stream stayed silent for a while before suddenly seeing discordant comments appear, claiming Tang Xian was crafting a persona for clout, preparing for his broadcast debut. You can't discuss winter with summer insects, Tang Xian uttered 6 words. Don't measure others by your own standards. Xiao Qingyin also grew irritated. Despite Xiao Qingyin's attempts to curb it, the live chat's momentum kept rising, with viewers accusing Tang Xian of sending gifts for publicity, as an investment, or ultimately to monetize his stream. Baby, I'm really sorry about this. I didn't expect things to escalate like this. Tang Xian didn't care about what the live stream viewers were saying, but he was concerned about how it affected Xiao Qingyin. It's fine, I don't mind. Moderators, just ban anyone who speaks out of turn. Xiao Qingyin sounded a bit angry. No need, just be yourself. As for those saying I do live streams just to make money, let me say this, everyone needs money, but I truly disdain resorting to cheap publicity stunts. I don't lack houses or cars. Tang Xian chuckled as he turned the camera around. Holding his phone, Tang Xian walked out from the home theater and casually strolled through his villa, giving viewers a brief tour of the luxurious property. As Tang Xian moved around, the lavishness of the villa became visible to the live stream audience. When he stepped outside, the camera captured the 3-story standalone villa. At the very least, I don't need to strive for a house, I've got one. As for cars, while they might not be top tier, they're more than sufficient. After showcasing the villa, Tang Xian then focused the camera on the side of his car. With Tang Xian presenting facts that silenced criticism, the chaotic atmosphere in the live stream dissipated. Xiao Qingyin's moderators didn't ban anyone, but bans and suspensions still occurred, this time enacted by the platform's super administrators, whose penalties are permanent. Unexpected incidents always dampen the mood. Here's one more song for everyone, and then I'll call it a night. Holding his phone, Tang Xian returned to the home theater, adjusted his phone, and prepared to end the stream. Still with guitar accompaniment, Tang Xian then sang out Silence is Golden, a song he particularly loved. Chilly night wind, alone gazing back at past events and dust, my former self filled with fury and resentment, false accusations and blame accumulating till I could bear no more indignation. Used to react too intensely to rumors, after lessons learned and guided by ancient texts, now see through it all, no longer trapped by my own thoughts. At this moment, Tang Xian carried an aura of melancholic world weariness, the song serving as his response to previous accusations. After finishing the song, Tang Xian ended the call and directly exited the livestream. From now on, any slander against Xian in my livestream will result in an instant ban, no discussion. Just because they pick up a keyboard doesn't make them saints. Xiao Qingyin was furious. Tang Xian had only been trying to help her, yet he ended up being attacked. Fresh out of the shower and just lying down, Tang Xian's phone rang. It was Su Qingyan. Why aren't you asleep yet? Tang Xian asked as he answered the call. Young man, who goes to bed this early? You're not already lying down, are you? Su Qingyan asked. I really was lying down that time I went to the bar. It was just a one-time thing, and you happened to catch me, Tang Xian said with a laugh. Tang Xian, that day was just a coincidence for me too. Su Qingyan's words faltered slightly. She didn't want to be misunderstood, especially not by Tang Xian. I know you're a good girl. That day was just a special situation, Tang Xian said with a smile. Tang Xian, why don't we go for a drink? Come pick me up? Su Qingyan spoke up, concerned about Tang Xian's mood. She'd been watching the live stream earlier and knew someone had attacked him. Is it appropriate? What would your parents think if I came to get you? Tang Xian hesitated before replying. Others might not be allowed, but if it's you, my parents probably wouldn't object. Why don't we try? Su Qingyan asked. After some thought, Tang Xian agreed. Refusing Su Qingyan wouldn't be right, and truth be told, he really wanted to see her. Taking off his pajamas, Tang Xian changed into casual clothes, grabbed his car keys, and drove off. As Tang Xian drove out, a woman in another villa noticed his car. That's the Lamborghini from Nanin's livestream. He really does live in Zhonghai Villas. I should pay him a visit tomorrow. This woman was Mogu, a top streamer on Shark TV. Meanwhile, at the manor, Su Qingyan started applying makeup, which puzzled Qin Xiang. Honey, are you going out? It's getting a bit late. Mom, Tang Xian said he'll pick me up later. He's been studying stocks lately and is quite tired, so he wants to relax a bit, Su Qingyan spoke up. A date with young Tang? Well then, no problem. Sure enough, just as Su Qingyan had guessed, Qin Xiang didn't object at all when Tang Xian was mentioned. Chapter 29, Held Back. Mom, what did Tang Xian promise you? Are you helping him keep an eye on me? Su Qingyan gave Qin Xiang a helpless look. What's this? It's not about keeping an eye on you for Tang Xian's sake, it's a matter of right and wrong. In today's society, let's not even mention outdated notions of wifely virtue. It doesn't sound nice, but one must maintain self-respect. Only then are you worthy of being loved even more by others. Qin Xiang looked at her daughter as she spoke. Su Qingyan nodded. She knew her mother meant well, and her words made sense. If you want others to respect and love you, you must behave in a way that commands respect and love. Other people's children are all disobedient, always fighting with their parents. Your mother is so relieved that you understand everything. Come here, sweetheart, let me give you a hug. If I don't hug you soon, you'll belong to someone else's family. Qin Xiang stepped forward and embraced her daughter. While Qin Xiang and Su Qingyan were having their mother-daughter talk, Tang Xian drove up to the estate gate. To avoid disturbing Su Haijun and Qin Xiang, he didn't go inside but simply sent a text message to Su Qingyan. Has little Tang arrived yet? Hearing Su Qingyan's phone ring, Qin Xiang asked. After glancing at her phone, Su Qingyan nodded. Mom, you go rest. I'll come back early. With society developing so fast these days, it's fine whether you come back or not. Just make sure to protect yourself and for now, try not to create any new lives. Qin Xiang chuckled as she looked at her daughter. When mother and daughter were together, Qin Xiang sometimes couldn't resist teasing her a little. At Qin Xiang's words, Su Qingyan's face flushed red. She grabbed her bag and left immediately. This was far too embarrassing. After leaving the estate, Su Qingyan got into Tang Xian's car. Your parents know I came to pick you up. Should I greet them? Looking at Su Qingyan, Tang Xian hesitated slightly. Going in now would be rather late, yet not doing so might seem impolite. No need, because it might be a bit awkward. Su Qingyan shook her head. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian agreed that Su Qingyan had a point. Picking up someone's daughter this late really would be somewhat awkward. Driving the car, Tang Xian took Su Qingyan away from the manor and arrived at a very lively bar. Since it was just the two of them, they didn't book a private room. After sitting at a booth, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan ordered 2 drinks and watched others swaying their bodies energetically. If you want to, go dance. I'll watch you here, Tang Xian said, noticing Su Qingyan's gaze at the dance floor. Come join me. I won't go alone. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes turned to Tang Xian. Watching the men and women on the dance floor swaying freely, she felt a stir of excitement inside. With a smile, Tang Xian led Su Qingyan onto the dance floor. He had never done this before. In his past life as a successful businessman, his status wouldn't allow him to visit bars. Even in this second chance at life, he hadn't truly relaxed until now. The moment Tang Xian and Su Qingyan stepped onto the dance floor, they drew countless gazes. Women's eyes lingered on Tang Xian, handsome, striking, a feast for the eyes, while men's attention fixed on Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, tall and graceful, carried an air of cool elegance. The stares were one thing, but when several men tried to approach Su Qingyan, Tang Xian blocked them one after another, and there were far too many of them. Noticing this situation, Su Qingyan leaned close to Tang Xian and said, "Let's go back and sit for a while." Tang Xian nodded, taking Su Qingyan's hand as they returned to their booth. The two clinked glasses while chatting. Just then, a young man with dyed blonde hair approached them. "Hey beautiful, our boss invites you over for a drink." Su Qingyan frowned and ignored him. She simply wanted to share a few drinks with Tang Xian, without any unwanted complications. "Our boss is inviting you over for a drink. Can't you hear? Turn off the music." The blonde youth raised his hand, stopping the bar's music, then waited for Su Qingyan. "I don't know who your boss is. Don't disturb us." Su Qingyan was visibly annoyed by his domineering attitude. "Enough nonsense. Bring her over." A voice came from another booth. Tang Xian noticed 2 men seated there, surrounded by several others. As Tang Xian assessed the situation, the blonde youth reached out to grab Su Qingyan, forcing the invitation. "Mind your hands." Tang Xian grabbed with his right hand and twisted it backward. "Ah, you're asking for death." The blondie threw a left-handed punch straight at Tang Xian's face. Rising to his feet, Tang Xian delivered a swift kick, sending the blondie flying backward. "This punk's got some nerve. Teach him a lesson, boys, just leave him breathing," spoke the man from the booth. As the man spoke, a group of young men rushed over, some carrying baseball bats, others even brandishing butcher knives. "Security." Su Qingyan panicked at the sight. She hadn't anticipated such audacity from the other party and now feared for Tang Xian's safety. Tang Xian struck then, demonstrating the devastating power of elite combat skills. Every punch landed true, every kick found its mark, each impact accompanied by the sickening crack of breaking bones. Within moments, all the attackers lay writhing on the ground, clutching shattered arms, clutching broken legs, howling in agony. The sheer brutality of Tang Xian's strikes left them incapacitated and wailing. Kicking aside a purple-haired youth at his feet, Tang Xian walked over to their booth. Picking up a glass, he poured himself a drink, raised it, and downed it in one gulp. "What you said, just leave me breathing, right? My dad is..." The brand-clad young man started to speak, but before he could finish, Tang Xian's fist smashed into his mouth, sending several teeth clattering to the ground. Glaring at the youth clutching his bloody mouth, Tang Xian stood up. "Remember this, we live under open skies now, not in a world where anyone can cover the sun with one hand. No matter who your dad is, it won't save you." Just as Tang Xian was about to leave with Su Qingyan, they found their path blocked. Someone had called the police. A squad of officers had entered the bar and were locking down the scene. "Gather for a fight? Arrest them all and take them away." the leading police officer commanded. "Captain, we acted in self-defense." Su Qingyan stepped forward. "Whether it's self-defense or not will be determined after investigation," the leading officer replied after glancing at Su Qingyan. "And they were to be taken away." But in reality, only Tang Xian and Su Qingyan could go to the police station, the others had to go to the hospital. At the police station, after questioning, Su Qingyan was cleared. She hadn't been directly involved in anything. But Tang Xian wasn't so lucky. Since the other party was hospitalized pending investigation, he would have to be detained for further details. "You go back first. If I can't make it home tomorrow, bring my tablet, it's a lot of money per day," Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. "That's the least of it. Take care of yourself. I'll head back and figure something out. I won't let you stay here long. Later, I'll arrange for a lawyer right away and inform Dad too." Su Qingyan was furious. Tang Xian had been detained because he'd protected her. Chapter 30. Don't misunderstand him. Su Qingyan didn't leave. After stepping out of Tang Xian's sight, she immediately called the legal team of Shanghai Group, then rang her already retired father. With Tang Xian detained, she couldn't care less about protocol. Her father's connections would at least ensure Tang Xian wasn't mistreated. Meanwhile, the entire police station was buzzing about the incident. One man had taken down an entire group, leaving over a dozen seriously injured. Was this really just a brawl? More like a one-sided beating, if you ask them. What's all the chatter about? Some major case? Homicide detective Lan Chi had just returned from investigating leads when she caught wind of the commotion. "Captain, something's happened. That guy who helped you arrest the knife-wielding suspect got into trouble today. He was brought in by our colleagues from the Public Security Division and is currently detained," said a subordinate officer from the Criminal Investigation Team. "Wasn't it Tang Xian who assisted me in arresting the armed criminal?" After making some inquiries, Lan Chi headed to the Public Security Division. Zhou Peng, the captain of the Public Security Division, was reviewing the bar surveillance footage with his team. "That guy's a trained fighter. Moves like the wind, easily took down over a dozen people, though his strikes were too ruthless. That aerial kick, the opponent's jaw is at least fractured, probably shattered. That's serious bodily harm. Are you stupid? The other guy had a knife, that's clearly self-defense." The public security officers were discussing while watching the surveillance footage. At this moment, the phone in the public security office rang, and Zhou Peng picked it up. "Chief, you're still up? Rest assured, we'll enforce the law impartially. There would never be any forced confessions through torture." "Supper? Got it. I'll arrange it right away. Won't let him go hungry." "What's going on?" Lan Chi spoke up from behind the officers in the public security office. "Ah, Captain Lan. There's been a public order incident, hasn't been classified as a criminal case yet." Seeing Lan Chi, Zhou Peng explained. Though he was also a captain, his role was different from Lan Chi's. He handled minor police matters in public security, while Lan Chi dealt with major criminal cases. "I know it's a public security case. If it doesn't involve confidentiality regulations, can you tell me about it?" "Was that the chief on the phone just now?" Lan Chi asked. "There was nothing confidential about this incident, everything was out in the open." So Zhou Peng shared the details of the case with Lan Chi. "The young guy they brought in isn't easy to handle. The chief just called and said we need to handle the case impartially, not slack off. He even ordered us to arrange some late-night supper for him," Zhou Peng said. "The chief personally called to arrange supper for him? That young guy must have some serious connections," one of the officers remarked. "You all haven't been paying attention. Just the other day, he assisted our captain in apprehending the knife-wielding criminal who was holding hostages." Lan Chi spoke up. She knew someone had called the bureau chief to plead Tang Xian's case, but this couldn't be mentioned openly. After all, the bureau chief had his reputation to consider. Moreover, the chief had emphasized upholding justice impartially while simply ensuring the man wasn't treated unfairly, nothing excessive. Later, Lan Chi and her colleagues from the Public Security Division reviewed the footage again. Tang Xian had helped her, and if there were any injustices in his case, she couldn't just stand by. "The case is clear, it boils down to distinguishing between justifiable defense and excessive force," Lan Chi remarked after reviewing the video. "Exactly. The other party attacked him with a weapon, so his self-defense was warranted. The only issue is he went too hard with his strikes. Our colleagues at the hospital haven't returned yet, so we don't know the full extent of the injuries. Also, the guy who lost his teeth is the young master of Dongyun Group." Zhou Peng pointed out the tricky aspect of this case. "You handle the case as usual, I'll take care of the late-night snacks." With these words, Lan Chi left the police station. After buying some food, Lan Chi entered the interrogation room and met Tang Xian. "Officer Lan is quite well informed." Tang Xian chuckled. "With more than a dozen people seriously injured, do I need to be well informed to know?" Lan Chi shot Tang Xian an annoyed glance before pushing several purchased dishes in front of him. "How would your police department classify this?" Tang Xian began eating after opening the food container. For now, it's a public order incident. Whether it escalates to a criminal case remains uncertain. If the other party refuses to let it go and keeps pushing, then it could become troublesome. By the way, that woman in the video is quite beautiful. Who is she? Lan Shi asked Tang Xian while looking at him. A friend of mine, Tang Xian replied. Avoid going to bars and such places in the future. Decent people don't frequent those spots. Don't worry too much about this incident either. I'll inform you of anything I can share. I'll bring you breakfast in the morning, Lan Xier said to Tang Xian. After listening to Lan Xi's words, Tang Xian expressed his gratitude. Truly, more friends mean more opportunities. Su Qingyan didn't leave. She couldn't bring herself to abandon Tang Xian at the police station and go home alone. When the lawyer arrived, Qingyan recounted the incident to him. The lawyer met with the head of the security department to request Tang Xian's bail, but was refused. The case was still under investigation, awaiting the injury report from the other party, and bail would have to wait. Qingyan, now that the lawyer is here, you should go home. You have company matters to deal with tomorrow, and don't forget to bring my tablet. They're not mistreating me here. See, I just finished eating. Seeing Su Qingyan return again, Tang Xian said with a smile, alright, I'll come again tomorrow. Don't worry, worst case scenario, we'll go to court. We have a legal team, and they're already involved. We'll have results by tomorrow when work officially resumes, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. After Su Qingyan left, Tang Xian slumped back in his chair to rest. He never imagined that taking Su Qingyan out for drinks would escalate into such a situation. Yet, if given the chance, he'd do it all over again. Taking a cab back to the estate, he found the lights still on. Su Haijun and Qin Xiang were both waiting in the main hall. Dad, Mom, sorry to disturb your rest, but this incident wasn't Tang Xian's fault. I hope you won't misunderstand him because of it, Su Qingyan said, gazing at her parents. You go first, tell me exactly what happened. Su Haijun spoke up. Su Qingyan recounted the events that occurred after leaving the estate. I admit it was wrong of us to go to the bar, but the other side was too savage, baseball bats and cleavers. If it weren't for Tang Xian protecting your daughter, she might have been humiliated tonight. After explaining the incident, Su Qingyan defended Tang Xian, initially worried he might suffer in police custody, but now concerned her parents might disavow him. This is sheer lawlessness. Old Su, what did Chief Zhang say? Qin Xiang turned to her husband. Commissioner Zhang has been notified. After daybreak, once they've gone through the details, we'll get a call back. Su Haijun's face was dark with anger. No one should have dared to lay a hand on his daughter. Inside the police station, officers were still hard at work. Some were collecting evidence at the bar, while others were at the hospital documenting injuries. Though classified as a public order incident, the fact that over a dozen people were severely injured made this a major case. Chapter 31, Where are you looking? At daybreak, Tang Xian ate the breakfast Lan Shi had brought him. Originally today, Lan Shi was supposed to be resting during the day after working the night shift, but she didn't leave, primarily because she was quite concerned about the progress of Tang Xian's case. After breakfast, the hospital finalized the injury reports. All 14 individuals had sustained serious injuries. 13 had fractures of varying degrees, while the one without any broken bones had lost 4 teeth. The police officers from the bar have returned with new information. That group of people is suspected of being involved in illegal activities, selling prohibited items in the bar. They also had a history of dominating the area through intimidation. The police station held a meeting to discuss the matter and subsequently reached a conclusion. Given the circumstances at the time, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan's lives were under threat, making their actions justifiable self-defense. After settling the matter, Tang Xian didn't need bail anymore and could leave the police station. Though he wasn't allowed to leave Shanghai City recently, he had to cooperate with the police until the case was closed. This won't work. After the start of the semester, I'm supposed to go to another city for school. Hearing that he couldn't leave Shanghai, Tang Xian grew anxious. He absolutely had to attend Tsinghua University. It won't take that long. Do you think the police are slacking off? It'll be over in just a few days, Lan Shi said to Yi Xian. Nodding at Lan Shi, Tang Xian left the police station with Su Qingyan, who had come to pick him up. Are you alright? Su Qingyan asked Tang Xian worriedly. Tang Xian shook his head and then took the tablet from Su Qingyan's hands. You go to work. I should head back now. Alright, I'll go to the office to wrap things up. Then I'll come find you, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. After nodding, Tang Xian returned to the villa in Shanghai. After returning to the villa, Tang Xian took a bath to wash away the bad luck, then headed to the home theater, turned on the computer, and began operating in the stock market. Fortunately, he had returned early enough not to miss any opportunities. Unbeknownst to Tang Xian, various short video platforms were flooded with clips of his bar fight. The bar had been packed with customers during peak hours, and many had recorded and shared the videos, causing the incident to quickly gain traction. While having breakfast at home and preparing to go out to find delicious food for a live stream, Xiao Qingyin received a video call from a classmate. During their chat, the classmate mentioned the viral 1 vs 14 fight video. After hanging up, Xiao Qingjin started scrolling through videos and within just a few swipes came across the highly trending footage. After watching it, Xiao Qingyin froze because she recognized the person in the video as Tang Xian. Seeing Tang Xian being taken away by the police at the end, she grew anxious and immediately dialed his voice call. After selling his stock, Tang Xian picked up the phone. "No live streaming right now, here to invite me to sing? I'm pretty busy at the moment." "Tang Xian, which police station are you at? I can come find you. I might not be able to help much, but I can do what I can." Just as she was about to hang up, the call connected, and Xiao Qingyin spoke excitedly. "How did you know I was at the police station?" Tang Xian asked, baffled. "Now all the short video platforms are flooded with clips of you getting arrested for hitting someone. Of course I saw them. How are you doing now? The officers didn't give you too much trouble, did they?" Xiao Qingyin asked with concern in her voice. After chuckling lightly, Tang Xian reassured her that everything was fine and that he was already back home. Soon after, the two agreed to meet for a meal another day. Not long after Tang Xian hung up the phone, Su Qingyan arrived. "You didn't get much rest last night, did you? You look a bit worn out," Tang Xian remarked as he looked at Su Qingyan, getting up to pour her a cup of hot water. "Thankfully, it's you who's been sitting on the cold bench all night," Su Qingyan said as she sat down next to Tang Xian. "Have you eaten anything?" Tang Xian asked. "I can just order some takeout," Su Qingyan replied. She truly hadn't eaten, mainly because she'd been worried about Tang Xian's situation. "That won't do. Let me cook for you," Tang Xian said with a smile. "Farewell, you're making hundreds of thousands or even millions per minute, best keep an eye on it." Su Qingyan pointed at Tang Xian's computer, fully aware that every stock purchase and sale he made yielded massive profits. After retrieving a tablet and syncing it with his computer, Tang Xian picked up the tablet and headed to the kitchen. "I'll just keep an eye on things while I cook." In the kitchen, Tang Xian prepared a pot of rib congee for Su Qingyan and made 2 small side dishes. "Qingyan, did your parents say anything about you coming home so late?" Tang Xian asked. "No, they knew about last night's incident, so they didn't blame me for anything." Su Qingyan shook her head. "Sigh, I guess I've fallen from grace now. No need to continue pretending to be the responsible one anymore." Tang Xian smiled bitterly, thinking that after this incident, Su Qingyan's parents must have disapproved of him. Though the act wasn't necessary anymore, he felt a slight sadness in his heart. "What do you mean no need to continue? They didn't blame you at all. Father said you did very well and showed real masculine responsibility. What's with your attitude? Did you look relieved just now?" Su Qingyan was visibly displeased. Hearing Su Qingyan's words and seeing her put down her spoon, Tang Xian hurriedly explained that he didn't mean it that way. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you. My parents haven't thought less of you because of this incident. They said you should come over for dinner when you have time." Su Qingyan spoke up. "I thought after something this big happened, your parents would definitely disapprove of me. Turns out it's nothing serious," Tang Xian said with a laugh. "You were protecting me, and they know that." Dad was furious at the other party. "This isn't over yet. He even called his old friend about it today," Su Qingyan replied, smiling. Tang Xian was busy with stock market matters while Su Qingyan leaned back on the sofa watching TV. After the stock market closed in the afternoon, Tang Xian turned off his computer and stretched his back. "Finally done. Where do you want to go shopping?" "I'll go with you." "I won't go shopping, I'll just rest at home." Su Qingyan shook her head. "Sorry for scaring you yesterday. Let me make it up by taking you shopping today," Tang Xian said, feeling genuinely grateful to Su Qingyan. She had worked all night finding a lawyer, making calls. "No, you got into trouble yesterday because you were protecting me, so there's no need for any compensation," Su Qingyan spoke up. For the next 2 days, Tang Xian remained quiet, staying at home to study stocks. During this time, he dropped Fan Jin off at driving school once and also had a meal together with Xiao Qingyin. That day, Tang Xian saw the news Shanghai City had cracked a major case involving illegal activities, and the origin of the investigation was the bar. On the day of the incident, after Tang Xian dealt with that group of people, the officers inspecting the bar scene discovered something unusual. Following the leads, they unraveled a major case. As Tang Xian was reading the news, the doorbell of the villa rang. When he checked, he found Lan Qi standing outside, dressed in full uniform. After opening the door, Tang Xian ushered Lan Qi into the living room and handed her a bottle of water. "Has the case been concluded? What are you looking at?" Lan Qi glared at Tang Xian when she noticed his gaze lingering on her chest. Chapter 32, Armchair Strategist. Tang Xian felt a pang of embarrassment. He couldn't entirely be blamed, as it was simply too alluring. "I could have just called to inform you, but I thought I'd come see you in person. This is your certificate of bravery for helping me apprehend those criminals last time, and here's the case closure confirmation for this incident." As she spoke, Lan Qi took out a document folder and handed it to Tang Xian. Opening the folder, Tang Xian found a red-covered certificate along with the case closure documents. All the paperwork was complete and properly filed. Technically, You assisted the police in solving this case too. But since your methods were rather heavy-handed, we can't officially reward you this time. Public opinion is a factor we can't ignore, after all. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Lan Chi twisted open a water bottle and took a sip. This is more than enough for me, at least it won't affect my school attendance. After reviewing the certificate and case documents, Tang Xian exhaled in relief. While he'd known he was in the clear, having the official conclusion in hand brought him genuine peace of mind. I've been running errands for you all this time, don't I deserve some thanks? Looking at Tang Xian, Lan Chi said with a smile. After nodding, Tang Xian changed his clothes and took Lan Chi to a high-end hotel on the Bund. Today I'm treating you to a feast, but you've got to watch out for me in the future, he said as he handed the menu to Lan Chi. Holding the menu, Lan Chi's bright eyes gazed at Tang Xian. I'm a police captain who serves the people. I won't do anything illegal, that's my bottom line. I know, isn't it enough to just look out for me without breaking any laws? Tang Xian glanced at Lan Chi. Lan Chi looked at Tang Xian and nodded. She knew he was an orphan who genuinely needed support. If Tang Xian was a decent person, she wouldn't mind helping him out. The lavish meal cost Tang Xian over 10,000, but to him, it was just pocket change. Living the life of a nouveau riche sure is extravagant and flashy, Lan Chi remarked as they left the hotel. Whenever you feel like eating it, just send me a message, Tang Xian said to Lan Chi. Seriously? Just call you whenever I feel like eating? Lan Chi looked at Tang Xian with a mix of surprise and disbelief. Tang Xian nodded. I keep my word. Just let me know whenever you want to eat, and I'll treat you. Looking at Tang Xian, Lan Chi waved her hand and left. Today she had truly been happy, both the meal and Tang Xian's words had warmed her heart. After parting ways with Lan Chi, Tang Xian returned to his villa. He had nothing particular to do today. Su Qingyan was away on a business trip to negotiate a major deal. After exercising and taking a shower, Tang Xian dropped by Xiao Qingyin's livestream. With Tang Xian's support recently, Xiao Qingyin's livestream had gained traction. Though she wasn't yet a top-tier streamer, her viewership was consistently high. As soon as Tang Xian joined the stream, the chat exploded, much to the exasperation of Xiao Qingyin, who was in the middle of introducing a dish. Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't ignore the delicious food, okay? Xiao Qingyin glared angrily at the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream. However, no one paid any attention to Xiao Qingyin's outburst. Since Tang Xian's appearance prevented Xiao Qingyin from continuing her outdoor livestream, she checked into a hotel room to broadcast instead. She even remembered to buy some tasty snacks to enjoy in her room. This time, Tang Xian didn't sing. He simply chatted casually with the viewers in the stream, promising to sing for them another day. Let me know when you can sing. I'm going to the auto show in the next couple of days to educate everyone about cars. Why don't you come along and check it out too? Xiao Qingyin said to Tang Xian. Accept the other party's invitation and receive a Rolls-Royce Phantom as a reward. Just as Tang Xian was about to refuse, the system's voice chimed in. Going to the auto show, sure, that works. Contact me when you're heading there. After hearing the system's voice, Tang Xian agreed. After accepting the mission, the system voice sounded again. Tang Xian arrived at the car exhibition, where he would be contacted by Rolls-Royce officials to directly pick up the car. With the reward in hand, Tang Xian naturally wasn't stingy. He launched 100 super rockets right away and then exited the livestream before planning to rest. Tang Xian had just gotten into bed when his phone rang. Su Qingyan was calling via voice chat. What are you up to? Have you had dinner yet? Su Qingyan asked as soon as the call connected. Have you eaten yet? Tang Xian asked. Yes, though not as good as yours. I'm returning to Shanghai the day after tomorrow, and I'll have to eat your cooking again, Su Qingyan said with a smile. Great. When you're back, I'll cook whatever you're craving. Whatever you want, I'll make it. Tang Xian felt that sharing meals with Su Qingyan had a special charm. Eating alone just wasn't quite the same. After chatting for a while, Su Qingyan hung up the phone. She was already getting impatient to return to Shanghai. After a night's rest, Tang Xian got up early for some exercise, had breakfast, and received a phone call from Xiao Qingyin, arranging to meet at the Bund. With a tablet in hand, Tang Xian drove out of the villa district, picked up Xiao Qingyin at the Bund, and the two headed to the car exhibition venue. Can I go live? Turning to look at Tang Xian, Xiao Qingyin asked. Though they knew each other well, she still respected his opinion. You can stream, but try not to get me on camera. I'm not really comfortable with that, Tang Xian replied to Xiao Qingyin. Once the live stream started, Xiao Qingyin's broadcast room became lively, as her current viewership numbers were quite stable. This is Mr. Xian's supercar. This is on the way to the auto show. Speaking of which, with so many luxury cars at the auto show, would the affluent Mr. Xian consider buying another new car? After reading the live chat messages, Xiao Qingyin turned to Tang Xian and asked, the viewers are wondering, will you be buying a car? Will I buy a car? Well, that depends. Tang Xian was momentarily stunned. Would he? He didn't have an immediate need. He already owned a sports car, and soon, he'd also have a rather proper Rolls-Royce. Upon arriving at the auto show venue, Tang Xian parked his car and followed Xiao Qingyin inside. Xiao Qingyin had previously worked part-time as a car model, but since her live streams had taken off, she'd stopped modeling. Still, she remained quite familiar with the event staff, many of whom greeted her warmly. Xiao Qingyin started her livestream by discussing budget cars, while Tang Xian watched casually as he waited for a call. Someone from Rolls-Royce would be contacting him soon. While accompanying Xiao Qingyin's livestream, Tang Xian occasionally chimed in with commentary. With professional-level driving skills, he naturally had deep knowledge about cars. When they began discussing Rolls-Royce, Tang Xian and Xiao Qingyin were met with disdain. A balding man accompanied by a heavily edited woman openly expressed annoyance at their livestream. What's the point of all this commentary? Just armchair experts. Buy one yourself and ramble about it at home. It's so damn noisy, scoffed the woman, her face stiff with fillers, her gaze dripping with contempt as she eyed Xiao Qingyin and Tang Xian. Then will you buy? If you're buying, then we'll step aside, Tang Xian spoke up. Chapter 33, he understood instantly. Whether we buy or not, we're at least potential customers, unlike you who aren't even that. The woman with a stiff facial expression uttered words brimming with superiority. Just as Xiao Qingyin was pulling Tang Xian away, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Tang? A woman's voice came through the phone. Yes, speaking. May I ask who's calling? Tang Xian inquired. I'm the customer service manager at Rolls-Royce. The car you ordered has arrived and is currently at the exhibition hall. You're welcome to come pick it up anytime. The voice responded over the line. I'm actually at the exhibition venue right now, in the Rolls-Royce section. Tang Xian replied. After hanging up the phone, Tang Xian suddenly found himself in an awkward silence. The call had come out of nowhere, and its main content was unexpectedly related to a Rolls-Royce. That's quite the impressive flex. Which master taught you such slick pickup techniques? Now please, proceed with your next act. The woman with a stiff facial expression sneered at Tang Xian. I don't mind women getting minor cosmetic enhancements, after all, everyone wants to look beautiful. But when you alter yourself to this extent and still dare to frighten people in public, that's just unacceptable. Tang Xian shook his head. He hadn't wanted to say anything cutting, but this woman was too shameless. Neither he nor Xiao Qingyin had provoked her in any way, yet trouble had come knocking. You're asking for death. The woman raised her hand to slap Tang Xian, but was stopped by the bald man. Kid, let's see how you're going to wrap this up. The balding man glared angrily at Tang Xian. Just then, a woman in a black suit appeared. Which one of you is Mr. Tang? That would be me. Tang Xian spoke up. The woman in the black suit froze when she saw how young Tang Xian was. Did this youngster really order a Rolls-Royce Phantom? And the top-tier model at that, a luxury car worth tens of millions after taxes? Noticing the suspicion in the woman's eyes, Tang Xian took out his identification. Since he knew he would be picking up the car, he had come prepared with both his ID card and driver's license. I'm the Rolls-Royce customer service manager. My surname is Guo. It's a pleasure to serve you. After checking his documents, Manager Guo gave Yi Xian a slight bow. Where's my car? When will the paperwork be processed? When can I take it away? Tang Xian spoke up. The paperwork can be processed right now. This show car is yours, but rest assured, no one has taken it for a test drive, and no unauthorized person has sat inside. Our staff wore gloves and used disposable floor mats and seat covers when driving it onto the display platform. Hearing Tang Xian's question, Manager Guo pointed at the car on the display platform. Alright, let's get the paperwork started. This lady here is their potential client, but now I'm their actual customer, Tang Xian said, glancing at the stunned-looking balding man and the woman beside him. The balding man's face turned beet red. Without a word, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the woman behind. He had lost face today and couldn't bear to stay any longer. The paperwork was completed, and when it came time to draw the license plate number, Tang Xian's luck was extraordinary. He pulled out the plate HIA 99999. Even the staff from the Vehicle Administration Office stationed at the auto show were shocked. Wait, this kind of number hasn't been taken yet? Tang Xian was equally stunned. A five-of-a-kind plate like this would have cost millions when plates were still tradable. Now that trading was banned, it was virtually impossible to get one. Someone did use this before, and they held a high position, but they fell from grace. The license plate was recalled and stored, and this must be its reissue. Mr. Tang, you wouldn't mind such things, would you? The staff at the Vehicle Administration Office asked. I'm just a student, haven't even started working yet, let alone gone into politics. I don't mind at all. Tang Xian chuckled, then transferred 10,000 yuan to Manager Guo, asking her to treat the staff to a lavish meal after the auto show closed. His treat. Mr. Tang isn't asking for any favors from you, so this doesn't count as bribery. No need to be nervous, Manager Guo said with a smile after receiving the transfer. She was quite pleased. It was a perfect transaction. Xiao Qingyin kept her livestream running the whole time, but she made sure Tang Xian wasn't shown on camera. She mentioned that Lord Xian had chosen a top-tier license plate, but she didn't disclose the number to respect his privacy. After completing the formalities, Tang Xian was about to call a chauffeur to drive his Lamborghini back, but Manager Guo offered to do it for him, saying it was part of the company's service. After giving Manager Guo the address, Tang Xian got into the Rolls-Royce with Xiao Qingyin and left the car exhibition venue. You lied to me. When I asked if you were going to buy a car, you said you'd see, Xiao Qingyin said disdainfully from the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce. Tang Xian chuckled. I didn't lie. I ordered this earlier, it wasn't bought today. The diamond black Rolls-Royce exuded an air of dignified elegance as it glided down the lane, parting the sea of traffic before it. Upon arriving at the Bund district, Tang Xian treated Xiao Qingyin to a meal. Because Xiao Qingyin was live streaming and it would be inconvenient to go to his home, Tang Xian parted ways with her. Driving his Rolls-Royce into the Bund Villa district, Tang Xian handed a cigarette to the security guard and requested him to register the license plate. Seeing Tang Xian's new car and its license plate, the security guard was utterly shocked. He already knew the young Mr. Tang was wealthy, but never expected him to acquire such a luxury vehicle and with a top-tier license plate no less. After completing the registration, Tang Xian returned to his villa. At the entrance of the villa, Tang Xian spotted Manager Guo. Manager Guo, you're still here. Just park the car right here. After getting out of the car and opening the villa door, Tang Xian invited Manager Guo inside for some tea. Mr. Tang, this villa is the most luxurious standalone property in the entire community, the largest in area and with the prime location. As they toured the villa, Manager Guo's face was full of admiration. The car pickup went smoothly today, and Tang Xian was grateful to Manager Guo, brewing a pot of tea to entertain her. During their conversation, Manager Guo mentioned that if Tang Xian needed anything in the future, he could reach out to her directly, placing a business card on the tea table. Got it. If there's any follow-up, I'll contact you, Manager Guo. Tang Xian nodded in agreement. If you happen to have any clients to refer, please consider introducing them to us, Mr. Tang. We're happy to accommodate any requests you might have, Manager Guo added with a smile. Anything would do. Tang Xian immediately understood what she implied, but he truly didn't entertain such thoughts. Turning beautiful things into transactions wasn't his style. They chatted a while longer, but seeing Tang Xian didn't take the bait, Manager Guo stood up to leave. Before departing, she reiterated her stance. Tang Xian could reach out to her anytime. After splashing some water on his face, Tang Xian entered the home theater. Having purchased several long-term stocks during the car exhibition that morning, he needed to continue his high-intensity trading now that the stock market was about to open. With only 15 days left on his investment card, he couldn't afford to waste a single day's earning potential. Every moment counted toward maximizing his profits. After leaving the villa area, Manager Guo turned back to look, her gaze casting complex emotions. Chapter 34, This young man, young and wealthy, exceptionally wealthy indeed. Such a man was hard to come by even if you searched with a lantern. Forget about marrying into this villa, even maintaining a relationship could bring many benefits. Manager Guo wasn't quite ready to give up. Even if there were no concrete advantages, a man like Tang Xian was worth spending the night with. With lingering reluctance, she walked away, glancing back every few steps. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa, sipping tea, Tang Xian felt a restless stirring in his heart. Just then, the phone rang. It was Su Qingyan calling. What are you up to? While I've been gone these past few days, you haven't been up to any mischief or flirting with girls, have you? Su Qingyan's voice came through the phone. Nope, they've all been the ones hitting on me. Tang Xian replied helplessly. Did he really seem like the type to casually flirt with girls? What's going on? Who's hitting on you? Don't they know you're mine now? Su Qingyan's voice rose sharply. Tang Xian paused for a moment. When this temporary arrangement ends, I'll be on my own again. Then let it be permanent. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan responded without the slightest hesitation. When are you coming back? Tang Xian realized he was missing Su Qingyan. I'll go back tomorrow. Tomorrow, Su Qingyan replied to Tang Xian. After chatting for a while longer, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan finally hung up the phone. After hanging up, Su Qingyan called her best friend Xiaoyao and told her about someone flirting with Tang Xian. Qingyan, I've told you before, no cat can resist fish. Some things are inevitable. Just make sure you hold your position as the rightful queen, and that's it, Xiaoyao said. Talking to you is a waste of breath. Su Qingyan felt utterly speechless. How is it a waste? You're so busy and barely spend time with him. Doesn't he need a woman? Young men are full of vigor at his age, and he's that rich. Surely he wouldn't just be shooting at the wall, would he? Xiaoyao was dissatisfied that her best friend Su Qingyan wouldn't listen to her suggestion. Full of vigor. Su Qingyan was rendered speechless again, though she had to admit Xiaoyao had a point. After resting overnight and having breakfast, Tang Xian received a call from Fenjin, who informed him that the college entrance exam scores would be released tomorrow, meaning he could check his results and fill out his university applications. I see, didn't you go to driving school? Tang Xian inquired. I'll go later, can you give me a ride? Fenjin asked softly. Alright, I'll pick you up later, Tang Xian agreed. After changing clothes and grabbing his tablet, Tang Xian went downstairs. Arriving at the garage, Tang Xian pondered which car to drive. He now owned two vehicles. Normally, driving the Lamborghini Aventador would be more thrilling for two people. But considering Fan Jin was at driving school and needed some prestige to avoid being hassled, Tang Xian decided to take the Rolls-Royce instead. It would make a statement and boost Fan Jin's status. Standing downstairs in the residential complex, Fan Jin stepped aside as a diamond black Rolls-Royce approached. She was surprised. Did their neighborhood have such a luxury car? Need a ride? Beautiful? Tang Xian rolled down the window and called out. Ah, where did you get this new car? Fan Jin looked at Tang Xian, then at the Rolls-Royce, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Anyway, it's not stolen. Get in, but don't sit in the front passenger seat, sit in the back. Experience what it feels like to be a boss. Today, I'll be the chauffeur, Tang Xian said as Fan Jin started to climb into the front passenger seat. No, you're not the chauffeur. Blushing deeply, Fan Jin settled into the front passenger seat anyway. As Fan Jin got into the car, a stunning woman in her 30s emerged from the building's entrance. Seeing Fan Jin entering the Rolls-Royce and watching the car slowly drive away, her eyes widened in shock. Her daughter was getting into a Rolls-Royce. What was going on? Taking out her phone, the woman made a call. She was Fan Jin's mother, Jian Cheng. Mom, what's wrong? Fan Jin asked as soon as the call connected. Whose car did you get into? Get out. I'm not going to the office today, I'll drive you to the driving school myself, Jian Cheng said bluntly. She was worried her daughter might get hurt, but felt helpless after all. With such an outstanding daughter, there were bound to be plenty of unwanted suitors buzzing around. It's Tang Xian. You've met him, my classmate Tang Xian, Fan Jin replied, slightly baffled by her mother's sudden irritation. Tang Xian signaled Fan Jin to put the call on speakerphone. Auntie, hello, this is Tang Xian. We met once before. Today, I'm just giving Fan Jin a ride to driving school. I'll leave right after dropping her off. It's not a date, Tang Xian explained with a laugh. Oh, it's little Tang. That's perfectly fine then. Upon hearing Tang Xian's voice, Jian Cheng promptly hung up. She remembered meeting Tang Xian and had a very favorable impression of him. As for the car situation, she could always ask her daughter about it later. As for the idea that Tang Xian had rented the car, she wouldn't believe that. Would someone with that kind of license plate really rent out their vehicle? When they arrived at the driving school, after startling the institution's leadership with his presence, Tang Xian left a pack of cigarettes for the vice principal before preparing to leave. Tang Xian, I'm really sorry. There's been a misunderstanding on my mother's side. She's just worried I might get scammed. I'll explain everything to her tonight. Fan Jin ran over just as Tang Xian was about to leave during her driving practice session. I understand, don't overthink it. Focus on your driving, Tang Xian reassured her with a pat on the head, despite their nearly equal heights. Fan Jin, your little boyfriend seems really great, you'd better hold on to him tight. This society is full of sly temptresses these days, the female driving instructor remarked after Fan Jin returned, shifting from teaching driving skills to sharing pearls of life wisdom. After settling some business at the office, Jian Cheng picked up the phone and dialed a classmate who worked for the traffic police department. She wanted help identifying the owner of license plate number CA99999. She needed to know who stood behind Tang Xian. When it came to matters concerning her daughter, nothing was trivial. Jian Xing, I looked it up for you. The car owner is Tang Xian. This goes against protocol, so you need to be careful, don't get me into trouble. Jian Cheng's classmate gave her the vehicle owner's details and then added a word of caution. Don't worry, old friend. I saw the car today being driven by Fan Jin's classmate, so I just wanted to learn more about them. No ulterior motives here, Jian Xing explained. After hanging up the call, Jian Xing pinched the bridge of her nose. The owner of the customized license plate Haya 99999 was actually Tang Xian himself, not borrowed, nor just for show. Did someone buy it for him? But wasn't Tang Xian an orphan? She couldn't quite make sense of it and decided she should find time to meet Tang Xian and figure out his situation. If this young man has improper intentions, then teasing him a little and recording it could make my daughter lose interest. Adjusting her glasses as she gazed out the window, Jian Cheng felt confident in herself. After all, the swarm of admirers around her proved the point, the allure of a mature woman was beyond what any young girl could match. Parking by the roadside, Tang Xian sneezed while performing a round of stock trades on his tablet, wondering who might be talking about him. Chapter 35, The Watch has arrived. After purchasing several stocks that showed significant gains within an hour, Tang Xian drove back to the villa and headed straight to the home theater, where he began rapid-fire short-term trading on his computer. At noon, Su Qingyan arrived at the villa dressed in an elegant white suit and high heels. Arriving at Tang Xian's villa, Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment at the sight of the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked inside a car worth tens of millions, not to mention the jaw-dropping license plate. Had Tang Xian withdrawn funds from his stock account to buy this car during the few days she was away? Entering the villa and stepping into the home theater, Su Qingyan saw Tang Xian typing rapidly on his keyboard. I'm back, Su Qingyan spoke from behind Tang Xian. Take a seat. I'll make you a few dishes for lunch, Tang Xian said after buying another stock. Alright, so you're withdrawing money to buy a car? The Rolls-Royce Phantom is indeed grand, but its style leans toward mature and steady. It doesn't quite suit you. Sitting beside Tang Xian, Su Qingyan spoke up. Would you like to drive it? You can take it for a spin first. Tang Xian turned his head to look at Su Qingyan. No, that's not what I meant. Usually, you dress so casually. Driving a Rolls-Royce like that, you just look like a chauffeur. Su Qingyan laughed, her mood lifted. After all, when it came to a luxury car worth tens of millions, Tang Xian had casually offered to let her drive it, proof that certain things didn't matter between them. Ha ha, I ordered it some time ago, Tang Xian replied. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan realized she had misunderstood. The car wasn't purchased after she left. Some vehicles require pre-orders and can't be acquired within just 2 or 3 days. Glancing at Tang Xian's stock account, Su Qingyan pulled him aside for a closer look, carefully counting the number of zeros. After scrutinizing the figures, Su Qingyan saw it clearly, over 1.7 billion. This meant Tang Xian's initial 30 million, combined with her 100 million, totaling 130 million in principal, had now earned 1.6 billion in profit. This was practically daylight robbery. As the two continued chatting, Tang Xian kept operating his computer, buying and selling stocks one after another. My college entrance exam results will be out tomorrow. With the stock market closed, Tang Xian stood up and looked at Su Qingyan. I don't want you to apply to Tsinghua University, but I won't stop you either. Su Qingyan spoke up. Tang Xian didn't explain this matter. There were some things he wanted to do, and continuing this topic would only make it awkward. Go take a shower and change into something comfortable. I'll cook dinner. But I have to say, your professional outfit is quite alluring, gives off some serious intimidating vibes, Tang Xian said while looking at Su Qingyan. But you weren't paying attention either. Su Qingyan positioned herself directly in front of Tang Xian. The two locked eyes, and Tang Xian immediately cast an inspection skill at her. Su Qingyan, age 25, affection level 86, occupation, CEO of Shanghai Corporation, quality 89. Affection level 86. This wasn't just close friendship level anymore, it was confidant status, essentially girlfriend level affection. Looking at Su Qingyan, Tang Xian stepped forward and gave her a brief hug, then stepped back and headed to the kitchen to cook. Tang Xian, you just hugged me. After changing into comfortable loungewear, Su Qingyan also came to the kitchen. What's the matter? After covering for you for so long and often cooking for you, can't I even get a hug? Tang Xian spoke after glancing at Su Qingyan over his shoulder. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan found herself at a loss for a response. Su Qingyan enjoyed the midday dishes immensely. Tang Xian, this won't do. It's too enjoyable, I'm afraid I'll gain weight. After finishing the meal and clearing the dishes, Su Qingyan leaned back on the sofa and spoke up. Don't worry, a little extra weight is good. Between figure and health, I think health is more important. I'll be more mindful from now on and try to prepare lower calorie meals, Tang Xian replied with a laugh after hearing Su Qingyan's concerns. When the stock market opened in the afternoon, Tang Xian got busy again. Tang Xian, aren't you tired? Always buried in the stock market, you can never make all the money in the world. Su Qingyan thought Tang Xian was pushing himself too hard. Even though he wasn't working a regular job, he was constantly busy. Just a few more busy days, and I'll pull out. Then I'll give you both the principal and dividends together, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Don't mention money, it's like you think I'm asking for it from you, Su Qingyan grumbled, glaring at Tang Xian with displeasure. Accompanying Tang Xian in the screening room, Su Qingyan didn't feel bored at all. The casual conversation flowed easily between them, pleasant and utterly relaxing. At 3 o'clock, the stock market closed. With his tasks completed, Tang Xian let out a sigh of relief. The returns were quite good. Tang Xian, after withdrawing from the stock market, what do you plan to do next? Just keep the money in the bank? That wouldn't be a wise choice. After pouring Tang Xian a glass of water, Su Qingyan spoke up. I'll establish an investment company and then gradually work out the details. Tang Xian shared his thoughts. Sounds good. Starting an investment company, will you be raising funds? Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xian and asked. If Tang Xian was setting up a company, she wanted to invest. No public offerings, completely self-funded. Others can handle fund custodianship or wealth management, Tang Xian stated. He didn't want his company's management to become chaotic. Accepting investments would mean having shareholders, leading to endless discussions and disputes over every matter. Fund custodianship. Given your investment skills in the stock market, the profits would still be substantial, Su Qingyan remarked. She deeply admired Tang Xian's demonstrated abilities in stock trading. The stock market does generate significant returns, but we can't neglect real industry. We'll discuss that later, Tang Xian replied. After chatting for a while, Su Qingyan planned to go shopping, mainly because the watch she had reserved for Tang Xian had arrived, and she wanted to pick it up to give to him. Driving the Lamborghini, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan arrived at the Oriental Mall. After buying some clothes, Su Qingyan took Tang Xian to the Patek Philippe counter in the mall. When they reached the counter, Su Qingyan made a call, and the customer service manager she knew appeared. The manager then brought out an exquisitely packaged gift box. President Su, the watch you ordered has arrived. Let me introduce it to you now. Opening the packaging, the manager explained the details of the Celestial Moon Phase watch, which was priced at a staggering 2.3 million yuan. Tang Xian, try it on and see, Su Qingyan said to him after the manager finished introducing the watch. No need to try. A watch like this would be perfect whether you're giving it to your uncle or anyone else, Tang Xian said with a smile, having naturally noticed it was a men's watch. What do you mean anyone else? It's for you, Su Qingyan replied with amusement. Tang Xian actually thought the watch was meant for someone else. After glancing at Su Qingyan, Tang Xian hesitated. He knew exactly how expensive the watch was and felt it wasn't appropriate to accept. Don't tell me it's too expensive or inappropriate. I know exactly how much that necklace you gave me cost. Put it on. Without giving Tang Xian a chance to refuse, Su Qingyan directly helped fasten the watch around his wrist. I really like it, Tang Xian said with a smile after putting on the watch. This model is one of Patek Philippe's top-tier watches, second only to the King of Watches, the customer service manager said with a smile. The King of Watches you mentioned is impossible to order, it's quite frustrating, Su Qingyan shook her head. She wanted to give Tang Xian the very best, but it simply wasn't available. Chapter 36, Wild Connections. The custom order for the Tianhua Celestial Tourbillon, known as the King of Watches, has an extremely long waiting list and currently isn't accepting new orders. However, someone in our country did manage to secure one. It arrived today. After finishing my service for Miss Su, I need to call the client to collect their watch, the customer service manager explained. Then make the call now. After the owner arrives, I'd like to see if we could negotiate a price to persuade them to transfer the watch. Though the chances are slim, I'm willing to offer significantly more to show my sincerity, Su Qingyan said while holding Tang Xian's hand, determined to purchase that particular watch for him. President Su, I'm terribly sorry but that wouldn't be appropriate. While I completely understand your position, this involves client confidentiality. We can't arrange a meeting without the customer's consent, it would be an imposition on them. The customer service manager replied with visible discomfort. Then let's not meet directly yet, just place a call to inquire first. If they agree, we'll proceed with the meeting. If not, we'll drop the matter. Su Qingyan compromised, though her primary intention remained to exhaust every possible avenue. After hesitating for a moment, the customer service manager nodded. The other party was a client, but so was Su Qingyan. There was no harm in consulting her opinion. The customer service manager picked up his work notebook and dialed the number. When the call connected, he started moving toward the reception area to take the call, just as Tang Xian's phone rang. Hello, this is the Patek Philippe customer service manager. May I speak with Mr. Tang? The manager spoke immediately after the call connected. This is Tang Xian, he answered as he picked up the phone. The customer service manager turned around at the door, for beyond the sound of the phone call, there was the sound of reality behind him. Are you Mr. Tang Xian? Mr. Tang? The customer service manager turned around and looked at Tang Xian. Feeling his pants pocket, Tang Xian realized his ID was still in the car. My ID's in the car, but I have a photo of it on my phone. As he spoke, Tang Xian opened his phone's photo album, found a picture of his ID card, and showed it to the customer service manager. No problem, the phone number is correct too, hee. Since you're one of our own, let me introduce the watch first. The customer service manager took another gift box from the safe, opened it, and began explaining the exquisite craftsmanship and details of the Celestial Moon Tourbillon Watch King to Tang Xian and Su Qingyan. Previously, I didn't mention this, but essentially it's about paying extra. Those who custom ordered this watch would never part with it, because this model doesn't depreciate, it appreciates over time. After introducing the Celestial Moon Tourbillon, the customer service manager added with a smile. Tang Xian, you're such a troublemaker. Give me back the watch you're wearing, wear your own. Su Qingyan grew irritated, causing the customer service manager to instinctively step back. What's the matter? This was a gift from you. Tang Xian pulled his arm away, evading Su Qingyan's reach. You already have something better than it. Su Qingyan's mood seemed a bit down. With a smile to the customer service manager, Tang Xian led Su Qingyan away from the Patek Philippe counter and into a milk tea shop, ordering 2 cups. He knew Su Qingyan loved milk tea. The watch you gave me, I really like it. As for the customized one, it's just a watch, it doesn't hold the same meaning as yours, Tang Xian said. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan looked at him seriously. Are you telling the truth? Yes, if you don't believe me, then take this watch or smash it. Tang Xian pushed the box in his hand toward Su Qingyan. I'm glad you like it, but for important occasions, you should still wear this Celestial Moon Tourbillon, it gives more prestige. Su Qingyan nodded as she looked at Tang Xian. After comforting Su Qingyan for a while, the two of them went to the supermarket to buy some groceries before finally returning to the villa. Back at the villa, Tang Xian placed the wristwatch king in his study. The Patek Philippe Celestial Moonphase gifted by Su Qingyan was more than enough. It was like wearing a luxury car on his wrist. Su Qingyan still left in the evening, mainly because she had just returned from a business trip and hadn't been home yet. After seeing Su Qingyan off, Tang Xian sat on the observation deck, pondering his relationship with her. Continuing like this, it might no longer be just filling a temporary role. Deep down, he liked Su Qingyan, and what's more, he had taken her virginity. However, he wasn't prepared to commit to a girlfriend yet, so for now, he could only let things unfold naturally. While Tang Xian enjoyed a quiet moment, the same couldn't be said for Su Qingyan. Upon returning home and finishing a conversation with her parents, she immediately called Xiao Yao, unleashing a storm of fury. The gentle and elegant demeanor she showed Tang Xian was nowhere to be seen now. Qingyan, what's going on? As soon as you answer the phone, you're like a hurricane. What's this all about? Is it that time of the month? Xiao Yao was baffled. Her best friend seemed exceptionally irritable today. It was you who told me to get the watch, and today I ended up utterly humiliated. Su Qingyan explained the reason for her anger. Utterly humiliated. Didn't you order that over 2 million Starry Sky Moonphase watch? That's a top-tier piece, isn't it? Was there a mistake, or what happened? Xiao Yao asked. Sigh, today I went to Dongfan Plaza to pick up the watch, but guess what? They had the Celestial Moon Tourbillon there, and it turns out it was custom ordered by Tang Xian, Su Qingyan said. Isn't that watch supposed to be impossible to order? It's not about the money, it's completely unobtainable. How did he manage to get it? What kind of background does your little pup have? He's got some serious pull. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yao was equally stunned. Then Su Qingyan recounted the process of picking up the watch today and also mentioned that Tang Xian now had an additional new car. 2 luxury cars worth tens of millions, a watch with a retail price of over 20 million, plus a standalone villa. Give me a dozen boyfriends like that, Xiao Yao said, her voice tinged with envy and jealousy. Humph, even one is rare enough. I'm done talking. Su Qingyan hung up the phone, leaving Xiao Yao muttering curses under her breath. Your mother called you for fruit, but you didn't hear her. What was all that about cars and watches just now? Thinking of giving Xiao Tang a gift? If you're going to give a car, make it a new one. As for watches, you can pick one from your father's collection. Su Haijun arrived outside Su Qingyan's room, having caught only part of her conversation. Daddy, how could you eavesdrop on my phone call? Su Qingyan felt somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha, I wasn't listening intentionally. I came to call you out for some fruit and happened to hear a bit. Little Tang seems like a good guy, your father approves. Su Haijun said with a laugh. It's not about giving him a car. While I was away on business, a custom-ordered car he bought arrived. He doesn't lack cars. Su Qingyan hurried to explain. If he doesn't need cars, then give him a watch. Pick any from my studies collection, even my most prized one, you can take it. Su Haijun said magnanimously. A son-in-law is half a son, after all, and since Tang Xian had incapacitated over a dozen people for Su Qingyan's sake, he wholeheartedly approved of him. A few days ago he gave me this necklace, this very one, so I returned the favor. But it turned out to be quite awkward. After helping Su Haijun sit down, Su Qingyan told him about what happened that day. Everyone in the circle wants to order that king of watches, but the thing is, they're not taking orders. Yet his purchase arrived just like that. That's seriously impressive. Invite him over sometime, and I'll help you vet him properly. Su Haijun said to Su Qingyan. Chapter 37, I like you. Thank you, Dad, Su Qingyan replied. You've always been sensible since you were little, handling things on your own without telling your dad and me, just like what happened recently. If you don't speak up, your mother and I might think everything's fine when it's not. What matters most to us is that you live well and happy. You don't live for others, not for your dad or your mom, but for yourself. Your happiness is our greatest wish. Su Haijun looked at his daughter as he spoke. He felt deeply guilty about the recent incident because she had endured grievances silently, all to spare his pride. Su Qingyan hugged Su Haijun. I understand. I'll be true to myself. Thank you, Dad. After taking another look at his daughter, Su Haijun left her room. Seeing her father off, Su Qingyan let out a sigh of relief, feeling much lighter in her heart. After all, if things went smoothly with Tang Xian, she could receive her parents' blessings. After a night's rest, having breakfast and freshening up, Tang Xian opened his computer to check his college entrance exam score. Entering his exam admission number, Tang Xian checked his test scores. Looking at the exceptional scores, just 15 points shy of perfect, Tang Xian pumped his fist in triumph. With such results, he could choose any top university in the country. The schools wouldn't be selecting him, but rather he'd have his pick of them all. For achieving these grades, Tang Xian silently thanked his predecessor. That guy had truly been a study machine. As Tang Xian was settling his emotions, Fin Jin's call came through. Tang Xian, have you checked your results yet? I've looked mine up. I passed Huatsing University's cutoff score. How about you? Fin Jin's voice trembled with excitement. Years of diligent study had all been for this moment of entering a prestigious university, though she hadn't mentioned filling out college applications yet. She wanted to hear Tang Xian's situation first. My results are quite good too, I also passed Huatsing's cutoff score, Tang Xian replied. Then later, let's apply to Huatsing University together. Fanjin exclaimed happily upon hearing Tang Xian's words. After arranging with Fanjin to jointly apply to Huatsing University, Tang Xian hung up and returned to his stock market operations. He planned to establish his investment company before summer vacation ended. In the stock market, Tang Xian's funds were rapidly accumulating. What was 17 billion not long ago had now swollen to 22 billion. If he wanted to establish a proper investment firm, there was absolutely no room for shortage in capital. At noon, Su Qingyan arrived. She had grown accustomed to resting here at Tang Xian's place during her lunch break, and would also finish preparing for her afternoon work. You're in such high spirits today, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Not too bad, mostly because my dad and mom are incredibly supportive of what I do. Su Qingyan replied with a smile. No way? I supported you before, and then you went on that blind date only to meet that jerk. Tang Xian smirked. Su Qingyan didn't take offense at Tang Xian's teasing. She went to the guest room and changed into the loose, ethnic-style linen loungewear she'd bought earlier. I've reflected on it, it was actually my fault. They set up those blind dates for my own good, and I went along to avoid disappointing them. The truth is, all they want is for me to be happy. They had no idea about that guy being a jerk. After finding out what happened, even my father, who usually stays out of company affairs, personally called to cut off all business dealings with him. Su Qingyan explained to Tang Xian. So that's how it is. You're really lucky, then. Tang Xian nodded in understanding. Has the college entrance exam result come out yet? How did you do? The National College Entrance Exam was a major event, and everyone knew results were being released today. Tang Xian had mentioned it to Su Qingyan earlier. Pouring Su Qingyan a glass of warm water, Tang Xian mentioned he'd done well on the exam, scoring above Tsinghua University's admission cutoff. After you leave, I won't have a place for lunch breaks or meals anymore, Su Qingyan said somewhat dejectedly. This place is closer to your company. You can come here to rest from now on. Don't use the guest room though, the secondary bedroom has better conditions anyway. I wouldn't mind if you stayed in the master bedroom either, just don't bring shady characters home. I have somewhat particular hygiene standards, Tang Xian told Su Qingyan. You mean for me to live here? Su Qingyan was taken aback. Tang Xian nodded. I have no family, and distant relatives rarely visit. The house is just sitting empty, it's not like I can rent it out. Do you think I'm short on rent money? Why don't you keep in touch with your relatives? Su Qingyan paused, confused. Her own family had always maintained good relationships with their relatives. Maybe they were afraid I'd borrow money. After my father and mother passed, those people avoided me like the plague, Tang Xian sighed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. Well then, I'll stay here when convenient, and afterwards I'll buy a house in Kyoto, Su Qingyan said after a moment's consideration. Su Qingyan's words left Tang Xian utterly bewildered. Buy an apartment in the capital? Tang Xian, I don't want to pretend anymore. I like you. If you agree, I'll buy an apartment in the capital so I can visit you whenever I have time. If you're not willing, just pretend I never said anything. Su Qingyan's voice was soft. She had made this decision because of what her father said the day before. Tang Xian's teacup trembled in his hand, spilling water over the rim. To be honest, I really like you too, but I'm not ready yet. After all, I haven't even started college, Tang Xian said. He liked Su Qingyan but wasn't prepared to be someone's boyfriend. Are you sure you like me? Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xian and asked. Tang Xian nodded. Yes, you should have that confidence in yourself. You like me but don't want to commit, planning to play around without pressure for a few more years in college? You're quite ambitious. Su Qingyan reached out and pinched Tang Xian's ear. Ouch, that hurts. Tang Xian was somewhat speechless. Alright, I'll let you off. My friend told me no cat can resist fish. When you go off to university, I won't be able to watch over you, but don't let me find out, I'd be heartbroken, Su Qingyan said softly. Looking down at his feet, Tang Xian didn't know what to say. He didn't like being tied down, why else would he have stayed single in his past life? You feel the pressure, don't you? My friend told me I have to secure my position as the principal wife, must earn money, must fight off mistresses. Su Qingyan laughed. She was just happy Tang Xian hadn't rejected her. Then I'll go prepare your meal now. Standing up, Tang Xian entered the kitchen. Su Qingyan followed into the kitchen as well. I'll try my best to learn cooking. There's no need. After I leave for school, I'll inform the villa butler to arrange a cook for you. She'll come daily to prepare your lunch and dinner, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. After lunch, Su Qingyan made a phone call and summoned two professionals, tailors from a luxury custom clothing company, who proceeded to take Tang Xian's measurements for two bespoke outfits. Many of Su Qingyan's clothes are custom-made. Shopping with Tang Xian is more about shared interests and feelings. Chapter 38, Got a Fright. Tang Xian wanted to pay for the custom clothing, but Su Qingyan had already opened an account there with a substantial prepayment. Tang Xian smiled helplessly. Su Qingyan was simply too wealthy, he couldn't even get the chance to spend money on her. Do you think I spend too lavishly? I'll be more careful from now on and try to earn more too. Seeing Tang Xian's resigned smile, Su Qingyan spoke up. Don't overthink it. I don't see anything wrong with this. Earning money is meant to be spent comfortably. I just feel a bit awkward spending your money. Tang Xian explained why she had shaken her head. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan smiled and replied that she was quite capable of earning money herself. Since she took over the company, its annual profits had been substantial, so she wasn't just spending her parents' money. She, too, had achieved financial independence. Since some words had already been spoken and their relationship was now semi-official, Su Qingyan's mood was completely different from before. She was overjoyed. The loungewear and daily necessities she had brought earlier were now placed in the guest room, and since Tang Xian hadn't rejected her just now, their relationship had naturally taken another step forward. Tang Xian, come to my place for dinner tomorrow. After tidying up, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian, sounds good. Then let's go buy some gifts tomorrow noon. Can't show up empty-handed. Tang Xian replied. Su Qingyan nodded. I'll arrange my mom's gift. As for my dad, just write him a calligraphy piece, and he'll be delighted. In the afternoon, Tang Xian went to the home theater to manage stock trades, while Su Qingyan stayed in the living room, opening her laptop to remotely handle some company matters. Everything went smoothly. The stock market closed at 3 o'clock. After Tang Xian finished his work, Su Qingyan also completed hers. She had managed her workflow to wrap up everything before 3, then kept Tang Xian company. Tang Xian, any plans today? Su Qingyan asked as she noticed he was free. No plans, just spending time with you. Whatever you want to do, I'll be right there with you, Tang Xian replied as he settled beside Su Qingyan. Really? Well, I have a close friend who'd like to meet you. Would that be okay? Su Qingyan ventured cautiously. I'll only meet your best friend if she's female. If it's a guy, forget it. And don't even tell me it's a male best friend. If that's the case, I'll keep my distance from both him and you. After glancing at Su Qingyan, Tang Xian spoke up. He knew full well how terrifying it could be when women had close male friends. What nonsense are you talking about? She's a woman. We've been classmates since elementary school and get along really well. Though she's a bit wild and sharp-tongued, she's a good person. She's my only truly close friend anyway. Su Qingyan reached out to pinch Tang Xian. Since she's female, no problem then. You two arrange where to meet. Tang Xian replied. Picking up the phone, Su Qingyan contacted Xiaoyao, who worked as a HR director at a company. They agreed to meet after work, deciding against going to any restaurant since Xiaoyao would come straight to their place from the office. Then I'll go buy some groceries to cook dinner at home tonight, Tang Xian said upon hearing that Su Qingyan's best friend was coming over. I'll go with you. I love the boiled fish you make. Let's have some tonight. After Little Demon leaves, how about we two go catch a movie? Su Qingyan scooted a bit closer to Tang Xian. Su Qingyan, has no one told you that young men are full of vigor and passion? And you're quite the temptation, Tang Xian said helplessly, looking at her leaning against him. Hearing this, Su Qingyan laughed. I've already said I like you, so of course I want to be close to you. As for vigor and passion, I hadn't considered that part. After coaxing Su Qingyan for a while, Tang Xian prepared to go downstairs to buy groceries. Su Qingyan naturally accompanied him. She loved sticking close to Tang Xian whenever she could. A sports car wasn't suitable for grocery shopping. Though Tang Xian eyed the Rolls-Royce, planning to drive it out, Su Qingyan stopped him. She thought it inappropriate. It would be ruining the car. In the end, they walked there. Do you like Rolls-Royce? The car keys are under the coffee table. Take them if you want to drive. You're the company president, so it suits you just fine, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan as they walked. Quickening her pace, Su Qingyan hooked her arm through Tang Xian's. A luxury car worth millions, a mansion worth hundreds of millions, letting me use them all? You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Don't worry about those details. I just want to treat you well, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan was happy. Although Tang Xian hadn't mentioned anything about their relationship, his actions spoke for themselves. At the food market, Tang Xian bought fish along with extra vegetables and fruits. With so many purchases, he had no choice but to take a taxi back to the Bund Villa. Around 6 o'clock, Xiaoyao arrived at the Bund Villa area driving a BMW SUV. The security guard contacted Tang Xian before letting Xiaoyao in. When she reached Villa number 9 and saw the cars in the yard, Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. A Lamborghini, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and these license plates. Brother-in-law, let me borrow them later. I want to show off at the company. What do you mean by brother-in-law? Don't you know he's a few months younger than me? Su Qingyan objected as soon as Xiaoyao called Tang Xian her brother-in-law. He just arrived and was already trying to claim seniority. Ha! So, will you lend me the car or not? Xiaoyao turned to Tang Xian. Today, her first goal was to see what kind of guy her best friend's little puppy really was. The second was to settle a score. The necklace she adored, the one she absolutely loved, had been bought by Tang Xian and was now hanging around Su Qingyan's neck. I have no problem, as long as Qing Yan thinks it's fine, Tang Xian said. After giving one last glance at Tang Xian's car, Xiaoyao finally stepped into the villa. After entering the villa, Xiaoyao walked around and then exclaimed, "This is ridiculously luxurious. You guys chat, I'll go cook." After greeting Xiaoyao and Su Qingyan, Tang Xian headed to the kitchen. "Qingyan, can you let me see your man's astronomical moon-phase tourbillon? Even if I can't afford it, I'd love to just take a look and snap a photo to show off to my colleagues later," Xiaoyao said, grabbing Su Qingyan's hand. This time, she didn't call him brother-in-law teasingly but straightforwardly surrendered with the honorific brother-in-law. "Take it easy. We're not at that stage yet." Su Qingyan shot Xiaoyao a warning glance. "Fine, you won't help? Then I'll ask him directly." "Brother-in-law, I heard you own the King of Watches, can I take a peek?" Xiaoyao yelled toward the kitchen. "Alright, let Qingyan show you around," Tang Xian replied. Having no choice, Su Qingyan could only lead Xiaoyao to the study room. She took out the Tianhua celestial tourbillon still lying in its box and handed it to Xiaoyao for a look. "Worth tens of millions, but it truly is stunning, come take a photo." Xiaoyao handed her phone to Su Qingyan and then held the watch in her hand eagerly. Perhaps too excited, Xiaoyao's hand slipped, sending the watch plummeting toward the floor. At that moment, Su Qingyan reacted swiftly, lifting her right foot to catch the watch. "Trying to scam people? This thing can't be bought with money." Picking up the watch, Su Qingyan shot Xiaoyao a glare. "Let me recover for a moment. This is really like riding a roller coaster, my heart can't take it." Xiaoyao collapsed onto the floor, thoroughly frightened. Chapter 39, Not Fond of Ostentation. Not only was Xiaoyao startled, but Su Qingyan's heart was also pounding wildly. The main reason was that this watch couldn't be measured by money, even if you had the fortune, you couldn't custom order one. With a simple click of a photo, Su Qingyan and the little demon put the watch back in its place. That was intense. Xiaoyao let out a sigh of relief after leaving the study. Su Qingyan shot Xiaoyao a glare. "It's fine because it didn't break, but if it had, who knows how we'd handle it. That's simple enough. Pay with your body. You should just pay with your body," Xiaoyao said with a laugh. While Tang Xian was cooking, Su Qingyan took Xiaoyao around the villa again. "You're staying in the secondary bedroom? What kind of arrangement is this? You should either stay in the guest room or share the master bedroom. What kind of nonsense is this now?" Xiaoyao said to Su Qingyan. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qingyan explained her current situation with Tang Xian to Xiaoyao. "Don't worry, this is totally safe." Xiaoyao patted Su Qingyan's shoulder. While Su Qingyan and Xiaoyao were chatting, Tang Xian called them over for dinner. "Would you two prefer red wine or beer?" After setting the table, Tang Xian asked them. Su Qingyan suggested beer since there was boiled fish on the table. The spiciness paired with ice-cold beer would create an exciting combination. After trying Tang Xian's cooking, Xiaoyao glanced at Su Qingyan and said, "Your little, young gentleman's cooking is absolutely amazing." Noticing Su Qingyan's murderous glare, Xiaoyao swallowed the words puppy dog just in time. She truly believed Su Qingyan would lose it if she actually said it. "Don't just eat the boiled fish, try some other dishes too." Tang Xian added more food to Su Qingyan's plate. After finishing the meal, Tang Xian brewed a pot of tea while Su Qingyan and Xiaoyao chatted, and he quietly read a book beside them. After chatting for a while, Little Yao prepared to leave, and Su Qingyan also decided to head back. Tang Xian helped arrange rides for both of them and saw them off. After taking a shower, Tang Xian went to his study, turned on his computer, and began reviewing the current market trends. Having exited the stock market, he now planned to establish an investment company. To ensure its success, he needed to identify promising projects. At this moment, he focused on analyzing the market thoroughly, believing that only with comprehensive understanding could he achieve remarkable results. After some research, Tang Xian concluded that the healthcare market held significant potential. It was a perennial demand that never faded. However, the investment required would likely be substantial, as venturing into healthcare necessitated well-equipped laboratories and breakthrough projects to establish a foothold in the industry. Random task initiated. Host must establish a pharmaceutical company. Reward, a specialized formula for treating cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, along with one professional pharmaceutical management talent. Just as Tang Xian was deep in thought, the system's voice abruptly rang out. Tang Xian was taken aback. The system was steering him toward the medical field, specifically a breakthrough drug for cardiovascular diseases. This was truly remarkable since cardiovascular diseases claim the most lives worldwide every year, making such medications critically scarce. Afterward, Tang Xian looked up more details, primarily to understand the medical market landscape. As he was researching, his phone rang. Answering it, he found Su Qingyan on the line, informing him she had already arrived home. "Now that you're home, get some rest early," Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. "You should rest early too. Are you coming to my place tomorrow?" Su Qingyan asked to confirm, though they had already agreed on having dinner at the manor the next day. "We already agreed. Naturally I'll go," Tang Xian replied. He had never made a habit of standing people up. Once promised, he would follow through. After hanging up, Su Qingyan felt delighted. Though Tang Xian hadn't explicitly declared anything, his actions were exactly what a boyfriend should do. Just as Su Qingyan was privately rejoicing, the phone rang again. It was Xiaoyao calling. How was it? Su Qingyan asked. Are you asking how the drinks were? Or how your little pup was doing? Xiaoyao's voice came through the phone. Speak properly. Su Qingyan felt irritated. What did she mean by little pup? Tang Xian carried an air of elegance that was worlds apart from those effeminate pretty boys or puppies. Alright, fine. You know those few drinks today were like mouthwash to me. As for your man, he definitely can't be called a pup. He's got that refined aura, wealthy and handsome. Su Qingyan, you've hit the jackpot. After meeting Tang Xian and having a brief exchange, Xiaoyao knew her best friend had found the right man. It's rare to hear you say something nice. Since Tang Xian bought that necklace you liked, I can get you one too. Just pick it out and let me know. After Xiaoyao's words, Su Qingyan's mood instantly lifted. No price limit, right? Xiaoyao asked with a laugh. Get lost. Su Qingyan cursed before hanging up the phone. Price? Su Qingyan genuinely didn't care. Besides, Xiaoyao knew her limits. If either of them had questionable taste or character, their friendship wouldn't have lasted over a decade. Tang Xian was still gathering materials while simultaneously working on his business proposal. As he conducted his research, Tang Xian discovered a piece of information. Jiangnan Pharmaceuticals had a medical research center that had been operating at a loss for years. This medical research center could be a potential acquisition target, because if he established a pharmaceutical company, he would gain access to proprietary formulas for specialized cardiovascular medications. Writing the proposal and researching late into the night gave Tang Xian a familiar feeling. This mirrored exactly how he had lived in his previous life. After tidying up, Tang Xian went to bed for some rest. Upon waking in the morning, he received a call from Fengjin. Tang Xian then drove Fengjin to the driving school. On the way back, Tang Xian stopped to buy a gift for Su Haijun, a premium-grade orchid. During his last visit to the manor, he'd noticed some potted plants there, indicating the couple probably enjoyed this hobby. After making his purchase and returning to the car, Tang Xian first handled some stock trades on his tablet before finally driving home. At noon, Su Qingyan arrived. Entering the villa, Su Qingyan spotted the orchid Tang Xian had purchased. Golden sand tree chrysanthemum? Qingyan, since you're knowledgeable about orchids, do you think your father will like it? Seeing that Su Qingyan had recognized the orchid, Tang Xian spoke up. He loves orchids. Besides, when has he ever disliked something from you? Su Qingyan replied with a chuckle. At noon, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan prepared their own meal. After the midday rest, Tang Xian busied himself with stock market affairs, while Su Qingyan went out to buy a gift for her mother. Although her parents weren't particularly focused on such gestures, receiving a present naturally made them happier. Since Tang Xian was quite occupied, she made sure to handle certain matters properly. At 3 o'clock sharp, after the stock market closed, Tang Xian took a shower and changed into formal attire. You look very handsome, but just wear whatever makes you comfortable. No need to be so formal, it's not your first time going anyway, Su Qingyan said with a smile. After packing up, Tang Xian turned to Su Qingyan and said, the sports car won't fit everything, mine would be too flashy, let's take yours. Hee. It's not about showing off, just drive yours, the trunk space is plenty big too, Su Qingyan said with a smile, knowing Tang Xian wasn't the type to flaunt things. Chapter 40, System Upgrade. After loading the items into the car, Tang Xian drove the Rolls-Royce to the Su family's estate on the outskirts of the city. Though it was technically on the city's edge, the location was a tranquil retreat amid the urban bustle. Upon arriving at the estate, Tang Xian got out of the car and started unloading the items. You didn't have to bring so many gifts when visiting. Next time just come empty-handed. How could we keep accepting presents if you visit often? Qin Xiang said to Tang Xian. Understood, Auntie. Tang Xian nodded respectfully. While one should comply with elders' words, proper etiquette couldn't be neglected either. As the saying goes, courtesy costs nothing. Su Haijun's mood visibly lifted when he saw the orchids. Since retirement, he developed a passion for studying flowers and birds. After everyone settled in the manor's living room, casual conversation flowed naturally. Su Haijun and Qin Xiang mainly inquired about Tang Xian's future plans and aspirations. I plan to go to Huaqing University, but before that, I intend to start an investment company first. Under Su Haijun's inquiry, Tang Xian briefly explained. Do you have a detailed plan? Su Haijun asked, concerned that Tang Xian, being young, might not be cautious enough. The Su family wasn't short on money, but they didn't want to see Tang Xian fail either. Nodding, Tang Xian didn't hold back. He mentioned his intention to focus on medical pharmaceuticals and emphasized that it would be self-developed research. Entering the medical pharmaceutical field with self-developed research requires team building and enormous investment. Without research results for a long time, failure is likely. On the other hand, once successful, you'll firmly establish yourself in this highly competitive market. Su Haijun shared his perspective. You're absolutely right, uncle. I currently have a project in hand related to cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. The research and development is nearing completion, and it will be officially announced once the medical R&D center is operational. So there's no need for you to worry, Tang Xian said to Su Haijun, knowing that without concrete proof, Su Haijun would remain deeply concerned. It seems you've made thorough preparations. Very well, just let me know what you need from me, whether it's help with approvals or funding. I can handle it all, Su Haijun promised. Having no son of his own, he regarded a son-in-law as half a son, and he found everything about Tang Xian pleasing. Moreover, since Tang Xian was an orphan, he wanted to extend extra care to him. Dad, Tang Xian won't accept investments, Su Qingyan interjected. Who said anything about investing? Can't I simply lend the money if I want to? Su Haijun shot his daughter a glare. Su Qingyan fell silent. She could tell her extremely fastidious parents genuinely approved of Tang Xian. After chatting for a while, Su Qingyan pulled Tang Xian into the kitchen to cook. What are you doing, you silly girl? Qin Xiang glared at her daughter, considering it impolite. Tang Xian makes amazing boiled fish. Let him prepare this dish. Su Qingyan wanted to share Tang Xian's culinary skills with her parents. Xiao Tang, is this okay? Qin Xiang turned to look at Tang Xian. Certainly. Tang Xian nodded. While Qin Xiang went to prepare other dishes, under Su Qingyan's watchful gaze, Tang Xian also showcased his culinary skills. When the meal was served and they tasted Tang Xian's boiled fish, Su Haijun and Qin Xiang couldn't stop praising it. It's refreshing, just too spicy, Su Haijun said while drinking water. It wouldn't feel the same without the spiciness, Su Qingyan said with a smile, delighted that her parents were experiencing this addictive sensation too. Starting tomorrow, you'll need to learn cooking from your mother. We can't always have little Tang making meals for you. Qin Xiang gave her daughter a glance, hoping she'd put more effort into stabilizing her relationship. With ordinary men, Su Qingyan's family assets would be an advantage. But not now. Tang Xian's wealth is considerable. At the very least he's far from poor, so the Su family's sense of superiority doesn't hold up here. After eating, Tang Xian had some more conversations with Su Haijun and, of course, wrote another calligraphy piece for him before driving away. That young Tang gives me a strange feeling. Beneath his youthful appearance lies a mature mind, neither arrogant nor impatient, and he thinks things through thoroughly, Su Haijun mused after seeing Tang Xian off. Indeed, far more stable than the usual young people. Xingyan, after the school term begins, he's going to university. What do you think about that? With Tang being so outstanding, isn't there pressure letting him go out into the world? Qin Xiang glanced at her daughter. Previously, she had worried that her daughter's boyfriend wasn't good enough for her, but now she had concerns in another direction. I've told him I plan to buy a property in the capital, so when work isn't too busy, I can go and stay with him. Su Qingyan shared her thoughts. Sure. Will you handle it yourself, or should Dad help you buy it? In Kyoto, Dad has quite a few old friends. When buying a house, location matters, it has to be comfortable to live in. Su Haijun thought his daughter's idea was a good one. After driving away from the Su family estate, Tang Xian returned home and then entered Xiao Qingyin's livestream, singing a song and sending some super rockets before logging off. Over the next few days, Tang Xian's life was quite steady. Sometimes he would drive Fan Jin to her driving school, but most of his time was spent studying stocks. His stock account balance had already approached 3 billion, though the half-month mark for his investment card was also nearing. Additionally, Tang Xian had communicated with Jiangnan Medical Research Center. They were willing to sell, but the price was steep, 1.2 billion renminbi. Tang Xian found the price acceptable, but first needed to establish an investment company, which would require talent. When sitting with Su Qingyan again, Tang Xian mentioned wanting her to recommend a headhunting firm, as he wished to recruit some management professionals. With Su Qingyan's help, Tang Xian quickly contacted the headhunting firm. He outlined the type of talent he needed and left his contact information. Detected that the host is about to engage in commercial enterprises. The system gifts 2 management professionals who will contact the host through the headhunting firm within 3 days. Detected host's commercial activities, system upgrading. After Tang Xian's contact with the headhunting firm, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing the system's voice, Tang Xian was overjoyed. The most critical issue when starting a company was talent and credibility. The personnel provided by the system would undoubtedly be reliable. 2 days later, someone called Tang Xian for an interview. After inquiring briefly and learning they were applicants, they arranged to meet at the villa. Upon meeting them, Tang Xian gained some understanding of the 2 candidates. One specialized in administrative management while the other excelled in financial management. While Tang Xian was conversing with these 2 individuals, the system's voice chimed in, announcing that the upgrade was complete. After checking the system, Tang Xian cast his detection skill. Yun Dong, age 32, loyalty 94, occupation, administrative management specialist. Dongjin, age 31, loyalty 93, occupation, financial management specialist. No favorability rating? No qualities? They are talents recruited by the host, so they don't have the favorability and quality attributes, the system explained to Tang Xian when he voiced his confusion. Chapter 41, Must Get Involved. Then Tang Xian explained to Yun Dong and Dongjin his plan to establish two teams, one for company operations and the other for financial investment. In detail, Tang Xian took out the proposal and explained it: first establish an investment company, then approach the Jiangnan Medical Center. Director Tang, I'll first scout for a location, establish the company, and assemble a management team to get the processes moving, said Yundong, outlining his next steps. I'll be assembling an investment team and also initiating contact with Jiangnan Medical Center. Dongjin outlined her upcoming work plans. After further discussions and settling several matters, Yundong and Dongjin left Tang Xian's villa. Tang Xian sipped his tea, fully aware that funding would soon be needed. The investment card's validity was set to expire that very afternoon, allowing him to withdraw some capital to finalize the investment company's establishment and proceed with acquiring Jiangnan Pharmaceutical R&D Center. Tang Xian began executing stock market operations, successfully withdrawing 2.5 billion in funds before the market closed. He then transferred 2 billion to the company's management account, kept 500 million for himself, and still had over 600 million in his stock account. Following the final reminder from the investment card, Tang Xian purchased several long-term stocks, which were expected to double in value within a month. After settling his affairs, Tang Xian found that the stock market had already closed. While Tang Xian was resting, Su Qingyan arrived at the villa. All done with your work? Su Qingyan greeted Tang Xian as soon as she saw him. I'm done. Send me your bank account details. Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan as the funds had been withdrawn. Now it was time to repay the money. My pocket money just increased again. With a smile, Su Qingyan gave Tang Xian her bank account number. Holding his phone, Tang Xian contacted the bank's customer service to transfer 150 million yuan to Su Qingyan. Large transfers could only be processed by reaching out to a client manager. When the notification alert chimed, Su Qingyan's pretty face was full of surprise. Tang Xian, what's this about? Didn't we agree on 10%? You've overpaid by 40 million. Your initial capital of 100 million has been a huge help to me, so you deserve a reward. Spend money without worrying about the price, Tang Xian said with a smile. Looking at Tang Xian, Su Qingyan stepped forward and hugged him. I have money too. If you ever need any, just let me know. Aside from a few long-term stocks, I've liquidated everything else in the market. I have more than enough funds on hand, Tang Xian told Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan still felt uneasy. 40 million was no small sum. In just half a month, Tang Xian had given her 50 million, 10 million as originally agreed, and an extra 40 million on top. Stop overthinking. Buy me some clothes if you see anything suitable. Tang Xian smiled. Su Qingyan nodded. Today, I'll learn to cook with you. The two worked together in the kitchen, creating quite a harmonious scene. After eating, Su Qingyan didn't stay over. As a rather traditional woman, what happened last time was truly a drunken accident. With Tang Xian, she was serious about commitment. When seeing Su Qingyan off, Tang Xian cast another detection spell. Su Qingyan, 25 years old, affection level 88, occupation, CEO of Shanghai Group, quality 89. The affection level had increased by 2 points, and the existence of the affection level category further confirmed to Tang Xian that different people held different significance for him, resulting in varying outcomes from the detection spell. For subordinates like Yundong and Dongjin, loyalty was the key metric, while Su Qingyan, as a woman in his life, was measured by affection level. As Tang Xian was contemplating this, Fanjin called to inform him about a class gathering. With the start of the new semester approaching, everyone would soon be heading off to different universities and going their separate ways, so they wanted to get together one last time. Tang Xian wasn't particularly interested in class reunions. In today's materialistic society, genuine friendships were rare, and these gatherings often turned into platforms for showing off. You should go. Everyone's about to go their separate ways. Besides, many classmates are quite nice. People like Zhou Chang are the exception, Fanjin urged Tang Xian. The homeroom teacher wanted everyone to get together one last time, and as the class monitor, she was responsible for organizing it. She hoped Tang Xian would attend. Alright, fine. Call me when it's time. By the way, how's your driving practice going? Tang Xian changed the subject. It's going great. I've already passed 2 sections of the test. Just 2 more days, and I'll get my license, Fanjin replied cheerfully at Tang Xian's question. Then Fanjin mentioned that her mother had asked for Tang Xian's contact information, saying she wanted to thank him for frequently driving her to the driving school by treating him to a meal. We're classmates now, and will continue to be classmates in the future, so giving you rides to the driving school is nothing, Tang Xian said with a smile. After chatting a bit longer, Tang Xian ended the call. What did he say? Jian Qing came into her daughter's room. He said he understood, but wasn't particularly interested in our class reunion, Fanjin said to her mother. When you're not on the same level as those classmates of yours, it's natural to feel no interest. Focus on learning to drive properly and don't overthink it. I'll invite him to dinner myself to repay the favor. Jian Chang adjusted her glasses. After leaving her daughter's room, Jian Chang added Tang Xian on WeChat. After sending the request, she waited for approval, but there was no response after a long while. What was going on? Was he ignoring her? When adding the contact again, Jian Chang wrote that she was Fan Jin's mother, and only then did the WeChat request get accepted. This left her somewhat puzzled. Her profile had plenty of photos, so was she really not tempting enough for that young guy? She was determined to find out what his intentions were. If he had designs on her daughter, that was absolutely unacceptable. After adding each other on WeChat, Tang Xian went to rest. He had spent a long time discussing the company's development direction with Yun Dong and Dongjin today, leaving him rather exhausted. This left Jian Xing, who had been waiting for Tang Xian to message her, utterly deflated. Clearly, Tang Xian didn't even see her as worth a second glance. After resting for the night, Tang Xian got up and replied to a few messages, some from Yun Dong and Dongjin, and one from Jian Chang. Jian Chang's message was simply an invitation to dinner. Tang Xian said he'd treat next time, though it was mostly just polite talk. He had helped Fan Jin without expecting anything in return. The other message was from his deskmate, who had a very good relationship with his previous self, practically like brothers. He told Tang Xian about the gathering and mentioned that Zhou Chang seemed to be preparing something grand to confess to Fan Jin. Tang Xian, listen, Zhou Chang's family is really well off. His uncle owns a big company, so he's got the confidence, though honestly, he's not that impressive. After Tang Xian replied, another message from his deskmate came through. Lu Tao, let's not interfere with this kind of thing. Fan Jin isn't stupid either, Tang Xian replied. His deskmate was named Lu Tao. No way, we have to mess this up. That piece of trash Zhou Chang shouldn't get to stick to a flower like Fan Jin. I'm not handsome or fit enough, so you've got to step in. Let's piss off that bastard. Lu Tao's voice message was full of strong emotions. Chapter 42, Farewell, Maybe Never. Don't get excited, that piece of dung doesn't deserve to touch a flower. Tang Xian smiled. It wasn't just him who disliked Zhou Chang. The guy was universally annoying. After washing up and having breakfast, Tang Xian realized that with his investment card expired, he didn't actually have much to do anymore. So he began doing exercises in the yard. While Tang Xian was exercising, someone rang the gate bell. Through the gate railings, Tang Xian spotted a woman dressed in a black long gown. May I ask who you're looking for? Though she seemed somewhat familiar, after a moment's thought, Tang Xian concluded he didn't know her and voiced his question. I'm here to see you, young Master Xian, the woman outside the gate responded. That's just a name I use on the live stream platform. Is there something you need? Tang Xian inquired, puzzled as to how she knew young Master Xian was him. It's not a big deal, but could young Master Xian open the door and talk? Discussing through a closed door like this, the Demon King sounded somewhat exasperated. Was Tang Xian not going to let him in? After hesitating for a moment, Tang Xian opened the door. He ushered the Demon King into the living room to sit down, then went to wash his face before bringing him a glass of water. Here's the thing, I absolutely adore young Master Xian's songs. Could you possibly record them properly? That way, your fans could truly feel the music when listening, the Demon King began. Hearing this, Tang Xian explained that he hadn't considered recording before due to being constantly busy. He mentioned he might arrange it later, as proper recording required a professional studio. My friend works in music and has a professional recording studio. If you'd like to go, I can take you there. Seeing that Tang Xian didn't refuse, the Demon King spoke up. My surname is Tang, and my name is Xian. You can just call me by my name. What should I call you? Tang Xian gave his name, not wanting to be addressed as young Master Xian. What to call me? I'm the Demon King. Back on Shark TV, I received quite a bit of medical fees from young Master Xian, the Demon King said with a laugh. So you're Shark's top talent. I see. Hearing the Demon King's words, Tang Xian realized who stood before him. He'd seen the Demon King's streams before. He used to think there might be differences between video and reality, pretty on screen but possibly unattractive in person. Yet this Demon King looked much the same in reality, though with an added liveliness. That's why he hadn't recognized him earlier, only finding him somewhat familiar. Does Mr. Tang live alone? After glancing around the living room, the Demon King asked. Tang Xian shook his head. A friend comes over sometimes. Her company is nearby, so she occasionally stops by to rest. The Demon King nodded. She was aware of certain things. After all, she also lived in this Bund Villa district. She had noticed Tang Xian and Su Qingyan coming and going, and observed that Su Qingyan never stayed overnight. After chatting for a while longer, they exchanged contact information. Tang Xian mentioned he'd reach out later to collaborate with the Demon King for the song recording. After sending the Demon King away, Tang Xian went out for a stroll without driving. He just wanted to buy some groceries to prepare a delicious lunch for Su Qingyan. Creak! A sudden screech of brakes sounded right beside Tang Xian. Just as Tang Xian was about to lose his temper, the car window rolled down. It was a police car, with the proud Lan Qi sitting in the driver's seat. Are you trying to kill someone? Tang Xian glared at Lan Qi and complained irritably. Trust my driving skills. Get in. Where do you want to go? I'll take you, Lan Qi spoke up. I'm not going anywhere, just taking a walk on the street and then buying some groceries, Tang Xian replied. Get in, let's grab a coffee first, then you can go buy groceries, Lan Qi said to Tang Xian. After a brief hesitation, Tang Xian got into the car. Back at the police station, Lan Qi had bought him supper and breakfast before there was some rapport between them. They arrived at a cafe, and Tang Xian and Lan Qi got out of the car. Wait a bit before going in. Tang Xian lit a cigarette. He wouldn't be able to smoke once inside the cafe. Smoke less, Lan Qi said as she looked at Tang Xian. Tang Xian smiled but didn't say anything. After finishing a cigarette, Tang Xian entered the cafe with Lan Qi. Having coffee this time can be considered my farewell to you, Lan Qi said to Tang Xian after ordering 2 cups of coffee. What do you mean by farewell? Tang Xian was stunned. Job transfer, I'm leaving Zhenghai, Lan Qi explained. You're working as a police captain in Zhenghai City, isn't that good enough? In a few more years, you might become department head or bureau chief. Tang Xian looked at Lan Qi as he spoke, thinking her current job should be quite decent. You don't know the reason. I came to Zhenghai because I made mistakes in my previous job, coming here to cool off quietly. The recent cases I handled went well, so it's time for me to leave now, Lan Qi said to Tang Xian. Cooling off, meaning you were avoiding scrutiny while polishing your credentials on the side. Now that you've made your mark, you can go back. After hearing Lan Qi's words, Tang Xian pieced together the details. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lan Qi chuckled because he was absolutely right. Thanks to his help in cracking the major case, along with her previous accomplishments, it could indeed be considered a successful credentials boost. Alright, I'll also be leaving Zhenghai to attend school, Tang Xian said. Your martial arts skills are impressive, but you need to restrain yourself. I don't want to arrest you. Strive to be someone useful to our country. Have you filled out your college application? Consider police academy, Lan Qi said to Tang Xian, believing he'd make an excellent officer. No thanks. I have my own plans. Tang Xian shook his head. After leaving the cafe, Lan Qi rolled down her car window and said, I'm a police officer. This time, I hope we never meet again. Tang Xian nodded with a smile. He understood Lan Qi's implication of goodbye forever. Never seeing the police again was indeed a good thing. After parting ways with Lan Qi, Tang Xian went to the supermarket, bought some groceries, and then carried them back to the Bund Villa district. You bought all this stuff, why didn't you take a taxi? At the entrance of the Villa district, Tang Xian ran into Su Qingyan, who had just driven over. I just went out to grab some groceries and took a little walk around. Tang Xian placed the bags into the trunk that Su Qingyan had opened, then got into the passenger seat as they drove back home together. Could you watch me cook today? After bringing the groceries into the kitchen, Su Qingyan spoke up. Tang Xian smiled. Don't worry about what your mom says, just be yourself. Go change your clothes, I'll be done here quickly. After hugging Tang Xian, Su Qingyan went to change her clothes and wash her hands, while Tang Xian began preparing the meal. Su Qingyan didn't cook, but she kept Tang Xian company in the kitchen. Tang Xian, how are things going with starting your company? Su Qingyan asked while accompanying him. Site selection, registration, assembling administrative and financial investment teams, everything is already being handled by someone else. I'll follow up on the progress later, Tang Xian replied, confident in the talents recommended by the system. You'll be leaving for Kyoto University soon, and I can't bear to see you go. Su Qingyan hugged Tang Xian as she looked at him. Chapter 43, Datang Investments. Turning around, Tang Xian embraced Su Qingyan. He knew exactly what kind of feelings she held for him. After preparing dinner and eating together, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan sat on the sofa chatting. Su Qingyan was in high spirits as she chatted with Tang Xian, mentioning how she had nearly dropped his watch that day. At that moment, Xiaodao's face turned completely pale, and my heart was pounding like crazy. After recounting the incident, Su Qingyan spoke up again. Don't worry about it even if it had fallen. It wouldn't have been worth scaring you over. If you like it, you can take it. Tang Xian smiled. Though he cherished the watch, he didn't value it so highly as to make a fuss. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes fixed on Tang Xian. I see. A ripple of emotion stirred within her. Tang Xian's genuine tolerance toward her was unmistakable. Think of me as more magnanimous in the future. I'm not so quick to anger, nor would I ever be angry with you. Tang Xian nodded at Su Qingyan. That afternoon, after a conference call at Tang Xian's place to handle company matters, she stayed for dinner. They chatted a while longer before Su Qingyan rose to leave. It was time for her to head home. Tang Xian, I'm not ready yet. Maybe another time, when I can stay longer. At the villa's entrance, Su Qingyan flushed slightly as she looked at him. I understand. Your happiness is all that matters. Don't worry about anything else. Hurry back now, or your parents will worry. Tang Xian smiled knowingly. He grasped exactly what she meant. After waving to Tang Xian, Su Qingyan drove off in her car. Truth be told, there were some things Su Qingyan didn't mention, whether she returned home early, late, or not at all. Her parents wouldn't say anything because they already approved of Tang Xian. After seeing Su Qingyan off, Tang Xian's deskmate Lu Tao sent a voice chat, mostly gossiping about classmates. Zhou Chang had been showing off in the group chat every day about just buying a new Audi, acting all high and mighty. Tang Xian, my grades aren't as good as yours. I applied to the Capital Police Academy. What about you? After some idle chat, Lu Tao finally asked the question. You're going to Kyoto? I'm heading there too. Applied to Huaqing University, Tang Xian said to Lu Tao. Damn, that means we can still meet up later. It's not too far. When we're there, if there are any pretty police academy seniors or juniors, I can introduce you, Lu Tao said with a laugh. You should solve your own problems first, Tang Xian interjected. After chatting for a while, Tang Xian and Lu Tao ended their conversation. Tang Xian had just hung up the phone when Su Qingyan's voice call came through. Tang Xian, are you some kind of time management wizard? I've only been gone a short while, and your line's already busy. Ha ha, my deskmate called to talk about the class reunion and ask about my college applications. He's applied to the Kyoto Police Academy. We'll go to Kyoto together sometime, Tang Xian replied with a laugh. He was well aware of the joke about being a time management master. I was going to call you once I got home, but the line was busy every time I tried, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. Dummy, why don't you just make a regular call? Voice calls will override each other, Tang Xian teased her. That would be too impolite, in case you have important matters to attend to, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. After chatting for a while, they finally ended the call. As soon as Tang Xian hung up, a WeChat message came in. It was from Jian Cheng, Finjin's mother, mainly inviting him to dinner. Finding it difficult to decline, Tang Xian agreed, letting Jian Cheng choose the location. After relaxing on the observation deck a little longer, Tang Xian went to rest. His daily routine was very disciplined. After a night's rest and breakfast, Tang Xian had a phone conference with Yin Dong and Dongjin, who reported on their work progress. The company had been registered under the name Datang Investment Company, with Tang Xian naturally serving as the legal representative. The office space had also been selected. It was in the Pearl Office Building located in the city center of Shanghai. After scheduling a site visit, the three concluded their phone call. After getting ready, Tang Xian drove out and arrived at the designated location, where he met up with Yin Dong and Dongjin. The office space is leased, occupying an entire floor of the Mingzhu office building. The renovation team has already moved in and started work. Since the office environment is already well established, the team is just making minor adjustments. A new company deserves a fresh look. After bringing Tang Xian into the office building, Yun Dong briefed him on the progress. These matters are up to your discretion, but prioritize staff recruitment. Remember, we can offer better benefits, but the candidates must meet both ability and character standards. Our investment firm needs an elite team. After inspecting the office space, Tang Xian spoke up. Dongjin also mentioned that the investment team's recruitment is already underway. Additionally, under the name of Datang Investment, she has approached Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company, which shows strong willingness to sell. Now it's just a matter of negotiating the price. Go ahead and handle things boldly, don't hesitate. You have my full support. If anything truly uncertain comes up, just give me a call anytime. Tang Xian spoke up, feeling entirely at ease with the talents provided by the system. If nothing else, their loyalty scores exceeding 90 meant betrayal was out of the question. Yun Dong still had to attend to the company's preparatory work, while Dongjin needed to maintain contact with Jiangnan Pharmaceutical. With that, the three of them headed downstairs. At the foot of the building, Tang Xian unexpectedly spotted an acquaintance, none other than the person he had arranged to dine with today, Finjin's mother, Jian Cheng. Aunt Jian, good to see you. Tang Xian greeted Jian Cheng warmly. What are you doing here? Jian Cheng was momentarily taken aback seeing Tang Xian. Pearl Office Tower was a top-tier office building in Shanghai City, occupied only by major corporations. Her law firm had secured a small office space there solely because it was affiliated with a government department. She had spotted Tang Xian coming out from inside, which was unusual since entry typically required an identification badge. In fact, Pearl Office Tower had very strict management, but Yun Dong had rented an entire floor as the primary tenant, so bringing Tang Xian, the legal representative of Datang Investment Company, inside was no problem. I just came by for a walk. Aunt Jian, are you busy with something? Tang Xian asked. Yes, I have 2 cases to handle. I'll call you at noon. Wearing a burgundy pantsuit, Jian Cheng nodded at Tang Xian. Afterwards, Tang Xian, Yun Dong, and Dongjin left the Pearl office building as they each had their own matters to attend to. Watching Tang Xian and the others depart, Jian Cheng let his assistant go about their own tasks first before heading to the security desk at the entrance. Which company are those 3 from? Jian Cheng asked the security guard with a smile. Oh, Attorney Jian. Those 3 just now are from a newly registered company. I think it's called Datang Investment. They've leased the entire 30th floor, replied the guard, who recognized Jian Cheng and answered directly. Tang Dynasty Investment? Never heard of it. Jian Cheng shook her head, then took the elevator to her office area and immediately turned on her computer to start researching. As a lawyer, it was easy for Jin Qing to investigate things. When she saw that Tang Dynasty Investment had a registered capital of 2 billion and its legal representative was Tang Xian, she was shocked. The revelation was absolutely staggering. Chapter 44, Utterly Astonishing. After some thought, Jin Qing decided to have a proper talk with Tang Xian during lunch. Being a legal representative was no small matter. If someone got scammed, they would be held legally accountable. After leaving the Pearl Office building, Tang Xian decided to go shopping. Since arriving in this world, apart from occasionally visiting malls with Su Qingyan, he hadn't really gone out much. Around noon, Tang Xian received a voice call from Jin Chang, who said she now had time to eat together and sent him her location in the chat. Driving to the spot Jin Chang had sent, Tang Xian found it was a quiet private kitchen restaurant. Jin Chang, dressed in a burgundy blazer and wearing white-framed glasses, was waiting by her car. Her decent income as a professional allowed her to drive a BMW 5 Series. As Tang Xian stepped out of his car, Jin Chang's eyes behind her glasses widened with surprise. A Rolls-Royce sedan and a Lamborghini sports car, yet willing to serve as someone else's legal representative. What kind of deep trouble had he gotten himself into? Given Tang Xian's kindness towards Fanjin, she felt compelled to pull this young man back from the brink. Auntie Jian, hello. Tang Xian greeted her. Great, let's go in. Jin Chang led the way with Tang Xian following behind as they entered the private restaurant and requested a private dining room. Thank you for taking the time to drive Fan Jin to driving school these past few days. In just a few more days, Fan Jin will have her driver's license. Once seated, Fan Jin pushed the menu toward Tang Xian. Auntie, please go ahead and order. Tang Xian handed the menu back across to Jin Chang. After glancing at Tang Xian, Fan Jin began ordering dishes. With just that brief look, Jin Chang could tell Tang Xian was dressed in high-end designer clothes, the kind with subtle logos that only connoisseurs would recognize. Tang Xian, since you're Fan Jin's classmate, I'll take the liberty of calling myself Auntie. Do you understand what it means to be a company's legal representative? After ordering, Jin Chang decided to have a talk with Tang Xian. I do. Though somewhat puzzled, Tang Xian still explained the concept of a company's legal representative to Jin Chang. If the company runs into trouble, even if you haven't signed a joint liability contract, there'll still be a heap of problems. And if there is joint liability, the situation becomes even worse. If the company operates illegally, the legal representative could face prison time. Jin Chang outlined the significance of being a company's legal representative to Tang Xian. Thanks Auntie Jian for clearing that up. Xuan understands now. Though puzzled as to why Jin Chang was telling him all this, Tang Xuan politely expressed his gratitude. Glancing at Tang Xian, Jin Chang set down her water glass. After hearing all this, don't you understand yet? Dayton Investment has just been established. It's not too late for you to back out now. If there are any legal issues, Auntie can help you handle them, no charge. After all, you're just a naive child. But you'll have to return things like the car. After hearing Jin Chang's words, Tang Xian understood. After their meeting at the Pearl Office building today, Jin Chang had looked into him and discovered the Great Tang Investment registered under his name. It seems Auntie is quite well connected and must have heard some things. Auntie, let me explain, I haven't been taken advantage of. Tang Investments is solely my own investment firm. I wasn't placed as the legal representative by someone else, and the management and investment teams beneath me were all recruited by myself. No one appointed me as the company's legal representative, Tang Xian said with a smile. How is this possible? Great Tang Investments has a registered capital of 2 billion, that's 2 billion, not 200 yuan. Don't try to hide it from me. Later, you draft an authorization letter, and I'll handle the termination agreement for you. Jin Chang glanced at Tang Xian, thinking he was just trying to save face. Somewhat helpless, Tang Xian took out his phone, found the transfer record from his personal account to the company account, and handed it to Jin Chang. Auntie, I'm not showing off, just trying to clear your doubts. Looking at Tang Xian, Jin Chang took the phone. After checking the transfer record, Jin Chang was stunned. She steadied her glasses and double-checked to make sure she hadn't misread it. Great Tang Investments was established yesterday, and the transfer record was also from yesterday. Where did you get so much money? Aren't you an orphan? After calming her emotions, Jin Chang handed the phone back to Tang Xian. I am an orphan, but I've been investing, so I've accumulated some savings. I made a big profit in the stock market recently. Anyway, I appreciate Aunt Jin's concern for me. Tang Xian picked up the teapot and poured a cup of water for Jin Chang. It seems I underestimated you and ended up making a fool of myself. Please don't mind me. Jin Chang felt slightly embarrassed, realizing she had overthought things. Not at all, in fact, it warms my heart. Auntie, since you're a lawyer, would you consider being a consultant for Tang Investment when we establish our legal department? Tang Xian looked at her and made the offer. Great, that's no problem at all. Your auntie here is quite well known in Zhonghai's legal circle, Jin Chang said with a smile. With the matter clarified, the conversation turned casual. Tang Xian's eloquence and demeanor left Jin Chang utterly astonished. This was no ordinary young man. Even those successful businessmen and social elites couldn't compare. After finishing their meal, Jin Chang went to pay, but Tang Xian settled the bill first. It's not proper to let a lady pay. Besides, I'm very grateful for Auntie Jian's valuable advice. Not proper to let a lady pay. Then I'll treat you to another meal another day, and that way the lady won't have to pay. Jin Qing replied with a laugh. Hearing Jin Qing's words, Tang Xian also smiled. Sure, we can treat Auntie to a meal anytime. After chatting with Jin Qing for a few more sentences, Tang Xian drove away. Watching the departing Lamborghini, Jin Chang knew it was hopeless. Her daughter was probably about to fall into a trap. The main issue was that Tang Xian was just too outstanding, young and wealthy, but most importantly, his demeanor. Many men would be overwhelmed by her domineering, sophisticated aura, yet Tang Xian remained completely unfazed. That kind of composure was exactly what women found most attractive. Seduce Tang Xian into taking intimate photos to show her daughter? At this thought, Jin Chung shook her head. This situation was troublesome. She had originally thought she was dealing with a small fry, but it turned out to be a shark. Driving back to the Bund Villa district, Tang Xian bought some groceries and fruits. Although Su Qingyan wouldn't be visiting today due to her business trip for project research, he still stocked up on vegetables and fruits at home. With nothing much to do, Tang Xian opened his phone and tuned into Xiao Qingyin's livestream, sending some rocket gifts. Then, noticing that Demon King was also live after meeting her in person earlier, he went over to her stream and dropped a few super rockets. After all, she had agreed to help him record a song. Seeing the gifts from Tang Xian, Demon King was momentarily surprised. She wasn't in a PK battle with Xiao Qingyin, so there was no medical fee to cover. Was this a friendly gesture? Or perhaps due to their brief meeting earlier? In high spirits, Demon King dedicated a song to Tang Xian. However, she deliberately kept things appropriate, never mentioning their real-life meeting or the song recording. Trying to blatantly curry favor or poach Xiao Qingyin's generous supporter would be beneath her dignity. Still, she thought, meeting Tang Xian offline after the stream wouldn't be a problem, that was just normal socializing between friends. Chapter 45, Beauty and the Beast. After watching the live stream for a while, Tang Xian chatted some more with his deskmate Lu Tao. Having few friends in this world, he found Lu Tao, his counterpart's former desk companion, to be a rather warm-hearted person, someone he could talk with comfortably. In the evening, the Demon King visited Tang Xian's villa, bringing him some fruit. He didn't say anything to thank Tang Xian for the gift, it was simply a gesture of reciprocity. After brewing tea to receive the Demon King, the two simply exchanged a few pleasant words. After all, neighbors should strive to maintain harmonious relations. After sitting with Tang Xian for a while, the Demon King left. After seeing off the Demon King, Tang Xian prepared two simple dishes, had a light meal, and then rested. He knew Yindong and Dongjin would handle the investment company matters properly. Waking up in the morning, Tang Xian received a message from Fanjin about tonight's class reunion. Aren't you going to driving school today? Tang Xian messaged back. Let's go after breakfast. Fanjin said to Tang Xian. Then I'll take you there. After thinking for a moment and realizing he had nothing scheduled today, Tang Xian decided to give Fanjin a ride. Aside from his good relationship with Fanjin, Fanjin's mother had always treated him with great kindness. These were all bonds of affection. Great! Hearing that Tang Xian intended to drive her, Fanjin smiled. Carrying breakfast out, Jin Chang noticed her daughter's face was full of smiles. Glancing at the phone in her hand, she asked, "Who are you chatting with?" "It's Tang Xian. He said he'll take me to the driving school later." After slipping the phone into his pocket, Fanjin spoke up. Hearing it was Tang Xian, Jin Chang wanted to say something but held back, mainly because she didn't know how to put it. Could she tell her daughter that the Tang Xian you know isn't just an ordinary Tang Xian? After breakfast, Tang Xian drove to Fanjin's apartment building, where this time both Fanjin and her mother came downstairs together. "Good morning, Aunt Jian." "Good morning, Fanjin." Seeing Jin Chang and Fanjin coming down together, Tang Xian greeted them. "Fanjin, you have your class dinner tonight, right? Mom will transfer some extra money to your bank card later. High school is over, and soon everyone will go their separate ways. Don't cut corners with these things." Looking at her daughter, Jin Chang spoke calmly. "Thanks, Mom." Fanjin smiled. "If any classmates come from financially difficult families, cover their share too." With a glance at Tang Xian, Jin Chang drove away. Financially difficult families, was she referring to him? Tang Xian felt puzzled. Didn't they have a pleasant conversation yesterday? He simply didn't understand Jian Qing's current state of mind. Driving the car, Tang Xian dropped Fan Jin off at the driving school. Since the practice session wouldn't end until the afternoon, he didn't wait around, just promised to pick her up later before leaving. After returning to the city, Tang Xian bought himself a suitcase. He needed to prepare some essentials for his upcoming university studies in the capital. After purchasing some daily necessities, he returned to the villa and took a midday nap. In the afternoon, Tang Xian drove back to the driving school to pick up Fan Jin. They had agreed earlier to attend their class reunion together that day. When they arrived at the driving school, Tang Xian saw Fan Jin, who had already changed into a fresh set of clothes. "That was a quick change," Tang Xian remarked after placing Fan Jin's backpack in the car. I brought spare clothes because I plan to go straight to the gathering after practice, Fan Jin replied with a smile. Tang Xian nodded approvingly. Good, very well planned. You navigate the way. Tang Xian, there's been a change in this gathering. Fan Jin spoke up after getting into the car. What kind of change? Tang Xian asked as he started the car. The original plan was to split the bill equally among attendees at Lihua Hotel where the per-person cost wasn't high, but Zhou Chang and his little group insisted on moving the venue to Yipin Residence, where the per-person cost is 3 times higher than our initial budget, Fan Jin said with evident displeasure. Then just decline the invitation, Tang Xian replied with a light laugh. Afterwards, Fan Jin told Tang Xian that she and other classmates had expressed opposition, but Zhou Chang said those who could afford it should pay their own share, and he would cover those who couldn't. That's just showing off wealth. Tang Xian chuckled. So at the driving school, I exchanged some cash with the coach using mobile payment. Later, the two of us will just take a photo with the cash and leave. Let them do whatever they want. Fan Jin sighed and then handed an envelope containing cash to Tang Xian. Put it in the bag. I can't hold it now, and there's no reason to be upset. The world is vast, there are all kinds of people. No need to feel upset just because someone lacks manners. While driving, Tang Xian tried to console Fan Jin. I understand. I won't let them affect my mood. I'll chat with the classmates I get along with, and then we'll leave. Fan Jin nodded in agreement. Tang Xian smiled and drove to the parking lot next to Yipinju. Then he went to the nearby bank to withdraw some cash to carry with him. How could he possibly use Fan Jin's money? Arriving at Yipinju with Fan Jin, Tang Xian spotted Lu Tao and some other classmates chatting and joking around. Zhou Chang was also there, though he was standing with a different group. Today, Zhou Chang was dressed in a full suit and tie, his hair slicked upwards in a mature, professional style. The moment the classmates saw Fan Jin and Tang Xian arriving together, their expressions turned visibly intrigued. Everyone knows Zhou Chang has been pursuing Fan Jin, but Fan Jin consistently prioritized her studies and rejected him. Also, everyone is aware that Zhou Chang planned to confess his feelings at today's gathering because high school has ended, and university life wouldn't be as demanding. But now, Fan Jin has shown up with Tang Xian. Lu Tao walked up to Tang Xian and gave his shoulder a playful punch. You did it, no dung sticking to the flower. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Tang Xian laughed. Fan Jin, come here. How's your driving practice going? I just bought an Audi. Once you get your license, you can take it for a spin. The handling and comfort are excellent, Zhou Chang boasted, flashing his car keys. Tang Xian and Lu Tao exchanged glances. This bastard was really starting to show off now. But driving an Audi right after high school graduation was indeed pretty impressive. No need. My mom will buy me a car as soon as I get my license. Even if I don't buy one, I still have rides available, Fan Jin replied, glancing at Tang Xian. Tang Xian, you have a license? And a car? Noticing Fan Jin's gaze lingering on Tang Xian, Zhou Chang felt a pang of irritation. Last time, he'd arranged through classmates to invite Fan Jin out, only for her to leave with Tang Xian the moment he showed up. Let's not talk about these things at the reunion. Is everyone here? Tang Xian brushed off Zhou Chang's comment. He was just here for the class gathering, not to flaunt anything. When Tang Xian ignored him, Zhou Chang felt displeased. This was a blatant disregard for his dignity. What was a worthless orphan trying to pull? At that moment, another classmate broke the awkward silence by announcing that everyone had arrived. The organizer, Fan Jin, then suggested they continue the conversation inside. The group entered Yipinju restaurant and were ushered into the largest private dining room. Without delay, Zhou Chang picked up the menu. Chapter 46 Playing Too Dirty. Holding the menu, Zhou Chang directly took the host's seat. Fan Jin, come sit here. After seating himself, he tapped the menu and beckoned to Fan Jin. Shaking her head, Fan Jin sat down across from Zhou Chang, the large round table between them maintaining the maximum possible distance. Fan Jin took her seat, leaving Zhou Chang's still waving hand hanging awkwardly in midair. Tang Xian, Lu Tao, please sit. Ignoring Zhou Chang, Fan Jin gestured to the seat beside her for Tang Xian and nodded to Lu Tao. Lu Tao grinned mischievously at Zhou Chang before sitting next to Tang Xian. Tang Xian was seated beside Fan Jin, while Fan Jin's other side was occupied by a female classmate. Everyone, please sit. First, let me mention something. The dishes at Yipinju are quite expensive. Today's bill will be voluntary AA. Those who can afford to contribute may do so, and full AA would be ideal. If circumstances don't allow for AA, simply sign your name here. Zhou Chang opened the menu. Zhou Chang's words, once spoken, caused everyone's expression to change except for his gang of cronies. What he said and did was utterly disgraceful. Not only was it a blatant slap in the face, but demanding signatures was also about leaving behind tangible evidence of humiliation. Then one of Zhou Chang's lackeys approached Tang Xian and Lu Tao with a pen and notebook in hand. Class president, our dear friend Zhou Chang has generously covered your share, said Lu Ha, the lackey holding the notebook, with a smirk. Smack! Fan Jin slapped a stack of cash onto the table. I don't need it. This scene left everyone stunned. The stack of cash in Fan Jin's hands had to be at least tens of thousands. Our monitor is badass. Lu Hao was taken aback. Fan Jin was usually frugal and would never do something like this. After shifting his gaze away from Fan Jin, Lu Hao turned to Tang Xian. We don't know much about our monitor's family situation, but Tang Xian, it's your turn to sign. Shaking his head helplessly, Tang Xian pulled out a stack of unopened cash from his pants pocket and slammed it on the table. Seriously, are you guys playing games or what? How childish can you get? Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded, because Tang Xian quietly and effortlessly made a big splash, just casually pulling out a thick wad of cash like that. Exactly, did you all enjoy stepping on others like this? If you can get along, stick together, if not, just go your separate ways. What the hell is this? Lu Tao slammed the table and stood up. You've gone too far. What was supposed to be a nice class reunion has been ruined by you. Who exactly are you trying to humiliate? Yun Kai, Fan Jin's close friend, also stood up angrily. Initially, we agreed to book hotels of similar prices just for having fun, enjoying ourselves, and bonding emotionally. After all, we'll each go off to university soon, and later in society, we could support one another. But now, I think we should forget it. Fan Jin's face was cold as ice. Having to sign under these constraints was simply beyond the pale. Alright, let's drop this matter here. Those who want to hang out together can stay, and those who don't can leave. Lu Tao, go book another private room. Whoever wants to join us, it's on me. We'll just chat and have fun, no strings attached. Go ahead and pay the deposit first. As he spoke, Tang Xian handed the money on the table to Lu Tao. What the hell? After muttering to himself, Lu Tao left and went to book another private room. Tang Xian also got up. This class reunion had become unbearably awkward. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he truly shouldn't have come. Let's go. If these people are worth keeping as classmates and staying in touch with, then sure, we can chat. But getting mixed up in messy nonsense? No thanks, that's just lacking vision. Fan Jin stood up as she spoke. Her remark about lacking vision came from genuine disappointment. Compared to Tang Xian, Zhou Cheng fell short in every possible way. As Fan Jin stood up and left, Yun Kai and the other classmates also rose from their seats. They were all high school graduates, old enough to discern right from wrong in their hearts. From the moment Zhou Cheng changed the restaurant for this gathering, things had turned sour. To put it bluntly, he had tainted what should have been a joyful class reunion. In the new private room, another group gathered around Fan Jin and Tang Xian, though Zhou Cheng's clique naturally didn't join. Class monitor, you order the dishes. Let's just enjoy ourselves and forget what happened earlier. After sitting down, Tang Xian handed the menu to Fan Jin. I know money's no object for you, so don't mind if I really go all out, right? Fan Jin grinned teasingly as he looked at Tang Xian. Feel free to order extravagantly. Who knows when our next gathering will be, so let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Tang Xian smiled and nodded. Yun Kai reached out and pressed down on the menu. Tang Xian doesn't have it easy, we should just split the bill evenly. We don't need to order too much. Yun Kai, you might not know this, but Tang Xian is loaded. Eating him out of house and home won't even make a dent, Fan Jin said with a laugh. Fan Jin placed their order, though she still opted for mid-range dishes. Jokes aside, actually taking advantage of Tang Xian? She wouldn't do that. Noticing the dishes Fan Jin had ordered, Tang Xian added a few more selections. With the absence of those people from Zook City, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Tang Xian ordered some alcohol as well, though he didn't drink any himself since he had driven there. As they chatted, everyone was in high spirits, and they all agreed to meet up again in the future. They decided to leave the organizing to Fan Jin, and unless someone was particularly busy, they shouldn't make excuses to skip the gathering. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable for everyone. Costing less than 10,000 yuan, Tang Xian didn't find it expensive at all. With the deposit not even fully used up, he bought several cartons of cigarettes and gave each male classmate a pack. Fan Jin, I'll go get the car. I'll take you home first before heading back myself, Tang Xian said with a nod toward Fan Jin. Old Tang, that's not fair, just giving her a ride? I need one too. After dropping off Fan Jin, the two of us can go grab some skewers. Lu Tao objected after hearing Tang Xian's words. Ha, sure, why not? Find yourself a seat. With a chuckle, Tang Xian walked off and drove the Lamborghini over from the nearby parking area. The roar of the Lamborghini tearing through the streets really gets the blood pumping in your veins. Ha, I'm taking shotgun. Lu Tao, you find your own seat. With that, Fan Jin opened the passenger door and hopped in. This left Lu Tao utterly bewildered in the wind. A two-seater sports car, where exactly was he supposed to sit? On the hood? Head to the bund and find a quiet spot. After I drop off the class monitor, I'll join you for skewers. Throwing these words at Lu Tao, Tang Xian stepped on the gas and sped off. What the hell? Can someone explain what's up with Tang Xian? I know a lumbo when I see one. Lu Tao was dumbfounded. Was this really his thrifty, frugal desk mate? To be precise, this is a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ with a base price of 9.2 million yuan, chimed in a classmate who was a car enthusiast. Could it be rented? Zhou Cheng and his buddies showed up. Having seen Tang Xian drive off, he naturally seized the opportunity to undermine Tang Xian's imposing aura. There are only a handful of these in Shanghai City, and you're telling me it's rented? Try renting one yourself if you can, the car enthusiast classmate shot back at Zhou Chang, unable to stomach his remark. His clothes aren't flashy, the logos are subtle, but they're all high-end brands. From head to toe, I'd estimate it adds up to over 100,000 yuan. The most outrageous part is that watch he kept half covered by his sleeve, a Patek Philippe Celestial with moon phase, worth well over 2 million, a female classmate pointed out. Chapter 47. Another house comes my way. Am I seeing this right? Yun Kai asked incredulously. If I'm mistaken, I'll pluck my eyeballs out. I know this brand very well. The female classmate raised her wrist, revealing her own Patek Philippe watch. She too was a discreet young lady from an affluent family, but today's events had thoroughly provoked her. Zhou Chang and the others fell silent. If Tang Xian's display was genuine, his wealth would be terrifyingly substantial. Driving the car, Tang Xian dropped Fan Jin off at her place, then returned the vehicle to the villa before walking to a barbecue joint not too far from the Bund Villa area, following the location Lu Tao had sent. Where's the car? Lu Tao asked when Tang Xian arrived. Wanted to have a couple of drinks with you, so I sent the car home. You wouldn't want me to drink and drive, would you? Tang Xian took a seat opposite Lu Tao. Fair point. No drunk driving, we'll take your sports car another day. Boss, 20 skewers of grilled lamb kidneys. Lu Tao called out loudly. Tang Xian was somewhat speechless, this was too embarrassing, bringing up kidneys right off the bat. After drinking a few bottles of beer and sending Lu Tao into a taxi, Tang Xian walked back to the villa district. He washed up and then got into bed. Lying in bed, a message from Fan Jin arrived, urging Tang Xian and Lu Tao to drink less. She knew they had gone out for skewers and drinks. Don't worry, we're already done. He went home, and I'm in bed resting now, Tang Xian replied. Today you were targeted because of me. It's because of my situation that Zhou Chang pulled this stunt. Thank you. Fan Jin messaged Tang Xian to express her gratitude. Don't mention it. Standing up for you, our class president, is only natural, Tang Xian replied. He truly didn't mind Zhou Chang's petty targeting, these childish jealousy games held no interest for him whatsoever. Alright then, let's talk tomorrow. After exchanging a few more messages, Fan Jin went to rest. Tang Xian also turned in for the night, he was naturally an early sleeper. Tang Xian was unaware that his classmates were privately chatting among themselves, all discussing matters concerning him. Luxury cars worth tens of millions, watches over 2 million. Even ordinarily successful businesspeople wouldn't have such extravagant possessions. At the same time, everyone looked down upon Zhou Chang's character and understood that his pursuit of Fan Jin was now impossible. Today had effectively torn all pretenses apart, with Fan Jin not sparing him any face whatsoever. After resting through the night, Tang Xian woke up in the morning, freshened up, and replied to a few messages. He then held a conference call with Yun Dong and Dongjin before receiving a call from Su Qingyan, who was returning from her project inspection today with an afternoon flight. Tang Xian mentioned he would pick her up, and after chatting for a while, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Tang Xian settled down in the living room to read a book on economics, a subject he had excelled in during his past life. At noon, after finishing his meal, Tang Xian received a voice call from Xiao Qingyin. Is there something the big streamer needs? Tang Xian chuckled after answering the call. Recently, Xiao Qingyin had stopped pestering him to perform in her live streams, and her audience hadn't pressured her either. After all, young Master Xian drove luxury cars and lived in a mansion. He wasn't a singer by profession. Doing it once or twice was fine, but constantly asking him to sing would put Xiao Qingyin in an awkward position. Yes, there's something. Today, community officials came by and mentioned the area is going to be demolished and relocated to an established residential complex, apparently with compensation. The specifics need to be handled by you as the property owner, Xiao Qingyin explained to Tang Xian. Tang Xian remembered that Xiao Qingyin had refused to renew her rental contract precisely because the building was due for demolition. Then I'll go there now, Tang Xian said to Xiao Qingyin. Driving his car, Tang Xian returned to the old district and arrived at his former home. My luck is so bitter. No sooner do I find stable housing than it gets demolished. Is saving on rent really this impossible? Xiao Qingyin said with exasperation. Take a look at where to move. If it's suitable, you can live in the new place too. After all, I'm heading to Kyoto for school, Tang Xian said. Too bad I applied to Shanghai Dance Academy, so I can't go play in Kyoto, Xiao Qingyin said. Dancing? You don't necessarily have to go to a music academy for that, Tang Xian said with a laugh, because Xiao Qingyin's singing voice was rather unique. You're missing the point, Xiao Qingyin said with a laugh. Actually, I can sing pretty well. I was just fooling around in the live stream, entertaining the audience. There are plenty of great singers who never make it big, while those who can't sing well often become wildly popular. Tang Xian gazed at Xiao Qingyin in surprise, noticing something unusual. Normally, Xiao Qingyin's voice was crisp and clear, but when singing, it sounded a bit rough. Could it really be intentional? Don't dwell on those thoughts anymore. Hurry to the community now and see how to settle in. I'll tidy up as well, we'll need to move soon, Xiao Qingyin said to Tang Xian. Alright, I'll go check out the community. Nodding at Xiao Qingyin, Tang Xian left. Upon arriving at the community, Tang Xian saw the relocation policy. The policy was quite generous. Relocating to an equivalent area came with substantial financial compensation. If opting for a larger space, residents could either pay the difference at standard rates, forgo compensation entirely to receive a property one-third larger than their original home. Miss, may I ask, if I want a larger house but the compensation doesn't cover the full cost, can I pay the difference in cash? Tang Xian inquired, addressing a woman dressed in a black business suit. That would certainly work. But why refuse compensation when it's offered? The government provides compensation to ensure everyone has some basic livelihood security, the woman said. I'm not short on money. I just feel it's important to get a house I truly like, otherwise living in one that's neither here nor there wouldn't be very comfortable, Tang Xian explained. The woman in the black suit then approached another staff member and briefed them about Tang Xian's situation. Chief Zhou, this situation is acceptable. However, for larger properties, it wouldn't be through the lottery system since it doesn't count as relocation but rather a purchase. After price assessment, they just need to pay the remaining balance, a staff member explained. District Chief. Tang Xian felt a bit embarrassed asking for advice and ending up troubling the district chief himself. Why feel embarrassed? Serving the people is our duty. What's your name? I'll help you with the registration, District Chief Zhou said with a smile. Under District Chief Zhou's guidance, Tang Xian filled out the forms, immediately requesting the largest house available. He wasn't short on money. His philosophy was simple. When buying a home, go big or go home. Why settle for mediocre comfort when you can have the best? You're listed as an orphan in your records. Tang Xian, the top scorer in our Shanghai City's college entrance exams? District Chief Zhou looked at Tang Xian in surprise. District Chief Zhou knew about that? Tang Xian smiled. He had scored just 15 points short of a perfect score, making him indeed the top scorer. His homeroom teacher mentioned there might be a reward from the city, but they were waiting for official notice. I used to be in charge of culture and education, so I paid more attention to that area. But now I oversee the economy, District Chief Zhou said with a smile. In charge of the economy? Then I'll work hard to promote economic development in the future, Tang Xian replied to District Chief Zhou. Wait a moment. A new large company has just been established in our city, and the legal representative is also named Tang Xian. District Chief Zhou examined Tang Xian with a pair of sharp eyes. Chapter 48, Just Messing with Her. If District Chief Zhou has any questions, feel free to ask directly. Tang Investment was founded by me and has just been registered. It hasn't fully taken off yet. Hearing Zhou's tone, Tang Xian immediately understood what she wanted to ask, she just hadn't voiced it outright. Young and accomplished, truly remarkable. You will have a place in Shanghai City's future economic development. District Chief Zhou nodded approvingly as he looked at Tang Xian. Subsequently, Tang Xian paid an additional 4 million, combined with the relocation subsidy, and acquired a 400 square meter luxury flat with a panoramic terrace in Ruijing Garden. As they were about to leave, Tang Xian exchanged contact information with District Chief Zhou, an initiative she took herself. After all, as the district chief of this area and concurrently a municipal standing committee member overseeing economic affairs, she naturally had to pay special attention to a major company like Datang Investment, whose registered capital alone reached 2 billion yuan. After completing the payment, Tang Xian received the keys immediately, though the property deed procedures still required processing. If needed, he would be contacted again, but for now, he could move in right away. Returning to his old district home, Tang Xian met Xiao Qingyin and jingled the keys in his hand. Time to move, he said. Is it done already? Looking at the key in Tang Xian's hand, Xiao Qingyin asked in surprise. All settled. Let's go see the new house first, then you can move in gradually, Tang Xian replied. Tang Xian then took Xiao Qingyin to the apartment in Ruijing Garden. Upon arrival, they were greeted by their new home, a spacious 400 square meter flat that was both luxurious and fully furnished, ready for immediate move-in. That old house was exchanged for this huge open-plan apartment? After looking around, Xiao Qingyin's face was full of astonishment. She felt something wasn't right. Tang Xian's previous place wasn't that big. Where would he have gotten the means to afford such a spacious flat? With a smile, Tang Xian explained that he had added 4 million and acquired this set of apartments in return. Tang Xian, I saw it on the livestream, you're already living in a villa by the Bund. Why spend so much money moving again? And soon you'll be leaving for university in Kyoto. Xiao Qingyin looked at Tang Xian with confusion in her eyes. Stay here. Naturally, you should live wherever makes you comfortable. At the very least, you shouldn't feel suffocated. Tang Xian was quite satisfied with this residence. After Tang Xian finished speaking, Xiao Qingyin's beautiful eyes swept over him from head to toe. If you're not living here yet, spent over 4 million, is this your way of suggesting you want to keep me? Ha ha, you can interpret it that way if you like, Tang Xian chuckled. Truth be told, Xiao Qingyin possessed undeniable charm. Your old house plus the additional 4 million makes it nearly a 10 million luxury property, quite impressive indeed. But whether I'll let you keep me will depend on your performance. A blush colored Xiao Qingyin's cheeks. Later, arrange for a moving company. Also, replace these door locks with coated or fingerprint ones, it'll be safer. After settling onto the sofa and taking in the surroundings, Tang Xian made these practical suggestions. Xiao Qingyin nodded, then said she would inform Tang Xian of the new lock's password once it was changed. After sitting for a while longer, Tang Xian got up to leave. He had other matters to attend to. He'd made plans with Su Qingyan to pick her up at the airport that afternoon, and he couldn't stand her up. After leaving Ruijing Garden, Tang Xian drove straight to the airport. Arriving at the airport with an hour to spare before the scheduled pickup time, Tang Xian drank a cup of coffee and idly scrolled through his phone. Upon hearing the flight announcement, he made his way to the arrival gate. Before long, Su Qingyan appeared in a fitted white suit, followed by 2 assistants, female assistants, of course. The moment Su Qingyan stepped out, she drew countless gazes. Her stunning beauty and graceful demeanor outshone many celebrities. Raising his arm, Tang Xian waved at Su Qingyan. Noticing Tang Xian, Su Qingyan's icy expression melted into a smile, and she waved her fair little hand back at him. Under the gaze of many shining eyes, Su Qingyan walked up to Tang Xian and then told her assistant behind her to have the other 2 leave first. Taking the suitcase from Su Qingyan's assistant, Tang Xian led Su Qingyan to the parking lot and got into the car. Did you miss me during the 2 days I was away? Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Qingyan leaned slightly toward Tang Xian. I'm driving. You need to focus when driving, Tang Xian said. Humph. Su Qingyan snorted in dissatisfaction. Stop sighing. From now on, I'll be your driver. Are you heading to the office, back to the estate, or maybe to my place? Tang Xian asked as he drove. Airplane food was terrible. I'm kinda hungry. Su Qingyan patted her flat little belly. Glancing at Su Qingyan, Tang Xian shook his head helplessly. You can't even take care of yourself. Find the nearest hotel and see which one has the best reviews. No hotels. I want to eat what you cook. Su Qingyan shook her head. Without saying anything more, Tang Xian drove back to the Bund Villa. After asking Su Qingyan to change her clothes, Tang Xian immediately started working in the kitchen. Freshly showered and dressed in casual homeware, Su Qingyan leaned against the kitchen doorframe. I couldn't resist the aroma the moment I smelled it. Just a little longer and it'll be ready, Tang Xian replied to Su Qingyan. Since the ingredients had been fully prepared, her side dishes were completed quickly. By the way, I heard you had a class reunion earlier, did you all have fun? Su Qingyan asked between bites, recalling that Tang Xian had mentioned the event to her before. Not really, it was just SOSO, Tang Xian shook his head. Happy? That bunch around Zhou was downright nasty. Unhappy? Well, after changing to a private room, he had quite a lively time with Lu Tao and the others. It seems like a story. Our classmates haven't gathered for so long. Someone mentioned it just the other day. Come on, tell me about your class reunion first. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan became quite interested. Seeing Su Qingyan's curiosity, Tang Xian recounted the whole incident. Damn, that's so entertaining? Su Qingyan laughed after hearing Tang Xian's story. I'm an orphan, and my family's circumstances weren't great before, so people wanted to step on me. But it doesn't matter, there won't be any future interactions anyway. Tang Xian genuinely didn't care about what happened at the class reunion. At your age, it's all about showing off family and parents, but our class reunions are different. People flaunt their careers. Those with mediocre jobs show off their boyfriends or girlfriends instead. Speaking of which, when I attend my reunion, you're coming with me. Su Qingyan spoke between bites of her food. To help you save face, huh? Shouldn't you pay me? I hear renting a fake boyfriend or girlfriend costs money. Tang Xian replied with a smirk. You're actually asking me for money? Fine, I'll give you however much you want. Su Qingyan shot Tang Xian a disdainful look. Was he really short on cash? Obviously not, he was just teasing her. Chapter 49, he's too damn smooth. You're really generous. Just let me know whenever you need it, Tang Xian said. Su Qingyan was extremely happy while eating the side dishes Tang Xian had prepared. After finishing the meal and cleaning up together, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan sat on the sofa chatting. Tang Xian, how's your investment company coming along? Su Qingyan asked, leaning back on the sofa. The office space is already leased and currently being renovated. The management team and investment team are also being assembled, no major issues, Tang Xian said. If you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. Our Shanghai group has legal teams, PR teams, and more, they can help resolve any issues, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. Alright, if there's really an issue, I'll let you know, Tang Xian nodded. For now, the investment company seemed perfectly fine. As night fell, Su Qingyan received a call from Qin Xiang, who was worried about her daughter. Tang Xian, I still want to stay with you a little longer. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyan said somewhat reluctantly. It's alright, I'll drive you there. We can chat along the way, Tang Xian said with a smile. After hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan nodded, then went to change her clothes. This time, when sending Su Qingyan home, Tang Xian drove the Rolls-Royce, mainly because the Rolls-Royce had more spacious seating, making the ride much more comfortable. Su Qingyan naturally wouldn't sit in the back. She took the passenger seat to keep Tang Xian company as they talked. Soon after, Tang Xian escorted Su Qingyan back to the estate. Instead of leaving right away, he was invited inside by Qin Xiang and Su Haijun, staying for dinner before departing. This boy is so polite. Qingyan, you mustn't bully him. It's pitiful how he lives all alone. What if we let him stay with us? Watching Tang Xian walk off by himself, Qin Xiang's maternal instincts were in full bloom. Mom, he has his own villa to live in. Besides, he'll be starting university soon, Su Qingyan replied. At this moment, Su Qingyan was overjoyed because her parents highly approved of Tang Xian. Although their relationship wasn't officially confirmed yet, she felt it didn't matter. She was certain Tang Xian had feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her an extra 40 million, frequently cooked for her, or even picked her up at the airport today. Even if they hadn't defined their relationship, everything Tang Xian did was what a boyfriend would. That kid has had it rough, Su Haijun also muttered under his breath. Su Qingyan returned to her bedroom in high spirits, applied a facial mask, and immediately called Xiaoyao for a voice chat, ostentatiously flaunting her happiness. Driving back to his villa on the Bund, Tang Xian then started shooting the breeze with Lu Tao. After chatting with Lu Tao, Tang Xian found himself added to a group chat. The group owner was Fan Jin, and all the members were classmates except for Zhou Chang's little clique. After what happened at the last gathering, Zhou Chang and the others had burned too many bridges, and nobody wanted to hang out with them anymore. In the group, everyone shared which universities they were heading to soon. Several were going to the capital, but most were staying in Zhonghai. Since their families were in Zhonghai, studying there was just more convenient. Tang Xian, you free? If you are, I'll grab some skewers and beer and swing by your place. Cool. After a while, Lu Tao suddenly got excited and openly pitched the idea in the group. Sure, I'll send you my location on WeChat. I'll meet you when you arrive. After a brief thought, Tang Xian agreed. He didn't have anything going on right now anyway. After Tang Xian and Lu Tao agreed to meet, Fan Jin sent him a private message, urging him to drink in moderation and avoid discomfort. Half an hour later, Lu Tao's message arrived, informing Tang Xian that he had arrived at the gate of the Bund Villa district. Exiting the villa and reaching the entrance of the residential area, Tang Xian spotted Lu Tao carrying skewers and a case of beer. You live in here? Lu Tao's eyes widened in shock as he saw Tang Xian emerge from within the villa grounds. He had assumed Tang Xian simply chose this location for easier meetup purposes. Let's go. After greeting the security guard, Tang Xian led Lu Tao inside the villa. Upon entering the villa, Lu Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never stepped foot in such a mansion before. Tang Xian, weren't you an orphan? How come you're living in a villa? After sitting down, Lu Tao asked directly. I've made some investments before and earned a decent amount. But enough about that, let's get started. Tang Xian popped open the beer. The manipulative Lu Tao, while drinking, sent pictures into the group chat specifically targeting the old classmates' main group. You think you're so great, Zhou Cheng? Well, let me give you a little nudge. As expected, Zhou Cheng piped up, remarking that he thought the house was rented. Tang Xian, he said your house is rented. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Lu Tao immediately bristled with irritation. Helplessly shaking his head, Tang Xian retrieved the property deed from his study and snapped a photo of it for Lu Tao. He didn't want to show off, but he couldn't let Lu Tao lose face. The moment the photo was sent, it was a resounding slap. Zhou Cheng instantly fell silent. With the evidence right there, what could he possibly say? His academic performance paled in comparison to Tang Xian's. His car was utterly outclassed by Tang Xian's Lamborghini by several streets, and now, even in terms of housing, he couldn't compete. Zhou Cheng fell silent, while the new group chat became lively with everyone discussing the matter. Tang Xian and Lu Tao drank beer and enjoyed skewers, and when they'd had their fill, Tang Xian arranged accommodation for Lu Tao. His villa wasn't just capable of hosting one guest, it could easily accommodate dozens. After resting overnight and having breakfast with Tang Xian the next morning, Lu Tao left, his worldview completely overturned. He had never imagined his former classmate could be so ruthless. After seeing Lu Tao off, Tang Xian held a video conference with Yun Dong and Dongjin. Yun Dong had already recruited some staff, and once the renovations at Mingzhu office building were completed, the company could officially launch. On her end, Dongjin had also gathered a few investors and was currently negotiating pricing with Jiangnan Pharmaceuticals. President Tang, there's one more issue regarding the researchers at the Pharmaceutical Research Center. Should we take them on? I checked them out. There are quite a few top talents. It's just that they haven't produced results recently, not because they're incompetent, but because their research direction was wrong. Dongjin raised the new situation. Since they're talented people, we should naturally take them in. What does the market need most right now? Talents above all else, Tang Xian stated his position. Understood. I'll proceed according to your instructions. We're now negotiating the details and should be able to take over within a few days, Dongjin reported his progress. Good. Be bold and don't let any complications arise, Tang Xian reminded Dongjin. He absolutely had to establish this pharmaceutical company. It was the only way to obtain both the cardiovascular miracle drug formula promised by the system and the medical professionals he needed. Also, our company's legal team hasn't been fully formed yet. For the upcoming contracts, we'll need to collaborate with a law firm first, Dongjin said to Tang Xian. I'll handle this matter. After some thought, Tang Xian decided he could discuss it with Jin Cheng. Chapter 50, Way Too Hot. After talking with Yun Dong and Dongjin, Tang Xian sent a message to Jianqing, asking if she had time to meet for a meal, as he wanted to discuss something with her. Jianqing replied to the message, saying it was no problem and told Tang Xian to choose the location. After some consideration, Tang Xian felt he shouldn't delay Jianqing's work, so he suggested meeting at the private kitchen they'd visited before, which was also quite close to the Pearl office building. Driving his car, Tang Xian arrived at that quiet private kitchen. The private kitchen's quiet atmosphere wasn't due to lack of customers, it actually had many patrons, but rather because of its inherently peaceful ambience. After reserving a private room, Tang Xian sent a message to Jin Chang. Before long, Jin Chang appeared, dressed in a fitted suit and wearing wide-rimmed glasses. Have you ordered yet? Jin Chang asked as she sat down in the private room. Not yet, Auntie Jian, you should choose. Tang Xian slid the menu over to her. This was the least a gentleman could do. Jin Chang ordered a few dishes and then dismissed the waiter. Is there something you wanted? After the waiter left, Jin Qing turned her gaze to Tang Xian. Looking at Tang Xian now, Jin Qing's impression of him had changed. Before, he was just her daughter's classmate, a little kid, but now she knew better. The young man before her was a formidable figure with billions to his name. Mainly just wanted to invite Aunt Jian to lunch. Other matters can wait. Tang Xian gave a slight smile. You've got quite a way with sweet talk. Young girls like Finjin might fall for it, but not this auntie. Out with it, what's this about? Jin Cheng adjusted her glasses. Ha ha, auntie, you're straight to the point. Well, here's the thing, I've established Tang Investment, and we're in the process of acquiring a pharmaceutical research center. But our legal department isn't fully set up yet. So for any legal matters during the signing process, I was hoping to enlist your help, Tang Xian replied, pouring Jianqing a cup of tea. Acquiring a pharmaceutical research center. That's quite ambitious for just starting out. An established research center can cost hundreds of millions, even over $1 billion, Jiancheng remarked, eyeing Tang Xian. The negotiations are nearly finalized. Would you be able to take this on, auntie? As for the fees, just name your price. Tang Xian said to Jiancheng. Throw money at me? If I could be swayed by money, Fan Jin would have had several stepdads by now. Hearing Tang Xian mentioning money, Jiancheng shot him a sharp glance. Aunt Jian, your gaze is too piercing. Is it because you're a lawyer? Tang Xian shook his head under Jin Cheng's scrutinizing look. Then it was time to eat. Jin Cheng didn't respond, so Tang Xian didn't bring it up again. Since this approach failed with Jin Cheng, he'd have to find another way. He didn't want to trouble Su Qingyan either, she was already busy enough every day. After the meal, Tang Xian paid the bill and got up to leave. Hey, what's going on with you? Where's the rest? Jane Chang, who hadn't gotten up, spoke up. She was somewhat puzzled. He'd started talking but then stopped mid-sentence. She hadn't even refused. Auntie Jane is willing to take this on? Tang Xian looked at Jane Chang. Jane Chang nodded. Don't even mention fees, I'm just helping you out. I'm not very clear on the acquisition details myself, there are specialists handling it. I'll pass your contact information to them now and have someone follow up with you later. As he spoke, Tang Xian forwarded Jane Chang's contact details to Dongjin and explained Jane's situation. With the matter settled, Tang Xian and Jin Cheng left the private kitchen restaurant. Watching Jin Cheng get into her car, Tang Xian waved his hand. No charge for today, but I won't say no to treating me a few more times. Jin Cheng glanced at Tang Xian before driving off. After smoking a cigarette and preparing to leave, Tang Xian received a message from Xiao Qingyin. Xiao Qingyin informed him that the move was complete, the locks had been changed, and shared the new passcode with him. After some thought, feeling that the house in Ruijing Garden seemed a bit empty, Tang Xian drove to the flower market, bought several potted plants and some greenery. After providing the delivery address, he then went to the mall to purchase tea sets and some daily necessities before finally heading to Ruijing Garden. After verifying his homeowner status and registering his vehicle details, Tang Xian drove into the residential area, then carried 2 large bags upstairs. Entering the password, Tang Xian opened the door and stepped inside, heading straight for the bathroom. Having drunk too much tea at the private restaurant, he was desperate to relieve himself. Entering the bathroom, Tang Xian froze when he saw Xiao Qingyin blow-drying her hair wrapped in only a towel. Noticing Tang Xian's arrival, Xiao Qingyin let out a scream as the towel slipped off, freeing her perky bunnies which gave a lively bounce. This situation left Tang Xian utterly flustered. He backed right out. The sight was far too scorching. Xiao Qingyin had previously worked part-time as a car model. Was her figure poor? Hell no. It was absolutely smoking hot. While Tang Xian was catching his breath, Xiao Qingyin, now wrapped in a towel, emerged and hurried back to the bedroom. Only then did Tang Xian attend to his physical needs. After relieving himself, Tang Xian splashed some water on his face, claiming it wasn't stimulating would be a lie. Exiting the bathroom, Tang Xian opened the bag containing daily necessities, intending to arrange them. At that moment, Xiao Qingyin, now changed into home clothes, stepped out from the bedroom. "I didn't know you were coming," Xiao Qingyin said, her face flushed as she looked at Tang Xian. "I bought a tea set and also got you some daily essentials," Tang Xian said. "I was sweating from tidying up the room earlier, so I took a shower," Xiao Qingyin explained with a lowered head. "The room feels more alive after you cleaned it up." After glancing around the house, Tang Xian spoke up. "There's still something missing. I'll go buy some greenery later, maybe a few potted plants so the room has some life to it," Xiao Qingyin said to Tang Xian. With a smile, Tang Xian told her he'd already purchased them and they would be delivered shortly. "I'm planning to get something else, a gift for you. It'll definitely be a surprise," Xiao Qingyin said to Tang Xian after recovering from her momentary surprise. "Great. By the way, I haven't seen your live streams lately. How's that going?" Tang Xian asked as they sat down. "It's going really well. You gave me such a great start. Now my livestream has a lot of viewers and plenty of gifts coming in. I've practically become a little rich woman lately." Xiao Qingyin's face lit up with pride as she talked about her successful live streaming career. "That's wonderful. I'm really happy to see you so full of energy. Besides live streaming, you could consider branching out into other things too," Tang Xian suggested, giving Xiao Qingyin an appraising look. After hearing Tang Xian's words, Xiao Qingyin said that she also planned to start her own business. As a dance student, her schedule wouldn't be too hectic after entering the dance academy. "By the way, do you have time? I plan to buy a car since there's still some distance from here to the dance academy. I want to get a commuter car." Looking at Tang Xian, Xiao Qingyin expressed her intention to buy a vehicle. "Sure, let me send a quick message." Since he wouldn't be returning to the villa at noon, he needed to inform Su Qingyan. Chapter 51, an instant hit. After sending a message to greet Su Qingyan, Tang Xian inquired about Xiao Qingyin's car preferences. "Something affordable works, just comfortable to drive." Xiao Qingyin had earned a decent amount from streaming, but she never considered buying any luxury vehicles. Driving over, Tang Xian took Xiao Qingyin to a BMW dealership, where they checked out a 5 Series model, understated yet comfortable, quite suitable for a young woman. "It's a bit pricey. I'll just be using it to commute to school anyway," Xiao Qingyin hesitated. Smiling, he left Xiao Qingyin to her hesitations and went to make the payment. Their relationship hadn't reached the stage where gifting a car was appropriate, but seeing Xiao Qingyin's reluctance to spend money and remembering the hefty system rewards he'd gained through her, Tang Xian decided to be generous. He knew her past hadn't been easy, otherwise, she wouldn't have juggled live streaming with working as a car model, always striving so hard. As the sales manager guided Xiao Qingyin through the paperwork, she remained dazed. Tang Xian had really paid for it, just like that. He'd gifted her a car? After the formalities were settled, Tang Xian turned to her. "Can you drive it back? I forgot to ask how good you are behind the wheel." "That's not fair of you. Who do you think you're looking down on? I got my driver's license years ago and even worked part-time as a chauffeur for a while, but some clients were way too demanding, so I quit," Xiao Qingyin retorted, shooting Tang Xian a sidelong glance. After driving Xiao Qingyin back to Ruijing Garden and promising to visit another day, Tang Xian drove off. Lingering there any longer wouldn't have been appropriate. Upon returning to the Bund Villas and still some distance from Villa number 9, Tang Xian spotted Moang. Rolling down the car window, he waved in greeting. "Mr. Tang, just getting back from outside?" Moang asked, returning the greeting. "Yes, I'm heading out." "Where to? Do you need a ride?" Tang Xian asked out of courtesy. "Not going out, just taking a walk. By the way, about recording the song, I've already spoken to my friend. You can go whenever you like." After hearing Tang Xian's words, the Demon King shook his head. Tang Xian thought for a moment. He had nothing to do in the afternoon and could go record the song. "I'm free this afternoon. Can you ask your friend if it's convenient?" Stopping the car, Tang Xian asked. After listening to Tang Xian's words, the Demon King took out his phone and made a call. After a brief conversation, he hung up and said, "It's doable. A singer just finished recording and left, so there's an open slot this afternoon." "Alright, I appreciate it. Just send me the location," Tang Xian replied. "Hold on. You don't know them, so I'll take you there. Wait for me a second, I need to change my shoes." Before Tang Xian could refuse, the Demon King was already gone, heading to another villa. After a short wait, the Demon King reappeared with a handbag. "We can go together, it's on the way back too. Mind if we take your car?" Nodding agreeably, Tang Xian pushed open the passenger door. Since they were helping him out, there was no reason to refuse. Following the Devil King's directions, Tang Xian drove to a recording studio. The Devil King had arranged everything in advance, so someone was already waiting for them. The owner of the recording studio was a woman who had released a few songs in the past before switching careers to become a music producer. She was on good terms with the Devil King and warmly welcomed Tang Xian. On WeChat, the Devil King had explained Tang Xian's situation. Ms. Li was well aware of who Tang Xian was and knew that he was a man of considerable wealth. After some chatting, it was time to officially record the songs. With his master-level singing skills, Tang Xian nailed each recording in one take. He recorded Faith, 10 Years, Blue and White Porcelain, and Silence is Golden consecutively. Masterful vocals paired with perfect lyrics and melodies, enhanced by high-end recording equipment, left the studio owner, Ms. Li, thoroughly impressed. "How much do I owe for the recording?" Tang Xian inquired after finishing the session and receiving his song discs. "Listening to young Master Xian sing is pure enjoyment. We couldn't possibly charge you. Not just today, but anytime you come, recording will be free of charge." Ms. Li declined payment with a shake of her head. She knew Tang Xian's songs would be hits, bringing fame to her studio as well. As for calling him young Master Xian, that introduction came from Demon King. There are computers here. Why not just upload them directly? Let others who like these songs hear them in high quality sooner. The Demon King was in high spirits. Nodding in agreement, Tang Xian registered an account and uploaded several songs to the music software. All for free. He wasn't looking to make money from singing. After uploading the songs, Tang Xian treated Ms. Li and the Demon King to a meal at a hotel. Once they finished eating, everyone went their separate ways. Ms. Li had driven herself, so she didn't need anyone to see her off. Tang Xian accompanied the Demon King back to the Bund Villa. "Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal another time." Upon arriving at the Bund Villa district, Tang Xian said to the Devil King, "It can't always be you treating me. Next time, it's my turn," the Demon King said with a smile. Nodding at the Demon King, Tang Xian returned to Villa number 9, turned on the TV, and checked the news. Tang Xian was unaware that after parting ways with him, Ms. Li, a music producer, had recommended his 4 songs on Weibo. Similarly, the Demon King also enthusiastically promoted them on the platform. Ms. Li has extensive connections in the music production industry. Songs recommended on her Weibo are highly valued by other musicians, who listen to them and enthusiastically endorse them. The Demon King holds immense fame in the live streaming world, so naturally other streamers reposted his Weibo and even added the recommendations to their live broadcast announcements. Without Tang Xian's knowledge, his 4 songs quickly gained popularity, with multiple music critics praising them highly and calling them classics. Good songs are common, but classics are rare treasures. When multiple music critics acclaim them as classics, it's nearly impossible for them not to become hits. Sensing that Su Qingyan would soon be off work and arrive, Tang Xian prepared a few dishes and then waited while reading a book. Su Qingyan left the office after work and had just gotten into her car when Xiaoyao's call came in. "What is it? Speak. You've got 2 minutes." Su Qingyan snapped as she answered the call. She was on her way to meet Tang Xian at the Bund Villa. Wasn't this call just wasting her time? What kind of attitude is that? Xiaoyao huffed, offended. She'd wanted to share good news with Su Qingyan. "You want a better attitude? Fine. I had someone buy 2 face masks for me, but now I've decided you're not getting any." With that, Su Qingyan started the car. "Auntie, I was wrong, okay? I'm recommending a few songs. Just search Xian Gongzi on any music app. For songs, each with a different mood, but all classics. And that's not just my opinion, multiple music critics agree. I'll come by tomorrow to grab the face masks. Gotta go." Faced with the threat, Xiaoyao swiftly hung up the phone. Opening the music app on her phone and searching for the songs, Su Qingyan hit play and started driving. As the music flowed, she listened while navigating the road. Others might not know who Xian Gongzi was, but she did. That was Tang Xian, her boyfriend in name. Chapter 52, No Need for Fame. After Su Qingyan entered the villa, Tang Xian began setting out the dishes. "You've already prepared it?" Seeing Tang Xian arrange the dishes, Su Qingyan reacted with surprise. Change your clothes first, wash your hands, then we can eat." Tang Xian nodded. Today he'd finished preparing early. Sitting with Tang Xian, eating the appetizers he'd made, Su Qingyan felt this was what life should be. "Did you release a song today?" Su Qingyan asked while clearing the dishes. "How did you know?" Tang Xian froze for a moment. "Check the trending searches, you're already there. Plus, all 4 of your songs are climbing the charts," Su Qingyan told Tang Xian. Pulling out his phone, Tang Xian checked and saw that he had indeed made it to the trending list. "I only recorded it this afternoon. Didn't expect such a quick response." Tang Xian was genuinely surprised after checking his phone. The key is the high quality that won public recognition. "By the way, I bought 2 phones, pick one." After clearing the dishes, Su Qingyan tugged Tang Xian to the sofa, opened her handbag, and pulled out 2 latest model smartphones. "Choosing." Tang Xian chuckled, "One pink, one blue. Was there even a choice?" There was no way he, a grown man, would use a pink phone. Seeing Tang Xian take the blue phone, Su Qingyan picked up the pink one and began switching SIM cards and updating the software. Is this metal trim on the phone actually gold? Tang Xian noticed something unusual after giving the device a closer look. Yeah, it was custom made. So, how do you like it? Su Qingyan said with a smile. I like it. You shouldn't have gone to such expense. Tang Xian smiled. He genuinely liked the phone, sky blue body trimmed with real gold, both luxurious and elegant. Tang Xian inserted his new SIM card and downloaded all his regularly used apps. Tang Xian, now that your song is blown up, have you thought about going pro? Need me to be your manager? Su Qingyan asked lazily from the couch once his phone was set up. Tang Xian shook his head. He'd never dreamed of stardom, it wasn't in his bones to seek the limelight. What a waste, Su Qingyan mused, giving him an appraising glance. With your looks, voice, and talent, you'd dominate the charts overnight. Looks? Tang Xian was somewhat speechless. Who describes a man like that? Just teasing you. Seeing Tang Xian's dumbfounded expression, Su Qingyan laughed. After night fell and when Su Qingyan was about to leave, she hugged Tang Xian and whispered that she still needed some time to adjust herself. You sure you'll be okay? Not heading to some nightclub or something? Su Qingyan asked, eyeing Tang Xian after starting the car. No, don't worry. Tang Xian nodded confidently. After seeing Su Qingyan off, Tang Xian returned to the villa. Leaning back on the sofa, he opened his phone to carefully check the status of the songs. These were his idol's representative works, and he certainly didn't want them to fail. After confirming they were performing well, Tang Xian sent thank you messages to Ms. Li and also to Demon King. Ms. Li replied to the message and suggested meeting for tea another day, while Demon King left the message unanswered. Then Tang Xian opened the live streaming app and saw both Xiao Qingyin and Demon King were broadcasting live. Entering Xiao Qingyin's live stream, Tang Xian sent 100 super rockets. This instantly boosted Xiao Qingyin's live stream popularity and atmosphere. After that, everyone started requesting Tang Xian to sing. If Tang Xian hadn't shown up, it would have been understandable and people wouldn't bother him, but now that he's here and caught, he had to sing. After thinking for a moment, Tang Xian agreed. He went to the home theater, turned on the music equipment, connected his microphone, and turned on the video, of course, still showing only his profile. After testing the piano sound, Tang Xian opened his mouth to sing. I've breathed the same evening breeze you once knew, felt the heartache you once bore too, lonely nights gazing at the sky, tears beyond my control flow by. You exist in the same time and space as me, no time left to say farewell properly, the more I reminisce, the more my heart aches, I wonder if you understand what it takes. Tang Xian's slightly deep voice resonated through the livestream, silencing the barrage of comments. Only the special effects of super rockets kept soaring across the screen. Xiao Qingyin's livestream audience surged rapidly as countless viewers flooded the chat with messages, drawing audiences from other streams as well. Even top streamers found it impossible to continue their own broadcasts due to the overwhelming momentum. Left with no choice, they brought their fans along to check out Xiao Qingyin's livestream. Even the legendary streamer Demon King made an appearance. This time, Tang Xian's singing carried a pain that resonated in the listeners' hearts, even evoking vivid imagery through his voice. A song doesn't last long. As the lingering notes of the piano faded away, Tang Xian finished singing and ended the video call, though the voice connection remained active. Master Xian, this is a new song, it's not one of the 4 you've already recorded. What's the name of this new song? Xiao Qingyin asked eagerly. Misaligned time and space, Tang Xian spoke up. Hurry up and show your face. You've already released songs, how are you supposed to debut without showing your face? If Lord Xin goes live, I'll send 10 super rockets right away. I'm not a singer, nor do I plan to go live. All the songs I upload are free, Tang Xian replied casually. Little did he know, his account's following had already surpassed 18 million, far exceeding even some top streamers, and this was without him ever going live. After finishing his words, Tang Xian clicked on the Fish Wings gift option and sent another 100 super rockets to Xiao Qingyin, pushing the gift rankings for that time slot to the top of the entire platform. Then, he abruptly ended the live stream and logged off. Ending the stream at lightspeed, he's not even chasing the hype. Driving a $10 million car and living in a $100 million villa, young Master Xian really has no need to debut or livestream. Tang Xian's situation left countless streamers green with envy. How they wished for that kind of hype, but there was no way they could match it. Many streamers also felt that Xiao Qingyin was fortunate, as Tang Xian appeared in her livestream. As long as Tang Xian occasionally dropped by to sing a song, her stream would always stay popular. Shortly after Tang Xian ended his livestream, messages arrived, first from Demon King, and then from Ms. Li, who had been summoned by Demon King to Xiao Qingyin's stream and had listened to Tang Xian's new song. Young master, you should debut. If you don't become a top-tier star, I'll pluck out both my eyes, Ms. Li texted him on WeChat. Ms. Li, I sing just for fun, it's not my profession. But thank you all the same, Tang Xian politely declined. Tang Xian ended his livestream, but Xiao Qinyin kept chatting and joking around in the audience of millions. Everyone was already accustomed to her style, and the buzz remained. She could seamlessly carry Tang Xian's momentum, whereas others simply couldn't. You've changed apartments, sis. After chatting with Tang Xian on WeChat, the Demon King noticed that Xiao Qingyin's livestream background had changed. The living room behind her now looked spacious. Yes, but it's not purchased, it's borrowed. My friend's house was demolished, and since he isn't around, he entrusted me to live here. Xiao Qingyin had to explain this matter thoroughly since buying a house so soon after gaining fame might turn fans against her. Chapter 53. You're quite something. After sending the barrage comment, Demon King immediately regretted it, because this topic shouldn't have been brought up. Right after posting an apology in the barrage, Demon King immediately gifted 20 super rockets. Thank you, sister. Xiao Qingyin shook her head. Seeing Demon King's generous apology, she naturally understood it was unintentional. Had it been deliberate, they wouldn't have let go of the topic so easily and would have kept pestering her. While Xiao Qingyin was busy managing the livestream, sweating from exertion, Tang Xian had already gone to bed. He was someone who habitually retired early. Su Qingyan, who was lying in bed with a face mask on, received a call from Xiao Yao. Disturbing me during my face mask session again, what's the matter this time? Su Qingyan asked. That treasure of a singer, the one called Xian Gongzi, performed another song today. It's not high-quality audio though, it's a recording a friend sent me. Listen to it, it really hits you right in the gut. After saying this, Xiao Yao hung up and sent the recording to Su Qingyan. Watching the video, Su Qingyan immediately recognized it was Tang Xian. She recognized the background of the film studio and was quite familiar with his profile. It's true I didn't go to the nightclub, but I'm still attracting attention, Su Qingyan muttered to herself after listening to the song. In the following days, Tang Xian lived peacefully, keeping up with his company's progress during the day and spending time with Su Qingyan in his free time. As for the Demon King's insistence that he go record a song, Tang Xian refused. A single song wasn't worth the trip to the recording studio. Unlike professional singers who rush to release their satisfactory creations, this wasn't his main profession. While Tang Xian was quietly living his life, the name Young Master Xian was trending wildly. All 4 of his songs made it to the music charts, putting many professional singers, even established stars, to shame. It was truly embarrassing for these professionals to be outperformed by an amateur like Tang Xian, making for quite a humiliating situation. For days passed, and Tang Investment officially moved into the Pearl office building, with the administrative team in place and part of the investment team also stationed there. That day, Tang Xian wore a formal suit and arrived at the Pearl office building to meet Yindong, Dongjin, and the team, with Jian Cheng and the assistant also present. President Tang, the representatives of Jiangnan Pharmaceuticals are scheduled to sign the contract at 10 a.m. today. 3 versions of the contract were drafted, one of which has passed lawyer Jian's review. Dongjin reported the situation upon seeing Tang Xian. Tang Xian nodded and then took a walk around Tang Investment. The employees of Detang Investment were all shocked when they first saw the company's leader. He was incredibly young, yet carried an imposing presence. What everyone didn't know was that while Detang Investment appeared as a major company with 2 billion in registered capital to others, Tang Xian viewed it as merely ordinary. Back on Blue Star, his business assets had exceeded tens of billions, spanning multiple industries. That's why he carried himself with such ease, simply conducting a routine inspection. After touring the company, the representative team from Jiangnan Pharmaceutical arrived. Since all prior negotiations had been settled, today was just about finalizing the contract. The assets of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Research Center had already been frozen the previous day, with Detang Investment personnel taking over. After both parties signed and shook hands, the Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Research Center officially separated from Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company and would subsequently become part of Detang Investment. Of course, Tang Xian paid a price of 1.1 billion yuan, but he believed it wouldn't be long before the value increased tenfold, or even dozens of times. After seeing off the representatives of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company, Tang Xian held a meeting with the employees of Detang Investment. Jian Cheng stayed behind. She was now the legal advisor for Detang Investment, mainly because she wanted to see how Tang Xian conducted the meeting. Moving forward, the Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Research Center will be renamed Detang Pharmaceutical Research Center. We will issue an announcement under the name of Detang Investment. Our Detang Pharmaceutical Research Center will focus on developing breakthrough drugs for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, Tang Xian declared from the head seat as his first announcement. As soon as Tang Xian finished his announcement, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Pharmaceutical company established. Reward, a specialized prescription for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. The prescription is already in the drawer of your office. Additionally, one medical industry expert will report to you within 2 days through a headhunting firm. While Tang Xian was receiving the system's information, Yun Dong took note of his instructions and would arrange the matter immediately. The second matter concerns the construction of our investment team. Team members will be categorized into Tier 1 and Tier 2 based on their capabilities. They must sign non-disclosure agreements specifying severe financial penalties and criminal liability for leaking company investment secrets. Dongjin will oversee investment direction, while Yun Dong will handle team administration. As Tang Xian spoke, the management staff below diligently took notes. The third issue involves employee compensation. At Great Tang Investments, all staff salaries will be 30% higher than the industry average. We want our employees to feel a sense of superiority and belonging, where everyone takes pride in being part of Great Tang Investments. Then Tang Xian emphasized the need to expedite the establishment of both a public relations team and a legal team. Additionally, he stressed the importance of creating a robust company system where governance is rule-based rather than personality-driven. The core philosophy was to have people establish the system, and then let the system govern the people. Jian Qing, who was listening from the side, couldn't hide his astonishment. Tang Xian's organizational skills were incredibly strong. Every point he raised touched on fundamental issues, presented with remarkable clarity. President Tang, there's another matter, Yun Dong reported. At the Datang Medical Research Center, we lack professional management personnel. While the existing team inherited from before is competent, they're not our core members. I've already begun arrangements for that, Tang Xian replied to Yun Dong. Experts from the medical industry will be in place within 2 days. After discussing some additional details, Tang Xian concluded the meeting but asked Yun Dong and Jian Qing to stay behind. Auntie Jian, I'll need your assistance for a few more days. There are quite a few legal matters the company needs to handle, Tang Xian said to Jian Qing. Since you've asked, of course I'll continue serving as your consultant, Jian Qing replied with a nod. Then Tang Xian turned to Yun Dong and said, the consulting fee, transfer it to Attorney Jian. Why is Mr. Tang being so polite? I haven't solved many problems yet. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Jian Qing was taken aback. Was he offering consultancy fees already? These are two separate matters. Arrange it later, Tang Xian instructed Yun Dong. After finishing their official discussion, Yun Dong led Tang Xian and Jian Qing out of the meeting room and gave them a tour of Tang Xian's office. This was actually Tang Xian's first time visiting it. After showing them around, Yun Dong went off to attend to other matters, as he had a lot on his plate recently. President Tang, with your current situation, could you really focus on university life in Kyoto? Jian Qing asked Tang Xian, even feeling that whether he attended university or not might not matter much anymore. The company has just started, so there are quite a few tasks at hand. Once we officially get on track, most issues won't be problems anymore. Besides, even during this initial phase, I only attend occasional meetings. Vice Presidents Yun and Dong handle things perfectly well, Tang Xian said with a smile. Vice Presidents Yun and Dong referred to Yun Dong and Dongjin. That's impressive. Have you met with Finjin recently? Jian Qing changed the subject. Chapter 54, Too Shocking. No, we haven't been in touch for a few days. Tang Xian shook his head, noticing that whenever his daughter was mentioned, Jian Qing looked at him as if he were some kind of criminal. After exchanging a few more words, Jian Qing went to find Dongjin to ask if there was anything she could help with. Tang Xian retrieved the USB drive containing the system's reward, the highly effective cardiovascular drug formula, from his desk drawer and tucked it close to his body. This item was incredibly important, representing nothing less than the future of Datang Pharmaceutical Research Center. After spending some time at Datang Investments, Tang Xian had lunch with Yun Dong, Dongjin, and Jian Qing before finally taking his leave. Just returning to the villa, the homeroom teacher called to say that Tang Xian had been named the top scorer in Zhonghai City's college entrance exams. The city had awarded him a reward of 1 million yuan, and tomorrow Tang Xian should bring his documents to school to claim it. Tang Xian had already received Fan Jin's notification in the class group chat. Tomorrow, he would return to school for a grand assembly, which would also serve as a farewell ceremony for high school graduates. Teacher, just donate it directly to the school. Since it wasn't being handed out directly and required going to school to claim it, Tang Xian knew there would be unavoidable hassles involved, so he declined. It wasn't that he looked down on 1 million yuan, he simply didn't want to draw attention to himself. Hold on a moment, let me check with the teacher. The homeroom teacher felt dizzy. 1 million yuan donated just like that? 10 years of diligent study through bitter winters and scorching summers, 12 long years of high school, and now that the rewards are finally here, how can you be so indifferent? Holding the mute button on the phone, the homeroom teacher turned to look at the principal standing behind her. This won't do. District Chief Zhou is visiting tomorrow. She's currently in charge of economics now, but she was originally from our education system. If we don't handle this properly, it'll be embarrassing, the principal said anxiously. The teacher's call had been on speakerphone just now, so he'd heard Tang Xian's words clearly. Left with no choice, the teacher turned off the mute function and explained the gravity of the situation to Tang Xian, emphasizing the importance of saving face for their alma mater. Under these circumstances, Tang Xian had no choice but to agree. After talking with the homeroom teacher, Tang Xian noticed the class group chat was buzzing with activity. Tomorrow was the day to return to school, and everyone would get together again to chat and joke around. Tang Xian didn't chime in after all, they'd see each other tomorrow anyway. In the afternoon, Su Qingyan came to the villa, and Tang Xian tied on an apron to whip up a few small dishes. Tang Xian, your great Tang Investments just took over the Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Research Center, and already you're making big waves. Su Qingyan, who was keeping Tang Xian company in the kitchen, remarked. What do you know? Tang Xian turned his head to glance at Su Qingyan. Your Datang Investments held a press conference announcing that the Datang Medical Research Center will focus on developing breakthrough drugs for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xian. Didn't he know? Such a major decision could only be made by Tang Xian himself. I said to release an announcement, but didn't expect it to be a press conference. It amounts to the same thing. Having finished cooking, Tang Xian began washing his hands. Then do you have any idea how difficult and how expensive it is to develop a new drug? Su Qingyan said, looking straight at Tang Xian. Then let me tell you, there's already some progress. Let's eat first. As he spoke, Tang Xian carried the dishes into the living room. While eating, Su Qingyan was still somewhat worried because researching new pharmaceutical projects wasn't easy. Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company, a major corporation, had even abandoned their research center simply because they couldn't afford to keep burning money year after year without producing any new drugs, which would mean massive losses. Don't worry, I've got it under control. It won't be long before things start moving forward, Tang Xian reassured Su Qingyan. After dinner, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan watched a movie together, and then he walked her home. Their feelings for each other were growing warmer, though not crossing any boundaries. The next day, Tang Xian drove to the school, the one from the memories of his unfortunate former self. First came the classroom session, where the homeroom teacher spoke, praising the high-achieving students before delivering words of encouragement. This was followed by a school assembly. When taking their seats, Tang Xian found himself sitting next to Fan Jin. Got your driver's license yet? Tang Xian opened the conversation. I got my license the day before yesterday and have been practicing with my mom's car recently. My mom said she earned some consultant fees lately and can buy a new car now. Fan Jin smiled at Tang Xian. Hearing Fan Jin's words, Tang Xian grinned. Consultant fees, that must mean she made a handsome sum from Datang Investments. Yun Dong wasn't the stingy type, after all. Stop laughing. Mom told me everything. I know exactly how things went. Fan Jin pinched Tang Xian's waist when she saw his grin, well aware of how her mother's consultant fees came about. Most classmates didn't notice the little flirtations between Tang Xian and Fan Jin, but someone did. Zhou Cheng's face darkened. His goddess was now sitting beside someone else, bantering affectionately. Yet, powerless to do anything, he found himself completely outmatched by Tang Xian in every way. Soon, the school leaders, officials from the Education Bureau, and District Chief Zhou arrived and took their seats on the podium. The principal then began an enthusiastic speech. Unable to communicate verbally, Tang Xian and Fan Jin resorted to texting each other on their phones. After the principal's speech, District Chief Zhou took the stage to praise the school and encourage everyone to work hard, acquire knowledge diligently during university, and apply what they learn. Following District Chief Zhou's address, it was time to present the scholarship for the top scorer in the college entrance exam, a large ceremonial check for a photo op with Tang Xian. However, Tang Xian deliberately obscured his face, causing the photographer to fail twice in getting a clear shot. Alright, let's not be too formal. District Chief Zhou spoke up, having noticed that Tang Xian didn't want to be on camera. The photo session passed, and as Tang Xian had anticipated, the host asked him how he planned to use the 1 million and what his intentions were. Holding the microphone, Tang Xian expressed gratitude for his teachers and the school's nurturing, uttering some polite formalities. The main point, ultimately, was that the school had it tough, so he donated. When Tang Xian announced he was donating the entire 1 million to the school, many students were stunned. Wouldn't buying a car be better? Or taking a girl to the movies? Carrying $1 million in cash, wouldn't underclassmen and upperclassmen alike look at him differently? But with a mere press of his lips, Tang Xian had just given away $1 million. The principal was thrilled and showered Tang Xian with praise, urging all students in the school to take him as a role model not just for academic excellence, but also for his broad vision. After the meeting, District Chief Zhou called Tang Xian over for a stroll on the playground and inquired about the situation with Great Tang Investments. Tang Xian, the pharmaceutical industry isn't exactly an emerging field, but it's always a hot sector. Launching new projects in medical research centers isn't easy. While the state supports and encourages it, you still need to act within your means, District Chief Zhou cautioned Tang Xian, voicing his concerns. Jiangnan Pharmaceuticals, after all, was a top-tier company that had even struggled with funding its ventures. Now, Tang Xian was taking over with bold moves right from the start. I've previously consulted with medical experts, and the development of new drugs is already showing promising progress, Tang Xian replied. I've got the picture. It's the breakthrough cardiovascular medication mentioned at the press conference? Director Zhou's eyes were filled with astonishment. The implications of this news were too monumental. Chapter 55, Exceptionally Outstanding. Correct. I took over Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Research Center precisely because I had preparatory work in place. This wasn't some impulsive decision, Tang Xian admitted frankly. With the project now approaching implementation, he saw no harm in letting a high-ranking official like Director Zhou become aware of developments. Fantastic. If successful, this undertaking could play a pivotal role in revitalizing Shanghai City's medical sector. If I may be so bold, would you keep me informed of any progress? Director Zhou addressed Tang Xian with keen interest. Tang Xian nodded with a smile. That's naturally no problem. I should be the one thanking District Chief Zhou for your concern. It's hard to associate your sunny, cheerful demeanor with Tang Dynasty investments. After taking another look at Tang Xian, District Chief Zhou remarked with emotion, noting how much he resembled the boy next door. After chatting with District Chief Zhou for a while longer, Tang Xian picked up Fan Jin and left the school. Tang Xian, do you know Director Zhou? Fan Jin asked as she twisted open a bottle of mineral water and brought it to Tang Xian's lips for a sip. We've met once before, but I wouldn't say we're acquainted, Tang Xian said. She's incredibly impressive, graduated from a world-renowned university with dual degrees in education and business management. She's the youngest leader here, extremely capable with outstanding achievements. Her future is truly bright, Fan Jin said to Tang Xian. That's remarkable. Tang Xian expressed surprise. Indeed, she's practically the gold standard for governance and my personal idol. Before entering politics, she was a professor of business management. Rumor has it she initially came out for research but somehow ended up in government. Look her up online, there are endless articles about her, Fan Jin told Tang Xian. After leaving school, Tang Xian treated Fan Jin to a lavish meal. After seeing Fan Jin home, he then drove back to the villa district. In the afternoon, Tang Xian's phone rang. It was a call from the medical expert recommended by the headhunting company. Tang Xian met the medical expert, named Sun Tzu, inside the villa. Pleasure to meet you, President Tang. The elderly man, dressed rather plainly and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, greeted Tang Xian. Professor Sun, please have a seat. Since the other party was a medical expert, Tang Xian addressed him as Professor. President Tang is too kind. The headhunting company mentioned you needed medical personnel, so I came. Sun Tzu explained his reason for coming. Indeed, we're in dire need of medical talent. Are you familiar with the Datang Medical Research Center? After sitting down, Tang Xian began speaking. I looked into it before coming. It was formerly known as the Jiangnan Medical Research Center, with world-class research facilities and substantial investment. However, the research topics were somewhat niche and didn't yield significant results. Sun Tzu nodded, clearly having done his homework. Then I'll leave the medical research center to you. Do you have any thoughts on that? Tang Xian picked up the teapot and brewed a fresh pot of tea. Sun Tzu handed a proposal to Tang Xian, then shared some of his thoughts and his personal situation. He had previously worked in pharmaceutical research abroad, but as he grew older and began to miss his hometown, he no longer wished to stay overseas, even though the benefits were generous. After reviewing Sun Tzu's proposal, Tang Xian was quite satisfied and promptly agreed to hire him. Then, with a deft flick, he cast an investigation skill Sun Tzu's way. Sun Tzu, 57 years old, loyalty 93, profession, professor of medical research specializing in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. From now on, Professor Sun Tzu will have full authority over the Pharmaceutical Research Center. There's one crucial aspect to note, the control of trade secrets, as they are the core of our research center. As he spoke, Tang Xian took out a USB drive containing the formula for the special cardiovascular drug and handed it to Sun Tzu. What's this? Sun Tzu asked, holding the USB drive. Come, let's take a look over here. Tang Xian stood up, leading Sun Tzu to the media room and pointing at the computer. After plugging in the USB drive, Sun Tzu began reviewing its contents. As he absorbed what was stored inside, he completely forgot about Tang Xian's presence. After glancing at the focused Sun Tzu, Tang Xian left the home theater to buy groceries. Before Su Qingyan got off work, he needed to prepare the meal. Sun Tzu remained completely still, so Tang Xian didn't disturb him. Seeing that it was about time, he went to start cooking. By the time Tang Xian finished cooking, Su Qingyan had already driven into the villa. Entering the villa, Su Qingyan saw Tang Xian already setting the table with dishes. Kicking off her high heels, Su Qingyan threw herself into Tang Xian's arms. Don't do this in the future. I'm afraid that if you stop one day, I won't be able to get used to it. Besides, I love joining you in the kitchen. I've even learned how to make soup now. Go freshen up and change clothes, then we'll have dinner. Oh, by the way, we have a guest coming, Tang Xian said lightly, playfully booping Su Qingyan's nose. We have a guest? Su Qingyan was visibly surprised. She remembered Tang Xian rarely entertained visitors here, at least, she'd never encountered any before. A scholar, and also the future director of Tang Pharmaceutical Research Center, Tang Xian explained, noticing the adorable perplexity on Su Qingyan's face. The dishes were set out, and Tang Xian went to the home theater to call Professor Tang. With a long exhale, Sun Tzu stood up. Though not fully verified, most of it checks out. Some of these experiments were previously conducted in my research lab. Does Professor Sun think it's viable? Though confident, Tang Xian still asked the question. This is a mature formula for a specialized cardiovascular drug. We just need to run a few more tests, and after passing them, we can file for a patent and proceed with clinical trials, Sun Tzu explained. Alright, let's eat first, and we can discuss in detail after dinner. Tang Xian invited Sun Tzu to the dining room, then introduced Su Qingyan to him. Professor Sun, please have a seat. Su Qingyan greeted him. With outsiders present, Su Qingyan was very mindful of her demeanor, suppressing the small mannerisms she displayed when alone with Tang Xian. As for Sun Tzu, he remained absent-minded throughout the meal. Qingyan, does your company have trustworthy security personnel? After finishing the meal, Tang Xian looked at Su Qingyan and asked. Of course, many of the security staff at our Shanghai group are military veterans. Do you need them? Su Qingyan poured a pot of tea. I have martial arts skills, so I don't need protection, but Professor Sun here does. Tang Xian expressed his thoughts. That's right. I currently need someone to protect me because the documents from President Tang are extremely important. Sun Tzu spoke up after hearing Tang Xian's words. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan immediately took out her phone and made a call, requesting the two most reliable security personnel to come over. She knew that if Tang Xian spoke up, the matter was serious and needed to be handled carefully. Chapter 56, The Guardian Steals. Mr. Tang, any additional details I should know? While waiting for the security personnel, Professor Sun inquired. There shouldn't be any major issues left. Tomorrow, please report to Datang Investments headquarters at Pearl Office Tower, Professor. I'll arrange for someone to escort you to the Pharmaceutical Research Center. As for how to protect this material, you'll need to make proper arrangements, Tang Xian said after a moment's thought. Please rest assured on that matter, Mr. Tang. I'll break down this data later for separate research and testing. Other researchers won't have access to all the core secrets. I'll also ensure other research staff sign confidentiality agreements. It's standard practice for researchers to be bound by non-disclosure contracts. Another matter, I'd like to hire my former assistant to assist me. Would that be acceptable, Mr. Tang? After expressing his thoughts, Sun Tzu added another question. Of course there's no problem. If your former team is willing, they're all welcome to join the Datang Pharmaceutical Research Center. Tang Xian nodded in agreement. Sun Tzu expressed his gratitude to Tang Xian, and soon the two security personnel invited by Su Qingyan also arrived at the villa. After a brief hesitation, Su Qingyan told the two core security officers from Shanghai Group that Tang Xian was her boyfriend and that they would need to assist him for some time. Hello, gentlemen. I could have hired security from other companies, but loyalty and trustworthiness are concerns, so I've had to trouble your boss, Su. This gentleman here will soon be the head of Datang Pharmaceutical Research Center. He's a returning expert, and his safety is of utmost importance. That's why I've asked for your assistance. Tang Xian explained the reason. Both security personnel assured him it wouldn't be a problem. They would take responsibility for Sun Tzu's safety. After Sun Tzu and the two security personnel left, Tang Xian and Yun Dong had another discussion, mainly about Sun Tzu's issues. The next step was the official launch of projects at the Datang Pharmaceutical Research Center, as well as establishing their own security team, with priority given to veterans. After wrapping up the arrangements, Tang Xian spent some affectionate time with Su Qingyan before seeing her off. Su Qingyan had driven there but hired a designated driver to take her car back to the estate. She rode in Tang Xian's car, enjoying the feeling. Upon arriving at the Su family estate, Tang Xian had a cup of tea and exchanged a few words with Su Haijun before leaving. Yun Dong, Dongjin, and Sun Tzu all possessed exceptional capabilities, and soon Tang Dynasty Investments was up and running. The management team, investment team, legal team, and security team were all fully assembled. That day, just as Tang Xian was about to leave the office, Jin Cheng emerged from the legal team's work area. President Tang, would you care to join me for lunch? Sure. Tang Xian nodded. He knew that since he was in the office today, Su Qingyan hadn't gone to the villa at noon and had arranged to meet him after work instead. The two went to a Western restaurant, where Tang Xian let Jian Cheng order the dishes. You've been working hard lately, Auntie Jian. Tang Xian poured Jian Cheng a glass of lemon water. Since it was noon and Jian Cheng still had work in the afternoon, she had ordered lemon water. It's nothing too demanding. Your company's two CEOs are highly capable, so we just follow their lead, Jian Cheng replied. If you find Datang Investment agreeable, we'd like you to continue as our advisor. Please don't hesitate to point out any areas that need improvement, Tang Xian said to Jian Cheng. This was Yun Dong's suggestion. He believed Jian Cheng's strong capabilities and extensive connections could complement Datang Investment's legal team. Sure thing, Jian Cheng nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two continued discussing their upcoming school arrangements. And Jian, don't worry. Fanjin and I are both attending university in the capital, so we can look after each other, Tang Xian reassured Jian Cheng, mentioning their studies. Then I'll have to thank you, President Tang. Jian Cheng nodded, though a thought lingered in her heart that without his care, things might be better, because with him around, he'd likely end up stealing what he was meant to guard. Jian Qing felt both anxious and helpless about the situation between Tang Xian and Fan Jin. Tang Xian was outstanding. Should she really make her daughter let go just because he was so exceptional that it made her insecure? Making such a decision would mean she didn't deserve an outstanding partner in the first place. Besides, nothing had even happened between Tang Xian and Fan Jin yet. If she said anything inappropriate now, it might only push them closer. After parting ways with Jian Qing, Tang Xian drove to Datong Pharmaceutical Research Center. At Datong Pharmaceutical Research Center, the testing of new drugs had already begun. After completing the tests, they could take the reports to apply for patents and then proceed with clinical trials. Sun Se showed Tang Xian around the Pharmaceutical Research Center. I heard President Tang acquired this medical research center for 1.1 billion. After calculating, I found it's quite profitable for President Tang because the land and buildings alone hold significant value. We can even establish a pharmaceutical factory here without issue, Sun Tzu explained as he guided Tang Xian through the research center. The research center's area is indeed spacious. Later, I'll discuss the construction plans with Yundong. We'll need employee dormitories and other facilities. If we decide to establish a pharmaceutical factory, we can negotiate with authorities to procure surrounding land with compensation. Honestly, the location here is excellent. The previous Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company invested heavily but unfortunately couldn't make it work. Tang Xian nodded in agreement. After inspecting the medical research center, Tang Xian felt quite satisfied. Since the system had recommended Sun Tzu, there shouldn't be any problems. Finished with the tour, Tang Xian drove away after instructing Sun Tzu to handle all matters regarding the research center with full authority. He told Sun Tzu to coordinate with Yundong if any assistance was needed. Driving back to the villa, Tang Xian sent a few messages before settling on the couch with a book, waiting until Su Qingyan arrived. I was waiting for you to come back and cook. Noticing Su Qingyan's return, Tang Xian stood up and headed into the kitchen. Not long after, Su Qingyan changed into loungewear and joined him in the kitchen. While Tang Xian prepared the dishes, she started simmering a soup. Tang Xian, there are only a few days left until school starts. How are things at your company coming along? Su Qingyan asked as she kept him company. Things are on track now. Just an occasional conference call, nothing else to worry about, said Tang Xian. When you report to Tsinghua University, I'll accompany you and pick out an apartment, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. That works, but with your company being so busy, can you spare the time? Tang Xian asked, knowing Su Qingyan had a packed schedule every day. Being away occasionally isn't a problem. Besides, we need to plan for our future life. We shouldn't let company affairs prevent us from living as we should, Su Qingyan replied to Tang Xian. Tang Xian nodded in agreement. He felt Su Qingyan made a valid point. Life wasn't just about career success. There were many important things one shouldn't neglect. Chapter 57, A Worthless Scumbag. After Su Qingyan left, Tang Xian entered the live stream room and sent Xiao Qingyin some virtual gifts. He mentioned he wouldn't be singing today, but would accompany her in some battle matches instead. Hearing about the battle matches, Xiao Qingyin's live stream audience stopped pressuring Tang Xian. After all, battle matches could be quite thrilling too. Thanks to Tang Xian's assistance, Xiao Qingyin's livestream had skyrocketed in popularity. Though it hadn't reached top-tier levels, it was definitely front row, meaning she mostly connected with big-name streamers. No matter who the opponent was, as soon as the PK battle began, Tang Xian would immediately send 100 super rockets soaring, what netizens called rockets to the face. With Xiao Qingyin's immense popularity and the backing of the legendary tycoon Lord Shen, no one dared to go head-to-head with her. It wasn't until the third connection, after Tang Xian had already launched his 100 super rocket barrage, that he realized the opponent was familiar. It was the Demon King, young Master Xian, that was downright brutal, completely overpowering. Only after Tang Xian finished showering rockets did Demon Queen speak up, a mark of grace in its own right. Interrupting midway would have disrupted the opponent's gift-giving moment, the kind of tacky move only small-time streamers would pull. Since they were in PK mode, Tang Xian couldn't speak, and typing in Xiao Qingyin's livestream wouldn't help either. All he could do was listen to Demon Queen's complaints. Demon Queen didn't go all out against Xiao Qingyin either. There was simply no need. Had she rallied her fans to send gifts, Tang Xian would have been forced to respond. Besides, she had no reason to help Xiao Qingyin milk gifts from him. They weren't exactly close friends. Once the PK ended, Tang Xian headed over to Demon Queen's stream and launched 50 super rockets. The Demon King clicked the video call connection, and after a brief hesitation, Tang Xian accepted. Mr. Xian, one could say we're acquainted, right? You've rubbed against me several times now, but rubbing is one thing, doing it so fiercely is another. Once connected, the Demon King immediately spoke up. Ha ha, I didn't look closely, I just saw Nanan's successful connection and immediately sent the gift, Tang Xian replied with a laugh. So you're saying if you'd seen it was me, you wouldn't have sent anything? The Demon King pressed. You're quite the fighter yourself, after all. It's a PK battle. At worst, I'll just pay more for your medical bills. Tang Xian's unexpected reply left the Demon King speechless. The Demon King patted her eye-catching chest and sighed, "Man, you're so heartless." After chatting for a while, Tang Xian ended the voice call. He stayed in Xiaoqing Yin's live stream for a bit longer before finally logging off and going to bed. Several days passed, and Tang Xian began preparing to go back to school. "Tang Xian, when are we leaving? My company isn't busy lately, so I can accompany you," Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. "Let's visit the company tomorrow, have dinner at your place in the evening, and set off the day after," Tang Xian replied to Su Qingyan. "Sounds good. I'll handle some pending matters at the company tomorrow, then we'll depart the day after." "What about the car situation? You can't just not drive when you're in the capital," Su Qingyan pointed at the car in the villa courtyard. "Let's ship the Lamborghini there. We can either fly or drive ourselves," Tang Xian said after a moment's thought. "Shipping the sports car over, would that make it easier to pick up girls?" Su Qingyan brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Ha, then let's not transport it. We'll see how things go when we get there and maybe buy a more low-key car." Hearing Su Qingyan's words, Tang Xian laughed. Though their relationship wasn't officially defined, he still couldn't bear to upset Su Qingyan. Looking at Tang Xian, Su Qingyan shook her head and said, "I was just teasing you. If we're going to move something, not having a car in the capital would be a problem too." After hugging Su Qingyan, Tang Xian was ready to call a transport company to make arrangements. "We'll take the Lamborghini there, then I'll fly back," Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. "That works too. Although long-distance driving in a sports car isn't very comfortable, we can take breaks along the way." Tang Xian nodded. He had no intention of driving the Rolls-Royce, it was too commercial for a student. Suddenly, Tang Xian recalled a joke from Blue Star. "Before marriage, if the car breaks down, you stay at a hotel. After marriage, if the car breaks down, it genuinely breaks down, no hotel needed." "What are you laughing about? Looks kinda shady," Su Qingyan remarked, noticing Tang Xian's grin. He pulled Su Qingyan to sit down and then told the joke from earlier. "Wow, you're not going to make our car break down on the road too, are you?" Su Qingyan's face flushed slightly as she looked at Tang Xian. "If I had that intention, would I tell you this joke? Of course not." Tang Xian shook his head helplessly in response. "It's not like I don't understand social graces. Once we arrive in the capital, buying a house first." Su Qingyan felt somewhat awkward as she spoke to Tang Xian. "Don't be like this, as if I bullied you," Tang Xian consoled Su Qingyan tenderly. After chatting for a while longer, Su Qingyan took Tang Xian to the mall, wanting to buy him some daily necessities. Tang Xian didn't see the necessity, but since Su Qingyan was so enthusiastic, he decided to accompany her anyway. Entering the mall, Su Qingyan helped Tang Xian pick out some clothes. However, Tang Xian bought a bracelet for Su Qingyan, thinking that receiving a gift would put her in a good mood. In the mall, Tang Xian spotted Zhou Chang but chose to ignore him. Some people simply weren't worth engaging with. That was Tang Xian's stance, but Zhou Chang had other plans. Taking in Su Qingyan's figure, looks, and poise, Zhou Chang burned with jealousy. A scheme formed in his mind. He'd snap photos and post them in their alumni group to expose Tang Xian's true colors. At the very least, he'd make sure Fan Jin knew Tang Xian was involved with another woman. As Tang Xian and Su Qingyan browsed the clothing racks, Zhou Chang stealthily took photos. Ironically, it happened to be a high-end international brand with a strict no-photography policy, prompting a sales associate to promptly intervene. The clerk's intervention drew Tang Xian's attention to Zhou Chang. "Hand over your phone," Tang Xian spoke as he stepped out from the store. "Tang Xian, what are you doing?" Zhou Chang took a step back, eyeing him warily. "Give me the phone now, let me check it, and this ends here. If you don't, I'm calling the police." Peeping and violating privacy might not land you in prison, but a week or two in detention is more than possible. Your choice. Tang Xian held up his phone, the emergency number already dialed and ready, waiting only for Zhou Chang's decision. "Fine, take it then." Zhou Chang's expression changed immediately when Tang Xian threatened to call the police. With school starting soon, getting detained for 8 to 10 days would be a real problem for him. Holding Zhou Chang's phone, Tang Xian deleted the photos and then tossed it back to him. "Consider this a warning today, don't mess with me again. If you do, I won't go easy on you." Tang Xian issued the warning as he threw the phone back to Zhou Chang. "Tang Xian, what's going on?" Su Qingyan walked over to Tang Xian's side. "A loser from our school just took sneaky photos of us," Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. "How do you want to handle this? Should I call the company's legal team?" Hearing about the unauthorized photos, Su Qingyan immediately got angry. Chapter 58, Heading to Kyoto. They're already deleted. Hearing Su Qingyan mention the legal team made Zhou Chang panic, because once lawyers get involved, things get complicated. "Go, I don't want to see you anymore." Tang Xian waved his hand. Zhou Chang knew he was beaten and didn't want to push things too far either. After Zhou Chang left, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan continued their shopping. Both had reached a point where price tags hardly mattered, making the experience all the more enjoyable. Plus, the mall offered home delivery. Once they picked and paid for their items, staff would deliver everything right to their doorstep, so there was no worry about carrying too much. After leaving the mall, Tang Xian turned to Su Qingyan. "We always eat at home. How about I treat you to lunch out today? Su Qingyan nodded, then chose the restaurant, a rather upscale Western-style place. After eating, the two returned to the villa, and soon the items they had purchased were delivered. Su Qingyan helped Tang Xian start organizing them. Are we moving or what? I'm just going to school. People might think I'm relocating. Besides, there's no way all this stuff fits in the sports car, Tang Xian said with a laugh, looking at the pile of clothes on the sofa. That's true, it really is a bit too much. Take the essentials with you first, and I'll help ship the rest. Alternatively, we could drive the Rolls-Royce there. If you don't want to leave the car there, I'll arrange for the driver to bring it back later, Su Qingyan suggested to Tang Xian. Alright, let's take the Rolls-Royce then, it'll be more comfortable for you. Later, you can have the driver pick you up and bring the car back for your use. As for the Lamborghini, we'll just have it shipped. That settles it, Tang Xian said after some thought. Su Qingyan nodded because Tang Xian's arrangement was quite appropriate. After packing things up, Tang Xian thought it was time to change up dinner, so he went to the supermarket to buy some fresh ingredients and some hot pot broth. When Tang Xian returned from the supermarket, Su Qingyan had already tidied up his clothes and was on the phone with Xiao Yao. Seeing Tang Xian return, Su Qingyan muted the call and asked, Xiao Yao wants to come over for dinner, is that okay? Tang Xian nodded. There was no reason to disagree, Su Qingyan's friend. After delivering the ingredients to the kitchen and tidying up, Tang Xian returned to the living room, where Su Qingyan had just hung up the phone. Tang Xian contacted a car transport company, and everything else was pretty much arranged as well. By evening, Xiao Yao arrived. She had hot pot at Tang Xian's place and even drank a little alcohol. Tang Xian and Su Qingyan also had a bit to drink. It was Tang Xian who called a designated driver to send the two women home. After taking a shower, Tang Xian got into bed and bantered with Lu Tao in the class group chat for a while. Just then, Fanjin sent him a private message, explaining that Jin Shang was escorting her to school, so she couldn't leave with Tang Xian. Tang Xian froze for a moment. Since Su Qingyan was going to the capital with him, he had overlooked Fanjin's situation. With Su Qingyan accompanying him, there was really no way he could bring Fanjin along. Fortunately, Jin Shang was going with her instead. After resting for the night, Tang Xian held a meeting with Yin Dong, Dongjin, and Sun Su. Dongjin had forwarded some investment projects to Tang Xian's tablet. The research center's progress on the specialized medication was going smoothly. In just a few more days, they could apply for a patent and arrange clinical trials with the Drug Regulatory Authority. After shipping off the Lamborghini, Tang Xian called Xiao Qingyin to let her know that school was about to start, and he would be leaving Shanghai later. When will you be back? Or I could visit you during my vacation, Xiao Qingyin said. She knew Tang Xian was an orphan, whether he stayed in Shanghai or Beijing made little difference, so it wasn't necessary for him to return. We'll keep in touch by phone, and I'll come back whenever I have vacation. Tang Xian could hear the hint of melancholy in Xiao Qingyin's voice. When you return, this place will surely be filled with warmth, just you wait, Xiao Qingyin said to Tang Xian. Upon hearing Xiao Qingyin's words, Tang Xian's heart trembled slightly, as her words carried a hidden meaning. After hanging up the phone, Tang Xian lay down, his mind somewhat restless. He had stirred up a bit of trouble recently. After resting through the night, Tang Xian decided not to go to the company. Instead, he went to buy some gifts, as he had previously agreed with Su Haijun and Qin Xiang to have dinner at the Su family home that evening. In the afternoon, Su Qingyan arrived, and the two of them headed together to the Su family estate. Today's meal wasn't prepared by Qin Xiang, but by a hotel chef who brought ingredients to cook at the manor. Su Haijun didn't invite any guests either, it was just the couple, along with Tang Xian and Su Qingyan. Xiao Tang, I've been hearing from Qingyan lately that your company is now on the right track, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian as the chef began preparing the meal. When Su Haijun inquired, Tang Xian shared the progress of his company. Regarding the special effect medicine formula, he withheld some details since he couldn't mention the system. He simply said he had contacted a medical research laboratory and enlisted experts, which sped up the progress. Very forward-thinking. Since you have a clear plan, Uncle can rest assured, Su Haijun nodded in satisfaction. He had been worried that Tang Xian might act rashly due to his youth, but now he saw that wasn't the case. Since they wouldn't be able to meet for a while as Tang Xian was about to leave for Kyoto, he and Su Haijun shared some drinks this time. In the end, Tang Xian stayed at the Su family estate. At daybreak, he and Su Qingyan left together after she had wrapped up matters at her company. After driving back to the villa on the bun to pack their belongings, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan set off for Kyoto. Along the way, they stopped by a supermarket where Tang Xian bought some snacks. Tang Xian, let me take over driving if you get tired, Su Qingyan offered once they had left Shanghai. Alright, Tang Xian nodded. Chatting while driving wasn't too tiring, though of course, it also depended on the car model and comfort level. Tang Xian, am I your girlfriend now? Suddenly, Su Qingyan turned to look at Tang Xian. What do you think? Tang Xian chuckled in response. I think it should be so, though perhaps what's missing is that one thing you men care about most. Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled her first meeting with Tang Xian. She still couldn't understand why she'd gone crazy that day, deciding to drink and then drinking too much. Don't overthink it, let things take their natural course, and don't put pressure on yourself. Maybe I'm not the kind of man you imagined. Tang Xian smiled. Su Qingyan nodded slightly. In truth, she understood Tang Xian was willing to cook for her every day and even visit her family's estate, which meant he wasn't opposed to certain developments. As for his live streaming activities, she had glanced at them initially but didn't keep watching, believing Tang Xian deserved his own personal space. By the way, I'm planning to buy a property in the capital. Do you have any suggestions? Su Qingyan changed the subject. I've heard the most famous thing about Kyoto is the Seiyuan courtyard houses. Tang Xian recalled the situation of Kyoto on Blue Star. Chapter 59, An Aura of Wealth. Listen, young Master Tang, what are you thinking? Courtyard houses are nice, but they're almost never available for trade. Even with money it's hard to buy one, and even if some are for sale, the prices are astronomical. Su Qingyan shook her head after hearing Tang Xian's words. Hard to buy? Tang Xian really wanted to get his hands on a courtyard house to live in. The courtyard houses are aged residences, all located in prime areas of the capital. Many have already been demolished and turned into commercial districts. The few remaining ones that haven't been torn down have become cultural relics. Those still in private hands belong to truly influential figures with far-reaching connections. While we certainly have no shortage of funds, ultimately, our background isn't strong enough. Su Qingyan shook her head. She naturally understood the realities surrounding courtyard houses. Understood. Tang Xian nodded in agreement. Su Qingyan then asked Tang Xian if he had any specific requirements for the house, since it would ultimately be a residence for both of them. Something with character, space is the priority, but it also needs to be quiet and feel like a proper home. Tang Xian shared his thoughts as he drove. I understand what you mean. I'll look into this matter while you handle the enrollment procedures, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. After driving for 3 hours, Tang Xian pulled into a service area to rest. He lit a cigarette, while Su Qingyan stretched her back. Sitting for so long was quite exhausting. The Rolls-Royce, paired with its handsome man and beautiful woman, became quite the sight in the service area. After resting for a while, Su Qingyan took over the driving, worried that Tang Xian might be too tired. After half a day of driving, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan arrived in the capital. Under Su Qingyan's navigation, Tang Xian reached Huaqing University. The appearance of the Rolls-Royce caused quite a stir among many students. This multi-million-dollar luxury car, paired with its astonishing license plate number 99999, exuded an aura of wealth and extravagance. Holding his admission notice, Tang Xian finally drove through the university gates. Su Qingyan waited while he went to complete the registration formalities, after which he drove to the dormitory building and moved his belongings into his room. By this time, many students in the dormitory building were watching, all assuming he was a wealthy second-generation heir from Zhonghai City. After moving his belongings to bed and roughly tidying up, Tang Xian headed downstairs. Su Qingyan was still waiting in the car. As Tang Xian descended, he passed 2 young men. With a brief nod of acknowledgement, he boarded the Rolls-Royce and drove off. Niu Meng, did you see that? Did you see him? That guy's the real deal. A top-tier luxury car, plus the woman in the passenger seat. If I were rating her, she'd easily score 97 or 98. If she studied at our university, she'd unquestionably be the campus belle, remarked a trendy-dressed youth. Listen Huazi, no matter how high your rating, she's still sitting in someone else's passenger seat, a Rolls-Royce's passenger seat at that. Staring won't do any good. Better focus on practical matters, like finding some lonely senior sisters to pursue, retorted his companion, clutching a wash basin and toiletries while dressed in designer labels. That makes sense. We shouldn't aim for the unattainable but focus on what's within reach, nodded Lu Hua, the young man dressed in trendy streetwear. Tang Xian drove away from the Huaqing University campus, then set the GPS for the nearest hotel. Tang Xian, let me choose the hotel. Budget-friendly love motels near universities won't do, I refuse to stay in them, Su Qingyan declared to Tang Xian. Tang Xian nodded with a smile. With Su Qingyan's billionaire status, it was only natural she'd pursue more comfortable accommodations. Simple hotels weren't her style. Su Qingyan booked the nearest luxury hotel, opting for their top-tier presidential suite. Tang Xian, wait here while I check in. After that, you'll be registered as my visitor, Su Qingyan instructed just before they arrived, remaining seated in the car. Why? Tang Xian was momentarily stunned. Silly, if we stay together, do we have a marriage certificate? It wouldn't sound good if people ask. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at Tang Xian. After hearing Su Qingyan's words, Tang Xian nodded in understanding. Nowadays everything requires real name registration. It really wouldn't sound proper if questioned, and would be somewhat awkward. Su Qingyan completed the check-in procedures while Tang Xian carried her handbag, and the two checked into the presidential suite. Tang Xian, are you not going back to the dorm today? Su Qingyan asked as they entered the room. No, classes haven't officially started yet. Besides, I'll apply for off-campus housing soon, Tang Xian replied to Su Qingyan. Alright, then we'll rest here today. Tomorrow, you can go to school while I look for an apartment. Su Qingyan shared her plans. Sounds good. Are you hungry? I'll have the butler order some food, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan nodded. Then I'll take a shower first, and then we can eat together. I'll shower too. Want to join me? Tang Xian grinned. Ugh, gross. Shooting Tang Xian a disdainful look, Su Qingyan headed off to shower, exhausted from their long journey. After ordering room service, Tang Xian took his own shower. Presidential suites didn't come with just one bathroom after all. Freshly showered, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan ate together before settling on the couch. Su Qingyan browsed rental listings on her phone while Tang Xian reviewed investment projects from Dong Jinchuan's portfolio on his tablet. He rated each project from 1 to 5 stars, though only multi-million yuan investments reached his desk, as the investment team handled smaller deals. Naturally, even these filtered projects had already been vetted by Dongjin and the investment team first. Tang Xian reviewed the project, made his evaluation, and sent it to Dongjin. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan was still looking at houses. Price wasn't the main concern, but none of them appealed to her taste. She knew this home would be where she and Tang Xian lived together, so she refused to settle for anything less than perfect. Tang Xian, none of these are quite suitable. Some have poor surroundings, others are in underdeveloped neighborhoods. Even the villas in several gated communities aren't up to standard. There's one decent one, but it won't go on sale until next month. After sliding her phone toward Tang Xian, Su Qingyan pointed at the listed properties on the screen. Next month, even just 1 month is doable. Aside from the timeline, what about the other conditions? Tang Xian asked. Everything else is quite nice. It's peaceful despite being in a bustling area, not far from Huaqing University, with shopping malls, hospitals, and other facilities nearby. The amenities are quite comprehensive. You can take a look first. There's also a view deck where you can grow flowers or enjoy tea outdoors, Su Qingyan explained in detail. Alright then, tomorrow morning is for registration, and we don't have anything planned for the afternoon. Let's go check out the actual situation together. If it works out, we'll finalize it. Tang Xian spoke up. It was rare for Su Qingyan to show interest, so 1 month wouldn't be a big deal. That works for me too. I'll follow your lead. As for this month, if you're not staying in the dormitory, you'll stay here. I'll book the room for a month. Su Qingyan chimed in. Ha ha, a presidential suite for a month. Tang Xian chuckled. It was easy to say with financial backing, most people wouldn't dare casually book a presidential suite for a whole month. I have the money. Besides, you've already given me so much. I'll try to be more frugal from now on. Hearing Tang Xian's laughter, Su Qingyan's voice grew quieter. Chapter 60 Becoming the Class Monitor. You don't need to save. Spend however you like. Isn't earning money all about spending it comfortably? That's what motivates us to work hard. Hearing Su Qingyan murmur to herself, Tang Xian shook his head. Then it's settled. We'll book this presidential suite for a month. I'll pay later, but on one condition, you can't bring other women here. Su Qingyan straightened her posture as she spoke. Listening to Su Qingyan's words, Tang Xian felt slightly helpless. Am I really that unreliable? He responded. Can't I just worry about you? Su Qingyan nestled closer to Tang Xian's embrace. Sure, I'll be staying alone in this hotel, and no one else besides you will be here, Tang Xian said with a smile as he held Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan nodded with a smile. Now that's more like how a boyfriend should act. But I think we're still missing something, Tang Xian said, sliding his arms under Su Qingyan's legs and scooping her up in a princess carry, heading straight for the master bedroom of the presidential suite. Su Qingyan didn't refuse, merely burying her face deeply into Tang Xian's neck. Placing Su Qingyan on the bed, Tang Xian removed her shoes. Draw another layer of curtains, turn off the lights. Su Qingyan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's from where she sat on the bed. But I don't want to. That way I won't be able to see your beauty, won't be able to gaze upon your face. With a smile, Tang Xian adjusted the curtains to close them and dimmed the lights to a warm glow before returning to the bedside. While Tang Xian was adjusting the lights, Su Qingyan had already slipped under the covers. After a summer of simmering feelings and growing closeness, everything naturally fell into place. Su Qingyan, her forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, nestled against Tang Xian's chest and asked, Now I'm your girlfriend, right? Yes, Qingyan, I'm just so excited. I didn't bring any raincoat, that's the problem. Tang Xian replied awkwardly, meeting her gaze. You only care about your own comfort, but these are safe days. You still haven't answered my question yet. Su Qingyan lightly punched Tang Xian while speaking. Yes, actually I have been for a long time. Tang Xian grasped Su Qingyan's delicate hand. When did this start? How come I didn't know? Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan rolled over and propped herself up on his chest. When I gave you the necklace, when I was willing to cook for you, Tang Xian said. Tang Xian, this isn't my first time, but the last time was. You can't look down on me for that, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. I know. After you left last time, I noticed the signs, so I won't think less of you. Don't let your imagination run wild either. It's not as complicated as you think, Tang Xian replied to Su Qingyan. Xiaoyao told me that a handsome guy like you must have plenty of rotten peach blossoms around you. Whether you do or not, I don't know. And don't let me find out either. I'm the rightful empress here, Su Qingyan declared to Tang Xian. Tang Xian leaned back slightly and remarked, Xiaoyao? Well, she can forget about eating any more of my cooking. Hee, I'll eat then. Su Qingyan knew Tang Xian was joking. Let's do it again. Tang Xian turned around. Are you trying to kill me? Su Qingyan retreated under the covers. They stayed awake all night, but both Tang Xian and Su Qingyan were in high spirits. Early morning, Su Qingyan drove Tang Xian to the school and said, go get registered. I'll go buy you some clothes. Okay. Tang Xian pushed the car door open and got out. Then I'll wait for you at the hotel. Su Qingyan called out softly to Tang Xian. Waving his hand, Tang Xian entered the gates of Huaqing University, reported to the School of Economics, and then headed to the dormitory. After entering the dormitory, Tang Xian spotted the two guys he had seen coming downstairs the day before. Let me introduce myself. I'm Niu Meng, the Niu is in Mighty Ox, and the Meng is in Mighty OX. Niu Meng, with his crew-cut hair, extended his hand to Tang Xian. I'm Tang Xian, Tang Xian replied, shaking Niu Meng's hand. So, you're the tough guy who arrived in a Rolls Royce yesterday? I'm Lu Hua. You can call me Hua Zi. Lu Hua also reached out his hand to Tang Xian. After shaking hands with Lu Hua, Tang Xian took out cigarettes and handed them to Lu Hua and Niu Meng. Here, have a Hua Zi. Ha, nice one, but we should be careful not to get caught. Getting busted for smoking is no small matter, Lu Hua whispered. Then Niu Meng mentioned that there were 4 people in this dorm room, and the 4th guy, named Lin Chang, had gone to register and hadn't returned yet. I'm back. At those words, a slightly skinny guy with sharp, gleaming eyes walked into the dorm room. Tang Xian introduced himself. Isn't there a class meeting today? After the meeting, we'll be free. How about the 4 of us go grab some beer and barbecue skewers? Lu Hua made the suggestion. Lin Chang and Niu Meng had no objections, but Tang Xian hesitated because he needed to go to the hotel in the evening. He couldn't keep Su Qingyan waiting. Tang Xian, something on your mind? Niu Meng noticed Tang Xian's surprise and hesitation. My girlfriend dropped me off. Tonight Tang Xian hesitated. It would be awkward skipping the first dormitory gathering. It's simple, just invite her alone. Then we'll come back, and you can do whatever you need to. Just be careful not to get anyone pregnant, Niu Meng said, patting Tang Xian on the shoulder. Is that okay? Tang Xian asked one more time. We'll be together for 4 years. Whether she ends up being my sister-in-law or your younger brother's wife, we'll all have contact eventually, Lu Hua said to Tang Xian. Then I'll send her a message to explain, Tang Xian replied, acknowledging that Lu Hua made a valid point. After tidying up the beds, Tang Xian took out his phone and sent a message to Su Qingyan to ask for her opinion on the matter. Su Qingyan didn't want to attend social gatherings, but Tang Xian was willing to take her to his dormitory's party. This meant he was bringing her into his public circle, which made her very happy. She said she'd share her location when the time came. In the afternoon, Tang Xian and Lu Hua attended the class meeting together since they were in the same class. Since no one was familiar with each other, the counselor directly appointed Tang Xian as the temporary class monitor. Explaining the reason, Tang Xian had served as a class leader in high school and was also the top scorer in the Shanghai City College entrance exams. Tang Xian's outstanding demeanor won the immediate approval of all the girls in the class, and none of the boys objected. After all, it was just a temporary arrangement. After appointing the monitor, the counselor announced some arrangements, including the requirement for the class to prepare at least 3 performances for the university's welcome party. Tasking Tang Xian with the responsibility, the counselor left with a final remark: if the performances turn out well, I'll treat the whole class to a big meal. Left to handle the matter, Tang Xian had no choice but to speak up. Since he had no prior connections with his classmates, let alone any leverage as a newly appointed monitor, he decided to rely on the sheer power of money to get things done. The monitor will handle one performance, the girls will handle another, and the boys will take care of the last one. Everyone, cooperate with the monitor, then we'll treat ourselves to a big feast at his expense, one of the girls chimed in. If the class president can do it, then we have no problem, the others chimed in after hearing the girl's words. Ha, then I'll be the one to treat. A big meal is no problem at all, you guys just pick the place. Tang Xian chuckled. The lavish dinner genuinely didn't matter to him, it was this atmosphere of camaraderie he truly enjoyed. Chapter 61, He's a Tough Guy. Tang Xian then proceeded to sign up for the program. The girls in the class chose a dance performance, as several of them had dance training. One boy, who had practiced martial arts, signed up for a martial arts demonstration. Monitor, what are you signing up for? Asked the girl organizing the program. Her name was Bai Lin, and she was quite lively. I think I'll sign up for singing, Tang Xian replied. That works. Monitor, you should practice some songs by Xian Gongzi. Every single one of his songs is a massive hit, Bai Lin said to Tang Xian. Nodding, Tang Xian replied, I'll think about it. Tomorrow, I'll finalize the song, and then we can submit the program list. After handling the class affairs, everyone dispersed. In a restaurant in Kyoto, District Chief Zhou of Zhanghai City was dining with an elderly gentleman. Zhou Lu, you originally went out for research, but ended up entering politics instead, though you've done exceptionally well. Zhanghai City is one of our nation's economically prosperous cities. Achieving results there proves your past academic research was correct, the elder remarked. Truthfully, I didn't want to take this path, but Secretary Zhou of Zhanghai City insisted. It was hard to refuse his earnest invitation. By the way, during my time in Shanghai, I discovered an economic talent among the students. After the semester begins, they should be joining our Tsinghua University, District Chief Zhou added. Talent? If you're calling someone a talent, they must be truly remarkable, the old man said with a smile. He recently established an investment company with a registered capital of 2 billion, and being an orphan, he earned all that money himself. Quite impressive, isn't it? District Chief Zhou said with a smile. Just entered university this year and already founded an investment company with 2 billion in registered capital, remarkable. What's his name? I'd like to look into him when I return, the elderly man inquired. He was Gan Ning, vice president of Huaqing University, also a professor specializing in economics and Zhou Lu's mentor. His name is Tang Xian. He was the top scorer in Shanghai City's college entrance exams, but he's no bookworm. I've looked into his company, its structure and management are quite sophisticated, Zhou Lu remarked. She had come to the capital for a conference and took the opportunity to visit her teacher, bringing up Tang Xian's achievements during their conversation. Meanwhile, Tang Xian and his roommates left campus and found a street-side eatery that served barbecue. After sitting down, Tang Xian sent Su Qingyan their location. We'll order after sister-in-law arrives, Niu Meng spoke up. During the ride earlier, they'd compared ages and Tang Xian turned out to be the youngest of the group. Let's order first, we can add more dishes when she gets here, Tang Xian said with a smile. It wasn't long before Su Qingyan arrived in her Rolls-Royce. Dressed in a figure-hugging suit and high heels, Su Qingyan's appearance instantly drew countless gazes. Should such a stunning beauty, especially one driving a Rolls-Royce, really be appearing at a roadside barbecue stand? Tang Xian waved at Su Qingyan and called her over. Watching Su Qingyan approach, Niu Meng, Lu Hua, and Lin Chang were completely dumbfounded. Earlier, Niu Meng and Lu Hua had only caught a glimpse of Su Qingyan sitting in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce and hadn't gotten a proper look. They'd sensed she was a knockout, but now that they saw her clearly, her graceful figure, breathtaking beauty, and the aura she carried, she was beyond comparison with any of the seniors or juniors at their university. Let me introduce everyone, this is my girlfriend Su Qingyan. Tang Xian stood up and introduced her to the group, then seated Su Qingyan beside him. He ordered another dish of boiled fish, specifically requesting it to be mildly spicy. With Su Qingyan's arrival, Niu Meng and the others became somewhat restrained. Sister, where do you work? Lu Hua asked. Su Qingyan turned to Tang Xian. What should I say? She didn't know how to respond directly. Being straightforward might seem boastful, while not answering truthfully would require lying. To be honest, my girlfriend's family owns a company in Shanghai City, and she manages it herself, Tang Xian answered on Su Qingyan's behalf. Niu Meng glanced at Tang Xian. Dude, you're really something, saves you years of struggle. Beautiful woman, luxury car, impressive. Ha ha, you'll get there someday too, Tang Xian replied with a laugh. That's not the case. Tang Xian has his own money, he bought that car himself. It's not mine. Though Tang Xian was amused by Niu Meng's words, Su Qingyan wasn't pleased. Tang Xian was capable in his own right, why should he be seen as someone riding on her success? Is that your car? Niu Meng looked at Tang Xian. Yeah, bought it before. Tang Xian nodded. Hearing Su Qingyan's words, he immediately understood his girlfriend's intention. She was defending him, preventing him from being misunderstood. How many cows do you have to raise to afford that? Niu Meng exclaimed in amazement. So how many cows does your family raise? Tang Xian asked with a smile. Why are you asking that? Niu Meng turned his head to look at Tang Xian. Let me tell you a little story. It was also during university enrollment season, for roommates bonding as brothers. One of them mentioned that his tuition and living expenses came from his parents selling their only cow to scrape together the money. The other three guys thought, this brother's got it tough. We've got to look out for him. So they took care of him for 4 whole years. After graduation, this sell the cow for tuition brother invited his 3 buddies to visit his family. Wow! Turns out when he said they sold a cow for tuition, the family owned thousands of cattle. Tang Xian shared this brief anecdote. As soon as Tang Xian's joke landed, the group burst into laughter, then they all turned to Niu Meng. Does your family raise cattle? Exactly how many cows do you have? Damn, how did you guess it? Fine, I'll come clean, I'm from the Northwest. My family owns a ranch there with over 1,000 head of cattle, Niu Meng admitted. Lucky I figured it out. Otherwise the 3 of US brothers would have been played for fools by him for 4 years. Lu Hua spoke up. Then Lu Hua and Lin Chang also talked about their situations. Lu Hua's family owns a garment factory, while Lin Chang's family are property owners with many houses and have started a property management company. Your dorm is quite impressive, but don't take Tang Xian to nightclubs or massage parlors, Su Qingyan spoke up. Speaking of which, we're all from respectable families. If we didn't study properly, we wouldn't have made it to Huaqing University, Lu Hua said. Eating skewers and drinking beer, everyone chatted happily. They had all been worried earlier, concerned that someone in the dorm might not fit in, which would have made things awkward for years. Fortunately, those worries turned out to be unnecessary. After finishing their meal, Tang Xian called a designated driver and returned to the hotel with Su Qingyan, while Niu Meng, Lu Hua, and Lin Chan walked shoulder to shoulder back to their school dormitory. Oh man, Lao Si is really something. Did you guys see that license plate? That's a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Some people might own one, but that license plate is something else. Totally badass, Lu Hua remarked as soon as they entered the dorm. Oh yeah? Did you guys catch his watch? Damn, it was a Patek Philippe Celestial Moon phase, starting at $2 million, Lin Chang added, recalling his observations. So what? He doesn't seem to have any bad habits. From now on, he's one of us brothers, Niu Meng said bluntly. Chapter 62. He has major dirt. After returning to the hotel, because they both smelled of alcohol, Su Qingyan went to take a shower. Tang Xian did the same, though he wanted to join her, but she pushed him out. She still wasn't comfortable enough for that yet. By the time Su Qingyan finished her shower, Tang Xian was already lying on the spacious bed. You're really impatient, aren't you? Su Qingyan said as she lay down beside Tang Xian. Yeah, kind of urgent. After uttering these words, Tang Xian quickly demonstrated what he meant with actions. At the start of the new semester, Tang Xian had plenty to do. He got up early, freshened up, and took a taxi to school without disturbing Su Qingyan, who was exhausted from the previous night. Being a new student, he had quite a few trivial matters to handle. First, Tang Xian picked a song Brightest Star in the Night Sky to perform at the freshman welcoming event. He submitted the song along with the class project to the counselor. He also mentioned that he had too much going on in his personal life to take on the role of class monitor and recommended by Lin and Lu Hua instead. Really that busy? Being a class monitor comes with some perks, you know. It could prepare you for joining the student council, the counselor said, puzzled. In her experience, the monitor position was highly sought after. Why was Tang Xian turning it down? She thought he was a perfect fit, noting his capabilities and good demeanor from his student records. Yes, I'm really not suitable. Thank you, counselor. After expressing his gratitude once more, Tang Xian left the counselor's office. After parting ways with the counselor, Tang Xian received a message from Su Qingyan, who was complaining about why he hadn't woken her up. She could have driven him to school. I couldn't bear to wake you. Don't forget to order something to eat. Tang Xian replied with a smile. I'll go out for a walk later. Do you need me to bring you anything? Su Qingyan's message came through again. After some thought, Tang Xian asked Su Qingyan to buy him a guitar. He still loved music, and he wasn't sure about the quality of the school's guitars. Moreover, once he bought a house in the future, he'd need something to entertain himself. After lunch, in the afternoon, the class advisor came to the homeroom and announced that all 3 performance ideas were acceptable. Everyone needed to practice, and if possible, they should make sure the school remembered their class. The advisor also mentioned that due to circumstances, Lu Hua would be appointed class monitor instead of Tang Xian. Lu Hua had been outstanding even during high school. With nothing else to do in the afternoon, Tang Xian returned to the hotel. When Tang Xian got back to the hotel, Su Qingyan was eating, with several kinds of fruit bought and placed on the table. Even a goddess can't change the fact that women are foodies. Tang Xian sighed as he entered the room. The guitar's here, give it a try, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. Tang Xian opened the guitar case placed nearby and took a glance, immediately taken by the sight. It was a finely crafted guitar made of golden Nanmo wood. Without even inquiring about the price, he picked it up, tested its sound, and gave the strings a careful tuning. Do you like it? Su Qingyan asked Tang Xian. I really like it. Thank you. Tang Xian nodded. I'm glad you like it. This guitar was something I stumbled upon. It's a limited edition. You're the only one who has it, there won't be another like it, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. After hugging Su Qingyan, Tang Xian took out his phone, booked a high-end Western restaurant, and took her out for a fine dining experience. Tang Xian, I really don't want to go back, but there are quite a few company matters that require my attention. Some issues can be resolved through conference calls, but many documents need my personal signature. After leaving the Western restaurant, Su Qingyan spoke while holding Tang Xian's hand. You can come anytime in the future. Right now, the apartment isn't ready yet, but it'll be more convenient later, Tang Xian said casually. Since the Western restaurant was quite close to the hotel, the two didn't drive and instead strolled along the street. After walking for a while, they finally returned to the hotel. Tang Xian, I've already paid for the apartment, we can move in a month from now. Also, I have to go back tomorrow, there's a meeting the day after, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. How do you plan to arrange it? Take a flight, or have your driver come over and drive this car back? Tang Xian asked. If you don't need the car, I'll have someone drive it back, Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. then have someone drive it back. My sports car will arrive soon, and if this one isn't driven back, I won't have a car to drive when I return to Zhonghai, Tang Xian replied to Su Qingyan. Got it. I'll take the flight back and have the driver pick up the car. Hiring a temporary driver isn't an option. Any scratches or bumps would just be trouble. Su Qingyan nodded. After a passionate night, Tang Xian woke up in the morning and headed straight to school, not bothering to see Su Qingyan off when she left. When Tang Xian arrived at the classroom, everyone was rehearsing for a performance. Lao Si, is that a guitar on your back? Lu Hua greeted Tang Xian when he saw him. Yeah, Tang Xian nodded. He had brought the guitar with him when he left home earlier, planning to leave it at school for now. Since the song is ready, can we take a listen first? Bilan asked. Tang Xian shook his head. Then there'd be no sense of mystery left. Don't worry, it won't be embarrassing. I'm still confident about that much. In the afternoon, Tang Xian received a message that Su Qingyan had already boarded her flight. After asking Su Qingyan to text him when she got home, Tang Xian went with Lu Hua and others to the welcome party venue, where he spotted Fanjin. When Fanjin saw Tang Xian, she was overjoyed and explained that Jin Shine had only left that day, so she hadn't contacted Tang Xian until now. I've been quite busy since arriving at the university too. Let's catch up later. Realizing they were blocking the way, Tang Xian gave Fanjin a wave before leaving with Lu Hua. The welcoming gala commenced with a brief opening speech from the university president, followed by the performance segment. It must be said that only talented individuals with diverse skills attend Huaqing University. Every performance was spectacular. Before long, Bai Lin called for class performers to gather backstage for preparations. Tang Xian, with so many dance performances, it'll be hard to stand out. It's all up to you now, Bai Lin said to Tang Xian backstage. I'll do my best. Tang Xian nodded. Since he decided to take the stage and sing, naturally he couldn't embarrass himself. One performance after another passed, and soon it was Tang Xian's turn. The host called out his name. Meanwhile, at the school leaders' seating area, several administrators were exchanging words. Tang Xian, this year's top scorer in Zhonghai City's college entrance exams. He was only 15 points short of a perfect score. Who knew he'd also have a performance? Remarked one party committee secretary thoughtfully. This student, there's something even more surprising behind him. Vice Principal Gong Ning spoke up. What's so surprising? Don't tell me he's a problematic student? The principal frowned, not wanting any black sheep within the school. Gong Ning pulled out his phone, used the company lookup feature, searched for Datang Investment, and then handed it to the principal. The chairman of a company with 200 million in registered capital, are you sure it's the same person? After seeing Tang Xian's name, the principal's eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 63, Accepting the Appointment. It's the same person. Earlier, I met a former student, and she currently works in Zhonghai City. She specifically mentioned this Tang Xian, Gong Ning said. A company with registered capital of 2 billion, surely your family background is quite formidable, isn't it? Another university official chimed in. That's exactly what makes him so impressive. He's an orphan. Every penny he has, he earned himself. Gong Ning retrieved his phone. Good, very good. The principal was extremely pleased. Tsinghua University needed promising students who could be nurtured into outstanding talents. After stepping onto the stage, Tang Xian first introduced himself, then sat before the microphone. After testing the piano's tone, he began his performance, singing while playing the instrument. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear the loneliness and sighs in the heart of the one who gazes at you? The brightest star in the night sky. Do you remember the figure that once walked with me, now vanished in the wind? I pray for a transparent heart, and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe once more, to embrace you beyond the lies. Tang Xian's voice echoed through the hall, striking the eardrums and hearts of everyone. Many clapped along to his rhythm. He is Prince Xian. Suddenly, a female student sitting to the side called out. Speaking out in such a setting was usually considered impolite, but no one reprimanded the girl because many had also recognized that Tang Xian was the recently famous Prince Xian. In the previous video, Tang Xian was shown in profile, but his features were still recognizable. After receiving the reminder, many people recognized him and began calling out his name. Lord Xian, what's going on here? Gong Ning was stunned. So many people calling out Lord Xian, does he actually have fame? Vice Principal Gong, Lord Xian is quite famous, a talented lyricist, composer, and exceptional singer. Several of his songs have gone viral, yet he deliberately avoids the spotlight and has never revealed his true identity. Before tonight, no one knew Lord Xian's real name. Who would have guessed he's actually a student at our Tsinghua University? His singing is truly outstanding, said a female administrator at the university, who happened to be a music enthusiast and thus familiar with Lord Xian. At this moment, Tang Xian on stage had finished singing. Standing up, he gave a slight bow towards the audience and the seating area of the school leaders. As Tang Xian's final performance came to an end, thunderous applause erupted in the grand hall, followed by fervent shouts urging young Master Xian for an encore. The host was momentarily stunned. After all, the program had been meticulously planned, yet the crowd's enthusiasm was simply too overwhelming. Principal, perhaps we could have one more song? This is also the students' wish, the female school administrator inquired. Ha ha, just as state administrators must consider public opinion, we as school leaders should also consider our students' sentiments. Let's have one more song then, the principal replied with a smile and a nod. Noticing the principal's nod, the host approached Tang Xian and said, Classmate Tang Xian, as you can see, everyone is really excited. How about treating us to one more song? Isn't this inappropriate? Doesn't the show have a schedule? Tang Xian was momentarily stunned. Adding a performance last minute? The most important thing is that everyone wants to hear you sing. Come on. The host pleaded a little, as she was also Tang Xian's fan. Alright, one more song then. Seeing the Huaqing University students cheering from below, Tang Xian nodded and returned to his seat. After taking a deep breath and testing the guitar's tuning, Tang Xian began singing, Take a cup of water from the sky, reflecting the moon as it sways over the mortal world, love and hate are but a fleeting moment, drifting through the red dust. Fetch a cup of heavenly water, reflecting the bright moon while gazing upon the mortal world. The entire hall fell silent, with only Tang Xian's voice echoing through the grand auditorium. After finishing the song, Tang Xian bowed in farewell and quietly left the stage. It felt like attending a concert. To possess such singing talent yet choose to come to our Huaqing University, truly wonderful and heartwarming, the principal remarked with emotion. Returning backstage, Tang Xian placed his guitar in its case and left for his class seating area. When Tang Xian returned, his classmates' eyes were all shining as they looked at him. None of them had expected such a hidden gem, no, a downright legend, to emerge from their own class. After experiencing Tang Xian's explosive performance, the subsequent programs felt utterly bland to everyone. Old Tang, you just dropped a bombshell on us. By tomorrow, your name will be all over the school forum, Lu Hua exclaimed excitedly, patting Tang Xian on the shoulder. The orientation party ended, and Tang Xian officially began his university life. However, just a week later, he was summoned by Gan Ning, the dean of the economics department. Vice principal, did you have something to discuss? Tang Xian was slightly puzzled. He hadn't done anything particularly wrong, just chose not to live in the dormitory, which wasn't unusual at Tsinghua University as many students opted for off-campus housing. Don't be nervous, have a seat. A few days ago, I met one of my former students, Zhou Lu, who's now a district chief in Zhanghai City. Gan Ning gestured to the chair opposite him. So District Chief Zhou was your student? Tang Xian was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to hear news about Zhou Lu at Tsinghua. That Gan Ning knew of him must have been through Zhou Lu's mention. Back when I was doing exchange teaching abroad, Zhou Lu was pursuing advanced studies at that university and had been my student. She spoke highly of you, so calling you here today is for good news. The previous student council president and vice president have both graduated. After comprehensive consideration, given your influence, the school intends to have you serve as student council president. Gan Ning stated the purpose for summoning Tang Xian. This was indeed the school's consideration, since Tang Xian already had his own company, disliked fame and fortune, and had excellent leadership qualities. Vice principal, the student council president has too many responsibilities. I don't have enough time to handle so many matters, Tang Xian spoke up. There were some things he didn't want to do. The school understands your situation, so we've added an additional vice president position. They can handle the day-to-day work, you just need to attend necessary meetings. Other than that, you can go about your usual routine, Gan Ning persuaded Tang Xian. Just as Tang Xian was about to refuse, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Accept the appointment as student council president, and you will be rewarded with one Kyoto property deed. This deed can be used on a residence, which will then be registered under your name, but cannot be utilized for commercial purposes. Tang Xian, you can't let down the trust of the school leadership. It won't affect your studies or daily life. While Tang Xian was still pondering, Gan Ning continued to persuade. Since the school trusts me, then I'll accept. Tang Xian spoke up. The reward of Kyoto property rights was far too valuable, it was something he had to take. Good, that's what responsibility looks like. Hearing Tang Xian agree, Gan Ning smiled. This was a task assigned to him by the dean, as the school needed to establish such a role model. Does becoming the student council president mean I'll have to sponsor a certain amount of funds for the school? Tang Xian asked after accepting the position. No, this isn't a transaction. Of course, if you want to sponsor the school, they'll accept it, but do it later. Don't make it seem like there's any underhanded dealing going on. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Gan Ning laughed. Despite his youth, Tang Xian was quite an interesting character. Chapter 64, The Princess's Mansion. Under Gan Ning's guidance, Tang Xian arrived at the student union headquarters to attend their meeting. Gan Ning announced Tang Xian's appointment and emphasized the school's stance. Additionally, he explained the significance of adding another vice president to the student union. This situation made the student council officers and members understand that although Tang Xian was the president of the student council, the actual work would be handled by the vice president. Tang Xian successfully took advantage of this opportunity, but no one objected. After all, a vice president position had already been added, which didn't affect anyone's interests. Moreover, this was the school's arrangement, opposing it would be pointless anyway. After the meeting ended and with no more classes for the day, Tang Xian went to the shipping company and drove out the Lamborghini that had arrived several days earlier. He drove back to the hotel, ordered a meal, and then called Su Qingyan. "Are you back at the hotel?" Su Qingyan asked as soon as the call connected. "Yes, I ordered some food and was just about to eat," Tang Xian replied. Su Qingyan told Tang Xian that she had gotten off work and arrived home, and her mother was currently cooking dinner. During their conversation, Tang Xian mentioned that he had become the student council president. "That's great news, but you'll have a lot on your plate. It'll be tough juggling studies while handling student council matters." Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan initially felt delighted, followed by a pang of concern since, aside from academics, he'd now have student council responsibilities and still needed to oversee company affairs. "I didn't actually want to accept it, but the school administration insisted on appointing me. They've added an extra vice president position. They'll handle the workload unless there's major meetings. I'm basically just an honorary title holder," Tang Xian explained with a smile. "You're simply the best." Su Qingyan beamed, thoroughly delighted by Tang Xian's explanation. "Since I haven't been around lately, has the housekeeper's hired cook been preparing meals to your taste?" Tang Xian inquired. Tang Xian wasn't in Shanghai. Since Su Qingyan was coming to the villa for an afternoon rest, Tang Xian had the villa's butler Suwan arrange for a cook. "It's okay, but not as good as what you make," Su Qingyan said to Tang Xian. After chatting for a while, Qin Xiang called Su Qingyan for dinner, and Tang Xian hung up the phone. The next day, Tang Xian drove to college in his Lamborghini, causing another stir. Although many students and teachers at Tsinghua University owned cars, Lamborghinis were still rare. Tang Xian attended classes as usual, sometimes staying in the dormitory rather than necessarily returning to the hotel. During these past few days, Tang Xian had been constantly checking the map. With the property vouchers in hand, he didn't want to waste them carelessly. He was determined to find a residence that truly satisfied him. When Saturday arrived, Tang Xian drove out, map in hand, determined to select his ideal residence in the capital. His first target was the Prince Gong's mansion, currently the largest and best-preserved Sihiyuan courtyard in the capital, which had, of course, once been an imperial residence. This world was remarkably similar to the Blue Star world Tang Xian had previously inhabited, with nearly identical humanistic and geographic features. Upon arriving at Prince Gong's mansion, Tang Xian attempted to use the property deed scroll, but it had no effect. When Tang Xian inquired, the system responded that Prince Gong's mansion was a key cultural relic protection site and required paid admission for visits, making it impossible to convert into a private residence. Since this attempt didn't work, Tang Xian simply moved on to his next target. After targeting several key cultural relics units unsuccessfully, Tang Xian's property deed remained unused. Driving along, Tang Xian searched the map and found an obscure historical residence, the manor of Princess Yijing in Shuo. Though not as grand as a prince's residence, the princess manor was still worth inspecting. Upon arriving at the destination and surveying the perimeter, Tang Xian was satisfied. The location was tranquil, with authentically antique architecture. "Give it a try." Taking out the property deed, Tang Xian immediately used it. Shortly after, the system's voice announced that the serene and spacious Princess Manor was officially registered under Tang Xian's name. "Is this legal?" Tang Xian asked the system. "Completely legal. The previous owner of this estate has been living abroad for years. It was purchased by the host a month ago, and the records are verifiable," the system explained to Tang Xian. Back in the car, Tang Xian spotted a document folder containing the property deed. Holding the property deed, Tang Xian knocked on the door. As Tang Xian knocked, the gate opened, revealing an elderly man who answered it. "This is private property, no visitors or disturbances allowed," the elder spoke. Tang Xian took out the document folder and showed it to the elder. "So it's young Master Tang." Master Lu had already called earlier, mentioning that young Master Tang had purchased this mansion, said the elder, whose name was Zhou Fu. He was the steward of the mansion. After the previous owner, Master Lu, went abroad, Zhou Fu had been managing the estate, along with several workers who remained on the premises. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Chiu. Would you mind gathering everyone?" Tang Xian asked politely. "Certainly, young master. Could you please keep everyone on? They've been tending to this mansion all along. Switching jobs would be quite unsettling for them." Old Xiu spoke after guiding Tang Xian into the princess's residence. "I never meant to drive anyone away, but it's only proper to meet them all," Tang Xian replied with a smile. Old Xiu then gathered all the former servants of the princess's residence together. Now they couldn't be called servants anymore, but workers. Tang Xian announced that everyone could carry on as usual, with Old Xiu continuing to oversee matters. After agreeing with Butler Qiu not to dismiss everyone, Tang Xian used his inspection skill to check. Butler Qiu's loyalty was high. He was a dutiful man. He also examined the other staff, finding none with low loyalty, so he decided to keep them all. With these people continuing to manage the estate, he felt at ease. Due to consistent upkeep, the princess's mansion was well preserved, showing no signs of damage. Lush greenery surrounded it, and the windows were spotless, letting in ample light. After some thought, Tang Xian decided the mansion still needed renovation. While the exterior, rich with historical heritage, couldn't be altered, his living quarters needed modernization for comfort. Having considered it, Tang Xian contacted a reputable interior design company. After the decorators arrived, Tang Xian stated his requirements, maintaining the original structure while ensuring comfort. Recognizing Tang Xian as a major client, the design company presented several plans, which Tang Xian found quite satisfactory. Not just his living quarters, Tang Xian entrusted the entire mansion's renovation to the company. The designers then proposed a comprehensive solution, conducting repairs and decoration without altering the structural integrity. The total renovation cost reached 4 million, but money being no object for Tang Xian, he promptly signed the contract. After discussing with the renovation company, Tang Xian chatted with Uncle Chiu for a while longer, then transferred 3 million yuan to him. Uncle Chiu, these are the household expenses for our residence. Young master, this isn't appropriate. Receiving the transfer from Tang Xian, Uncle Chiu was stunned. Please take it. There are meals and daily necessities for all the workers in the residence, plus their wages to be paid. Moreover, please consider this place as your home. I know you and Aunt Chiu have no children, from now on, I'll take care of both of you. Tang Xian spoke up. During their conversation, he had learned that although Uncle Chiu had a wife, the elderly couple had no children, having previously watched over the residence for the former Lu household. Chapter 65. Some Principles. Tang Xian was extremely satisfied with this residence of his. Could there be such a quiet place in the capital? Yes, but they were usually in remote areas. However, his mansion wasn't like that. It was located in the prosperous urban district, offering serenity amidst the hustle and bustle. The surroundings were shaded by ancient trees, and the estate boasted a complete set of features including gardens, pavilions, and waterside terraces. After chatting with Xiu Bo and the renovation company, Tang Xian drove away from the supersized courtyard house. The phone rang. It was Fanjin calling. She had settled everything and wanted to invite Tang Xian for a meal together. Since there wasn't anything else to do, Tang Xian asked Fanjin to share her location and drove over himself. On the way, Fanjin sent another message saying she had run into her roommate and wanted to know if Tang Xian would mind. If so, they could reschedule. Seeing no issue with it, Tang Xian replied that he didn't mind and kept driving toward them. In front of a restaurant, Tang Xian spotted Fanjin dressed in a pleated skirt, accompanied by several of her roommates. When they saw Tang Xian step out of the Lamborghini, Fanjin was delighted. She hadn't seen him for days and had started to feel unaccustomed to his absence. Her roommates, however, were stunned. Earlier, Fanjin had mentioned inviting her high school classmate to join them for dinner if no one minded. Little did they expect that her classmate would turn out to be the student council president, the renowned young master Xian, whose reputation resonated loudly in the music scene. Traffic was bad, so I'm running a bit late. Hope you weren't waiting too long? After locking the car, Tang Xian waved and greeted Fanjin. Not at all, we just got here and were chatting with my friends. Fanjin shook her head with a gentle smile. Hello, President Tang. Several Huaqing University freshmen greeted Tang Xian, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Tang Xian was their idol, and they adored every single one of young Master Xian's songs. You're all too polite. Just call me Tang Xian, he replied, greeting them before they all entered the restaurant together. Tang Xian didn't order, letting the girls take the lead since he was out with them naturally. Tang Xian, what have you been up to lately? Fanjin asked after they placed their orders. Going to classes, and also looking for a place to live. Tang Xian rinsed the teacups and poured water for everyone. Found one yet? My mom helped me find an apartment. She said since it's a 4-year university stay, it'll be long-term, so it needed some renovations. After signing the contract with the landlord, she hired some workers. It'll probably take some time before it's ready to move in, Fanjin said to Tang Xian. Aunt Jian is very thoughtful, she always arranges things perfectly. By the way, have you checked out cars yet? Tang Xian inquired. Not yet. I've just started getting used to campus life and haven't had time to look. I'll go check some out tomorrow, Fanjin replied to Tang Xian. After glancing at Fanjin's roommates, Tang Xian didn't say much and just joined them for the meal. After finishing the meal and leaving the restaurant, since the school was nearby and it wasn't appropriate to drive just Fanjin alone, Tang Xian drove off by himself. Fanjin, I never imagined you and the president were high school classmates. Did he have a girlfriend back then? One of the roommates asked. Fanjin smiled. No, he was a rather quiet person who didn't interact much with others. But lately, he seems to have changed a bit. According to Fanjin, Tang Xian didn't have a girlfriend, which made her roommates quite excited. Did you know? The school forum's most handsome guy poll has started. Our student council president Tang has already surpassed several seniors in votes. Although it's not over yet, the title of top school heartthrob is practically guaranteed to land on our president's head, one girl spoke up. Elegant demeanor, multi-talented, and most importantly loaded with cash, another girl chimed in with a laugh. They were all adults who knew what truly mattered, and financial wealth was the most crucial factor. Listening to her roommates gush about Tang Xian, Fanjin felt uncomfortable inside though she showed no outward reaction. Nevertheless, her mood grew somewhat suppressed. Returning to the dorm and lying on the bed, Fanjin felt unhappy. Should she go look at cars tomorrow? She didn't understand anything about them anyway. While Fanjin was brooding, Tang Xian sent her a message after returning to the hotel, saying they would meet at the school gate the next morning to accompany her car shopping. Earlier during their meal, he hadn't brought it up because other people were around. Receiving Tang Xian's message instantly lifted Fanjin's spirits. Only then did she realize the reason for her earlier gloom. It was because when she'd mentioned going car shopping, Tang Xian hadn't responded. After chatting with Fanjin, Tang Xian spoke with Sun Su again, checking in on the progress of the cardiovascular miracle drug. Sun Su informed Tang Xian that progress was rapid and results would soon be achieved, which would create a seismic shift in the medical field. After some consideration, Tang Xian called Yun Dong and held a video conference with Sun Su to discuss establishing a pharmaceutical factory. The plan was for Datang Investment to independently produce specialized drugs for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. President Tang, with the breakthrough cardiovascular drug, our Datang Investments Foundation is truly elevated. Are you considering going public? Yun Dong inquired, sensing this was Tang Xian's chance to expand his capital. Once the cardiovascular drug succeeded, Datang Investments' valuation would soar to staggering heights. No, some things must be kept firmly in one's own hands. Not going public, not seeking financing, the market value of Datang Investment isn't all that important. After listening to Yun Dong's words, Tang Xian directly stated his stance. Nowadays, capital calls the shots, and he didn't want the ownership of the cardiovascular miracle drug to change hands due to going public or equity shares. There were certain things he needed to safeguard. Many companies have seen their founders pushed out because of capital infusion. Shortage of funds? He probably wasn't lacking yet. He still had some cash on hand, enough to establish a pharmaceutical factory. Understood, I grasp President Tang's intentions. Yun Dong was sharp. Tang Xian only needed to explain once for him to get it. After discussing the pharmaceutical factory matter with Yun Dong and Sun Su, Tang Xian reviewed Dongjin's investment proposal. Dongjin was a talent recommended by the system, with exceptional investment skills. Tang Xian had opted for short-term investments, which would yield noticeable results quickly. With his tasks handled, Tang Xian went to bed and checked his phone. Seeing no live broadcast from Xiao Qingyin, he entered Demon King's stream instead. The moment Demon King noticed young Master Xian entering the chat room, the frosty indifference on her face melted into a smile. Lord Xian has arrived. Demon King greeted him. Lord Xian, help Demon King out, the opponent is way too agile. On the bullet screen appeared comments Tang Xian didn't quite understand. As the barrage continued, Tang Xian grasped the situation. Demon King had a minor clash with another top-tier streamer, which was to be resolved through a PK battle, where victory would settle the dispute, and strength would do the talking. Lord Xian, just watch quietly. Everyone else, prepare your firepower, but don't overextend yourselves. I want this win, but if I lose, it's not like I can't take a loss. Demon King spoke up without actually asking Tang Xian for help. Help the Demon King win this PK battle, and you'll be rewarded with 10 million fish fins, a Pagani supercar, 30 million in cash, and top-tier antique appraisal skills. As the Demon King spoke these words, the system notification sounded in Tang Xian's mind. Chapter 66, Provoke and Strike. There were still a few million fish fins left in the account, but what if the opponent was a top-ranked streamer with wealthy backers ready to throw money at the battle? After some thought, Tang Xian recharged his account with 30 million. The mission reward this time included 30 million in cash, so Tang Xian simply topped up the entire amount. He absolutely had to secure the mission reward. The in-game currency was inconsequential, but the Pagani supercar was what he really wanted. Pagani ranks among the world's top-tier supercars, largely handcrafted with unparalleled performance. Due to limited production, securing one is notoriously difficult. Additionally, the top-tier antique appraisal skill was equally remarkable, and Tang Xian couldn't afford to mess up the mission. In another live stream room, the host was mobilizing her fans, essentially brainwashing them into believing that defeating the Demon King would cement her status in the streaming world. In truth, this entire conflict was meticulously orchestrated by her and the guild backing her, all to trample over the Demon King and climb to the top. Don't worry, I've already topped up 10 million, the guild supporting another 10, and with contributions from other fans, this battle is yours for the taking. But once we meet in person. The host's phone buzzed with a message from her shadowy benefactor. He promised victory in this fight, but offline, she would have to comply with all his demands, whatever he asked of her. Alright, got it. Book tonight's flight ticket. The streamer quickly replied to the message. At the scheduled time, both parties connected their mics without unnecessary chatter. Gifts began soaring instantly. Both were top-tier streamers with formidable influence. Although Demon King didn't have as many high-rolling patrons as his opponent, his supporters were more numerous. However, within moments, Demon King's health bar started falling behind as the opposing guild and their top patrons joined the fray, launching super rockets one after another. Demon King, they're breaking the unspoken rules. Their guild's promotional accounts are spamming gifts, reported a scout viewer who'd returned after investigating the opponent's livestream. Hearing this news, the Demon Queen smiled wryly. She realized she'd fallen into a trap. This wasn't a simple conflict but a deliberate scheme to trample over her. Alright everyone, let's stop now. Knowing she'd been played, the Demon Queen decided not to drain her fans' gifts any further. She wasn't the type of streamer who exploited gifts, and precisely because of this integrity, she had more supporters willing to stand by her even with her notorious habits of abruptly ending streams and frequently skipping scheduled broadcasts. As soon as the Demon Queen finished speaking, an utterly shocking message flashed across the screen. Lord Xian has upgraded to Super Emperor status for 10 years. Young Master Xian has upgraded to Super Emperor for 20 years. Then wild gifts appeared on the screen. Since upgrading to Super Emperor gave him a rebate of fish fins, currency, Tang Xian started gifting lavishly. 20 years of Emperor status was more than enough, no need to upgrade again. Young Master Xian sends Super Rocket X1. Young Master Xian sends Super Rocket X99. Young Master Xian sends out Super Rocket X599. Young Master Xian sends out Super Rocket X999. Young Master Xian sends out Super Rocket X1999. Tang Xian continuously spammed gifts. Was the Demon King giving up? Giving up wasn't an option. What about his rewards? So, disregarding whatever the Demon King said, his fingers kept jabbing at the phone screen. The Demon King's originally lagging health bar rapidly rushed forward, completely overpowering the opponent. Lord Xian, stop gifting. The opponent has a scheme. The Demon King stood up. Not in voice chat. Tang Xian couldn't speak nor type. How could he type? He just kept sending gifts relentlessly. Seeing Tang Xian's gifts pouring in, the fans who had been frustrated by the Demon King's words and unsure whether to fight or not started gifting again in unison. Young Master Xian sent out Super Rockets X9999. Under Tang Xian's incredible keystrokes, Super Rockets surpassed 10,000. One Super Rocket costs 2,000 fish fins, equivalent to 2,000 yuan in cash. With over 10,000 Super Rockets, that totals 20 million yuan. Even after surpassing 10,000 Super Rockets, Tang Xian didn't stop clicking because he saw the opponent's health bar moving. What does moving mean? It means resistance. So he pressed on. Is this about to unleash 13,140 Super Rockets? Young Master Xian is truly domineering. The streamer on the opposite side was stunned. How could Young Master Xian appear in Demon King's livestream? And moreover, spamming gifts without any restraint. Just as the opposing streamer was at a loss about how to rally her fans, the guild manager sent her a message advising her to give up. But we've come this far. If we give up now, those 20 million will just go down the drain. I asked an insider I'm close to. Young Master Xian just topped up 30 million. Combined with the previous credits in his account, that's 35 million. We can't beat him, and gathering funds now to recharge is too late. The guild manager sent the message. The streamer fell silent. She never expected Tang Xian to show up out of nowhere. After showering the screen with 30 million credits and seeing the opponent's health bar completely freeze, Tang Xian finally stopped sending gifts. Thank you, Brother Xian. The Demon Queen spoke up. She didn't know how to repay this favor. There were always strings attached between streamers and their big spenders. That was precisely why she disliked such relationships, preferring gifts to come spontaneously. But now, Tang Xian had just tossed out 30 million in one go. 30 million? You're too kind. If they provoke you, strike back. If you lose, there's only one reason. Your fingers weren't fast enough, Tang Xian typed. After Tang Xian's message was sent, the barrage became lively. Have you heard the saying? Losing isn't about not having enough money, it's about not being quick enough with your hands. Fight when provoked, that's Young Master Xian's domineering style. By the way, the Demon King is the second person Master Xian has actively supported. Could it be that Young Master Xian isn't supporting Nan Nan anymore? Nan Nan is the name of Xiao Qingyin's live stream room. Looking at the barrage comments, Tang Xian knew he had to resolve this matter. While he was after the rewards, how would Xiao Qingyin take it? It wouldn't be good if Demon King misunderstood either. As Tang Xian pondered, the PK battle ended, and Demon King emerged victorious. When the opponent conceded and apologized, Tang Xian's reward arrived immediately, the virtual currency fish wings credited directly to his account. Cash reward has been deposited into your bank account. The Pagani sports car is currently in transit and will arrive tomorrow afternoon. The top-tier antique appraisal skills have been awarded, please verify, host. As the PK concluded, the system's voice echoed in Tang Xian's mind. followed by flooding knowledge of antique appraisal techniques into his consciousness. After the opposing streamer admitted their mistake, apologized, and disconnected, Demon King hesitated for a moment before sending a chat request to Tang Xian. Tang Xian accepted the chat request. There were some things he wanted to say too. Thank you, Brother Xian. I'll refund the portion of the gifts you just sent that goes to my share once it's settled. As for the percentage taken by the platform, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that, Demon King said. There's no need for that. After reading everyone's comments just now, let me say a few things here. Nunyuan was the first streamer I ever supported. I supported her before, and I'll continue to support her in the future. Demon King and I know each other in real life, and she helped arrange the recording of those 4 songs I mentioned earlier. So we're friends. If I want to support her, I will. Others won't interfere. Don't you all agree? Tang Xian responded after hearing Demon King's words. Tang Xian was unaware that Xiao Qingyin's alternate account was lurking in the livestream. When the Devil King engaged in a top-tier PK battle with another streamer and Tang Xian appeared afterward, her fan group had already notified her. She logged in with her alternate account just in time to hear Tang Xian's words. The Devil King was deeply moved. Tang Xian didn't allow anyone to challenge her. This was his way of protecting her. Chapter 67. Don't even think about it. When you're back in Zhonghai, prepare to treat me to a feast. If anyone provokes you or challenges you to a PK, just call me. We'll crush them. With those words, Tang Xian ended the call and left the livestream. The Demon King's heart was somewhat shaken. 30 million, this wasn't 30 or 300 yuan, this was an enormous favor. She couldn't help but wonder just how wealthy Tang Xian was, spending 30 million without showing much emotional reaction. She thought to herself that maybe she didn't need to wait for Tang Xian to return to Zhonghai City before treating him to a meal. Since he was in Kyoto, she could just as well go to Kyoto herself. After all, she could livestream from anywhere. Meanwhile, Tang Xian, who had left the livestream, sent a WeChat message to Xiao Qingyin, explaining that he had helped the Demon King earlier and hoping she wouldn't be upset when she heard about it. Actually, I was in the Demon King's livestream. I heard what you said, and it made me really happy. Besides, whoever you want to support, I don't mind, Xiao Qingyin replied to Tang Xian. Oh, you were there. That makes things clear. Just let me know via WeChat whenever you start streaming, Tang Xian said to Xiao Qingyin. If I have any vacation time, I'll come find you, Xiao Qingyin murmured softly. After promising to return to Zhonghai when it was convenient for him and exchanging a few more words with Xiao Qingyin, Tang Xian hung up before delving into the newly acquired top-tier antique appraisal knowledge. While Tang Xian was immersed in studying antiques, his phone rang. It was Su Qingyan, who had just finished dinner and gone to bed, missing him enough to give him a call. Qingyan, can the apartment you reserved be refunded? Tang Xian asked after they had chatted for a while. There's no way to back out. I've already paid half the deposit. If we breach the contract, the deposit won't be refunded. Besides, why should we cancel it? That's our future home. We can't possibly stay in hotels for all 4 years of your university. Su Qingyan directly dismissed Tang Xian's idea of canceling the apartment lease. When you come next time, I'll give you a surprise, Tang Xian said, confident that Su Qingyan would love his quadrangle courtyard too. Just don't give me any nasty shocks. Last time I came back from your place, my waist and legs hurt for days afterward, Su Qingyan complained, mainly because Tang Xian was too high-performance and enduring, with slightly excessive weapon dimensions. After laughing and comforting Su Qingyan for a while, Tang Xian finally ended the call. After resting overnight, Tang Xian drove to pick up Fanjin, and the two went car shopping together. After visiting several dealerships, Tang Xian noticed Fanjin particularly liked Porsche but ultimately settled on a BMW due to the high price. After some consideration, Tang Xian took Fanjin back to the Porsche dealership and directly purchased a Porsche Cayenne. This was an SUV, the model Fanjin had been eyeing earlier when she later chose the BMW, also from their SUV lineup. Tang Xian wondered why Fanjin had such a preference for SUVs. I don't want it. It's too expensive. Seeing Tang Xian about to pay, Fanjin tugged at his arm. Listen to me, if you're buying something, get what you like. But I don't understand why you'd want an SUV. While handing over the payment, Tang Xian voiced his confusion. Because it means I can take you everywhere. There's plenty of space, so you'll be more comfortable, Fan Jing explained. Hearing Fan Jing's reasoning, Tang Xian was momentarily stunned. He never expected that to be her reason. With money in place, things went smoothly. All the necessary procedures were quickly handled, and license plates were issued. In Tang Xian's memory, outsiders couldn't obtain license plates in Kyoto of Blue Star. He initially thought he'd have to contact Jianqing to get a Zhonghai license plate. But in reality, Kyoto had incentive policies. Students from other regions admitted to Kyoto's prestigious institutions were eligible for local license plates. The sales manager also added Tang Xian's contact information. She obviously knew that Tang Xian, who drove a Lamborghini to buy a car for his girlfriend, was the real VIP. Having the sales manager drive his car to Huaqing University, Tang Xian sat in the passenger seat beside Fanjin, accompanying her as she drove the car back to Huaqing University. Retrieving the Lamborghini keys returned by the sales manager, Tang Xian took Fanjin to a buffet restaurant. After gathering their ingredients, the two chatted while eating. Tang Xian, how should I explain the car to Mom? Fanjin asked as she peeled a shrimp for him. Just don't mention it at all, Tang Xian replied with a chuckle. I've never kept anything from my mother since childhood, it's pointless. Don't let her profession as a lawyer fool you, her investigative and deductive skills are razor sharp. Fanjin shook her head. Just say I bought it, forget the rest. If there are any issues, she'll come to me. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Then I really won't interfere. Anyway, she's working as your company's consultant. If it doesn't work out, you can just dock her pay. Fanjin forcefully snapped off a crab claw while speaking. After eating, Tang Xian drove Fanjin back to school before returning to the hotel. Returning to the dormitory building, Fanjin hesitated briefly before sending a message to her mother about the car purchase. Fanjin's message had barely been sent when the phone rang. It was Jianqing calling directly. Fanjin, are you alone? Is it convenient to talk? Jianqing's voice was serious as soon as the call connected. I'm downstairs at the dorm, by myself, Fanjin responded. How much is the car? Jianqing asked. Close to 2 million, Fanjin told the truth. Did he say anything? Jianqing was worried, concerned that Tang Xian might be trying to arrange some kind of material exchange. No, he didn't say much, just mentioned there was a problem and asked you to contact him. Fanjin replied cautiously, fearing her mother might be upset. You didn't suffer any losses, did you? That guy isn't easy to handle, you must be careful. As for the car, just accept it. I'll handle the situation. After thinking it over, Jianqing realized returning the car to Tang Xian wasn't feasible, so she decided it best to keep it. No, I didn't. Fanjin shook her head. After reminding her daughter to drive carefully, Jianqing hung up the phone. She knew her daughter was sensible and didn't want to say anything harsh. If she did, her daughter might stop communicating with her altogether. Tang Xian had just taken a sip of water after driving back to the hotel when Jianqing called. Tang Xian, what's wrong with you? Fanjin is still a young girl, she can't handle your kind of games. Jianqing immediately launched into her accusation as soon as the call connected. Aunt Jian, why say such things? Today I accompanied Fanjin to buy a car. When I saw she liked that model, I helped her purchase it. One shouldn't miss out on what they love just because of money, Tang Xian spoke up. People can't always have everything they desire in life, one must learn restraint. Besides, what's your reason for buying her a car? Can you even give me a valid reason? Jianqing resolved to issue Tang Xian a warning, preventing him from casually launching sugar-coated bullets. Sometimes people do things without needing a reason. Aunt Jian, what kind of reason do you want? Should I deduct it from your consulting fees instead? Slowly, of course, Tang Xian said with a chuckle. Keep dreaming. You gain favor by giving gifts, then expect me to work for free? Not a chance. Jianqing hung up furiously. How dare he suggest spending her money for her? She was livid. Chapter 68, a free license plate. The more Jianqing thought about it, the angrier she became. Tang Xian was essentially using her consultancy fee to woo her daughter. If she weren't so far away, she'd march right over to confront him. After hanging up the phone, Tang Xian went to rest. He genuinely didn't think much of gifting Fanjin a car, it was no big deal to him. After a full day of classes, just as he was about to grab some skewers with his roommates, Tang Xian received a call. The car rewarded by the system had arrived. It had actually been delivered the previous day, but it was too late then to pick it up. Now, the call inquired if he had time, as the staff were waiting. After driving over, Tang Xian met the Pagani staff. Upon seeing the car, Tang Xian was stunned. He had expected an ordinary Pagani sports car, but before him stood the Pagani Huayra. Among Pagani sports cars, the most renowned is the Huayra series, 3 limited edition models named after dragonborn creatures, Yazi, Chiwen, and Basya. The one before Tang Xian was none other than the Huayra Basya, one of the 3 legendary hypercars. After the staff accompanied Tang Xian to inspect the car, he signed the paperwork and officially took delivery of the vehicle. Tang Xian hired a designated driver to take his Lamborghini to the hotel, instructing them to leave the keys at the front desk. Meanwhile, he drove back to Huaqing University campus after receiving a call from Gan Ning. Earlier, he had mentioned to Gan Ning that he would like to make a modest donation to the university when convenient. During the car handover, Gan Ning had called and said he would be waiting for him on campus. Tang Xian drove to the school gate, but since his car lacked license plates, he had to show his student ID to enter the campus smoothly. The Pagani Huayra roared into Huaqing with a beast-like growl, drawing countless onlookers. What man doesn't dream of owning a sports car? The Pagani Huayra practically represents the ultimate dream for sports car enthusiasts, while women naturally yearn to glimpse the wind-like man inside such a vehicle. At the entrance of the school's administration building, Tang Xian met Gan Ning. Actually, our Huaqing University doesn't typically accept donations casually. There's one prerequisite for accepting contributions: they must come from Huaqing graduates. Since you're currently a student here, you barely qualify, Gan Ning said upon seeing Tang Xian. Later, Gan Ning took Tang Xian to meet the university president and explained his intentions. Truthfully, our institution isn't short of funds, but since you have this intention, we'll accept it. Also, do you have any specific allocation in mind for your donation? The president greeted Tang Xian with a welcoming attitude. No particular direction. The university can allocate it wherever deemed most suitable. Tang Xian genuinely had no specific demands. His desire to donate stemmed from feeling that since the school supported him in becoming student council president, he ought to give something back. After some discussion, Tang Xian decided to donate 20 million to the university. Mr. Tang is very generous, and the school appreciates the gesture. However, while you're here, don't neglect your studies, the dean said to Tang Xian. Don't worry, Dean. I came to Huaqing to truly learn, not just for prestige or to leverage the school's reputation. This 20 million donation can remain anonymous. After hearing the dean's words, Tang Xian clarified his stance. One reason he came to Huaqing was due to sentimental memories, but another was his genuine desire to acquire knowledge, particularly in economics. Though his understanding of economics was already advanced, some concepts differed from those on Blue Star. Among any three people, there must be one who can teach me something. He acknowledged that Huaqing's economic theories were worth studying. Ha, you misunderstand, the school trusts you completely. I mention this only because we want you to excel. As for the donation, there's no need for anonymity. Coincidentally, the university is establishing a new laboratory, and while funding isn't lacking, we'd prefer to use yours. The dean laughed, reassured by the sincerity he saw in Tang Xian's eyes. Initially, he had worried that as the CEO of a company with registered capital exceeding 2 billion, Tang Xian might be domineering and only attending Huaqing for appearances. Now, his concerns were put to rest. Escorting Tang Xian downstairs, the principal noticed his unlicensed car and came over for a closer look. This car is pretty flashy, but don't go causing trouble for school seniors on campus. Wouldn't dream of it. Tang Xian chuckled. The principal had a decent sense of humor. No license plate. Old gone, didn't the city award our school a few special license plates during the last municipal commendation? The principal turned to Gan Ning. That's right. Several were issued to distinguished professors, and there were 2 extra plates, one for the principal and one for the former party secretary. Neither of them took theirs, Gan Ning explained. Upon hearing Gan Ning's words, the principal immediately made the decision to transfer his own license plate to Tang Xian. Once they completed the school's formalities, Tang Xian could proceed with the transfer. Principal, this isn't appropriate. You're a person of status who needs to attend formal occasions. As a young man, any ordinary plate will do for me, Tang Xian said with a smile. He had come today to donate some funds to the school, not to receive special favors. Too mature. We've looked into your background. You've already achieved career success at such a young age. You should carry yourself with the vigor and brilliance of youth. The principal waved his hand and walked away. Gan Ning took Tang Xian to collect the license plate documents and then proceeded to stamp them. After thanking Gan Ning, Tang Xian realized there was still enough time. He headed to the vehicle management office, where he successfully obtained his license plates under the astonished gazes of the staff. The car was a 47 million yuan Pagani Huayra, and it came with its own license plate, Jing A77777. With a glance, Tang Xian thought the car and its license plate looked truly impressive. Feeling festive, Tang Xian bought a crate of drinks and a carton of cigarettes to share the joy with the staff, mainly because during the vehicle inspection, his special car had genuinely inconvenienced them. After completing the formalities, Tang Xian drove off, the roaring engine sound clearing the way as other vehicles hastily made room. Even if they didn't recognize the Pagani Huayra, everyone knew such a car was beyond their means to repair. Even a minor scrape could exceed the insurance coverage limit. That license plate. I remember it was originally issued to Tsinghua University. How did it end up in the hands of a young guy? Could he have made some contribution to the university? The vehicle registration office official muttered to himself as he watched Tang Xian drive away. Nowadays, license plates were assigned by lottery, with luck determining whether one got a good or bad number, but he still remembered some plates previously issued to major institutions. Returning to the hotel entrance, Tang Xian stood in front of the Pagani Huayra, snapped a photo, and sent it to Su Qingyan. What the hell? Which spoiled Beijing brat have you been hanging out with? Su Qingyan's message arrived the instant Tang Xian sent her the photo. Tang Xian was bewildered, since when had he been mixing with playboys? After a moment's thought, he realized Su Qingyan had misunderstood, assuming the car belonged to some wealthy delinquent. You're a student. Don't get involved with that crowd, no clubs, no models, stay away from all that. Before Tang Xian could explain, another message from Su Qingyan popped up. With no other choice, Tang Xian snapped a photo of his vehicle registration and sent it over. He sighed. Clubs and models? Did she really think he was that kind of guy? Chapter 69, whether he made a move or not. After seeing the vehicle registration photo Tang Xian had sent over, Su Qingyan realized it was indeed his own car. Where did you get this car? What brand is it? How come the license plate is so domineering? Su Qingyan's message came through again. He didn't reply to the message. After locking his car, Tang Xian entered the hotel and immediately made a voice call to Su Qingyan. What kind of car is that? Where did you get that license plate? Su Qingyan asked as soon as the call connected. It's one of Pagani's 3 legendary hypercars, the Huayrat Turtle Spirit. The license plate was gifted by the school, Tang Xian replied matter-of-factly. Never mind the car about the car. What do you mean the school gave you that plate? Those are top-tier plates that are rarely seen even on ordinary days. Su Qingyan was thoroughly confused. First Tang Xian obtained a premium plate in Zhanghai City, and now in the capital too? And of all things, supposedly gifted by the school? Putting the phone on speaker, Tang Xian boiled water to make tea for himself while recounting the details of how he obtained the license plate. You're really something. A donation of 20 million, and it wasn't for nothing, you scored a top-tier license plate that money can't even buy. Your university chancellor is quite generous. Su Qingyan was genuinely impressed. Tang Xian somehow always managed to stumble into these kinds of opportunities. Tang Xian smiled. Our principal is truly impressive, always speaking with great vision and foresight. I've booked the passenger seat next to you. The car looks really sleek, Su Qingyan said. After chatting for a while longer, Tang Xian hung up the phone and drove off from the hotel in his Lamborghini, heading straight to the Princess Manor. Upon entering the Princess Manor, Tang Xian parked his car in a corner of the estate. Accompanied by butler Chiu, he then checked on the progress of the renovation company's work. Young master, rest assured, I've been keeping an eye on the renovation company's work the whole time, butler Chiu said to Tang Xian. Thank you for your hard work, butler Chiu. Tang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Since the princess's residence was still under renovation, Tang Xian didn't stay there and took a taxi back to the hotel. He had returned to the princess's residence for 2 reasons. First, to check on the renovation progress, and second, to drop off the car. He couldn't keep both vehicles parked at the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Tang Xian went straight to bed. In the following days, Tang Xian led a quiet life, attending classes as usual and occasionally going out for meals with Fanjin. It was a peaceful existence. The new batch of freshmen had settled in, and the latest rankings for the campus heartthrobs of Huaqing University were out. On the male list, Tang Xian surpassed 3 senior batches of contenders to claim the title of top campus heartthrob. Tang Xian was naturally handsome, possessed an outstanding temperament, and was multi-talented, earning him many votes from admirers. The campus belle rankings were out, and Fan Jin, who had been the school belle back in high school, landed in 3rd place this time. She couldn't quite surpass the 2 senior sisters ahead of her, still a bit too youthful compared to their more mature charm. She just needed a little more time to blossom. Tang Xian's donation was officially announced by the university. It's safe to say that the name Tang Xian had become synonymous with fame at Huaqing University, known and admired by everyone, including junior and senior students. Being multi-talented was impressive enough, but his wealth was simply staggering. Donating 20 million outright? Consider how many people, indeed, the vast majority, couldn't earn that sum in a lifetime, while Tang Xian was merely a freshman. Initially, many assumed Tang Xian was born with a silver spoon, a privileged second-generation heir raised with elite education. But then rumors began circulating from unknown sources, revealing he was an orphan, his parents leaving behind nothing but a house. Every cent of his fortune? Earned through his own investments. The news sent shockwaves through Huaqing University. A freshman becoming a self-made millionaire was utterly domineering. It marked a perfect opening and the beginning of a spectacular life. However, Tang Xian maintained a low profile. Apart from attending classes, he mostly hung out with his roommates, grabbing skewers at street stalls. Sometimes he stayed in the dorm, other times checked into hotels. Half a month into the new semester, Tang Xian received a message after a major class. It was from Jian Qing, inviting him to dinner. Reading Jian Qing's message, Tang Xian felt a bit nervous. Perhaps due to her profession as a lawyer, Jian Qing carried an elegant yet aloof demeanor, with an intimidating presence to match. On top of that, she was stunningly beautiful enough to have given birth to a campus belle of a daughter. As a result, her imposing aura was particularly strong. The main issue was that Tang Xian had gifted her daughter a car, making the situation somewhat awkward and hard to explain. As for Fanjin, Tang Xian cared deeply, believing she shouldn't have to endure any grievances and deserved the best, at the very least, things she truly loved. So when he saw her admiring the Porsche, he bought it for her without hesitation. After some thought, Tang Xian said she would pick up Fan Jin and have dinner together. To Tang Xian's surprise, Jian Qing replied that she wouldn't invite Fan Jin, she just wanted to have dinner with him to discuss company matters. If Tang Xian was unavailable, she could come to the university to find him instead. Threat. This was a blatant threat. Moreover, it was also a conversation. Couldn't company matters be discussed over the phone? Coming to the university made it clear that Tang Xian couldn't hide even if he tried. Left with no choice, Tang Xian had no option but to comply. Driving his car according to Jian Qing's location, Tang Xian arrived at a Western restaurant. At the entrance of the restaurant, Tang Xian spotted Jian Cheng. She was still wearing her wine-red suit, though it looked more casual compared to her office attire. Her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her fair, wrinkle-free neck. "Every time I see you, you're being so flashy, can't you drive something more formal?" Adjusting her glasses, Jian Cheng's gaze shifted from Tang Xian to the Pagani. "I thought it was some off-brand at first, but it turned out to be a Pagani, and one of the Holy Trinity at that, the legendary Basiadat." After glancing at Tang Xian's car, Jian Cheng remarked. Under Tang Xian's surprised gaze, Jian Cheng explained that as a lawyer, she had to pay attention to details and stay at the forefront of society, which was why she recognized such things. "So now I get the car, but can you tell me about the license plate?" With a quick look at Tang Xian's plate, Jian Cheng led him into the Western restaurant and requested a quiet private room. When Jian Cheng asked, Tang Xian shared how he had donated 20 million, and in return, the school principal had given him the license plate. The student council president who donated 20 million, and also the head of a major corporation. "As long as you don't act recklessly, you'll become a distinguished alumnus of Huaqing after graduation," Jian Cheng remarked, glancing at Tang Xian. "Really? I hadn't thought about that." Tang Xian shook his head. "Absolutely," Jian Cheng said to Tang Xian. "Every year, Tsinghua holds gatherings for its renowned alumni. It's practically a convergence of high society. They deeply value their alumni connections and support each other. At first glance, this identity might seem unimportant, but in reality, it carries immense influence. Tsinghua graduates form the backbone of society across all industries. There's even a saying, if Tsinghua's alumni network stirs, the nation stirs, and the world takes notice. Just focus on doing your own job well, who knows what the future holds." Tang Xian had no interest in scheming over social connections. He believed things should unfold naturally, forcing them would only take the joy out of it. Who knows what will happen in the future? "Then why did you buy Fan Jin a car? Did you make a move on her?" Jian Cheng's delicate eyes fixed intently on Tang Xian. Chapter 70, No Nerve for Misdeeds. "What do you mean make a move? Aunt Jian, you're overthinking it." Tang Xian was momentarily stunned before realizing what Jian Cheng implied. "Then why did you buy Fan Jin a 2 million yuan car?" Jian Cheng's sharp gaze remained locked on Tang Xian the entire time. Helpless, Tang Xian could only explain that he bought it simply because he saw Fan Jin liked it, without any ulterior motives. "If you have any ideas, put them aside for now. Fan Jin is still young and growing up, let's eat first. As for the car's cost, since you were willing to buy it, it's got nothing to do with me. But if you dare dock my pay, then I won't continue as your company's consultant." Fan Jin glanced at Tang Xian before speaking. "Alright, let's eat first." Tang Xian wiped his forehead, feeling immense pressure under Jian Cheng's piercing gaze. Jian Cheng didn't press Tang Xian further. Oppose? She couldn't oppose, because Tang Xian truly was an exceptional man. If Fan Jin missed out on him because of her, it would be her fault. She couldn't deny certain things just because Tang Xian was outstanding. This meal weighed heavily on Tang Xian, but fortunately after their pre-dinner conversation, Jian Cheng didn't give him any more trouble. They simply ate while discussing daily matters. After the meal, Tang Xian and Jian Cheng left the Western restaurant. "Aunt Jian, where are you heading now? Would you like me to give you a ride?" Tang Xian asked as they stepped out of the restaurant. "If you don't drive me, should I hail a cab? The rental place is still being renovated. Take me to a decent hotel," Jian Cheng replied, giving Tang Xian a glance. Starting the car, Tang Xian opened the passenger door and let Jian Cheng get in. "Auntie Jian, set the navigation," he said once the car was running. "Don't you know any hotels you're familiar with?" Jian Cheng asked after fastening her seatbelt. "Nope," Tang Xian shook his head. "You seem pretty honest, haven't been out staying in hotels much." After giving Tang Xian a glance, Jian Cheng booked a room on her phone and turned on the GPS. The car started, and Tang Xian drove according to the navigation. As he drove, Tang Xian realized something was off. It was heading towards the hotel he usually stayed at. But at this point, he couldn't speak anymore and could only go with the flow. "Gotta admit, this car really turns heads. You get what you pay for," Jian Cheng commented from the passenger seat, adjusting her seatbelt. It was a bit tight on her, a problem of her figure. Not bad," Tang Xian replied with just 2 words through his nose. "Did Fan Jin ever sit in your passenger seat?" Jian Cheng suddenly asked a question. "No, the car is brand new, and Aunt Jian is the first person to sit in the passenger seat of this car. There's no need to lie about it." Tang Xian answered truthfully. No one else had ridden in that car yet. When they arrived at their destination, Tang Xian got out, opened the car door for Jian Cheng, and then decided he would stay in his dorm tonight. He thought it best to limit his interactions with Jian Cheng. There was something intimidating about her. Jian Cheng stepped out, and just as Tang Xian was about to drive away, the unlucky security guard showed up. "Young Master Tang, you're back. Don't worry, I'll make sure to keep an eye on your car." Tang Xian carried no airs of superiority. Every time he came to the hotel, he would hand out cigarettes to the security guards and casually chat for a bit, so the guards knew him well. Jian Cheng then turned her gaze toward Tang Xian, her eyes icy. "So this is what you meant by not familiar with the hotel? The apartment I bought isn't renovated yet, and I never got used to dorm life, so I've been staying here instead. But I really don't know the hotel well, and I live alone. Tang Xian felt a little awkward. That's true. Though Mr. Tang stays in the top presidential suite, he's always been alone. The security guard realized his loose lips had caused trouble for Tang Xian and quickly spoke up to help explain. Presidential suite? Guess I won't need to get another room tonight? Jian Sheng adjusted her glasses with one hand while keeping her purse slung over the other arm. No, absolutely not. I'll get you a room. As he spoke, Tang Xian quickly entered the hotel, went to the front desk to book a room for Jian Sheng, handed her the keycard, and then swiftly made his exit. That night, Tang Xian barely slept. He woke up early and drove to school for classes. In the afternoon, Tang Xian received a call from Fanjin, who informed him that her mother had arrived and suggested having dinner together that evening. Tang Xian flat out refused. He wasn't ready to face Jian Sheng, it was too awkward, too nerve-wracking. After hanging up the phone, Tang Xian noticed Lu Hua looking at him. A beauty invited you to dinner, and you turned her down? Yeah, it didn't feel appropriate. It's more relaxing hanging out with you, bro. Tang Xian nodded. Just as Tang Xian was talking with Lu Hua, the phone rang again, another call from Fanjin. Difficult to have dinner together tonight? Didn't give me any face at all. Should I come find you later? Jian Xing's voice came through the phone. Find him? Where else but the hotel? Helpless, Tang Xian had no choice but to cancel his barbecue dinner plans with his roommates and headed to the agreed meeting spot. At the meeting point, Tang Xian saw Jian Sheng and Fanjin. Today, Fanjin was dressed in a denim skirt and a white short-sleeve top, looking vibrant and full of energy. During the meal, Jian Sheng didn't say anything inappropriate or embarrassing Tang Xian, it was simply a casual dinner together. After the meal, Jian Sheng led Fanjin into the car, a Porsche belonging to Fanjin with Jian Sheng at the wheel. Nice car. With just 3 words, Jian Sheng drove off. Mom, Tang Xian seems pretty intimidated by you. He didn't say a word during dinner. Fanjin chuckled from the passenger seat. All guts no action. But you still need to take care of yourself. Jian Sheng glanced at her daughter. What kind of woman was she? She had keen eyes. After observing the interaction between Tang Xian and her daughter, she was certain nothing was amiss. Jian Xing's visit stirred a small ripple in Tang Xian's life, but that was about it. College life remained easygoing without much hassle. Occasionally, he'd drop by Xiao Qingyin and Demon King's live streams to send some gifts. After all, he had stacks of virtual currency from completing his last reward mission. Every day when he returned to the hotel, he would spend hours chatting with Xiao Cheng over the phone. Life felt quite pleasant. That day, Tang Xian received a call from Sun Tzu. The clinical trials for the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular miracle drug were fully completed, proving successful. The patent had already been applied for, and a press conference was about to be held. Sun Tzu was calling to ask whether Tang Xian would attend the event. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian declined and asked Sun Tzu to contact Yun Dong and Dong Jin to arrange the press conference. It could be a grand affair. Additionally, he emphasized that the construction of the pharmaceutical factory needed to speed up, now that the miracle drug was ready. After hanging up, Tang Xian clenched his fist in triumph. Cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases were humanity's greatest enemy, and now that this miracle drug was available, it would dominate the market in no time. After finishing the call with Sun Tzu, Tang Xian's phone rang again. It was District Chief Zhou Lu calling to congratulate him. Since she had been closely following Datang Investments, she had received the news as soon as the patent application for the Datang Medical Center was completed. Chapter 71, How Many to Support. Zhou Lu congratulated Tang Xian and, after inquiring about the situation at Datang Investments, made arrangements to have dinner together when he returned to Shanghai. After hanging up, Tang Xian felt that inviting Zhou Lu to dinner upon his return was indeed necessary. With Gan Ning's help at Tsinghua University, he had likely secured Zhou Lu's recommendation, which led to him becoming student council president. While he didn't place much personal importance on the position, it was undeniably significant. The press conference for the Tang Pharmaceutical Research Center commenced. Since they had previously held a press release announcing a breakthrough in specialized cardiovascular and cerebrovascular drugs, the media sensed something significant this time as well. News outlets, both major and minor, arrived in full force. The Tang Pharmaceutical Research Center had also invited official attendees, specifically, leaders from the regulatory authority overseeing pharmaceuticals. At the press conference, Sun Tzu announced the successful development of a breakthrough cardiovascular drug, with efficacy several times greater than traditional medications. He presented experimental data, displayed the patent certificate, and produced all the necessary regulatory documents from the Drug Administration. The successful development of this breakthrough drug means production is the next step. Soon, patients with cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases will have access to better medication. Sun Tzu outlined the next phase of the Great Tang Medical Research Center's plans. President's son, we understand that your Datang investment company has excellent qualifications, with the Datang Medical Research Center achieving remarkable scientific results. The upcoming pharmaceutical factory is also under Datang investment. Are you considering going public soon? We believe the market valuation of Datang investment must already exceed everyone's expectations, a reporter inquired. Let our general manager Yun answer this question. Sun pointed at Yun Dong. Yun Dong stood up. Our chairman Tang has made it clear, no financing, no IPO. All projects under Datang investment will remain under our full control. Market valuation isn't important. What matters is ensuring certain projects aren't swayed by capital. History shows that too many promising enterprises have been hijacked by investors. Either projects change hands or die premature deaths. That won't happen with Datang investment. Thunderous applause erupted after Yun Dong's remarks. Datang Pharmaceutical Research Center's press conference proved highly successful, sparking considerable public discourse. Their dismissal of market valuation as unimportant struck many as bold and principled, a commitment to substance over quick IPO profits that demonstrated true responsibility. The pharmaceutical factory under the Datang Medical Research Center has already begun construction, and obtaining land approval was not difficult. With plenty of vacant land nearby the research center and strong official support, everything proceeded smoothly. Tang Xian was unaware of these matters, as he trusted Yun Dong and Sun to handle them properly. After attending a large lecture, Tang Xian chatted with Lu Hua as they walked. Old Tang, you're pretty close to our campus belle Fanjin. How about arranging a dorm mixer? We're not trying to mess with Fanjin, just seeing if there's anyone suitable in her dorm. None of us should stay single, right? Lu Hua said as he walked alongside Tang Xian. He was sharp even though he'd met Su Qingyan. He knew Tang Xian and Fanjin had a good relationship, though he wasn't entirely clear on the specifics. Sure, I'll ask later, but not these 2 days, Tang Xian said to Lu Hua. Why? Lu Hua was taken aback. With a smile, Tang Xian explained that Su Qingyan would be coming over later. You're indeed quite busy. Lu Hua glanced at Tang Xian with a mix of disdain and envy. Some things were just beyond his reach. After having a meal with Lu Hua at the cafeteria, Tang Xian returned to the hotel, took a shower, changed his clothes, and drove straight to the airport. Su Qingyan was arriving in the afternoon. The house she had bought wasn't ready yet, but she started missing Tang Xian a little. Since she didn't have much on her plate, she went ahead and booked a flight. The Pagani Huayra appeared, drawing countless admiring glances from passers-by. Its sleek, futuristic design was simply too dazzling, a rare sight indeed on domestic roads. At the airport, he drank a cup of coffee, reviewed Dongjin's investment projects, and upon hearing the boarding announcement, Tang Xian headed to the departure gate. Stepping out of the corridor, Su Qingyan spotted Tang Xian and immediately waved at him. This has broken many men's hearts. Such a peerless beauty has been trampled by a pig. Carrying Su Qingyan's suitcase, Tang Xian led her to the parking lot. Is this the legendary divine car? When did you order it? I remember when we first met, you didn't even have money to treat me to a meal. And this kind of car requires a reservation far in advance. You have the king of watches, and now this divine car. How many more things about you don't I know? Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Qingyan fixed her beautiful eyes on Tang Xian. Isn't it more fun to discover things slowly? Tang Xian chuckled. What else could he say? He had no idea what rewards the system would give him next. Alright, Su Qingyan nodded. Driving the car, Tang Xian headed straight for the princess's residence. Where are we going? It's not to a hotel, is it? Watching Tang Xian drive, Su Qingyan noticed the route seemed off. So eager to go to a hotel, are you? Tang Xian chuckled as he glanced at Su Qingyan. Ah, you terrible man, where are we going? Su Qingyan really wanted to pinch Tang Xian, but since he was driving, she restrained herself. Going home, Tang Xian replied with just 2 words, while his mind raced for an explanation. Could he say some uncle abroad had passed away and left him an inheritance? But that wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. He decided instead to claim he'd invested in buying the place last year, and the previous owner had only just vacated it this year. When Tang Xian drove his sports car to Princess Hushua's residence, Old Shou opened the main gate. He'd heard the roar of the engine from far away. After parking the car, Tang Xian pulled Su Qingyan's suitcase and stood by her side. Tang Xian, is this really home? Su Qingyan's eyes were full of astonishment, because the princess residence was too beautiful, with pavilions, waterside gazebos, flowers, birds, fish, and insects all real, even the insects, which were crickets raised by Uncle Chiu. After restoration by the decorating company, the princess residence now blends ancient charm with modern atmosphere, just like a scenic spot. It's hot outside. Let's freshen up first, then I'll give you a tour of our home. Tang Xian took Su Qingyan's hand and led her to the main living quarters of the Hushua princess residence. Su Qingyan had brought home clothes in her suitcase. After taking a shower, she changed into them around Tang Xian. She always dressed however she felt most comfortable. After Su Qingyan freshened up, Tang Xian took her for a walk around the princess's residence. Tang Xian, how big is this place? After strolling for a while, Su Qingyan finally asked. Over 10,000 square meters, I'd say, Tang Xian replied. He didn't know the exact details, just an estimate. Young master, the princess's manor covers an area of 16,600 square meters. Uncle Chiu interjected upon hearing the conversation between Yi Xian and Su Qingyan. Having lived in the princess's manor for decades, he was well versed in such details. A residence of over 16,000 square meters in the capital, and a princess's manor at that. Just how many people do you plan to keep besides me, Xiao Xuanzi? Out with it, Su Qingyan exclaimed, one hand on her hip and the other jabbing Yi Xian's chest after hearing Uncle Chiu's explanation. Chapter 72, Caught Red-Handed. At Su Qingyan's words, Uncle Chiu tactfully took his leave. If I were keeping someone else, would I have brought you here? Would I expose this place to you and wait for you to catch me in the act? Tang Xian said with a laugh. You're right. If that were your intention, you wouldn't have brought me here. I suppose you're dependable after all. Su Qingyan was pleased with Tang Xian's response. After strolling around the princess's residence, Su Qingyan took some photos to show her parents and Xiao Yao. Tang Xian, I love it here, Su Qingyan said to him. Yes, from now when you come, we'll live here. Even after graduation, when you come to the capital, you'll have a place to stay. Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. In the evening, Aunt Xiu prepared several dishes, mainly because Tang Xian had returned and brought guests. Aunt Xiu, did you make all these? Tang Xian's eyes were full of astonishment as he looked at the exquisite dishes with appealing colors and aromas. Yes, my ancestors were royal chefs in the palace, so some culinary traditions have been passed down. Young master and young lady, please try and see if they suit your tastes. Aunt Xiu replied with a smile. We're not very picky, you can call Uncle Chiu to join us, Tang Xian said. Aunt Xiu shook her head. Why had she and her husband been able to stay in this mansion for decades? It was because they understood the rules. After tasting the dishes prepared by Aunt Xiu, Su Qingyan couldn't stop praising them. They were truly delicious. After eating, Tang Xian accompanied Su Qingyan for a stroll around the princess's mansion before returning to the master bedroom. So beautiful. Is this how royal princesses lived in the past? Sitting on the sofa in the master suite, Su Qingyan remarked with emotion. Tang Xian shook his head. There's still a bit of difference. When the princess lived here, there were maids and servants everywhere, and the sense of ceremony was even stronger than it is now. So that means I'm still far from matching up to the princess. Su Qing leaned a little closer into Tang Xian's embrace. Reaching out to encircle Su Qingyan's shoulders, Tang Xian gently tapped her nose and said, actually, that's not entirely true. Princesses have no freedom, their lives are severely limited. Take love, for example. Most princesses are granted marriages by imperial decree, a means for the emperor to win over his ministers. Finding a dashing young man is a luxury for a princess. Even if her consort is outstanding, he still might not be the one she truly desires. That means they're not as good as me. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Su Qingyan cheered up. Smiling, Tang Xian picked up Su Qingyan and walked toward the intricately carved wooden bed. Inside the princess's residence, some heirloom items were left untouched in Tang Xian and the renovation company's design plans. For example, the rosewood carved canopy bed with its elegant draperies exuded timeless charm. Waking at dawn, Tang Xian glanced at the lazily sleeping Su Qingyan before texting Lu Hua, simply asking him to mark attendance on his behalf. He decided he'd spend the day keeping Su Qingyan company. Tang Xian, hold me a little longer. After Tang Xian sent the message, Su Qingyan tugged at his sleeve. Holding each other? Like drywood meeting a raging fire, their embrace was bound to ignite a fierce collision. Tang Xian, your energy is just too overwhelming, Su Qingyan murmured, leaning against his shoulder. It's because you're too irresistible. Just looking at you gets me going, what can I do? Besides, I'm young, aren't I? If I can't keep up now, how will you ever find happiness in the future? Tang Xian scooped Su Qingyan into his arms and got out of bed, as the golden sunlight streamed brightly through the curtains. After washing up, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan left the main bedroom. Aunt Xiu smiled and told them that the meal was almost ready, just a quick stir-fry now, and they could eat. How professional, Su Qingyan remarked to Tang Xian. Tang Xian nodded. If the food were prepared too far in advance, the flavor would suffer. But preparing the ingredients ahead and cooking them fresh made all the difference. After eating, Su Qingyan took out a pen and paper to jot down some necessities. Since she and Tang Xian would be living here from now on, it was only natural to stock up on essentials according to their habits. Once Su Qingyan finished making the shopping list, she dragged Tang Xian out to the streets. They spent most of the day shopping, returning with clothes and daily necessities, all of which were delivered to their doorstep, as Tang Xian's sports car could barely hold anything. We really should buy another car here. If anything comes up, this sports car's space is just too cramped, Tang Xian remarked after returning to the princess's residence. Should we ship the Lamborghini back to Shanghai and bring over the Rolls-Royce instead? Or is buying another one unnecessary? Su Qingyan suggested to Tang Xian. That's too much hassle. Let's just buy another one, Tang Xian replied to Su Qingyan. You're not short on money now, so go ahead and buy it if you want, Su Qingyan nodded. Since Tang Xian wasn't strapped for cash, she felt no need to micromanage the details. After all, living between two cities required vehicles anyway, and earning money was precisely for the freedom to spend as one pleased. After the shopping mall staff delivered their purchases, Tang Xian and Su Qingyan rearranged the main living area to their liking. The windows are spotless, the room is tidy, it's truly rare to find such a dwelling in the bustling, noisy capital. So comfortable. Su Qingyan spoke while lying on the sofa. Of course, you're living the life of a princess now, something others genuinely can't achieve, Tang Xian said with a smile. He was telling the truth. In terms of residential properties in the capital, his place was top tier. Following the map to find the perfect home, aside from being a key cultural heritage site, his Princess Manor was the most elite among private residences. As for its estimated value, Tang Xian couldn't accurately guess. The system's creations were always masterpieces. Mostly, it's because I'm happy with you. Su Qingyan didn't conceal her feelings. She simply loved the way she felt with Tang Xian. Moreover, she harbored a certain sentiment that drunken misadventure leading to something unintended with him had initially made her feel her life was no longer perfect. Even if she encountered love again, there would always be a trace of imperfection. But being with Tang Xian was different. What was once a flaw no longer felt like one because he was her one and only. The beginning might not have been ideal, but what followed was beautiful. As for the house she had previously booked, Su Qingyan felt it didn't matter if it stayed vacant. After taking possession, she could simply leave it to a housekeeping company for regular maintenance. Staying at the princess's residence to accompany Su Qingyan, while also discussing company matters with Yundong and Sunsu, Tang Xian's life was quite comfortable indeed. Won't it be a problem skipping class today? After finishing the video conference with the company, Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xian and asked, I had someone sign in for me. It shouldn't be a big deal, Tang Xian replied. In truth, Tang Xian had actually been caught by the professor. However, he wasn't severely punished because his usual performance was excellent. Given it was just this once, the professor didn't make a big deal out of it. Su Qingyan stayed at Tang Xian's place for 2 days before leaving. As she had many matters to attend to at the company, she had only postponed her schedule for these 2 days. After seeing Su Qingyan off, Tang Xian returned to school, where Lu Hua informed him that he had been caught by the professor. The professor said he'll quiz you next time. If you don't answer well, you'll be in trouble, Lu Hua told Tang Xian. Tang Xian smiled. Testing himself? This was one question he wasn't the least bit worried about. He had read numerous economics books, and his grasp of the professor's lectures was already profound. Chapter 73, Public Execution. During another lecture, Tang Xian was singled out by the professor. This instantly caused a stir. Many classmates believed Tang Xian was about to face humiliation, as this was an open lecture with numerous students from other departments in attendance, along with school administrators including the principal and Gan Ning, head of the economics department. In truth, the professor wasn't trying to embarrass Tang Xian. Their previous classroom discussions had convinced the professor that Tang Xian's understanding of market economics far surpassed that of his peers. Come, step forward and share what I've explained earlier along with your own understanding, the professor said to Tang Xian. Professor, I'm a freshman. Many seniors have grasped your lessons more deeply than I have, Tang Xian replied. You'll do. If your understanding wasn't solid, would you dare skip classes? The professor smiled at Tang Xian, well aware of his substantial wealth. After all, not many would casually donate 20 million. Stepping out of his seat, Tang Xian proceeded to summarize and analyze the content from the professor's previous lectures. Good, you're taking this seriously. You've grasped everything I explained earlier, so now share your thoughts with me. The professor was quite pleased with Tang Xian's performance, knowing Tang Xian couldn't have remembered all those details without dedicated studying. At this moment, the students began to applaud. Tang Xian had considerable fame at the school. Just mention young Master Xian, and everyone would show respect, for he was undeniably talented. The professor previously covered topics like the internet, artificial intelligence, and digitalization, so today I'll share my thoughts on scientific healthcare, smart agriculture, and green economy. First, scientific healthcare. The future of medicine will see many intelligent robots. Advanced medical equipment will undoubtedly rely on automation, from AI diagnostics and robotic nursing to smart therapy and automated testing. This represents a major developmental direction, as people increasingly prioritize health. As for smart agriculture, food is the most essential human need. Smart farming techniques in breeding, cultivation, and waste recycling hold vast potential for growth. Lastly, there's green economy. As living standards continue to rise, so do our expectations for environmental quality. Sustainability and energy efficiency are key trends, with renewable energy emerging as the dominant force in future markets. Above all, the focus must remain on ecology and sustainability. Standing at the podium, Tang Xian spoke with ease, sharing his insights on economics while delving into nuanced details. The three economies theory took Tang Xian half an hour to explain, though only in broad strokes. A detailed analysis would have taken who knows how much longer. After finishing his interpretation, Tang Xian bowed slightly to the professor and his classmates. Excellent. Truly excellent. If I weren't carrying my computer every day, I'd think you'd peeked at some of my research analysis. Of course, even my own analysis isn't as comprehensive as what you've just presented, the professor exclaimed, applauding vigorously. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Tang Xian replied modestly. Bullshit. I haven't even mentioned any of these things you're talking about. Is there more? Keep going. The professor cursed because Tang Xian was being too modest. Class will be over soon, Tang Xian said with a smile. We can skip the break. The economics students began to shout. Tang Xian's words had deeply moved them. Go on. If you do well, I guarantee you'll get full credit, the professor said with a grin. Alright, then let's discuss the development trend urbanization. In the future, a massive number of rural populations will migrate to towns and cities. This is an inevitable trend, as everyone now recognizes the importance of healthcare, education, and employment opportunities. Rural areas simply can't meet these demands, making urbanization a necessity. And with this shift, a new economic model will emerge, the street vendor economy. Many rural migrants, having limited access to higher education, won't be able to enter high-tech or specialized industries. Instead, street vending and small commodity trade will become trends. Of course, it's not just trade, street vendor services will also thrive, like what we call skewer stalls. Tang Xian spoke confidently on stage without a hint of stage fright. Tang, based on what you've described, what will become of rural areas in the future? Desolate and abandoned? An upper-class woman from the economics department spoke up. This open lecture wasn't just for freshmen, upperclassmen were also present, eager to broaden their perspectives for thesis defenses. Not at all. When the need arises, official policies will step in to regulate the broader direction. Concepts like green villages and rural tourism will extend into the countryside. The growth of tourism will spur the rise of related industries, tour guides, inns, homestays, and more. In short, our country's economic development is on a solid path, and the future is promising. Tang Xian concluded with a smile, wrapping up the professor's impromptu examination. The professor stood up and applauded, followed by the principal and Gan Ning. Soon, the entire auditorium erupted in applause. Student Tang's understanding of market economy is quite profound, far surpassing what's taught in class. When time permits, we'll invite student Tang to give a public lecture, Gan Ning spoke up. Vice Principal Gan, please don't. How could I dare show off my meager skills before an expert? Tang Xian would never do something so foolish as to display his incompetence. Tang Xian quickly declined. Showing off before an expert? Displaying incompetence? You're wasting your talents not being in the Chinese department. But what you're saying doesn't hold water. Your presentation was excellent. Let's give him a round of applause. Following Gan Ning's words, applause erupted once again. Many understood then that Tang Xian's graduation was assured. If nothing else, he'd already earned the recognition of both professors and the school administration. After the public lecture ended, Lu Hua slung an arm around Tang Xian's shoulders. You're too much, man. Spending all your time chasing girls yet still acing your classes like this. I attend classes seriously every single day. Okay? It's just that Qing Yin came over these past few days, so I skipped a couple of classes. Then you had to mess up and get caught. Luckily, I still had some knowledge in my head, otherwise, today would have been a public execution, Tang Xian said, shooting Lu Hua a disdainful look. Ha! Not bad at all. Your skills are truly impressive. Getting both the professor and the principal to applaud proves you're no counterfeit student council president. Lu Hua gave Tang Xian a vigorous pat on the shoulder. Soon enough, the video of Tang Xian's speech during the open lecture was uploaded to the campus forum, and the comments beneath were absolutely spectacular. Top-tier lyric writing, composition, and singing abilities aside, this guy is a straight-A genius through and through. This junior is drop-dead gorgeous. Hands off, ladies, that's my husband you're eyeing. Get lost, you upstairs troll. But seriously, this junior really lived up to being someone who could donate 20 million so generously. With such deep understanding of market economy, making money is practically inevitable for him. By the way, does anyone know how much our junior sports car is worth? I'd like to buy one too. Come look at this. The person above clearly hasn't woken up yet. That's a limited edition Pagani Huayra, base price over 40 million, you might as well go back to sleep. Did you guys notice our junior's outfit? That's an Adanima handcrafted edition, just that casual shirt alone is 5 figures. The comments under the video exploded, but without any belittling or negative remarks. To sum it up, it was pure envy, jealousy, and resentment. Fanjin, your little husband is really stealing the show this time. What a standout figure, second to none. In Fanjin's dorm room, her roommate held a tablet and exclaimed admiringly. Chapter 74, Watching Like a Hawk. Don't say such nonsense. Tang Xian is just my classmate. Fanjin blushed. Ha ha, childhood sweethearts then, the roommate laughed teasingly. By the way, Tang Xian messaged me asking if our dorm wanted to have a mixer with theirs. If you're interested, I'll reply to him, otherwise, we'll just drop it, Fanjin said to her roommates. President Tang is excellent, but what about his roommates? One of Fanjin's roommates chimed in. Getting into Tsinghua naturally means they're outstanding, but our standards are quite high, not just anyone can be our friend. Fanjin shook her head. I'm not sure, but Tang Xian mentioned all 3 roommates are quite decent. If you're curious about details, you can dig into it yourselves. After hearing what Fanjin said, her roommates all agreed to go to the social mixer, if only to check it out. After all, they were all freshmen who hadn't made many friends yet. After receiving Fanjin's message, Tang Xian informed Lu Hua and asked him to pass the word to Lin Chang and Niu Meng. The roommates from both dorms would gather for dinner that evening. That night, everyone met at a mid-range restaurant. High-end hotels weren't appropriate, and neither were roadside food stalls. Roadside stalls weren't suitable for this kind of social gathering, people needed space to chat. As for high-end hotels, while money wasn't an issue for Tang Xian, he couldn't set such a precedent. If they started with luxury, what about later? He personally didn't care whether he'd join next time or not, but he couldn't set up his 3 roommates for future discomfort. If they started too high, it'd be hard to scale back later. After everyone arrived, Tang Xian, as the organizer, said a few simple words. They were all out for education, and having one more friend meant one more path in life. As the conversation flowed, everyone became quite open. Regarding exchanging contacts, Tang Xian was naturally pleased. It was a good thing. Since they were all students, at this first social gathering, they drank just a little alcohol, enough for the atmosphere but not enough to overstep boundaries. Tang Xian didn't drive since his car was at school. He went back to the dorm with his roommate by taxi to rest. Back at the dorm, Niu Meng, Lin Chang, and Lu Hua were all glued to their phones texting, while Tang Xian lay on his bed browsing news about the Tang Pharmaceutical Research Center. The news was quite sensational, as it represented a major breakthrough in the medical field, a boon for many cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, which also meant enormous market potential. Great, really great. Old 4, we owe you one this time. Niu Meng patted Tang Xian on the shoulder. Ha ha, it was nothing, just a small favor. But let me remind you guys, some things should be done in moderation. Don't take it too far and end up with a life on your hands. That'd be irresponsible and harmful to everyone. After shooting Niu Meng a glance, Tang Xian added this remark. Old 4, what's that supposed to mean? We're all reasonable people here. At the very least, we know how to stay within legal boundaries. Niu Meng froze momentarily. Boss, what Lao Si means is that when something happens, you should wear a raincoat and not end up with a little Niu Meng. That's not just another life, right? Lin Chang caught Tang Xian's implication quickly. This car's driving is on point, tires right up in your face. Lu Hua shot Niu Meng a glance, hinting he couldn't keep up with the pace. After hearing Lin Chang and Lu Hua's words, Niu Meng finally understood and looked embarrassed. There are countless roads, but safety comes first. Lao Si makes a good point. After chatting for a while longer, Tang Xian went to rest. After a night's rest, the 4 brothers in the dormitory were all refreshed and energetic. Their late-night attempts at flirting had gone quite smoothly. After classes ended, Tang Xian sent a message to Fanjin, and the two arranged to have a meal together. How do your roommates feel about my 3 roommates? Tang Xian asked between bites of food. They were very direct and chatted excitedly. One of them even has a date set for tonight. Fanjin's face turned red. She had never experienced something like this before, and it all felt so fast. That's not our problem. Maybe it's just fate. Tang Xian smiled. Some girls in our class have asked me for your contact info. Should I give it to them? Actually, you're the first choice for many girls, not just because you're exceptional, but also because financial stability matters. No one wants to laugh on the back of a bicycle anymore. Fan Jin said to Tang Xian. No, have you gotten used to campus life yet? After handing Fan Jin some napkins, Tang Xian asked. I have. The rented place is almost renovated. I'll invite you over for dinner after I move in, Fan Jin said to Tang Xian. Tang Xian nodded. Alright, let me know when it's time to move. After leaving the restaurant, Tang Xian and Fan Jin went their separate ways, with Tang Xian driving back to the princess residence. Beneath the plaque of the princess residence now hung another one, Tang residence. It was hung by Uncle Chiu, since the master of this princess residence now bore the surname Tang. Entering the princess residence, Tang Xian felt something was missing without Su Qingyan there. Knowing she was at work at this hour, he didn't disturb her. Instead, he chatted with Lu Tao for a while and arranged to meet up for barbecue on Saturday. After chatting with Lu Tao, Tang Xian received a message from the Witch Queen, saying she would arrive in Kyoto a few days later. Since you're practically half a local in Kyoto, young Master Xian, you'll have to treat me when I arrive. I want the best food and the best accommodation, the Witch Queen said over the phone. Sure, as long as you don't mind me selling you off, Tang Xian replied without hesitation. After several interactions, he found this woman to be quite open-minded. Go ahead and try. I'm not afraid. I'll just cling to your arm and cry, the Witch Queen said with a laugh. After talking with the Demon King, Tang Xuanhe discussed the investment projects with Dongjin. Some of the short-term projects from earlier had already been sold or acquired, and the profits were already coming in. Once Tang finished communicating with Dongjin, Jian Qing's call came through. "Aunt Jian, is there something you need?" After a brief moment of consideration, Tang Xian picked up the call. "Can't I just call you for no reason?" Jian Qing's voice, filled with mature charm, came through the phone. "Aunt Jian, overthinking it. Hearing your voice is like spring rain nourishing the earth to me. I'm always glad to receive your guidance." Tang Xian responded with a smile to Jian Qing's slightly accusatory tone. "That sweet talk might work on young girls, but it won't sway me. Are you and Fanjin doing well?" Jian Qing chided before changing the subject after hearing Tang Xian's reply. "We're both doing great, we even had lunch together this afternoon," Tang Xian answered straightforwardly. "Eating together every day. Just meals, nothing more?" Jian Qing's voice rose slightly on the phone. "Yes, it's just lunch for now. You're looking at me like I'm a thief, is that really necessary?" "I don't have any criminal record," Tang Xian said, exasperated. "Well, fair enough. The reason I called today is that Detang Investments has been dealing with a lot of legal contracts recently. General Manager Yun and General Manager Dong can handle standard agreements and documents, but for important company documents, it's more appropriate if you sign them. Should you come back, or should I go to you?" Jian Qing got down to business. Chapter 75, Good Enough Terms. "I'll give Aunt Jian the address. You can mail them to me, I'll sign and send them back," Tang Xian replied after a moment's thought. He felt it would be best to avoid meeting Jian Qing if possible. No, this matter must be handled meticulously. If the documents get lost in the mail or something unexpected happens, the consequences could be severe. "Let me come to you instead, I was planning to visit Fanjin anyway," Jian Qing said to Tang Xian. "That works too. Aunt Jian can give me a call when you arrive." Tang Xian didn't refuse this time. His earlier suggestion to mail the documents had been an instinctive reaction to avoid the pressure of meeting Jian Qing. In reality, he knew documents like these required caution, losing them would cause major trouble. After hanging up, Tang Xian took a stroll around the manor, then began loosening up with some martial exercises in an open area. With his mastery of top-tier combat skills, his punches and kicks cut through the air with formidable force. "Young master, have you trained before? Would you like me to arrange some training equipment?" Noticing Tang Xian finishing his exercises, Butler Chiu inquired. "No need." Tang Xian shook his head. His combat skills were top-tier, so he no longer needed to rely on training equipment. After resting for the night, since it was Saturday, Tang Xian drove to meet Lu Tao. The two hit up a street stall and started chowing down on skewers. Lu Tao was particularly excited. Besides regular coursework, police training school involved intense physical drills, which were quite grueling. Fortunately, he had managed to push through. "Seems like you've been enjoying school life," Tang Xian remarked with a laugh as he cracked open a beer. "Ah, it's been great. The coursework isn't as intense as high school, and the senior and junior girls are also spirited. One of our military training instructors was absolutely gorgeous, though brutally strict. She really put our group of burly guys through the ringer," Lu Tao said with a laugh. "Tomorrow, you'll be the one suffering," a voice sounded beside Lu Tao and Tang Xian. Both Lu Tao and Tang Xian looked up, their expressions instantly changing. Tang Xian never expected to run into an acquaintance here. Lan Qi. Officer Lan Qi in police uniform gazed at Tang Xian. "Didn't expect to see Officer Lan here. Seems like that goodbye forever we said earlier wasn't very effective," Tang Xian remarked as he looked at Lan Qi. "Instructor." Unlike Tang Xian's casual greeting, Lu Tao appeared visibly nervous. Mind if we add 2 more pairs of chopsticks?" Lan Qi asked Tang Xian. She wasn't alone, a fellow policewoman in uniform stood beside her. Tang Xian certainly didn't mind, and whether Lu Tao minded or not wasn't important either, because Lan Qi hadn't asked him. "Don't tell me you're attending university in the capital," Lan Qi said as she sat down. Is it really that unusual for me to be at university in the capital?" Tang Xian responded with surprise. "Was there any problem with him coming to the capital?" "Coach, Tang Xian was my high school deskmate. Now he's a freshman at Tsinghua University and also the student council president," Lu Tao chimed in, noticing how familiar his deskmate seemed with the coach. "Student council president?" Lan Qi looked at Tang Xian with some surprise. After all, Huaping University was a top-tier institution filled with countless elites. For a freshman to become student council president, that was a bit unbelievable. "The school insisted, so I reluctantly accepted," Tang Xian said with a smile. "Reluctantly? Let's try to keep some dignity in our words." Lan Qi shot Tang Xian a disdainful look. The position of student council president at Huaping University carried immense prestige. If Tang Xian ever entered politics, this would lay a solid foundation for his future. Tang Xian felt somewhat speechless. He really had tried to refuse, just hadn't managed to decline successfully. Lu Tao tactfully ordered more skewers. When the drill instructor arrived, it was only natural to offer warm hospitality. Lan Chi, see that car over there? So many people taking photos, it looks like one of Pagani's Holy Trinity hypercars. Let's snap some pictures first, then slap a ticket on it, said the woman seated beside Lan Chi. Why issue a ticket? Tang Xian frowned in confusion. Here he was inviting them to sit down for a meal, yet they insisted on writing citations. Does that look like a parking space to you? The woman next to Lan Chi fixed Tang Xian with a pointed gaze. It's not a parking spot. But it doesn't say no parking either, right? Tang Xian spoke up, always one to reason things out. He'd carefully chosen his parking position to avoid inconveniencing anyone. No designated spot means illegal parking. Issuing a ticket is justified. Spoiled rich brats like this need to be taught a lesson. Giving Tang Xian a glance, Lan Chi's companion stood firm in her opinion. Fine, write it then. Worst case, I'll appeal it. Tang Xian shook his head. Though Lan Chi had a temper, she was reasonable unlike her companion who acted like a spoiled princess. Tang Xian's words left both Lan Chi and her friend stunned, they hadn't realized it was his car. Lu Yu, don't say any more. Lan Chi glanced at her friend, because she could see that Tang Xian was already somewhat displeased. After looking at Tang Xian, Lu Yu didn't speak further. A best friend's dignity should be respected. After finishing the drink in his cup, Tang Xian took out his phone to call a designated driver. When the driver arrived, Tang Xian then stood up to settle the bill. Lu Tao, let's catch up another day. Goodbye, Officer Lan. As for Lan Chi's friend Lu Yu, he merely gave a slight nod out of courtesy. He didn't quite approve of Lu Yu's temperament, hating evil vehemently. One should still investigate thoroughly before passing judgment. The designated driver arrived at the car but shook his head. Sir, could you cancel the order? I can't drive this car. It's fine, I'll sit in the passenger seat. If anything happens, it's on me. Just drive with peace of mind. Tang Xian smiled. Sir, when you placed the order, I didn't properly check the details before accepting it. That was my mistake. Could you please cancel the order? The designated driver looked uneasy. He really didn't dare drive such a sports car, he wasn't familiar with its performance, and any scratches or dents would be a serious problem. Where to? Let me drive for you. Lan Chi approached. She'd had some skewers but hadn't drunk any alcohol. No need, that'd be too embarrassing. I'll just call another driver. Tang Xian shook his head. You shouldn't be so polite with me. Lu Yu, I'll take Tang Xian back first, and we'll text later. After saying goodbye to her friend, Lan Chi took the car keys from Tang Xian and got into the driver's seat. Helpless, Tang Xian could only get in the car and started giving directions. At the roadside food stall, Lu Tao and Lu Yu were still eating. Miss, are you a traffic police officer? Lu Tao asked Lu Yu. Your classmate has quite the temper. Lu Yu glanced in the direction where Tang Xian and Lan Chi had left. Not really. He's actually very mild-mannered. It was your words that were a bit harsh earlier, sister. He's not some spoiled rich brat, Lu Tao chimed in. His family circumstances are excellent. That car just now was one of Pagani's Holy Trinity models, the base price is 40 million. It's strange you two get along so well. Lu Yu couldn't quite figure it out. Logically, Tang Xian and Lu Tao shouldn't move in the same circles, yet they had conversed effortlessly while eating earlier, with Tang Xian even serving Lu Tao several skewers. His circumstances are indeed good, but not because of his family. He became an orphan back in middle school. Everything he has today was built by his own hands, Lu Tao explained. Chapter 76, You're really ruthless. An orphan? Lu Yu was stunned. She never expected that Tang Xian, who drove a sports car worth 40 million, wasn't some rich second-generation heir or young master. Indeed, all his achievements come from his own hard work. He must have earned quite a lot in recent years, though I don't know the exact amount. But in Zhonghai City, he lives in the most luxurious villa. Are you finished eating? If you don't need a ride, I should head back to campus. Lu Tao spoke up. Lu Yu might be beautiful, but given her strained relationship with Tang Xian, he naturally saw no reason to engage with her unnecessarily. I'm done, thank you for the hospitality. I can make my own way back, Lu Yu replied. After leaving the roadside eatery, Tang Xian gave directions while Lan Chi drove, heading straight for the Princess Manor. You don't live at the university? Lan Chi, who was driving, noticed that Tang Xian wasn't pointing toward the direction of Tsinghua University. I bought a house, Tang Xian said after a moment's thought, realizing there was no point in keeping it a secret. Besides, Lan Chi would see it soon enough when they drove over. Tang Xian, are you sure this is the right way? As she drove, Lan Chi's mind was filled with bewilderment, because further ahead, there weren't many residential areas or newly developed properties. Tang Xian raised his hand and pointed ahead. Princess Manor wasn't far now. The car pulled up before Princess Manor. The gate slowly swung open, a massive door with traditional knockers, motorized at the base for remote-controlled convenience. Go in? Lan Chi was somewhat dazed. Go in. Tang Xian nodded. They were at his doorstep. What else were they supposed to do? Young master has returned. Upon seeing Tang Xian return, Steward Xiu greeted him. As for Lan Chi, he pretended not to see her. He had met Su Qingyan before but knew better than to interfere in his master's affairs. "Steward Xiao, this is my friend, Officer Lan Qi." After getting out of the car, Tang Xian introduced her. Then, Tang Xian brought Lan Qi into the main room and served tea to entertain her. "Tang Xian, this is the Hushua Princess Estate. How did you manage to acquire it?" Lan Qi asked Tang Xian, her gaze questioning. As a native of the capital, she naturally knew about the Hushua Princess Estate, but she never expected it to belong to a private individual and now in Tang Xian's hands. As for its value, no one could truly put a price on it. "Bought it? You think I stole it or something?" Tang Xian chuckled, then poured Lan Qi a glass of water. "This is the princess's mansion." "Tang Xian, you're ruthless, and how did you even get that license plate? Jing A77777. Even a local from the capital with major connections probably couldn't snag such a number." As she stepped out of the car, Lan Qi noticed the license plate. "The license plate is from the university. The president saw my new car didn't have one, so he gave me the school's plate," Tang Xian explained. Tsinghua University has tens of thousands of undergraduate, master's, and doctoral students, plus professors and even stipend-receiving academicians. Why would the president single you out to give the plate to? Lan Qi couldn't help but doubt his story. "I became the student council president, so I thought I ought to contribute something to the school. I made a donation, and afterward, when the dean escorted me out, he noticed my car didn't have a license plate. He ended up giving me one that the city had allocated to the school a few years back," Tang Xian explained, detailing the specifics. "Alright, you're ruthless enough even after coming to Jingdu, you can't settle down." As she spoke, Lan Qi spotted the dress hanging on the coat rack, Su Qingyin's home gown. But she didn't ask about it, knowing it wasn't her place to inquire. After sitting with Tang Xian for a while and receiving quite a shock, Lan Qi left. The princess's mansion in her memories turned out to be private property, something Tang Xian had actually managed to purchase. It was utterly absurd. This wasn't just about money. Without the right connections, such a feat would have been impossible. He took a cab back to the police station, and Lan Qi arrived at the supervisor's office. "Dad, I have something to ask you." Lan Qi spoke as soon as she entered the office. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be working at the bureau instead of running over here? And don't call me dad at work, address me as director." An elder reviewing documents in the office looked up and spoke. "Dad, I'm off duty today, and you're working overtime too. I wanted to ask you something." Lan Qi gently took the documents from the elder's hands. "You're impossible. If it's private business, we'll talk at home. If it's work-related, you shouldn't be discussing it with me. You should go through your bureau chief and party secretary first." The elder seated in the chair sighed and spoke. "Dad, do you know about the princess mansion in our capital?" Pulling out a chair and sitting across from the elderly man, Lan Qi asked. "Of course. It's the residence of Princess Yijing Hushua from the last imperial dynasty during feudal times." "What about it?" The old man looked curiously at his daughter. "Has that princess mansion been privatized?" Lan Qi inquired again. In the early days of the nation's founding, a patriotic businessman donated his family assets, including many factories and equipment. To ensure he had something to rely on in his old age, the authorities awarded him the Hushua Princess Mansion. Many years have passed since then, and I don't know the current situation, but that mansion is indeed legally private property. The old man replied after a moment's thought. "I see, that makes sense now." Lan Qi nodded, realizing that Tang Xian must have acquired the princess's mansion through some channel from the descendants of that patriotic businessman. "Instead of focusing on your job properly, you're messing around with nonsense. You need to improve yourself. Also, your mother has already arranged a meeting for you tomorrow. You should tidy up and stop being so careless." The elderly man glared at Lan Qi. As a high-ranking official in the capital, he hoped his daughter's career would progress smoothly, which required diligence and strict self-discipline. Moreover, her lifelong happiness was something he couldn't help but worry about. Hearing the old man's words, Lan Qi's expression changed instantly. "Matchmaking again? Are you really that worried your daughter won't find a husband?" "I'll find a boyfriend myself. Go ahead and make a scene, if you don't mind upsetting your mother or giving her a heart attack," the old man shot back, giving his daughter a disapproving look. Lan Qi felt somewhat helpless. Things had been manageable back in Zhonghai, but now that she had returned to the capital, the troubles only seemed to multiply. After leaving the police station, Lan Qi couldn't help but wonder just how much money Tang Xian had to be able to afford Princess Manor in the capital, that was, apart from state-owned properties, one of the most prestigious residences, complete with pavilions, terraces, and waterside gazebos, practically a miniature imperial garden. Not to mention, he owned a villa on the Bund in Zhonghai and 2 supercars. Was this guy really an orphan? While Lan Qi was lost in thought, Liu called, expressing her displeasure. After Lan Qi and Tang Xian left, Lu Tao had also walked away, leaving her stranded. Now she was shopping alone and insisted Lan Qi join her. After a moment's hesitation, Lan Qi rushed to the location Lu Yu sent and met up with her. "I'm telling you, young mistress, you might have time to idle around, but I don't. My grandfather keeps a tight leash on me. If I don't work hard, there'll be trouble." Seeing Lu Yu, Lan Qi spoke up, visibly frustrated. She disliked her family's arrangements, but with her mother's health being fragile, she couldn't afford to upset her. If you can't take it, just quit and strike out on your own. It's not like your family's short on money, why work yourself to death? Lu Yu chimed in. Having grown up together, they were well aware of each other's family situations. Chapter 77, The Demon King Arrives. That's not feasible. It's not about the money, it's grandfather's insistence. Let's drop this topic and go shopping. After that, if there's time. You really embarrassed me earlier. I didn't even finish my meal properly. Lan Qi shot Lu Yu a glance. Say, are you quite familiar with that Tang Xian? Lu Yu asked openly. Fairly so. He helped me with a case before, his skills are excellent. After a moment's thought, Lan Qi felt she couldn't claim real familiarity with Tang Xian, just slightly better than strangers. Excellent skills, you've tested them? Lu Yu laughed while looking at Lan Qi. Glancing at Lu Yu, Lan Qi flushed red. Your mind is absolutely filthy, daring to suggest testing anything and everything. He's loaded, owns a 40 million yuan sports car, and his classmates say he has a top-tier villa in Zhanghai City. If you don't want to try, give me his WeChat ID, Lu Yu spoke up. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Lan Qi frowned. I know you're wild, but don't mess with Tang Xian. He's just a freshman in his first year. See, you won't give it to me. You just want to try him yourself, Lu Yu retorted, shooting Lan Qi a displeased look. Are we still shopping or not? If you keep this up, I'm leaving, Lan Qi said unhappily, not liking Lu Yu's attitude. Seeing Lan Qi's unhappiness, Lu Yu didn't press further. As longtime friends, they could chat about anything, but she wouldn't do anything to hurt their friendship. After shopping around for a while, Lu Yu and Lan Qi arrived at a Western restaurant. Lan Qi, how did you meet that Tang Xian? After ordering, Lu Yu brought up Tang Xian again. After a moment's thought, Lan Qi recounted the incident chasing the robbers and how Tang Xian had helped her by catching all the criminals. Those 4 knife-wielding thugs were no match for him. Does he actually know Kung Fu? Lu Yu finally understood what Lan Qi had meant by his martial arts skills. It wasn't the watered-down version she had imagined. Lan Qi shot Lu Yu a disdainful glance before nodding. The stronger kind. Give me your WeChat ID, Lu Yu said to Lan Qi. Lan Qi shook her head. She wouldn't give out her WeChat ID. This friend of hers played around too much, daring to try anything. She didn't want Tang Xian to be corrupted. After resting at the princess's residence, Tang Xian received a message from the Demon King. She had boarded the plane. If Tang Xian had time, he could pick her up. If not, sending the location would suffice. After checking the flight schedule, Tang Xian drove out. After all, he couldn't very well leave someone waiting at the airport for him. The airport pickup went smoothly, and the Demon King in her sky blue dress naturally drew countless gazes. Driving along, Tang Xian turned on some soft music. Where would you like to go? I can drop you off. I had no plans. I just came to find you and treat you to a meal. I'm really grateful for your help last time. If it weren't for you, I would have been humiliated and beaten badly. Looking at Tang Xian, Demon King said with a smile. Just came to treat me to a meal. I can't believe it. Even if you waited until my vacation, there'd still be time then. Tang Xian was surprised. He never expected Demon King to come all this way just for him. That wouldn't show sincerity. Anyway, I've got nothing else to do, and my live streaming gear is in my suitcase. I can broadcast from anywhere. Demon King chuckled. Alright then, I'll book you a hotel. You can stay in Kyoto for a few more days, and if I have time, I'll show you around. Tang Xian replied to Demon King. Driving along, Tang Xian found a 5-star hotel and booked the presidential suite. The guests had arrived, and he had to do the honors. After sending the Demon King to the room and placing his suitcase down, Tang Xian looked at him and said, Alright, you rest for a while. I'll go back and rest too, then we'll meet in the evening for a big dinner. This is the presidential suite. There are extra rooms. It'd be such a hassle if you went back and had to come again. Come on. The Demon King pulled Tang Xian by the arm and led him into the presidential suite. It felt a bit awkward. Tang Xian went to the guest bedroom, took a quick shower, and then rested. He had visited Lu Tao in the morning and chatted with Lan Qi, so he was feeling a little tired. He slept until evening before waking up, only to find himself covered with a blanket. This was slightly embarrassing because after his shower, he had only been wearing shorts. After freshening up, Tang Xian stepped out of the room. In the living room, Tang Xian saw Demon King. Demon King was sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside as the city lights began to glow, creating quite a romantic atmosphere. Why didn't you wake me? You haven't eaten anything since landing. Let's go now. Tang Xian rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat puzzled. He really was unusually drowsy today. Upon leaving the hotel, Tang Xian wanted to drive, but the Demon Queen wouldn't let him. She had plans to have a few drinks. Tang Xian agreed. Not driving wasn't such a big deal anyway. The hotel parking lot had security guards. No one would touch his car recklessly, and anyone trying to take photos would be chased away. While Tang Xian was sleeping, the Demon Queen had already picked out a restaurant and made reservations. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the waiter escorted the two to a relatively quiet seating area. Truth be told, our line of work isn't easy. When you lack popularity, you feel anxious, constantly thinking about how to increase your following, and once you gain that following, it's all about endless scheming. After ordering, Demon King sighed deeply. Your financial situation isn't bad now, so you can afford to be more carefree. I think you have a great mentality, never actively begging for gifts or competing for anything, Tang Xian commented. Having watched Demon King's stream several times, he was familiar with her laid-back streaming style where viewership and gifts came as they may. Yeah, I'm doing alright, got lucky early on by building up my audience. Now it's incredibly difficult for newcomers to make it, few genuinely break through each year. If Little Princess didn't have you supporting her, gaining popularity would be tough. Demon King said to Tang Xian. I understand, none of us has it easy. Tang Xian nodded. The food arrived, and Demon King ordered 2 bottles of red wine. As they ate, they chatted. Tang Xian, is your villa on the bund newly bought? I remember villa number 9 was empty before, supposedly reserved. After taking a sip of wine, Demon King asked. That's right, I bought it during summer vacation. Speaking of which, since we're neighbors, I still don't know which building you live in. Tang Xian replied with a smile. The Demon King shook her head, not my house. I've made some money over the past 2 years, but I'm not quite at the level where I can buy a villa. It belongs to another streamer who borrowed it from her top fan. That fan is constantly abroad on business, so the house was empty. Since she's a live streaming sales host who needs ample space to store product samples, she invited me over to keep her company. Oh, I see. I always thought you bought it. Tang Xian nodded. He had felt something wasn't quite right before. Villas along the bund all cost 9-figure sums, or at least close to it. For a streamer to afford one would be quite difficult. You didn't think I was being capped, did you? The Demon King glanced at Yi Xian, sensing Tang Xian's implied meaning behind his polite words. Chapter 78, The Center of Public Opinion. No, I just think you've made a lot of money. Tang Xian smiled. He truly didn't mean it that way, and even if he had thought so, he wouldn't have said it out loud. Ha ha, I'll work hard to earn money and buy a villa someday too, Demon King said, waving his arm energetically. Unlike other streamers who were more mercenary, Demon King had come to see Tang Xian simply to express his gratitude. He didn't bring up any talk about support or anything transactional, making their conversation relaxed and aimless. After finishing 2 bottles of liquor and still not satisfied, they ordered 2 more. After the meal, Tang Xian picked up the tab. Since Demon King had come all the way from Shanghai, there was no way Tang Xian would let him pay for the meal. After leaving the restaurant, the two strolled toward the hotel together. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Tang Xian hesitated to go upstairs, mindful of propriety between a man and a woman. He didn't want the Demon King to suspect any ulterior motives, that would be awkward. Come upstairs. I'm bored alone. We can chat, don't overthink it. I won't cling to you. The Demon King gazed at Tang Xian with hopeful eyes. Unable to refuse under that gaze, Tang Xian followed her upstairs. Inside the room, they chatted casually, with the Demon King particularly curious about his past, keeping the conversation lively. Eventually, growing drowsy, Tang Xian leaned back on the sofa to rest. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room with light as Tang Xian opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a sofa, or more accurately, a sofa bed, since the backrest of the large sofa could be pushed down to form a bed. Sleeping on the sofa bed didn't bother Tang Xian. What troubled him was the person lying beside him, and the fact that his hand was resting on the famously voluptuous headlights known throughout the live streaming world. Almost as if possessed, Tang Xian instinctively squeezed them with his fingers. Ing! The Demon King woke up, her beautiful eyes gazing at Tang Xian. This was awkward. Tang Xian felt self-conscious and said, I didn't mean to do that. Ha! I'd believe you if you said you didn't mean to put it there, but you definitely pinched me just now. The Demon King got up and went to freshen up. Tang Xian went to the secondary bedroom to wash up. After getting ready, he prepared to leave. It was Monday, and he had classes to attend. He didn't dare risk being caught skipping again, not that he feared the scolding, but the embarrassment alone would be unbearable. After finishing the morning classes, Tang Xian drove to the hotel, took the Demon King to eat Beijing's famous roast duck, and then visited some well-known scenic spots. In the evening, Tang Xian drove the Demon King to the hotel, but this time he didn't get out of the car. The Demon King also felt a bit embarrassed, as what happened that morning was all too real. Tomorrow afternoon is the only time I'll be free. You can look around by yourself. With a casual wave to the Demon King, Tang Xian drove off. Watching Tang Xian drive away, the Demon King's eyes held a trace of surprise. He had truly left. This wasn't some ploy of playing hard to get. It differed entirely from what she had imagined. She thought Tang Xian would want to stay behind, that he would have certain expectations, especially after gifting her nearly 30 million worth of presents. That was no small sum, so having some demands would have been perfectly normal. Only after driving back to the princess mansion did Tang Xian finally exhale in relief. Staying at the hotel? There wouldn't have been any issue, but some things required restraint. Upon returning to the princess mansion, Tang Xian first held a conference call with Yundong, Dongjin, and Sun Tzu to take care of some matters before finally relaxing. 2 days later, the Demon King left the capital. After all, she couldn't stay at the hotel indefinitely. Tang Xian settled into a quiet routine, attending classes during the day and occasionally grabbing skewers with his roommates. However, Lu Hua, Niu Meng, and Lin Chang were often busy, sometimes not even staying in the dorm. Though they hadn't rented apartments, they certainly weren't short on money for hotel stays. One day, while discussing market economy theories with his professor, Tang Xian received a call from Jian Cheng. She informed him she was bringing over a contract and asked to meet for lunch to sign the paperwork. Tang Xian was aware of this arrangement. Jian Cheng had mentioned it before. Moreover, Yun Dong had called in yesterday to check whether Jian Cheng could bring some important documents out of the company. Tang Xian, trusting Jian Cheng fully, naturally agreed. At a restaurant off campus, Tang Xian met Jian Cheng and Fanjin, who were already waiting for him. "You've had a busy day. I finished all my morning classes, and you're still sprawled out at school." Seeing Tang Xian, Jian Cheng shot him a disdainful glance. "After class, I discussed some questions with the professor," Tang Xian said with a smile. "Tang Xian, I heard that you and the professor are collaborating on a research paper," Fan Jin asked, looking at Tang Xian. "It's a thesis on ecological economics. Since I previously shared some viewpoints, the professor felt they align closely with some of his past ideas, so he invited me to collaborate on a paper. Besides that, he also assigned me a research project on rural economic development." Tang Xian shook his head. After that public lecture where he spoke for half the class, the professor had taken notice of him. "You never settle down no matter where you go. Attorney Lu, bring the contract over for Mr. Tang to sign." After glancing at Tang Xian, Jian Cheng beckoned to a woman at another table. Tang Xian froze for a moment. Lawyer Lu looked vaguely familiar, and there were 2 other men accompanying her. After some thought, Tang Xian remembered they had met during a meeting at Datang Investments. "President Yun is always cautious. He was concerned about my safety when important documents left the company, so he arranged for Lawyer Lu and 2 security guards to accompany me." Jian Cheng shot Tang Xian a glance. Clearly Yun Dong didn't fully trust her. Tang Xian also felt a bit awkward about the situation. Yun Dong hadn't informed him beforehand, but he understood it was a security measure and quite reasonable. Open the document and, with Jian Cheng's explanation, Tang Xian signed it. After signing, Tang Xian handed the contract to Jian Cheng, who sealed it before passing it to Lawyer Lu. "Attorney Jian, please enjoy your meal. We'll take our leave first. President Yun instructed us to bring the signed contract back to the company immediately after signing," Attorney Lu said. "Understood," Jian Cheng nodded. She knew that although there was still some room for improvement in terms of trust, Yun Dong's cautious attitude was the right approach. After Lawyer Lu and the security personnel left, Tang Xian poured Jian Cheng a cup of tea and then apologized. "There's no need to apologize. The rules are quite reasonable, and Yun Dong also sought my opinion." Jian Cheng shook her head. "As long as you're not upset, we'll keep it casual for lunch today and have a feast tonight," Tang Xian said. Jian Cheng told Tang Xian that Datang Investment was currently under public scrutiny because several of its invested projects had achieved great success in dewatching. Additionally, the pharmaceutical factory under the Medical Research Center had already broken ground. Everyone believed Datang Investment would become a dark horse in Zhonghai City's economy. "There's one more thing I need to tell you. Many people want to entrust their funds to Datang Investment. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep refusing them indefinitely. Besides, this is also a form of social networking," Jian Cheng said to Tang Xian. Chapter 79, The Reward Arrives. Where there are people, there will always be rivalry. Now that I'm making money, others are getting anxious. Tang Xian laughed. "Yes, seeing you make money, some people want to follow and get a share of the profits, but whether to accept them or not is entirely up to you. Datang Investment operates with complete transparency and has the strength to stand its ground, so we're not afraid of anyone causing trouble. That said, having a good network of connections never hurts," Jian Cheng said to Tang Xian. I understand. I'll head back later and think about how to handle this," Tang Xian replied after a moment's consideration. Since Fan Jin was also present, Jian Cheng spoke in a gentler tone and didn't tease Tang Xian. After finishing their meal, Tang Xian paid the bill and then left. "Xiao Jin, have you 2 been seeing each other much lately?" Jian Cheng asked as she settled into the passenger seat of her daughter's Porsche. "No, we haven't met recently. I told him I'd invite him over for dinner once the apartment is properly arranged," Fan Jin replied while starting the car. Studying her daughter, Jian Cheng closed her eyes. Tang Xian is a good man, but he's just too exceptional and too wealthy. Where there are more advantages, there are also more uncertainties. Fan Jin remained silent. She clearly understood her mother's implication but didn't know how to respond. While Tang Xian treated her well, she hadn't observed the issues Jian Cheng mentioned and remained uncertain about Tang Xian's true intentions. After leaving the restaurant, Tang Xian drove back to the princess's residence, then opened his computer to write down some viewpoints on rural economics. He felt that completing this project would make it easier for him to request leave or similar matters in the future, as the professor wouldn't give him too much trouble. While Tang Xian was working on his notes, his phone rang. It was Su Qingyan calling. After pressing the button, Tang Xian returned the call via video and propped his phone up beside his computer. Tang Xian. Su Qingyan waved as the video connected. Have you had lunch yet? Tang Xian initiated the greeting. I have. The cook arranged by the villa housekeeper isn't as good as you. I miss you a bit. In the video, Su Qingyan was taking an afternoon nap at Tang Xian's number 9 villa. I miss you too. When summer vacation comes, I'll be able to spend more time with you, Tang Xian said to Su Qingyan. I'm not waiting till summer. I'll come find you later tonight. I ordered some more clothes for you, I'll bring them over later. Su Qingyan leaned back on the sofa. Tang Xian smiled, that works. I have classes in the morning but can keep you company in the afternoon. By the way, you come over so often, won't your parents have any thoughts about that? Not at all, Su Qingyan replied with a laugh. They keep asking about how we're doing and actually encourage me to visit you whenever I have time. It seems I'll need to prepare a generous gift for when I return, Tang Xian said while writing his notes, chatting casually with Su Qingyan. I'll handle arranging that, no need for you to worry about it, Su Qingyan responded. They chatted idly as Su Qingyan stayed with Tang Xian while he worked on his documents until the afternoon. She only hung up when it was time for her to leave for work. Tang Xian continued writing until dusk, compiling a report that combined the developmental trends of rural economies on Blue Star with the conditions of this parallel world. By the time he finished his report, Aunt Chiu was already calling him to dinner. Tang Xian invited Uncle Chiu and Auntie Chiu to join him for the meal, as eating alone just wasn't enjoyable. After a night's rest, he arrived at school. Once classes were over, Tang Xian met with his professor to submit the assigned project. The professor teaching the course was named Chen Yu. Tang Xian deeply admired Professor Chen Yu, a highly respected figure in the field of economics with significant influence. His advice had been adopted by the national government twice. After handing in his assignment, Tang Xian returned to the dormitory. College life was relatively relaxed. Niu Meng and the other 2 roommates were there. When they saw Tang Xian, they had plenty to talk about and made plans to go out together over the weekend. You've already hooked up. What's there to play together? Tang Xian chuckled. Staying cooped up in school is boring. Let's go together. You bring the campus belle Fan Jin along, Niu Meng spoke up. We'll see. I don't know if I'll be free, and besides, Fan Jin's mom is visiting, who knows when she'll leave. Asking her out now would just be asking for trouble. Tang Xian leaned back on the bed. Ha! Then enjoy your leisurely weekend by yourself, Niu Meng said with a laugh. At noon in the school cafeteria, Tang Xian spotted Professor Chen Yu and Vice Principal Gan Ning. It appeared the two had come to the student dining hall specifically to find him. Tang Xian, we've read your analysis on rural economic development trends. It's very well written, and we recommend you publish it as a formal paper, Gan Ning spoke up. Vice Principal Gan, that wouldn't be appropriate. I just wrote down some thoughts and observations. Tang Xian shook his head, not particularly eager for fame. This must be published. I've reviewed it, it's highly practical, constructive, and essentially predicts future trends. You can't refuse, declared Gan Ning. Though a vice principal, he was also an economist in his own right. Accept the other party's opinion, publish the paper, and receive a half-month investment card as a reward, plus 30 million in cash. The system's voice echoed in Tang Xian's mind. An investment card? Tang Xian's economic rise had begun with such cards. The cash didn't matter much, but the investment card was a must-have. The task had to be accepted, though he was busy for now. The card could be used later. Professor Chen, Vice Principal Gan, I have a company in Shanghai that requires my attention, and coupled with my coursework, I'm finding it hard to juggle everything. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Xian spoke up, hoping to gain some flexibility. He didn't want to risk failing to graduate due to insufficient credits from skipping classes. This matter? As long as your thesis meets the standards, then going forward, just avoid causing any trouble. As for credits, we professors won't be an issue. The school won't be a problem either. Gan Ning chuckled upon hearing Tang Xian's words, naturally understanding what he meant. If this research paper succeeds, I'll apply to the school to appoint you as a teaching assistant, so you don't need to worry about credits. Besides, you've donated so much to the school and are the student council president. Even if I wanted to make things difficult for you, the school wouldn't allow it, Professor Chen Yu chimed in. Alright, then I'll refine the content further and submit it to you, Professor. Please help review and polish it. As for the publication process, I'll need your guidance. I'm not very familiar with the procedures. Tang Xian nodded in response to Vice Principal Gan and Professor Chen Yu's assurances. The school has given you ample freedom, but don't disappear for days on end. At Huaqing University, we uphold our own academic standards. Worried that Tang Xian might slack off, Gan Ning reminded him. I'm a man of principles. I'll request leave when necessary, otherwise I'll attend classes diligently. I came to Huaqing to study. Tang Xian nodded in agreement. Your current work is already excellent. Keep refining it before submitting it to me. Professor Chen Yu handed Tang Xian back the USB drive he had just submitted. Chapter 80, The Professor Takes Charge. After Professor Chen Yu and Gan Ning left, Tang Xian continued eating. Writing the thesis wasn't particularly difficult for him. Driving away from the school, Tang Xian had barely gone a short distance when he spotted a chaotic crowd gathered by the roadside. Among them, he noticed Niu Meng, who was desperately trying to pry up a paving stone from the green belt. Just then, someone behind him delivered a vicious kick to his back. With a screech of brakes, the car came to a halt. Tang Xian stepped out, pulling aside the man who was kicking Niu Meng and hauling Niu Meng to his feet. What's going on? Tang Xian asked. They were acting like gangsters, muttering stuff I couldn't understand, but kept harassing Chu Bing with their hands. Niu Meng wiped the corner of his mouth. It had been split open during the scuffle. Tang Xian naturally recognized Chu Bing. She was Fin Jin's roommate. After their dormitory mixer, she'd hit it off quite well with Niu Meng. While Tang Xian was speaking with Niu Meng, the man he'd pulled away had several companions who immediately circled back to attack him. With a sharp straight kick, Tang Xian sent his assailant flying. After that kick, several others charged toward Tang Xian wielding baseball bats. Be careful. They're international students from the island, they know Kung Fu. Niu Meng warned Tang Xian. Tang Xian ignored Niu Meng's warning. Kung Fu or no Kung Fu, these hoodlums dared to throw the first punch. He'd deal with them first and talk later. Following a fierce exchange of blows, all the attackers lay moaning on the ground, thoroughly beaten by Tang Xian. At this moment, police sirens blared as several officers arrived at the scene. Someone had called the police even before Tang Xian appeared. With the officers present, naturally everyone was taken away. Officer, should I park my car at the school or drive it to follow you? Surely we can't just leave it here. Tang Xian spoke up while looking at the officer. You're not thinking of running, are you? The officer sized up Tang Xian, mainly because Tang Xian had been too ruthless. The men lying on the ground all needed to be carried away, unable to stand up. Run away? That's out of the question. You can take the passenger seat. I'm a student at Huaqing University. I can't possibly carry the stigma of being a fugitive from justice. Tang Xian handed over his student ID. The officer glanced at Tang Xian's student ID and was momentarily surprised. Besides listing his class and name, the ID also noted his position as Student Council President. The Student Council President of Huaqing University wielded considerable influence. At the very least, it meant the school held him in high regard. Then I'll take the passenger seat. We'll head to the police station first. If you're detained temporarily, your car will at least be safe there, the officer said. When they arrived at Tang Xian's car, the young officer's eyes widened in shock. Pagani Huayra, one of the limited edition 3 holy hypercars, was something he recognized. Worth over 40 million yuan, and so rare it was nearly impossible to buy at any price. Then there was the aggressively authoritative license plate. In that moment, he realized the seemingly harmless young man beside him must have an extraordinary background. Tang Xian drove his car following the police vehicle while the others, those injured, went to the hospital, and Niu Meng along with Chu Bing were taken into the police car before heading to the station. Tang Xian was driving when his phone rang. Since it was connected to the car's hands-free system, the sound was quite loud. Officer, can I answer the phone? Tang Xian asked while driving. The case seems straightforward. Go ahead. The officer nodded in agreement. Tang Xian, are you free this afternoon? Let's grab coffee. Lan Qi's voice rang through the car. Miss Lan, I'm afraid not today. I've gotten into some trouble and am currently being taken to Lijiang police station, Tang Xian replied. Police station? What kind of trouble have you gotten into this time? Lan Qi asked with surprise. I saw someone committing violence, so I stepped in to uphold justice. Tang Xian glanced at the officer in the passenger seat and didn't elaborate further. Which police station arrested him? Is there an officer nearby? Have them answer the phone. After a brief hesitation, Lan Qi spoke up. Hello, miss. I'm an officer from the Hading precinct. This gentleman is suspected of causing harm to others. If you know his family, please notify them. The situation is quite serious. The victim's arms and legs are bent at irregular angles, likely fractured. The officer in the passenger seat spoke up. Tang Xian, don't be nervous. I'll be there soon. Damn it. Can't even have a cup of coffee with you without all this trouble. Lan Qi grumbled before hanging up the phone. At the police station, Tang Xian gave his statement and was then left in the holding room. How the situation would be classified depended on the severity of the other party's injuries. Niu Meng and Chu Bing were unscathed. They were the victims after all and had no part in the violence. Niu Meng and Chu Bing couldn't just leave Tang Xian behind either, so they waited at the police station. Before long, Lan Qi arrived, accompanied by Lu Yu. When she had called Tang Xian earlier, Lan Qi had still been at work. She ran into Lu Yu on her way out. After getting the details, Lan Qi realized the situation was similar to last time. Tang Xian wasn't at fault, but he'd gone too hard on them. The other side was seriously injured again. Tang Xian, what's going on with you? You always hit way too hard. Those 5 guys are all seriously injured, with multiple fractures all over. Lan Shi entered the interrogation room, which doubled as a temporary holding cell. They were in the middle of an assault, armed with weapons. Baseball bats may not be blades, but they can still kill, okay? And they started with harassment before escalating to violence. The facts are pretty damn clear, Tang Xian said flatly. The facts are quite clear, but since this involves foreigners, the public opinion aspect is also quite serious. Lan Shi had already grasped the full situation. The case itself was straightforward, but the formal conclusions hadn't been finalized yet. After some consideration, Tang Xian turned to Lan Shi. Can I have my phone back? Surely I'm allowed to call my lawyer? Since entering the police station, his phone had been confiscated as procedure. That should be acceptable. With those words, Lan Shi left the interrogation room and returned shortly with Tang Xian's phone. Given how transparent the case was with no risk of witness tampering, Tang Xian's request to contact legal counsel complied perfectly with standard protocol. Tang Xian immediately called Yun Dong, instructing him to arrange for a lawyer to come at once. Tang Xian had just hung up the phone when it rang again. It was Gan Ning calling to remind him that when publishing papers, he should combine them more with the national conditions. Gan Ning also asked him to come to his office tomorrow morning to discuss some details in person, as he had experience in this area. Deputy Dean Gan, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back tomorrow. I've been detained at the police station, Tang Xian said with a bitter laugh. What's going on? Which police station? I'll come right now, Gan Ning inquired immediately. Hating branch, you don't need to come. I've already contacted a lawyer, though I had to get one from Shanghai. It'll take until evening by plane to arrive. Before Tang Xian could finish speaking, Gan Ning abruptly hung up on him. Half an hour later, Gan Ning arrived, not alone, but accompanied by 2 professors from Tsinghua University's School of Law. After understanding the situation, the 2 professors sprang into action. The facts were clear. Tang Xian's actions weren't merely self-defense, but an act of courageous intervention to stop the criminals. The police station had to release an official statement to prevent damage to Tang Xian's personal reputation. The police station staff were stunned. The law professor's arguments were razor-sharp, and most crucially, one of them happened to be the former teacher of the station's current chief. Chapter 81, You Can't Touch Him. Under pressure from 2 professors from Huaqing University, the police held a meeting to deliberate on the case of Tang Xian's assault. 30 minutes later, a conclusion was reached. Since Tang Xian knew Niu Meng and Chu Bing, and considering the severity of the other party's injuries in this incident, while Tang Xian himself suffered no unlawful harm, his actions could not be classified as acting heroically for justice. However, they could still be accurately determined as lawful self-defense. Tang Xian was released but would remain subject to further questioning by the police as needed. This outcome displeased the 2 law school professors, who argued that the police should not subjectively use Tang Xian's acquaintance with Niu Meng and Chu Bing to define the nature of the incident. When society calls for it, and when unlawful acts occur, Tang Xian stepped forward. That is the undeniable fact. Moreover, whether Tang Xian suffered harm or not should not be a decisive factor in the case's characterization. Tang Xian thanks both professors. Since they're not detaining me, maybe we can just let this matter go. After meeting with the 2 professors, Tang Xian first expressed his gratitude, then indicated he didn't want to cause too much trouble. You're too modest, student Tang. Standing up to help the weak when needed reflects the attitude of us watching students. This is moral integrity, the very quality most lacking in today's era. So we must demand a proper explanation for this incident. Otherwise, if people start adopting a bystander mentality whenever similar situations arise, the social climate will deteriorate. Even if it means going to court, we'll get you the justice you deserve, said one law school professor. Having dedicated his life to legal studies, he adhered strictly to principles: black was black, white was white, with no room for gray areas. In that case, first let Tang Xian treat everyone to a meal, then we'll trouble both professors further. And Vice President Gan, we appreciate your efforts too, Tang Xian said. As Tang Xian finished speaking, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze. It was Lan Shi. Tang Xian had thanked everyone except her, even though she'd been rushing around helping the whole time too. Turning to Lan Shi, Tang Xian also expressed his gratitude. Then the group headed to the high-end restaurant closest to the police station. Tang Xian treated everyone to a meal. After all, they had all come for this matter and had been busy for a while. Niu Meng and Chu Bing, brought by Yi Xian, somewhat nervously expressed their thanks to Gan Ning and the 2 professors, as well as to Tang Xian. No one wants this kind of thing to happen. Those exchange students had abysmally low standards. After returning to the school, we'll hold a meeting to discuss expelling them from the school. As for whether they should be deported, we'll need to communicate with the police station, said Gan Ning angrily. He absolutely wouldn't tolerate anything that tarnished the reputation of Tsinghua University. As the group was eating, Tang Xian's phone rang. After nearly half a day of back and forth, the lawyers from Detang Investments had finally arrived. The call came from Lu, the lawyer Tang Xian had met earlier. After some thought, Tang Xian shared his location. Since there were still injured parties in the hospital and follow-up matters to address, having a lawyer handle things would be more convenient. When the lawyer arrived, Tang Xian stepped outside the restaurant to meet them. To Tang Xian's surprise, it wasn't just one lawyer but a small team of 3. He left the matter with lawyer Lu for follow-up and prepared to transfer some fees to him. President Tang, there's no need. When we came, President Yun had finance allocate some funds for us. Seeing Tang Xian about to offer his own money, lawyer Lu quickly explained the situation. Alright then, you may go about your work. Tang Xian nodded to the 3 lawyers. After the 3 lawyers left, Tang Xian returned to the dining room. What's the situation? Gan Ning asked as Tang Xian came back. It's just someone from our company handling some minor matters. We shouldn't trouble the 2 professors with these. Let them follow up on the details of the case, especially since there are still injured parties in the hospital, Tang Xian said after returning to his seat. You're too polite, Tang. We must get to the bottom of this, one of the professors responded. After finishing their meal, Tang Xian saw Gan Ning and the 2 professors off. Niu Meng and Xu Bing, feeling somewhat apologetic, also left by taxi. Lan Qi, thank you for today. Although we didn't get to have coffee, consider this my treat, Tang Xian said with a smile after watching Niu Meng and Xu Bing leave. Get out of here. Today just counts as a working meal to help you with your errand. It has nothing to do with treating you to dinner. If I'm treating, it must be a grand feast. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Lan Qi refused outright. Fine then, I'll treat you another day. You pick the place, no matter how grand the feast. Tang Xian nodded at Lan Qi. Tang Xian felt deeply grateful towards Lan Qi. Without her, he wouldn't have gotten the phone, Gan Ning wouldn't have known about the situation, he wouldn't have been able to contact Yun Dong, and the company wouldn't have sent a lawyer. Spending the night at the police station would have been inevitable. I knew you were decent. By the way, would you like to accompany me somewhere tomorrow? To the Panjiayuan antique market. Lan Qi patted Tang Xian's shoulder. What's there? Tang Xian was startled. Although he possessed top-tier antique appraisal knowledge, he'd been too busy to go treasure hunting. I'm investigating something. Someone's been running scams there recently, and it's gotten pretty serious, Lan Qi explained to Tang Xian. Alright, I'll go with you tomorrow. Maybe I'll stumble upon some treasures too, Tang Xian agreed with a nod, genuinely intrigued by the idea of browsing the antique market. Tang Xian arrived at the police station, retrieved his parked car, and then returned to the princess's residence. He doesn't live at school, drives a flashy sports car, and is probably off to some club to chase after young models. Watching Tang Xian's sports car leave the police station, Liu muttered under her breath. Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. Tang Xian has a residence in Kyoto, so naturally she doesn't need to stay on campus, Lan Qi retorted impatiently. He has a residence in Kyoto. Well, that makes sense, this guy is loaded. Where exactly did he buy his place? Liu recalled that Tang Xian wasn't just ordinarily wealthy, driving cars worth 40 million. Glancing at Liu, Lan Qi shook her head. Liu, Tang Xian and I are friends. If you're thinking of pulling something, it's completely inappropriate. It'll make things awkward for everyone later. Are you trying to ruin our friendship? If you're looking to sleep with a man, go find your boy toy. Just keep your hands off Tang Xian. Fine, let's keep it friendly, then. I'll drop the idea of sleeping with him. Seeing Lan Qi's seriousness, Liu backed down. Driving back to his apartment, Tang Xian took a shower. He hadn't expected what started as a perfectly good day to end with a trip to the police station, though fortunately, things turned out alright in the end. After his shower, Tang Xian went to Xiao Qingyin's livestream and sent some gifts. Naturally, he got along well with the streamer Devil King and sent a few gifts there too. After sending the gifts, Tang Xian went to rest, unaware that the school's official website had issued an announcement and the campus forum had erupted in lively discussion, all because of today's events. The hottest thread was titled, Student Council President equals Martial Arts Master. Chapter 82, It's a Good Thing. The post contains a detailed explanation of today's events, along with accompanying videos. In the video, Tang Xian's movements were crystal clear, punches, knee strikes, and flying kicks, before those unlucky fellows ended up groaning on the ground. The person who uploaded the video was a student from Huaqing University, familiar with Tang Xian and aware of his background. So when posted, it instantly sparked a frenzy. Previously, we confirmed Student Council President Tang was talented, versatile, and loaded. Today, we realize what we knew was just the tip of the iceberg. His righteous heart is off the charts, and his kung fu is downright brutal. Those guys must be seriously injured. Whoever's upstairs should take back the word should. The injured men are in serious condition, their arms, legs, and jaws are deformed, and multiple fractures are unavoidable. Don't ask me how I know so clearly, I'm from the law school, forensic medicine major. Damn. Being taken to the police station? This is big. It involves foreigners and serious injuries. President Tang is going to enjoy a few days of free meals. Nonsense from the guy upstairs. Don't you know President Tang acted bravely and in self-defense? Bro, even if everything you say is right, there's still questioning, investigation, and classification to go through. During that time, won't President Tang be eating free meals? Of course, deep down, I feel for President Tang too, but facts are facts. I am currently a postgraduate student at the law school and am willing to provide free legal representation for President Tang. Junior, we can't afford any mistakes in this matter. I'm a PhD candidate at the law school and will go to the police station tomorrow. 2 professors from the law school have already handled this matter in the afternoon, and Mr. Tang's legal team is also in place. Additionally, Mr. Tang has already left the police station this afternoon. How could the police station's food compare to our huaching? The reply was posted by Administrator Gong Ning in red text. After communicating with the principal and the school committee members, Gong Ning issued an official announcement on the school website, then took a moment to check the forum and posted this reply. Caught a big shot here. Speaking of which, our dawalking is truly domineering. How could the food at our dawalking possibly compare to that of the police station? Caught a big shot here, and caught a simp too. But I have to agree with what the simp said. You're all missing the point. Didn't you see Vice Principal Gon mentioning the legal team is in place? Not just one lawyer, but an entire team. Chairman Tang has the resources to take someone down. A just society needs righteousness. If you encounter such things, you can take action too. Huaching will have your back, Gon Ning posted again. The forum was buzzing with excitement, and everyone was thrilled. The school's stance in supporting students in justice made all Tsinghua students proud. Their pride swelled like an ocean tide. After waking up from a night's sleep, Tang Xian bought several cans of premium tea, drove to the university, greeted Professor Qingyu, and mentioned his intention to consult Gon Ning about his thesis. Alright, you don't need to report in every day recently. Focus on finishing your thesis. Looking at Tang Xian, Professor Qingyu gave him the green light. Upon arriving at Gon Ning's office, Gon Ning discussed with Tang Xian the format of the thesis and its key focal points. Those few exchange students from the islands, the university has decided to expel them and hand them over to the police. Whatever happens afterward is not our concern. Additionally, the law school will follow up on this matter. As the student council president of Huaqing University, you're our role model. We won't allow you to suffer such unfair treatment. After discussing the thesis matter, Gon Ning addressed Tang Xian. Those 2 professors went through a lot. Here are some cans of tea, Vice Principal Gon. Please bring each of them a box. Tang Xian gestured to the tea he had brought with him. This isn't very good. Gon Ning frowned as she looked at the bag Tang Xian was carrying. Gift giving is something that principals and professors despise, but I'm not doing that. I'm showing respect for teachers and upholding morality. This is the ethos our Huaping University should promote. If I were giving a gift, would I choose tea? At the very least, considering the number of zeros in my bank account balance. Seeing Gon Ning frown, Tang Xian spoke up. Well said, we'll accept this tea. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Gon Ning laughed. He instinctively disliked receiving gifts, but after listening to Tang Xian, he understood this wasn't a gift, but a gesture of sincerity. After leaving the school, Tang Xian contacted Lan Qi, who sent him her location. Driving to the entrance of the antique market, Tang Xian met up with Lan Qi. After parking the car and returning to the market entrance, Tang Xian spotted Lu Yu, who had just gone to buy water, 3 bottles in total, bringing one back for him. Thank you, Tang Xian spoke after glancing at Lu Yu. His first impression of her hadn't been favorable back when she tried to issue him a parking ticket. Had he truly been in the wrong, he would have accepted it, but Lu Yu had clearly been acting on personal bias. I owe you an apology for last time. My prejudice against spoiled rich kids made me misjudge you. Lu Yu met Tang Xian's gaze as she spoke. She wasn't stupid. His silence throughout yesterday's dinner had made his displeasure obvious. I'm surprised you'd bring this up. It changes my previous opinion of you. Let's grab a proper meal together after we're done browsing. Tang Xian responded after hearing Lu Yu's apology. After exchanging a few more words, the trio entered the Panjiayuan Antique Market, China's largest marketplace for antiques and cultural artifacts, though equally notorious for being a mixed bag of genuine treasures and shady dealings. Tang Xian and Lu Yu were genuinely browsing, while Lan Qi was investigating. As they walked and looked around, Tang Xian couldn't help but shake his head, as most things were obviously fake at first glance and not worth evaluating. Walking past a shop selling the 4 treasures of the study, Tang Xian spotted something notable: an old Duan inkstone. Duan inkstones rank alongside Tao, Shi, and Shengni inkstones in fame. Why mention old Duan inkstone? Because Tang Xian noticed weathering patterns and natural wear marks on it. Entering the shop, Tang Xian inquired about the price of a calligraphy brush. A decent wolf hair brush cost over 3,000 yuan. After asking about the brush price, Tang Xian casually picked up an old Duan inkstone. Upon seeing the characters engraved on it, he remarked, "How about 1,000 for the brush, and you throw in the inkstone as a bonus?" Young man, you've got a good eye. This old inkstone is worth more than the wolf hair brush, so giving it away with the purchase isn't possible. Judging by the weathering patterns, it's quite old. If you want it, 49.90 and it's yours, the shopkeeper said, glancing at Tang Xian. 49.90 just for some weathering marks? What is this, certified gold? Lu Yu interjected upon hearing the shopkeeper's asking price. Ha ha, let's round it up, 10,000 and I'll throw in a pen. Tang Xian chuckled. Lu Yu's remark was quite amusing and actually broke the deadlock in their price negotiation. After a moment of thought, the shop owner agreed. If he hadn't, Lu Yu would have dragged Tang Xian away, refusing to let him buy it. Once it was wrapped up, Tang Xian paid, and they left the shop with Lu Yu. Lan Shi was waiting outside, her sharp eyes scanning the passers-by. Lan Shi, he blew our fancy dinner money, 10,000 for a pen that's just okay and some shabby inkstone. Tang Xian, how about I carve you an inkstone out of a rock? Doesn't even need to be 99.99% pure, 99% will do. Lu Yu's words were razor sharp. You carve one now, and in 1,000 years or so, it might actually be worth something. Tang Xian grinned, cradling an inkstone that dated back 13 centuries. Chapter 83, The Priceless Treasure. 1,000 years or so, what do you mean by that? Is the inkstone in your hand an antique? After a moment of surprise, Lu Yu seemed to grasp something. Yes, this was the inkstone used by the great Tang dynasty literary master Bai Juyi. Tang Xian nodded. Nonsense, you barely glanced at it, yet you're sure it's genuine antique, and can pinpoint its era? Lu Yu was skeptical. Even antique experts needed careful examination. How could Tang Xian, a young man, ascertain authenticity and details with just a couple of glances? If I scrutinized it carefully, do you think the shopkeeper would still sell it to me? Bai Juyi styled himself Ledian, also known as the Hermit of Shangshan. The inkstone bore the characters Ledian. Furthermore, Tang dynasty records state that people of all ranks used Duanqi purple inkstones, prized for their fine texture, silent grinding, water retention, smooth yet non-slippery surface, and ink-friendly properties that don't damage brushes. Early Tang Duan inkstones were simple and unadorned, so I couldn't miss this. Tang Xian smiled. Armed with top-tier antiquities expertise, his brief glance had been sufficient. Random mission, find 3 hidden treasures at the antique market. Reward, Ming Chenghua Dotsai Chicken Cup. As Tang Xian explained to Lu Yu, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The Ming Dynasty Chenghua Dotsai Chicken Cup, with an auction price reaching 9 digits, was something Tang Xian knew well. This system mission was rather ruthless, he had to strive hard to accomplish it. I don't believe it. Later we'll find a place to authenticate it. If it's genuine, then today's lavish meal is on me, Lu Yu declared. Deal. Then today's feast is definitely your treat. Let's go, onward. Tang Xian strode ahead, needing to uncover 2 more treasures. Soon Tang Xian entered another shop, this one specializing in calligraphy and paintings. A particular piece of calligraphy caught his eye, its brushstrokes grand and powerful. Though bearing many seals, none belonged to famous masters. Tang Xian carefully examined it for a moment, then beckoned to the shopkeeper. How much for this calligraphy piece? 300,000. Although this artwork isn't by a famous master, its history is ancient. Experts estimate it's at least 1,000 years old. The reason it's priced at 300,000 is mainly because the artist isn't renowned, plus these messy seals have diminished its value. Hearing Tang Xian's call, the shopkeeper approached. 300,000. It is certainly ancient. I quite admire this piece, give me a more realistic price. Also, take it down so I can examine it closely, Tang Xian said to the shopkeeper. The lowest price is 200,000. If you can agree to that, then examine it carefully. If not, there's no need to look further. After sizing up Tang Xian, the shopkeeper replied plainly. Alright, let me take a look. If everything checks out, I'll take it for 200,000. Tang Xian agreed with a nod. The shopkeeper carefully took down the hanging scroll and showed it to Tang Xian with great care. The shopkeeper held it up, and Tang Xian inspected it from all sides before nodding. I'll take it. Bank account number. The transaction was completed quickly, with payment and goods settled simultaneously. Tang Xian, what did you see? Just tossing out 200,000 like that. Lan Qi arrived. It was Lu Yu who dragged Lan Qi into the shop. Upon hearing that Tang Xian was about to spend 200,000 on a calligraphy piece, Lu Yu, unable to stop him, ran out and called Lan Qi inside. It should be something good. If my judgment is right, then it's a profit. If I'm wrong, then it's just a loss of 200,000, Tang Xian said. Sir, what have you noticed? The shopkeeper spoke up after hearing Tang Xian's words. We've already settled the payment and the goods are exchanged. This person here is a police officer. Tang Xian glanced at the shopkeeper. He didn't mind losing money on the deal, but he wouldn't tolerate any rule breaking from the other party. Not just her, I'm also a police officer. Lu Yu took out her police badge. At this moment, Tang Xian remembered that Lu Yu was indeed a police officer, a traffic officer, which was why she had tried to issue him a ticket back then. You've got it wrong. After the deal's done and the payment's made, there's no room for regret. It's just that I heard this gentleman say, spot it right and you profit, so I wanted to ask. The shopkeeper shook his head. He didn't regret anything, just felt curious. By now, quite a few onlookers had gathered, all intrigued by Tang Xian's remark about spotting it right and profiting. Since everyone's curious, let's take a look. Shopkeeper, do you have a paper cutter? Tang Xian turned to the shopkeeper. Yes, What other tools do you need? The shopkeeper glanced at Tang Xian and replied. A small spray bottle, Tang Xian added. Then Tang Xian unrolled the already scrolled calligraphy piece and spread it flat on the table. Immediately after, he picked up the paper cutter and began trimming the edges of the artwork. That's 200,000. What are you doing? You've already paid them. Lu Yu grew anxious, thinking Tang Xian was being far too wasteful with money. You don't understand. This calligraphy has uneven thickness, thin around the edges and thick in the middle. Earlier, I held it up to sunlight and noticed the edges let light through while the center didn't, meaning something is hidden inside. Besides, the paper used for this artwork is rattan paper. Don't know what rattan paper is? During the Eastern Jin dynasty, they used either straw paper or rattan paper. Straw paper, made from rice or wheat stalks, had short fibers, resulting in coarse texture and poor durability. Rattan paper, made from rattan bark, contained tough long fibers, producing higher quality paper. Seeing Lu Yu's confusion and stubbornness, Tang Xian patiently explained. This is rattan paper from the Eastern Jin dynasty? The shopkeeper froze. He knew the painting had historical value but wasn't aware of its exact era. Correct. As he spoke, Tang Xian took a paper cutter and made an incision along the calligraphy's edge. Then, with a fine mist from a spray bottle, he lightly moistened the cut. Once the incision dampened, Tang Xian carefully peeled back the layer. Moments later, the outer sheet lifted, revealing another piece of calligraphy beneath. Swift snow, sudden clearing. All is well. Though I wish to visit, circumstances prevent it. Regards, Wang Shiji bows his head. The appearance of this calligraphy stunned the shop owner. At this moment, how could he not understand what this piece was? It was Wang Shiji's letter on a clear day after snowfall from the Eastern Jin dynasty, a truly priceless treasure. Looking at this newly revealed piece, Tang Xian himself was also astonished. He had sensed there was something extraordinary about it, but never expected it to be letter on a clear day after snowfall. Glancing at the shop owner, Tang Xian carefully folded the upper layer he had lifted earlier before rolling up the letter on a clear day after snowfall beneath it. Sir, I'd like to buy back this calligraphy piece. Name your price, the shop owner said anxiously. I don't need money. Tang Xian shook his head. Some things couldn't be measured by money, and besides, he currently had enough funds. After tidying up, Tang Xian left the shop with Lan Qi and Lu Yu. Walking beside Tang Xian, Lan Qi kept her right hand resting on her waist where her gun was holstered. She was still a criminal police officer, and she'd brought her firearm on this assignment. Chapter 84. What's the meaning of this? 10 million. Tang Xian had just stepped out of the shop when the owner, who had followed him outside, called out that figure. Turning back to glance at the shop owner, Tang Xian shook his head. Of course he wouldn't sell. Besides, 10 million? Did the owner think he didn't know the market? A calligraphy masterpiece by the sage of calligraphy, and he's offering just 10 million? Tang Xian, how much is this really worth? Lu Yu wasn't foolish. She naturally understood that Tang Xian had hit the jackpot, grabbing a fat piece of meat. After all, the shop owner had offered 10 million already. I'm not sure, but one thing's certain, it's worth a fortune, Tang Xian replied with a chuckle. You treat me to this feast instead. I admit defeat. Lu Yu surrendered, as Tang Xian played too rough. Lan Qi stopped investigating cases and started protecting Tang Xian, because what Tang Xian held was far too valuable. Lan Qi, no need to be nervous. You know my capabilities, thinking of snatching something from me? Ridiculous. Watching the tense Lan Qi, Tang Xian shook his head. After wandering around for a while, Tang Xian picked up a small bargain, a piece of Qing dynasty porcelain. After arriving in this world, Tang Xian confirmed certain things. The history here was strikingly similar to that of Blue Star where he once lived. It was essentially a parallel world. Having completed his bargain hunt, the system notification arrived. The reward was already in place. The Changhua Dotsai chicken cup was now waiting in his princess mansion study. Leaving the antique market behind, Tang Xian took Lan Qi and Lu Yu to a restaurant, one chosen by Lu Yu. Tang Xian, you hit the jackpot today. Are you really that knowledgeable about antiques? After ordering the dishes, Lu Yu couldn't help asking. Absolutely. I'd say I'm quite well versed in it. Tang Xian answered truthfully, having struck gold with 3 valuable finds that day. Impressive. With a skill like that, you're destined for wealth and prosperity. How about supporting me and Lan Qi from now on? Lu Yu shot Tang Xian a playful glance. I honestly can't picture someone like you being a traffic cop. It's beyond me. Tang Xian shook his head in disbelief. What do you mean by shaking your head? What's wrong with me being a traffic cop? When it comes to traffic matters, anything you need, I can help. Lu Yu puffed out his chest. Really? Then get me a license plate, a good one, Tang Xian said to Lu Yu. Are you kidding me? Your license plate is already 5 sevens. What better number could you want? Lu Yu shot Tang Xian a disdainful look. Tang Xian then explained that he planned to get another car since sports cars had limited space and sometimes weren't convenient. I also want to get a car. Alright then, I'll look into it when I get back and get you a pretty badass license plate, Lu Yu said. Lu Yu, Aren't license plates all assigned by lottery now? Can you still choose them in advance? Lan Shi asked. It's true that they're assigned by lottery, but there are exceptions. You wouldn't understand these things, Lu Yu replied with a smile. After finishing the meal, Tang Xian turned to Lan Shi. I should get going then. Let's have tea together some other time. Alright then, be safe on your way back. I'll visit you another day to tour your place properly, Lan Shi said to Tang Xian, whose princess residence was indeed worth exploring. Tang Xian started the car and drove off, while Lan Shi and Lu Yu got into their own vehicle. Toward his place? Is his home that big? Lu Yu sensed something unusual in Lan Shi's words. Yeah, it's like a little park, Lan Shi nodded. Tang Xian's princess residence was essentially a miniature royal garden. Driving back to the princess's residence, Tang Xian headed straight to his study. On the study table, Tang Xian spotted an ornate brocade box. Opening it, he found the Changhua Dotsai chicken cup awarded by the system. Tang Xian had some knowledge of this exquisite piece. It was a treasured artifact of traditional Han Chinese ceramics, originally part of the imperial wine set used during the reign of Emperor Changhua of the Ming dynasty. Its production was incredibly intricate. Pale blue and white lines delicately outlined the patterns, followed by glazing and high-temperature firing to form the base. Then, red, green, and yellow pigments were meticulously filled into the reserved blue and white designs before a second low-temperature firing. The exterior walls were divided into two scenes by peonies, lake rocks, and orchids. One scene depicted a proud rooster standing tall, a hen and a chick pecking at a centipede, while another two chicks chased each other playfully. The other scene showed a rooster stretching its neck to crow, a hen and three chicks feasting on another centipede. The lively and charming depictions earned it the reputation of Changhua porcelain's most successful masterpiece. One such cup had previously been auctioned for nearly 300 million yuan. Its current value was uncertain, given its extreme rarity. Tang Xian then hung the calligraphy scroll in his study and placed the chicken cup on his desk. Some things needed to be seen to truly appreciate them. Locking them away would only diminish their significance. In an excellent mood, Tang Xian chatted with Su Qingyan and mentioned finding a treasure at the antique market. What treasure? Let me see. Su Qingyan was intrigued. She knew Tang Xian's discerning taste. If he called it a good find, it had to be exceptional. After switching to video call, Tang Xian showed Su Qingyan the Kuai Shuesher Qingtai letter written after snow clears. Su Haijun had always been interested in calligraphy, so Su Qingyan, having grown up around such influences, immediately recognized the scroll's contents at a glance. Is it genuine? Su Qingyan inquired. As genuine as it gets, Tang Xian chuckled. Wang Shiji is revered as the sage of calligraphy. His works are rare treasures, the most famous being the Orchid Pavilion Preface, though the timely clearing after snowfall piece is also extraordinarily renowned. Your possession here is truly a treasure, Su Qingyan remarked, genuinely happy for Tang Xian. When are you coming over? Tang Xian asked. Are you missing me? In the video, Su Qingyan's face flushed slightly. The question was somewhat bold, but it was what she genuinely wanted to ask. Yes, that's why I want you to come over, Tang Xian nodded. Alright, then I'll come see you this weekend, Su Qingyan replied. After not seeing each other for a while, video chatting had its own unique charm. After hanging up the phone, Tang Xian received a voice call from Jian Chang. Why didn't you tell me when something happened to you? I'm just a decoration as your consultant. As soon as the call connected, Jian Chang expressed some dissatisfaction. She learned about this matter from the company because lawyer Lu wasn't available, and Yun Dong told her while they were discussing some matters. This wasn't something honorable, so I felt embarrassed to tell Aunt Jian. The problem wasn't too big, and it's basically resolved now, Tang Xian replied. There's nothing shameful about it. Next time something happens, notify me immediately, otherwise I'll quit as your consultant. Jian Cheng's words carried a hint of emotion. I understand. If I ever have any problems in the future, I'll make sure to tell Aunt Jian right away. Tang Xian made this promise to Jian Cheng. Take care of yourselves when you're out with Fan Jin. When you have time, treat Fan Jin to something nice. With those words, Jian Cheng hung up the phone. Tang Xian felt Jian Cheng's reminder was spot on. It had been a while since he'd reached out to Fan Jin. He decided to take her out for a lavish meal the next day and also go car shopping. He wasn't entirely sure if Lu Yu could be relied upon to deliver, but if a good license plate came up, it would certainly add some flair to the ride. Chapter 85 Alone in the Room. After hanging up the phone, Jian Cheng felt her words might have been slightly inappropriate. It was practically encouraging Tang Xian to get closer to Fan Jin. Once the sparks flew, it would be hard to suppress the flames. Did she really need to suppress it? Deep down, Jian Cheng sincerely approved of Tang Xian. It was just that Tang Xian was too outstanding, and she worried about her daughter. Her daughter's brilliant life had only just begun, and she feared Fan Jin might get hurt. After some thought, Jian Cheng shook her head. Perhaps some things were better left to take their natural course. As for Tang Xian, once he ended the call, he immediately sent Fan Jin a message, asking her out for dinner the next day. Tang Xian, the rental place is all tidied up. I've moved in. Tomorrow I'll buy groceries, and we'll eat at home. As soon as Tang Xian's message went out, Finjin's reply came through. Sounds good. Tomorrow at noon, we'll go grocery shopping together, then head to your place in the afternoon. Tang Xian thought cooking for themselves would be a nice change. After chatting with Finjin for a while, Tang Xian browsed online for cars. He wanted something spacious and comfortable. After looking around for some time without settling on anything, Tang Xian called it a night. Waking up in the morning, Tang Xian didn't head to school but instead went to a shopping mall to buy gifts for Finjin. He also purchased materials to restore the damaged edges of the Kuai Shuesher Qing Tai scroll, which he had partially peeled off earlier. By noon, he drove to the school entrance and waited for Finjin to arrive. Finjin was driving a Porsche SUV. Spotting Tang Xian's car, she rolled down the window and waved at him. Let's hit the market, we need groceries, Tang Xian called out to Finjin. At the market, Tang Xian and Finjin bought plenty of items. Fortunately, Finjin's car had ample space, so everything fit easily. After finishing their shopping, the two drove to Finjin's home, a spacious 3-bedroom apartment with a large living area. When renting the place, Jianqing had negotiated with the landlord in detail a one-time refurbishment in exchange for a year's rent, signing a 4-year lease. Opening the door, Finjin handed Tang Xian a pair of slippers. Try these on. I bought them estimated to your size, but I'm not sure if they'll fit. Wait a moment, I haven't brought everything in yet. Tang Xian set down the groceries he was holding by the entrance and went back downstairs. Earlier, with bags of vegetables in his hands, he hadn't brought up the gifts he had bought. Inside his car, Tang Xian took out a pot of cliviat and a giant teddy bear he had bought that morning, gifts he planned to give Finjin today. When Tang Xian went upstairs, Finjin was still waiting by the door. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw the enormous teddy bear obscuring half of Tang Xian's figure. You've just moved in, so I got you a little housewarming gift. Hope you like it. After entering the room and changing shoes, Tang Xian spoke up. I love them. I'll put the orchid on my desk and the teddy bear on my bed. Tang Xian, you really know how to pick gifts. Finjin was overjoyed. After washing their hands, Tang Xian and Finjin headed to the kitchen. Since Finjin could also cook, the two prepared a table full of dishes together, with Finjin even opening a bottle of red wine. Drinking? I drove here. Watching Finjin open the wine, Tang Xian spoke up. You've got nothing to do this afternoon, no need to rush off. We'll leave whenever the alcohol wears off. Finjin picked up the wine bottle and poured another drink for Tang Xian. As they ate and chatted, Finjin remarked that Tang Xian had changed. He used to be quite taciturn, but now he'd become much more outgoing. Was I really that quiet before? Tang Xian was momentarily taken aback before recalling that his original self had indeed been somewhat insecure and introverted. Absolutely. Throughout all of high school, the words you spoke to me could be counted on one hand. I always wanted to talk to you, but I was afraid you'd ignore me. Finjin's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Tang Xian. How could that be? Maybe the pressure in high school was too much, and I overlooked some people and things around me. But I won't let that happen again. Tang Xian spoke, his gaze fixed on Finjin. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Finjin nodded vigorously. She was terrified that Tang Xian might revert to his former self. During the conversation, Finjin scolded Tang Xian for not telling her about how he had helped Niu Meng and Chu Bing a few days ago, which resulted in him being taken to the police station. Mostly, I didn't want you to worry. Besides, I knew it wasn't a big deal after all, it was their fault. Tang Xian explained calmly. I might not be able to help much, but I can come keep you company, buy you a bottle of water, or get you a fast meal, Finjin said softly. Alright, from now on, I'll let you know if anything comes up. At the very least, you won't go thirsty or hungry, Tang Xian chuckled. As they chatted, both of them were in high spirits, sharing more amusing anecdotes from school. Tang Xian, you're famous. Look at this post on the school forum, even Vice Principal Gan Ning has weighed in. Everyone's buzzing about how strong you are, taking down 5 guys in moments. By the way, how come I never knew you practiced martial arts? After showing Tang Xian the post on her phone, Finjin pinched the muscles on his arm. Even if I work out, there's no need to flaunt it. It's just for staying fit, Tang Xian said with a laugh, surprised that Finjin had pinched his arm. From now on, when I go out with you, I'll feel secure. If anyone harasses me, you'll just step in and take care of them with a couple of swift moves. Finjin refilled Tang Xian's glass halfway as she spoke. 2 quick moves, and I ended up in jail. Tang Xian shook his head. Several times he'd landed himself behind bars for using excessive force and injuring people. Finjin froze, unsure how to respond. She couldn't very well say that ending up in jail was no big deal. If I have you with me, buying me water and meals, then it doesn't matter. Noticing Finjin's expression, Tang Xian smiled. There was no awkwardness or unfamiliarity between them. After finishing their meal, Tang Xian and Finjin sat on the large sofa in the living room. Finjin brewed a pot of tea and turned on the TV. Honestly, Aunt Jane has great taste. The place is bright and spacious, and the decor is so comfortable and refreshing, Tang Xian remarked as he leaned back on the sofa. Yeah, after all, I'll be living here for 4 years. Finjin spoke up. After chatting for a while, Finjin went to tidy up the bedroom. You've been drinking, you probably need some rest. I've made the bed for you. No need, I can just sleep on the couch for a while. Tang Xian shook his head. He was indeed somewhat sleepy, but also felt a bit embarrassed. Let's go. Fan Jin pulled Tang Xian up and led him to the bedroom. Aren't you going to rest? Tang Xian asked. I'll take the other bedroom, Fan Jin replied. How about I scoot over and you take the inside? We can talk until we fall asleep, Tang Xian suggested with a smile. Alright then. After hearing Tang Xian's words, Fan Jin nodded with a smile, then kicked off her slippers and scooted to the inner side of the bed, while Tang Xian lay down on the outer side. From childhood till now, it seems I've only ever shared a bed with my mother. I can still remember when she used to tell me stories to lull me to sleep. Lying on the inner side of the bed, Fan Jin was visibly nervous.